defying the heavens and breaking the Tao, born for the sword. Weak as an ant, strong as a sovereign. Who shall become the ultimate slayer of the Tao? A youth, once a prodigy, now reduced to a pariah, subjected to humiliation, bullying, and the trampling of dignity. The moment the soul of the unparalleled divine king merges with this corporeal form, he shall rise with an indomitable spirit, unleashing a tempest of blood and carnage. Forging a martial soul with dragon essence, refining it into a sword soul, cultivating forbidden techniques, and crafting an invincible sword, he will tread upon the myriad beings and slay the deities and demons of the heavens. Having lived again, he is destined to make a grand spectacle, leaving no regrets. In this life, he shall reconstruct his battle sword and ascend to the heavens to avenge a blood-soaked grudge. In this life, those who betray him shall meet a fate worse than death. In this life, those who deceive him shall face the annihilation of their entire lineage. Chapter 1. The 9 Divine Dragon Martial Souls. Master Huang, how fares the young lord? His skull is shattered, hanging by a thread. Had it not been for your summons of the foremost apothecary of the temple, he would have been dead within half an hour. Why is he not dead yet? What do you mean? The blue-clad Master Huang gazed in disbelief at the steward of the Sword Marquis residence. Steward Nya, do you wish for him to live, or? Master Huang refrained from uttering the word die, yet made a gesture across his throat. The young lord fell from a cliff, his skull shattered, and will inevitably perish. Steward Nya's voice bore a hint of darkness as he smiled, pressing a spatial pouch into Master Huang's hand. This is the will of Lord Battle Marquis. This. Master Huang weighed the pouch in his hand, a smile crinkling his eyes, understanding the implication. Alas, what a pity. The young lord, so young, has suffered such misfortune. My medical skills are too limited. I truly cannot change his fate. Steward Nya, I beg your forgiveness for my impotence. Before long, the door closed, and Steward Nya's voice came from outside. Nyahu and Nya Bao, keep a close watch. No one is to approach the young lord's chamber for half an hour. Who am I? I am the Emperor of Absolute Heavens, and I am Nya Wushuang. Within the chamber, the boy, already deemed dead, suddenly opened his eyes wide, confusion flickering within. In an instant, he sprang up, the haze of confusion dissipating, and he roared to the heavens. Wait until I have recultivated for 3,000 years, and I shall stain the azure sky with your vile blood. As the roar echoed, his expression darkened. He is both the exalted Emperor of Absolute Heavens and the condemned Nya Wushuang. To be precise, he is the reincarnated Emperor of Absolute Heavens, utilizing the body of Nya Wushuang, a dignified Emperor of Absolute Heavens. He has battled across the realms, vanquished countless formidable foes, yet ultimately met his demise at the hands of those he trusted most. These two were his beloved wife, the fairy Yunlan, and his sworn brother, the Emperor of the North Pole, both once more precious than life itself. Even during his ascension to the celestial realm, the Emperor of Absolute Heavens brought them along. But just as the three of them stepped into the celestial gate, a blade pierced his heart. The wielder was none other than his wife, the fairy Yunlan, who had accompanied him for 3,000 years. Seeing his wife entwined with his dearest brother, his heart bled in that moment. The hatred of betrayal, carved into his very soul. The grudge of his death, eternally unforgettable. Heaven has granted him a second chance at life, and the Emperor of Absolute Heavens swears an oath. In this life, he shall reconstruct his battle sword and ascend to the heavens to exact vengeance for his blood-soaked grudge. In this life, those who betray him shall face obliteration. In this life, those who deceive him shall suffer the annihilation of their kin. As the vow fell, the Emperor of Absolute Heavens wore a solemn expression, merging with the memories of Nya Wushuang. This is the Sword of Heaven continent, a realm that venerates martial arts. The martial arts realm is divided into 9 stages: mortal martial realm, true martial realm, spiritual martial realm, mysterious martial realm, earth martial realm, heaven martial realm, honorable martial realm, sacred martial realm, and divine martial realm. Each stage corresponds to titles: martial disciple, martial master, great martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial god. As the young lord of the Sword Marquis residence, Nya Wushuang possessed extraordinary talent, awakening a silver martial soul of the 8th rank at the age of 8, achieving great success in the mortal martial realm by 10, and reaching the 10th layer of the true martial realm by 13, astonishing the world. Even the martial Marquis residents, one of the 3 great Marquis families, sought to marry their daughter, Wu Tianjiao, to him, basking in his glory. Who would have imagined that 3 years ago, he met with disaster? His martial soul vanished overnight. His cultivation dissipated, rendering him a mere waste. His grandfather, Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong, left the Marquis residence 3 years ago, risking his life to seek a divine medicine that could restore his martial soul. Without Nie Jiantong's protection, his status in the Sword Marquis residence plummeted. Over these 3 years, even the servants in the residence routinely bullied him. This time, Nie Wushuang's death from a 100-meter fall was intricately connected to these vile servants. Behind these malevolent servants lay the true power behind the Sword Marquis residence, the steward Nie Yuan. Though he was unconscious, he had clearly heard the conversation between Nie Yuan and Master Huang. Nie Yuan was evidently intent on ensuring his demise, leaving him to await death in this chamber. To slay one's master is a crime deserving of death. The Emperor of Absolute Heavens, filled with righteous indignation, could not quell his fury. Such vile servants must perish to assuage his wrath. Yet before that, he must uncover the reason behind Nie Wushuang's lost martial soul. The Emperor of Absolute Heavens closed his eyes, using his feeble divine spirit to probe the body. A soul-devouring poison insect. The Emperor of Absolute Heavens furrowed his brow, discovering a poisonous insect in his dantian. It seems someone has plotted against him. No wonder the martial soul vanished so. Suddenly, this soul-devouring poison insect specifically consumes martial souls. Nie Wushuang's martial soul had abruptly disappeared 3 years ago precisely because someone had implanted this insect within him. His martial soul had been devoured, reducing him to a waste overnight. This insect is exceedingly rare, even scarce in the divine realm, let alone in this lowly world. The Emperor of Absolute Heavens frowned slightly, sensing an unusual aura emanating from this insect. The insect, the size of a thumb, writhed deep within his dantian, making its safe extraction quite challenging. At that moment of his distress, a surge of black light suddenly erupted from his dantian, enveloping the entire soul-devouring poison insect. The black light swirled, from within emanating a deep, resonant dragon roar. With a thunderous sound, a 10-zhong-long black divine dragon burst forth from the black light. This is the dark poison dragon. Even the Emperor of Absolute Heavens was taken aback. He had once slain 9 divine dragons, forging 9 supreme dragon souls into the 9 dragons' absolute heaven sword, among which the dark poison dragon was included. But why has the dark poison dragon become his martial soul? Roar! Roar! At that moment, a series of dragon roars resonated from deep within his dantian. A crimson divine dragon and an azure divine dragon appeared simultaneously. This is the blazing inferno dragon and the chaotic devourer dragon. The Emperor of Absolute Heavens was filled with immense excitement. In addition to these 3 divine dragons, 6 orbs of varying colors floated within his dantian. Each orb contained a supreme dragon soul, a total of 9 dragon souls, all of which had been sealed within the 9 dragons' absolute heaven sword, had accompanied his rebirth. Not only that, but they had all transformed into his martial soul, granting him a total of 9 divine dragon martial souls. Martial souls are categorized into 9 levels, from lowest to highest: red, yellow, blue, green, azure, orange, purple, silver, and gold. His divine dragon martial souls transcend these 9 levels, representing an extraordinary martial soul. With 9 divine dragons as his martial soul, he shall wield 9 distinct divine dragon abilities. For instance, the dark poison dragon martial soul renders any venomous insect or toxin mere nourishment before him. He possesses the dark poison dragon soul, rendering him nearly impervious to toxins, while also granting him the formidable abilities of the dark poison dragon, such as mastery over deadly poisons and the art of invisibility, among other remarkable talents. For the blazing heaven dragon, it wields the power of fire. The chaos-devouring dragon has the capacity to consume all that exists. The 5-colored heaven dragon governs the 5 elements, and the frost giant dragon can freeze the very fabric of the world. To simultaneously command the abilities of these divine dragons is a feat beyond even the imagination of the supreme god emperor. One can only wonder how immensely powerful he will become in this life. Chapter 2. Have you laughed enough? Damn it. Everyone has gone to the wedding, enjoying the sumptuous feast, yet here we are. The 2 brothers left to guard this half-dead young lord. Why should we endure this? Just then, outside the room, the voice of the household servant, Nyahu, echoed with indignation. No way, I cannot swallow this insult. Let us go in and teach the young lord a lesson. Isn't that inappropriate? The chief steward has already instructed that no one is to disturb the young lord within half an hour. Another servant, Nya Bao, hesitated to protest. The young lord? Does he even deserve that title? After today, once Master Ling Ba Hu and his sister are wed, it will be the end for our young lord, Nya Hu sneered. From now on, the only young lord of the Sword Marquis Manor will be Master Ling Ba Hu. Upon overhearing the vile conversation of the 2 servants, The expression of the absolute heaven-defying emperor turned icy. Not only did they wish for his demise, but they also sought to assist an outsider in usurping the sword marquis manor. What was even more intolerable was that the gluttonous Ling Ba who dared to covet his sister. These treacherous ingrates. Fueled by rage, the absolute heaven-defying emperor flung open the door, his cold gaze locking onto the two startled servants, and thundered imperiously, "Wretched fools, kneel." His booming voice was like thunder, causing both servants to tremble, their legs nearly giving way beneath them. "Why, young lord, how did you?" Nie Bao stammered, shaken at the sight of Nie Wuxuang's sudden appearance. "Why am I not dead?" Nie Wuxuang's eyes gleamed like sharp blades, seeming to pierce through their souls. He strode slowly to the center of the courtyard, his eyes widening as he bellowed, "Bold dog servants, you are audacious indeed to conspire with the chief steward against me. Ungrateful wretches, the Sword Marquis Manor would be better off nurturing a dog than you. Please spare us, young lord. We were merely following the chief stewardess' orders. It has nothing to do with us." Nie Bao, trembling in fear, hastily knelt to confess, while Nie, who was also intimidated by Nie Wuxuang's imposing presence. He felt little fear. "Get up, why do you fear him?" He kicked Nie Bao and approached Nie Wuxuang with a cold smirk, venomously declaring, "Since you are already aware, we see no need to conceal the truth. To be frank, we have long allied ourselves with the War Marquis Manor alongside the chief steward. Young Master Ling Ba, who is our true master, what are you to us? That we should serve you? Even if we are to be dogs, we are dogs of young Master Ling, the War Marquis Manor, rather than feeling shame." Nie, who took pride in being a dog for others. A cold smile crept upon Nie Wuxuang's face as he icily declared, "Since you relish being dogs, may you be reincarnated as dogs in your next life." His words were akin to a death sentence for the two vile servants. Yet, absurdly, upon hearing this, the two servants burst into ignorant laughter. Nie Bao, who had just knelt in fear, laughed uncontrollably. "Ha! Do you truly think you can kill us? Young lord, I believe you must have truly lost your mind. Not just lost his mind, but perhaps gone mad. So mad that he could not even comprehend his own predicament." Nie burst into a raucous laugh, his face twisted with malice as he proclaimed, "It seems my brothers and I must teach the young Marquis a lasting lesson. Young Marquis, do you recall how you plummeted from the cliff?" Clenching his fists, which cracked ominously, Nie strutted towards Nie Wuxuang with a cruel smile, taunting, "We pushed you from the towering precipice, and yet you survived. One must admit, you possess quite the fortune. So it was you who cast me down." The murderous intent in Nie Wuxuang's gaze intensified. "Indeed, it was us." Nie laughed boisterously, arrogantly pointing at Nie Wuxuang, deliberately belittling him. "If you wish to prolong your life for just a moment longer, then kneel before me. Bow 100 times, and perhaps, in my good graces, I might spare your life." His intention was clear, to humiliate Nie Wuxuang. Even if he were to kneel, they would show no mercy. Noticing Nie Wuxuang's silence, Nie assumed he had capitulated and grew even more brazen. Approaching Nie Wuxuang with an air of authority, "Let us begin. I am ready. Bow until I am satisfied." Beside him, Nie Bao wore a sinister grin, venomously exclaiming, "Brother, once he has finished bowing to you, he must bow to me 100 times as well. Damn it. After serving him all these years, 100 bows is far too lenient. Brother, your words have reminded me. Merely bowing will not suffice. We must ensure he pays for our grievances." Nie eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly added, "Young Marquis, once you have bowed, you shall also lick our boots clean. Make sure they are spotless." "Ha ha, what a splendid idea. Let the young Marquis lick our boots." Nie Bao chimed in, excitedly stomping on a pile of dog excrement nearby, feigning innocence as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, how unfortunate to step in dog waste. Young Marquis, you will have the honor of cleaning it up for me later." "Ha ha ha, the young Marquis licking dog excrement. What a spectacle this shall be." The two men laughed with delight, their taunts maliciously playful. Nie Wuxuang's expression remained cold and detached. It was as if he were listening to a pack of rabid dogs barking. His icy gaze radiated lethal intent. "Have you finished your laughter? What concern is it of yours? I simply enjoy laughing. What, do you dare to object?" Nie eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with menace. "You insolent fool. Kneel and bow." As he spoke, he swung his hand toward Nie Wuxuang with a vicious slap. Seeing Nie make a move, Nie Bao laughed even louder, gritting his teeth as he urged, "Strike him hard, brother. Slap." Before his words could finish, a sharp sound echoed through the air, followed by a pitiful shriek. "How dare you hit me?" The voice did not belong to Nie Wuxuang, but rather to Nie himself. Nie Bao stood in shock. What was happening? Was he imagining things? The sound of successive slaps rang out like a series of firecrackers, each echo striking him as if it were landing on his own face, causing Nia Bao to instinctively cover his own features in sheer terror. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. Was this some kind of nightmare? It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had anticipated Nia Wushuang being mercilessly assaulted by Nia Hu, screaming in agony. Yet the reality was that Nia Wushuang had seized Nia Hu by the throat, lifting him as effortlessly as an eagle captures a chick, delivering blows with both hands, delivering at least 100 slaps in mere moments. Nia Hu's wretched screams echoed through the air, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 3. In the next life, open your eyes wide. Master Hu. Nia Bao stood frozen for 5 or 6 breaths, only to snap back to reality with a furious roar, charging forward. Upon seeing Nia Bao approach, Nia Wushuang ceased his onslaught. His palm pressed against Nia Hu's body, and as the chaotic, devouring dragon martial spirit surged within him, a stream of azure dragon energy surged through his arm and directly into Nia Hu's body. The chaotic, devouring dragon could consume all, even the very heavens. Boom. As the chaotic, devouring dragon martial spirit operated, the true energy within Nia Hu's dantian was drawn out like a receding tide, completely absorbed in an instant. He was transformed from a 4th-level martial artist into a mere shell of his former self, his body collapsing like a limp noodle. At that moment, Nia Bao's fist had already reached him. Streams of true energy surged within his arm, from massive vortices rapidly spinning in his dantian, all converging upon his fists. Aimed straight at Nia Wushuang's chest. As his fist approached, he suddenly caught a glimpse of disdain in Nia Wushuang's gaze. That look seemed to mock his audacity, as if a true dragon were gazing down upon mere ants, filled with contempt and pity. In that instant, an unsettling feeling welled up within Nia Bao. However, he quickly suppressed it. Before him, Nia Wushuang appeared to be nothing more than a waste. What had he to fear? It was he who was courting death. With a furious roar, Nia Bao's face twisted into a fierce snarl, his fists resembling dragons emerging from the sea, crashing directly toward Nia Wushuang's chest. Overestimating himself. As Nia Bao's energy-infused fist surged toward him, Nia Wushuang remained utterly still, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes. Were these 2 wretched slaves aware of whom they faced, they would surely regret their audacity. As Nia Bao's fist drew within 3 inches of Nia Wushuang's chest, the intense wind from the punch billowed his shirt. It was only then that Nia Wushuang suddenly struck. He flipped his arm upward, releasing the limp Nia Hu, and with a hand that resembled a fan, he forcefully slapped Nia Bao's face. Smack! The sound reverberated like thunder, sending Nia Bao spinning like a top, dazed and bewildered, his head ringing with a loud buzz. After spinning for a dozen or so circles, his body finally came to a staggering halt. Before he could steady himself, Nia Wushuang abruptly turned around, his fist, as unyielding as iron, struck fiercely at Nia Bao's dantian. The chaotic, devouring dragon martial soul activated once more. Waves of azure dragon energy surged forth, extracting all of Nia Bao's true energy. Bang! Nia Bao's body inflated rapidly like a balloon before swiftly collapsing to the ground. Limp as a noodle. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Nia Hu acted to Nia Bao's fall, only a few breaths had elapsed, and 2 4th-level martial slaves had been rendered utterly powerless. As Nia Wushuang devoured the true energy from Nia Hu and Nia Bao, the energy within his dantian surged, amplifying his strength manifold. His cultivation soared, 2nd level of the mortal martial realm, 3rd level, 4th level. With each elevation in cultivation, Nia Wushuang's aura grew increasingly domineering and formidable. He cast a sidelong glance at the 2 fallen slaves, whose true energy had been drained and whose dantians lay shattered, effectively sentencing them to a fate worse than death. Since you relish in bootlicking, then let us ensure that each other's boots are licked clean. Nia Wushuang's voice was chilling, laced with a hint of mockery and malice. Though Nia Hu and Nia Bao had become utterly incapacitated, their survival instincts remained intact. Upon hearing Nia Wushuang's command, the 2 hesitated for but a moment before immediately grasping each other's boots and fervently licking them. Nia Bao fared slightly better, as Nia Hu's boots were merely a bit dirty. However, Nia Hu was less fortunate. Earlier, Nia Bao had deliberately stepped in dog excrement, intending to leave it for Nia Wushuang, but now it had inadvertently fallen to Nia Hu. Grasping the boot smeared with filth, Nia Hu regretted it deeply. Once both had licked the boots clean, Nia Wushuang pointed disdainfully at the nearby excrement, shooting a glare at Nia Bao, and coldly remarked, "It seems you haven't licked it thoroughly. Go consume it entirely." Consume? Nia Bao felt tears welling up. What? Are you unwilling? Or do you wish to die? The icy tone of Nia Wushuang sent a shiver down Nia Bao's spine, compelling him to pounce on the mess and begin devouring it like a mad dog. This wretched and pitiful scene stood in stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Nia Hu, who had just licked the excrement, watched in horror, nearly retching at the sight. Eating dog excrement. What kind of mental fortitude does it take to swallow that? Just then, Nie Wuxuang's frigid gaze fell upon the two once more. Stricken with fear, they knelt, abandoning any thoughts of escape. Young lord, we were wrong. We were blinded by greed, and should not have heeded the steward's orders to trouble you. We are fools, blind as bats, and we deserve our fate. Young lord, you possess great magnanimity. Please do not hold it against us petty individuals. We shall never dare again. All of this was orchestrated by the chief steward and Ling Bahu. The two wicked servants knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in frantic desperation, weeping profusely, revealing all their misdeeds without a shred of concealment. Regret coursed through them like poison. They pleaded for Nie Wuxuang to spare their miserable lives. They had erred and were now paying the price. Nie Wuxuang approached the two nefarious servants, extending his hands, his voice chillingly cold. In your next life, even if you are reborn as dogs, you must keep your eyes wide open. Never provoke those whom you cannot afford to offend. The chaos-devouring sky dragon martial spirit manifested above his head, a colossal azure dragon stretching 10 zhang long. In the horrified gaze of Nie Hu and Nie Bao, it surged into their bodies, devouring their martial spirits with a voracious appetite. Boom! Both of their corpses collapsed simultaneously, lifeless and irrevocably dead. After consuming the two lowly martial spirits, the chaos-devouring sky dragon underwent a transformation. Its azure form doubled in length, and its devouring aura intensified several-fold. Battle form. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Nie Wuxuang's eyes. A martial spirit could only achieve its battle form upon reaching a certain level of power. He had not anticipated that devouring two inferior martial spirits would awaken the first battle form of his chaos-devouring sky dragon. Once activated, his strength would surge to an entirely new realm. Just after dispatching the two wicked servants, before he could exit the courtyard, 8 or 9 guards from the Marquis's residence rushed in. Leading them was Nie Long, a squad leader of the Sword Marquis Guard, a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. The guards behind him were also skilled fighters, each at the 6th or 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Chapter 4, Dog Servants. These individuals were all trusted subordinates of the chief steward, Nie Yuan, tasked with monitoring Nie Wuxuang within the Marquis's estate. Thus, as soon as Nie Wuxuang killed Nie Hu and Nie Bao, the guards swiftly appeared before him. Nie Long stepped into the courtyard, his gaze falling upon the corpses of Nie Hu and Nie Bao, momentarily taken aback. Although their strength was weak, only at the 4th level of the mortal martial realm, they were more than capable of handling a defenseless Nie Wuxuang. But why were Nie Hu and Nie Bao now corpses while Nie Wuxuang remained unscathed? Nie Long's expression shifted slightly, his voice dark and accusatory. Did you kill them? His tone was one of blatant challenge. How audacious for a mere squad leader to assert dominance before the young Marquis, even daring to question him directly. Such insolence would be inconceivable in any other Marquis's residence, yet it was the norm within the Sword Marquis's estate. The lord of the Sword Marquis's residence was Nie Jiantong, the commander of the 3 armies of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, a preliminary martial king at the 3rd level of the profound martial realm. Regarded as the foremost figure in the kingdom, he had been granted the title of Sword Marquis by the current Dragon Emperor. However, Nie Jiantong had vanished from the Marquis's residence 3 years prior, with no news since. Over the years, rumors circulated that the Sword Marquis had perished in the Forbidden Lands. Now, the Sword Marquis's estate was left with only young Nie Wuxuang and his frail sister, Nie Linglong, who had been sickly since childhood. This has led to a situation within the Sword Marquis's residence where the servants have grown arrogant and insubordinate, with the chief steward, Nie Yuan, usurping the role of master. Over the past 3 years, Nie Yuan has repeatedly commanded the household servants to bully and mistreat the young Marquis, Nie Wuxuang. Although Nie Wuxuang was aware of these injustices, he dared not confront the steward directly. Consequently, the servants developed a haughty disposition, completely disregarding the authority of their young Marquis. However, the Nie Wuxuang before them now is no longer the same as before. He is the divine emperor. A figure of such stature would not be intimidated by mere threats from Nie Long. With a grim expression, his icy gaze locked onto Nie Long's eyes. He proclaimed with authority, "You insolent wretch! How dare you question me, the Marquis?" He addressed Nie Long as a mere dog servant, which struck Nie Long as a direct slap to the face, causing him to tremble with rage as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "How dare you call me a dog servant? You have reached the end of your days. Bring forth assistance to help the young Marquis stretch his muscles." With a wave of his hand, Nie Long sneered maliciously, commanding, "Our young Marquis's days of comfort are over. Brothers, do not hold back, show no mercy." As his words fell, 6 guards approached Nie Wuxuang with mocking grins. Young Marquis, my fists have been itching lately. Might I request your assistance in remedying this? One guard jested, shaking his fist. You seem to be in fine form, young Marquis. Why not allow me to give you a good thrashing to relieve my itch? Another guard, laughing heartily, added, your fair visage would surely be marred if my filthy foot were to tread upon it. Perhaps you could come closer, so I might kick you twice? A third chimed in, my shoe just picked up some foul mud. Could I trouble you to clean it for me? Oh, merely licking the soles won't suffice. Our young Marquis, being of noble birth, should not only lick the soles, but also clean up the dog waste in this courtyard. Haha. Imagine the sight of the young Marquis licking dog excrement. The guards erupted in raucous laughter, relishing the humiliation of the young Marquis, which greatly satisfied their vanity. As they closed in, Niao Wushuang's expression remained eerily calm. With a sudden surge, a stream of azure dragon energy manifested in his palm. Whoosh! Amidst the flickering azure light, a colossal dragon seemed to materialize. Your fists itch? Then let them be severed. Your feet stink? Then let them be chopped off. If your shoes are sullied, then you shall clean them yourself. You who delight in licking dog waste, let your wishes be fulfilled. Niao Wushuang's voice was chillingly cold. With each utterance, a shriek of agony echoed through the air. In the span of a single breath, the azure light dissipated. Niao Wushuang stood resolutely in place, his fingers stained with fresh blood, crimson droplets cascading from his fingertips, producing a chilling sound. The 6 guards of the Marquis's residence lay before him, dismembered and incomplete. The most tragic among them was the guard who had taunted Niao Wushuang. His head severed and rolling into the courtyard, coming to rest before a half-eaten pile of dog feces, his face grotesquely pressed against it. Drip! Blood fell from Niao Wushuang's fingertips, landing on the bluestone slab with a dull thud, echoing ominously like a death knell, causing Nialong's heart to leap violently in his chest. He stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Niao Wushuang's strikes had been astonishingly swift, terrifyingly so. The echoes of the guards' laughter still reverberated in Nialong's ears, only to be replaced by their wretched cries. The 6 guards, the weakest among them being mid-level martial practitioners at the 6th stage of the ordinary martial realm, and 2 at the 7th stage as advanced practitioners, would have posed a challenge even for Nialong himself to defeat so effortlessly. Yet, all 8 guards had been vanquished by Niao Wushuang in an instant. Was this truly the same feeble young lord? Was this the same Niao Wushuang who had once allowed them to bully him? Nialong felt his legs tremble slightly, a surge of panic urging him to flee. But escape was not an option. He dared not run. The chief steward, Nie Yuan, had ordered them to confine Niao Wushuang. And should he allow Niao Wushuang to escape, he would face certain death. Yet, the sight of Niao Wushuang instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his gaze became erratic. Damn it, what am I afraid of? I am an advanced martial practitioner. How can I not deal with this waste? Gritting his teeth, Nialong growled menacingly. It seems today, I cannot allow this little beast to continue living. Regaining his composure, he coldly declared, Little Lord, I never imagined you would hide your true self so well. Clearly, the chief steward was right to have us monitor you. However, since you have concealed your abilities, you should have remained hidden. It was a grave mistake to reveal your strength before me. With malice in his voice, he and 2 other guards formed a triangular formation around Niao Wushuang. Yet, Niao Wushuang paid little heed to their feeble maneuvers, his expression icy, his gaze coldly sweeping over Nialong as he declared defiantly, I have revealed my strength before you. What will you do about it? A chilling laugh escaped Nialong's lips as he pointed at Niao Wushuang, enunciating each word with venom. I can kill you. Chapter 5. Demon, you are a demon. Boom. Nialong's body trembled as a terrifying surge of true energy erupted from above his head. Within this aura, a colossal serpent materialized. This was Nialong's martial soul. The crimson flame white python, a soul of the blue grade. With the emergence of the blazing white python, Nialong's aura surged to an unprecedented peak. Originally, Nialong was a high-ranking martial apprentice at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. At this moment, with the activation of his martial soul, his power ascended to the 10th level, temporarily elevating him to the pinnacle of martial apprentices. This is the might of the martial soul. A single blue martial soul can propel a warrior's strength up 3 minor levels in an instant. At this juncture, Nialong's prowess had reached the zenith of the mortal martial realm. Even capable of engaging in fierce combat with novice martial masters at the 1st or 2nd level of the true martial realm. Within the mortal martial realm, he was indeed a rare adversary. Young lord, considering your impending demise, I shall inform you that today is your sister's grand day. The 3rd son of the Battle Marquis Manor, Ling Bahu, has successfully departed with the bridal sedan at the hour of Chun. Oh, and there is another matter I believe you would be quite eager to learn. When your sister entered the bridal sedan, she concealed a dagger in her sleeve, intending to perish together with young Master Ling Bahu. However, before she could board, the chief steward discovered it and promptly delivered a resounding slap. Nialong wore an expression of triumph, deliberately goading Nia Wushuang with a malicious grin. TSK, TSK, TSK. That slap was quite forceful. Half of her face bore the imprint of fingers, and later, 2 maidservants were summoned to apply a half box of rouge and powder just to barely conceal it. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint surged within Nia Wushuang's gaze, his furious nails digging into flesh, a trickle of crimson seeping from his clenched fist. Observing Nia Wushuang's wrathful demeanor, Nialong laughed even more heartily. Your sister nearly crashed into a pillar. The chief steward merely stated that if she were to die, you would not survive either. Consequently, your sister obediently boarded the bridal sedan. At this very moment, she is likely nearing the Battle Marquis Manor, preparing to wed. Yet little does she know, even if she boards, your fate remains sealed. The chief steward has instructed us that once noon passes, we are to send you on your way. It seems we cannot allow you to linger until noon. As Nialong sneered, he advanced menacingly toward Nia Wushuang, suddenly unleashing a fierce roar. Young lord, allow me to escort you on your final journey. With the culmination of his shout, the blazing white python emitted a low, resonant hiss, its colossal form lunging directly at Nia Wushuang. This was, after all, a martial soul at the pinnacle of the mortal martial realm. As it dove, it conjured a tempestuous wind around its body, ruthlessly shredding everything in its path. Simultaneously, Nialong dashed forth like a leopard, his fingers clawed, emanating a chilling radiance of true energy as he aimed for Nia Wushuang's neck. At this moment, he possessed the strength of the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. A single strike could easily rend 10 holes in the bluestone slab. Should he grasp Nia Wushuang's neck, he could effortlessly snap it. However, before his fingers could reach Nia Wushuang's neck, he was suddenly gripped by terror as an enormous fist appeared before him. Boom! Nia Wushuang stood resolutely in place, defiantly unleashing a punch. This strike was executed with such swiftness that Nialong found no means of evasion. It struck his face before he could even extend his grasp. A terrifying force erupted from his fist, sending Nialong's body hurtling several yards away. Stunned by the impact of the blow, Nialong felt as if his head was spinning, and the world around him appeared to blur into double vision, leaving him barely able to stand. What the hell just happened? His eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. He was a formidable fighter at the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. How could he have been sent flying by a single punch from Nia Wushuang? This was utterly unfathomable. He remained dazed, unable to comprehend the events of that moment. At that instant, his martial soul, the crimson flame white python, lunged towards Nia Wushuang. You shall witness the might of my martial soul. Nialong's eyes burned with murderous intent as he bellowed, die? As the crimson flame white python charged, Nia Wushuang did not flinch. With an air of calm self-assurance, he declared arrogantly, a mere blue martial soul dares to act so brazenly before me? As his words fell, a dazzling azure light surged from above his head, enveloping him. A colossal divine dragon martial soul materialized. This was the chaos-devouring dragon. The moment this formidable martial soul appeared, its overwhelming aura frightened the crimson flame white python into retreat. Nialong stood frozen in disbelief, his expression one of sheer stupefaction as he exclaimed, "Is this a dragon martial soul? Dragons are the most powerful beings in this world. Even the weakest dragon martial soul far surpasses my blue martial soul. My crimson flame, white python pales in comparison." At that moment, Nialong was gripped by fear. His legs trembled violently, and disregarding the fate of his martial soul, he dashed toward the exit, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning as he shot towards the door, desperate to escape. However, before he could cross the threshold, he was met by a radiant smile that appeared before him. Though the smile was bright, it struck terror into Nialong's heart, more fearsome than any demon. A face that should not have been there had abruptly manifested. It was as if someone had suddenly gripped his throat. He stood frozen in shock for 2 to 3 breaths before finally letting out a terrified scream. How could you be so fast? Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back several steps, his soul nearly escaping him in fright. He could not fathom how Nia Wushuang, who had been behind him, could suddenly block his path at the door. The look on Nialong's face was 1,000 times more horrified than encountering a ghost. Meanwhile, the martial soul battle in the courtyard was nearing its climax. The chaos-devouring dragon had pinned the crimson flame white python to the ground, opening its massive maw to swallow the entire length of the python whole. Stripped of his martial soul, Nialong was rendered utterly powerless. In that moment, all that remained in his gaze directed at Nia Wushuang was sheer terror and dread. Thud, thud. The remaining 2 guards of the Marquis, stripped of their courage, found themselves paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter disarray, even so frightened that they lost control of their bodily functions. Devil, devil! You are a devil! The 2 guards, driven to the brink of madness, suddenly went berserk, frantically tearing at their own hair, pulling out clumps stained with blood. They had been driven to insanity by sheer terror. Chapter 6. You are not worthy to be my dog. Niao Wushuang stepped forward, slowly approaching Nialong. Each footfall resonated like a drumbeat, sending Nialong's heart racing with dread. By the time Niao Wushuang stood before him, Nialong was trembling uncontrollably, speech failing him. With a gaze as cold and domineering as ice, Niao Wushuang declared, "How do you wish to die?" Upon hearing Niao Wushuang's words, Nialong scrambled to his feet. Kneeling in desperation, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for mercy, "Young Marquis, spare my life. It is I who deserves death. I beg you, show me mercy and allow me to live as your dog from this day forth." Kneeling, he pounded his forehead against the ground, tears streaming down his face as he confessed and begged for forgiveness, desperately seeking to preserve his life. Just moments ago, he had been arrogant, vowing to kill Niao Wushuang. Yet now he was reduced to a pitiful supplicant at his feet. This scene was steeped in irony. Observing the groveling Nialong, Niao Wushuang's eyes bore no trace of compassion. His voice, cold and merciless, rang out, "The dogs of the Sword Marquis Mansion have their standards. Not just anyone can take on that role. You are not worthy to be my dog." He strode past the courtyard, his voice imbued with an overwhelming aura of lethality. "You treacherous servants, exploiting your masters, committing heinous acts that tarnish my mansion's reputation. Each of you is guilty of countless crimes, your misdeeds unforgivable. It is an affront to justice that you remain alive." With each word, a guard fell victim to his wrath. When he took his final step and uttered his last word, Nialong's lifeless body crashed to the ground. The 8 guards of the Marquis at the 6th and 7th levels of the mortal realm, along with Nialong, who was at the 9th level, had their essence consumed by Niao Wushuang. Instantly, Niao Wushuang's internal energy surged, propelling him through successive breakthroughs. Mortal Realm, Level 5. Mortal Realm, Level 6. Mortal Realm, Level 7. His cultivation soared directly to the 7th level. As his realm ascended, his speed became astonishing, covering 20 zhang with each stride. His form resembled a specter, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. This was a celestial-level martial art, the ghostly steps. Mastered to perfection, each step could span 1,000 zhang. Such martial prowess was unparalleled, not just in Yongzhou City, but throughout the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom. In Yongzhou City, on the Eastern Street, a wedding procession twisted like a dragon, firecrackers exploding and drums resounding. At the forefront of this celebratory parade was the grotesquely corpulent Lingba tiger, riding atop a grand steed. As the 3rd son of the renowned General Ling Zhanyun, Lingba, who, lacking in both literary and martial prowess, has gained infamy within the city of Yongzhou for his nefarious deeds, bullying men and dominating women alike. Standing at a height of barely 5 feet, yet weighing a hefty 200 pounds, he resembles a squat winter melon from afar. His grotesque and coarse appearance starkly contrasts with that of the exquisite bride concealed within the bridal sedan, creating a juxtaposition of extremes. One is as beautiful as a flower, captivating the city with her charm, while the other is repulsive, fierce, and corpulent like a pig. At this moment, atop his grand steed, Ling Ba beams with delight, reveling in his triumph. He even envisions the various intimate scenarios that await him with the stunning beauty behind him on their wedding night. Inside the sedan, Niao Long, adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and flowing garments, wears a pallid countenance akin to parchment. Despite the thick application of rouge and powder on the left side of her face, the vivid red handprint remains glaringly visible. "Brother, you must live well." She clutches a golden hairpin, repeatedly raising it to her neck, contemplating the end of her own life, yet she cannot bring herself to do so. With a clatter, the hairpin falls into the confines of the sedan, her face now a canvas of tears. "No, I cannot die. For my brother, I must survive. Only by living can I ensure my brother's safety." She longs for death, yet she cannot succumb. Should she perish, the chief steward would undoubtedly eliminate Niao Wushuang. For the sake of Niao Wushuang, she must endure. For Niao Wushuang, she is left with no alternative. For Niao Wushuang, she would even submit to the indignity of marrying the loathsome Ling Ba. All of this is to secure Niao Wushuang's survival. For her elder brother, she is willing to sacrifice everything. The crimson bridal sedan traverses the lengthy street, and at this moment, Niao Linglong wishes fervently for the procession to continue indefinitely, never to halt. At least then, her nightmare would be delayed. Suddenly, the wedding entourage, as fluid as a dragon, comes to an abrupt stop. At the forefront of the procession, all bystanders retreat, taking refuge along the sides of the road. In the midst of the now vacant street emerges a youth clad in white. The boy, dressed in snow-white garments resembling those of a monk, sits cross-legged upon the ground. His long hair cascading down to obscure half of his visage, rendering his features indistinct. A silver longsword lies across his legs, devoid of a scabbard, its gleam concealed. This solitary figure, sitting resolutely in the middle of the street, obstructs the wedding procession that stretches for hundreds of meters. All eyes are drawn to this white-clad youth. Their attention captivated. Ling Ba, who, perched atop his lofty steed at the forefront, also notices the boy seated in the street and snorts derisively, bellowing in anger. Who dares to obstruct my wedding procession? You seek death. He gestures with his whip, summoning 7 or 8 guards from the general's estate, armed with wedding paraphernalia, who advance menacingly towards the white-clad youth. Yet, before these guards can reach him, the longsword resting across the youth's legs suddenly leaps forth as if grasped by invisible hands. Swiftly soaring into the air. Whoosh! A flicker of swordlight flashed, and the 7 or 8 guards of the battle marquis's residence, wielding clubs, all fell to the ground in unison. Their legs had been severed at the roots. The 8 guards lay on the ground, emitting wretched cries of unimaginable agony. The long sword, stained with deep crimson blood, after cleaving through the legs of the 8 guards, did not diminish in speed. Rather, it surged forward with even greater swiftness, akin to a bolt from a crossbow, targeting the imposing figure of Ling Ba, who atop his steed. The escort. Ling Ba, who was taken aback, his corpulent form tumbling from his high horse. The long sword rushed forth, unleashing a fierce burst of sword energy that cleaved the steed in two. It then turned its lethal intent towards Ling Ba, who once more, as the long sword approached. Ling Ba, who was so terrified that he could not even muster a scream. With a crashing sound, a stream-like noise emanated from between his legs, as he was utterly paralyzed by fear. At this moment, Ling Ba, who was a stark contrast to the self-satisfied figure he had been while sitting atop his steed, now reduced to a state of sheer terror. Chapter 7. I will take you home. In this critical moment, from behind Ling Ba, who, a silver-armored guardian leaped forth like a fierce tiger, grasping the incoming sword with his bare hands and forcefully slamming it to the ground, shattering it into two. This was Ling Feng, the captain of the battle marquis's guard, whose prowess had reached the 8th level of the true martial realm, specifically dispatched by Ling Zhanyun to provide temporary protection for Ling Ba, who, initially, it was thought that no one in Yongzhou City would dare to assault the battle marquis's wedding procession. Thus, his presence seemed unnecessary. However, had it not been for Ling Feng, that sword would have already claimed Ling Bahu's life. Though he caught the flying sword with one hand, Ling Feng's palm bore a deep gash, exposing bone from the sword's energy. With a silent application of healing ointment to his palm, his eyes blazed with the ferocity of a raging lion, fixed intently on the white-clad youth still seated in the middle of the road. He bellowed angrily. Who dares to masquerade as a deity here? The young man in white rose slowly, his garments billowing without wind, exuding an aura akin to that of a transcendent being, even more formidable than the advanced martial artist Ling Feng across from him. His long hair danced in the breeze, revealing a youthful yet resolute, somewhat pale visage. Nia Wushuang. It was indeed the young marquis of the sword marquis's residence. In that instant, someone finally recognized him. This was the young marquis of the sword marquis's residence, Nia Wushuang. However, upon recognizing Nia Wushuang, the crowd erupted into further astonishment, even prompting gasps of disbelief. How could this be? Was it truly he who commanded that sword just now? Was it not said that the young marquis of the sword marquis's residence was a good-for-nothing? Could this person genuinely be the young marquis, Nia Wushuang? At this moment, almost no one dared to believe that the individual standing before them was indeed Nia Wushuang. After all, the reputation of the sword marquis's good-for-nothing young lord had spread throughout the entirety of the Longjin kingdom. It was not only known to everyone in Yongzhou City, but had even reached the ears of the barbarian tribes beyond the borders of the Longjin kingdom. In the grand realm of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, the esteemed sword marquis Nia Jintong's own grandson is, tragically, deemed a failure, a situation steeped in irony. So it is you, the worthless one. The previously terrified Ling Bahu, upon recognizing Nia Wushuang, sprang to life, furiously pointing at him and shouting, "You, a mere waste. Dare to play tricks here? Begone. Today marks the joyous occasion of my union with your sister. I shall spare your life for now." He seemed to have entirely forgotten the terror of that earlier sword strike, deliberately humiliating Nia Wushuang, while laughing triumphantly. "Once I am wed to your sister, I will relish in your demise." Ha ha. Ling Bahu's boisterous laughter masked the grave change in expression on Ling Feng's face, who could hardly believe that the young man before him, Niao Wushuang, had unleashed that fearsome sword strike. Is this truly the so-called useless young marquis? A piercing pain surged through Ling Feng's palm, amplifying his sense of impending danger. Once a warrior who had fought through a million-strong army, he now felt an unsettling apprehension. Could Niao Wushuang truly be a failure? No, Ling Feng would never accept that notion. How could a so-called waste unleash such a formidable strike? Only Ling Feng understood that the power of that sword was comparable to his own most potent blow at the peak of his prowess. If Niao Wushuang were indeed a failure, what did that make him? Moreover, Ling Feng sensed that with each taunt from Ling Bahu, Niao Wushuang's terrifying aura surged at least twofold. With every step he took, Ling Feng could see luminous sword lights erupting forth. All of this indicated that Niao Wushuang was not only far from being a failure, but his strength was truly astonishing. At the very least, his mastery in swordsmanship rendered Ling Feng, a high-ranking martial artist at the 8th level of the true martial realm, completely awestruck. My lord, his strength is unfathomable. We must proceed with caution, Ling Feng cautioned, noticing Ling Bahu's provocation of Niao Wushuang had darkened his expression. What? Unfathomable? Are you referring to him? Ling Bahu laughed heartily, disregarding Ling Feng's warning. He arrogantly pointed at Niao Wushuang, mocking, everyone knows this fellow is a mere waste. He unfathomable? That's truly laughable. His smug expression starkly contrasted with the dampness of his trousers, rendering his arrogance even more comical and ironic. Brother. Inside the bridal sedan, Niao Linglong, upon learning that it was Niao Wushuang who obstructed the way, could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed out of the sedan, but was halted by two handmaidens ahead. Brother, please go back. She cried. I am fine. You need not worry about me. She was willing to sacrifice herself to protect Niao Wushuang. Seeing his sister in such distress, an overwhelming killing intent surged within Niao Wushuang. His voice was cold yet resolute. Linglong, I am here to take you home. Brother. At that moment, Niao Linglong wept inconsolably. She longed for someone to rescue her from the bridal sedan, to pull her back from the brink of despair. Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies, devoid of hope. But now, Niao Wushuang had truly arrived to take her home. As she gazed at his slender figure standing defiantly in the middle of the road, facing the guards of the Ling family, Niao Linglong wept and shook her head, crying out, No, brother, you must go back. I am fine. She could not bear to watch Niao Wushuang march to his death. All she wished for was his swift departure from this place. For at least then, he might have a chance to live. Could Niao Wushuang be oblivious to her thoughts? He did not falter, continuing to move forward with resolute steps. His gaze icy and an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. Only when his eyes fell upon Niao Linglong did a flicker of tenderness break through, and his voice softened as he said, Linglong, I have come to take you home. As Niao Wushuang approached, Ling Bahu felt a surge of fear. He suddenly recognized that today's Niao Wushuang was an entirely different being from the one he was accustomed to. The former Niao Wushuang had been weak, submissive, and cowardly. Even if Ling Bahu had struck him, he would not have dared to retaliate in the slightest. But today, Niao Wushuang stood as calm and formidable as a beast. And each time his cold gaze swept past, it sent a chill down Ling Bahu's spine, as if he were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. In that moment, Ling Bahu recalled the terror of the earlier strike, and, trembling with fear, retreated behind Ling Feng, shouting, Stop him! Quickly stop him! With Ling Bahu's command, over 20 guards from the Ling family surged forth. These guards were formidable martial artists at the 8th and 9th levels of the mortal martial realm, far superior to those of the Sword Marquis's residence. As they charged towards Niao Wushuang, he did not waver in his stride. Boom! A fist imprint hurtled towards him. It belonged to a peak martial artist at the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, wielding a strength of 1,000 pounds. As his fist approached, intent on shattering Niao Wushuang's skull, a countering fist imprint, like a bolt of lightning, struck his dantian first. Niao Wushuang's attack was merciless. The dragon energy surged from his fist, shattering the dantian of the peak martial artist. Whoosh! Several more fist imprints descended, as 3 or 4 peak martial artists launched their attacks simultaneously. Yet, Niao Wushuang's figure continued to advance steadily, while behind him lay countless remnants of his presence. Alongside the defeated guards of the Battle Marquis Mansion, a staggering number of 2 to 3 dozen guards could not impede Niao Wushuang's relentless march. They failed even to slow his pace. These martial artists, at the 8th and 9th levels of the mortal martial realm, appeared as powerless as ants before him, devoid of any ability to retaliate. The cries of anguish from the fallen guards resonated together, echoing within a mere dozen meters behind him. Moreover, Their true energy and martial souls were entirely consumed by Niao Wushuang, propelling his own cultivation to new heights. Mortal Martial Realm, 8th level. Mortal Martial Realm, 9th level. Mortal Martial Realm, 10th level. In a brief span of time, by devouring the true energy from 2 to 3 dozen peak martial apprentices, Niao Wushuang ascended to the pinnacle of the mortal martial realm. He was but a step away from breaking through to the true martial realm, poised to become a formidable martial master. His aura surged exponentially, his dantian's true energy roiling like a tumultuous tide, thick and potent enough to rival that of a true martial master. A collective gasp reverberated through the air. Even Ling Feng, the esteemed 8th level true martial master, was visibly shaken by the spectacle before him. Dozens of guards from the Battle Marquee Mansion were instantaneously rendered ineffective. While he, as a senior martial master, could achieve such results, it was by no means as effortless or casual as Niao Wushuang had demonstrated. Ling Feng could never annihilate them with such ease and grace. All of this starkly highlighted the vast chasm between him and Niao Wushuang. As Niao Wushuang approached, even Ling Feng, who had clawed his way out from a sea of corpses, felt a tremor of fear. Ling Ba who hid behind him, was utterly pale, frozen in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding reality. In his mind, Niao Wushuang was nothing but a waste, a target he could easily manipulate and bully at will. Yet now, this so-called waste instilled a profound sense of dread within him. In that moment, he finally grasped Ling Feng's words. The Niao Wushuang before them was indeed unfathomable. Ling Ba whose legs quivered, but his voice remained audacious as he pointed at Niao Wushuang, declaring, "Niao Wushuang, today marks a joyous occasion for me and your sister. How dare you act so recklessly, killing the guards of the Battle Marquee Mansion? Are you not afraid that in my wrath, I shall annihilate your Sword Marquee Mansion?" The 3 great marquee houses of Longjian Kingdom, Sword Marquee Mansion, Battle Marquee Mansion, and Martial Marquee Mansion. The Sword Marquee Mansion was undeniably the foremost among them. However, that was in the past. During the reign of Sword Marquee Niejiantong, the Sword Marquee Mansion flourished, commanding respect even from the royal family. The Battle Marquee Ling Zhanyun and the Martial Marquee Wu Chengxiao were also generals under Niejiantong, achieving remarkable feats in their campaigns against the barbarian tribes, which secured their illustrious titles. In the peak of its power, the Sword Marquee Mansion garnered reverence even from the royal family, let alone the other 2 marquee houses. However now, a mere 3rd son of the War Marquee's estate dares to utter such brazen words, claiming he will annihilate the Sword Marquee's estate. What a profound irony! What utter desolation! Niao Wushuang came to a halt, a cold glimmer in his eyes, a murderous intent swirling within them. His gaze, sharp as that of a soaring eagle, bore down upon Ling Ba who as he thundered, "What are you, to dare to proclaim the destruction of my Sword Marquee's estate? Even your father, Ling Zhanyun, is but a dog under my Sword Marquee's command." Though his words were audacious, they rang true. Even the War Marquee, Ling Zhanyun, was merely a hound in service to the Sword Marquee, Niejiantong. This fact was irrefutable. Ling Ba whose face flushed with rage, his desire to retort stifled by the truth of the statement. In a fit of anger, he stamped his foot and bellowed, "Niao Wushuang, how dare you to claim that my father is a dog of your Nie family? Very well, today I shall see which of our families truly plays the role of a dog." With a shove, he directed Ling Feng to seize Niao Wushuang, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Make him kneel and bark like a dog." "Yes, 3rd young master," Ling Feng replied with composure. Though Niao Wushuang's prowess was formidable, it did not instill fear in him. After all, he was a senior martial artist. Moreover, Niao Wushuang's earlier insult towards Ling Zhanyun was akin to slapping the face of the War Marquee's estate. A disgraced master leads to the death of his subordinates. Niao Wushuang was not only humiliating the War Marquee's estate, but also denigrating its guards. As the captain of the War Marquee's guard, a blood-soaked warrior who had fought his way through mountains of corpses, he could not endure such indignity. With a single stomp, the flagstones beneath him shattered, creating a large crater, fissures radiating outward like a blossoming flower. "Young lord, you should not insult our Marquee." Ling Feng's voice turned ominous, his expression contorting into a snarl as he shouted, "A master in distress leads to the death of his subordinates. As a guard of the War Marquee's estate, I absolutely shall not permit anyone to insult our Marquee." As his words fell, he stepped forward, and a crimson glow erupted from his fist, reminiscent of a fierce tiger unleashed, aimed directly at Niao Wushuang. 7 kills fierce tiger fist. Witnessing Ling Feng's strike, Niao Wushuang's expression shifted slightly. The 7 kills fierce tiger fist was a martial art prevalent in the military, nourished by blood to cultivate vitality and battle intent. Upon mastery, It contained lethal energy capable of harming foes invisibly. Ling Feng had perfected this technique, and the 3-inch crimson radiance upon his fist was infused with lethal energy. Should he be struck, the bloodthirst would invade Niao Wushuang's very essence, capable of obliterating a peak martial artist in an instant. Chapter 9. What fear is there in killing you? If Niao Wushuang were truly a martial artist of the true martial realm, he could effortlessly counter Ling Feng's 7 kills fierce tiger fist. Yet, he was merely at the 10th layer of the mortal martial realm, not yet a powerful martial artist. The disparity in their realms was vast, and facing a senior martial artist of the 8th layer of the true martial realm, Niao Wushuang dared not be careless. His form became ghostly as he executed the ethereal steps to evade the deadly strike of the 7 kills fierce tiger fist. Kill. At that moment, Ling Feng suddenly let out a thunderous roar, his killing intent surging dramatically. The 7-kill tiger fist unleashed a singular assault comprising 7 distinct strikes, each more ferocious and powerful than the last. With the second punch unleashed, its force multiplied exponentially compared to the first, manifesting a barrage of over a dozen fist shadows that encircled Niao Wushuang. Let's see if you can evade this. Ling Feng sneered. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that beneath the barrage of fist shadows, Niao Wushuang was merely an afterimage. What? Such swift footwork? Ling Feng was struck with disbelief. Kill, kill, kill. He shouted repeatedly, executing the 7-kill tiger fist in unrelenting succession. Each strike grew increasingly formidable, as 7 layers of fist energy coalesced into hundreds of fist imprints that blanketed the area within 10 paces. Nevertheless, despite this onslaught, not a single blow connected, not even grazing the hem of Niao Wushuang's attire. His speed was unparalleled, ethereal and elusive, far surpassing Ling Feng's own. Even Ling Feng, a seasoned martial artist at the 8th level of the true martial realm, found himself utterly powerless. Upon completing his series of attacks, he beheld Niao Wushuang standing coldly 20 paces away, arms crossed, her icy gaze sweeping over him as she declared, "Now it is my turn to strike." At her words, an inexplicable chill crept through Ling Feng's body, rising from his heels straight to his mind. Whoosh! A beam of sword light abruptly materialized from Niao Wushuang's hand. With a flick of her finger, it surged forth, extending to an impressive 5 or 6 feet in length, resembling a radiant sword. Gradually, it advanced toward Ling Feng from the void. Although the sword light appeared to move slowly, Ling Feng found himself unable to evade it. Under the oppressive aura of the sword light, even Ling Feng, at the 8th level of the true martial realm, stood frozen, as if his form had been immobilized. What was happening? How could she possess such overwhelming momentum? Ling Feng was drenched in cold sweat, desperate to evade the impending sword light, but utterly powerless. In that moment, he truly comprehended Niao Wushuang's terror. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down his forehead, splattering onto the bluestone pavement with a resounding thud, akin to a death knell, amplifying his trepidation. The sword light drew ever closer, now hovering directly above Ling Feng's head. Onlookers around them gaped in astonishment, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why wasn't he dodging? Some cried out, recognizing Ling Feng's unusual demeanor. "You know nothing. This is disdain," boasted another. Lord Ling Feng is a high-ranking martial artist, unfazed by Niao Wushuang. He is intentionally refraining from countering to humiliate her. Upon hearing such interpretations, many nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Lord Ling Feng is truly confident, standing still while allowing Niao Wushuang to strike. Such audacity stems from exceptional skill. Only a master possesses this kind of momentum, strength, and self-assurance. My admiration for Lord Ling Feng is as boundless as the waters of the Yangtze River, ceaseless and profound." As he listened to the increasingly exaggerated flattery surrounding him, a sense of urgency welled up within Ling Feng, nearly driving him to tears. "Master? Grace? Admiration? Spare me your praise. If I could move, I would have long evaded this." Suddenly, that immense sword light, descending perilously close to his head, came to an abrupt halt. Sensing the suffocating aura of the terrifying sword energy, Ling Feng exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by a profound sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. "Ha ha ha! Niao Wushuang, you are nothing but a fool. You stand there to strike. Yet you cannot even kill me." Ling Ba Tiger, intoxicated by the adulation around him, genuinely believed Ling Feng to be a formidable master, utterly disregarding Niao Wushuang's assault. He laughed boisterously, exclaiming, "Ling Feng is but a dog of our War Duke's manor, while you, the esteemed young lord of the Sword Duke's manor, are utterly useless, unable to defeat even a mere dog from our Ling family. Now, What face do you have to speak to us of the War Duke's manner? His delight was palpable. Completely oblivious to the fact that Ling Feng's countenance had turned as dark as night, his eyes reflecting profound terror and despair. At that very moment, as Ling Ba Tiger spoke, Ling Feng distinctly sensed the sword above him erupting once more with a terrifying surge of sword energy and murderous intent, enveloping his entire being. Yet, he remained utterly paralyzed, unable to even move. Ling Ba Tiger not only failed to assist him, but also acted as an unwitting hindrance, pushing him further towards doom. Such a comrade was an unbearable burden. At that instant, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Ling Ba Tiger. Are you finished? Nia Wushuang's voice dripped with cold sarcasm. Boom. At that moment, the sword light descended with lethal intent. The sword energy pierced through Ling Feng's head, erupting from his limbs. With a thunderous crash, Ling Feng was obliterated. A master of the 8th level of true martial realm was directly annihilated by the sword energy, his remains shattered into countless pieces. This scene was utterly shocking, drenched in blood, causing the multitude of onlookers to recoil in horror, covering their eyes. Ling Ba Tiger was so frightened by this spectacle that he screamed in terror. He turned pale, nearly fainting from fear. With a sound akin to rushing W in Nia Wushuang. Even if you were given 100 lives, would you dare to kill me? In response to Ling Bahu, Nia Wushuang's icy gaze conveyed a terrifying sword aura. A Tinjiang sword energy surged forth from Ling Bahu's body, cleaving him in two. Nia Wushuang strode past the bisected corpse, his domineering and frigid voice echoing behind him. What is there to fear in killing you? Chapter 10. The Celebration of the Battle Marquee. In a brief moment, he had slain dozens of guards from the Battle Marquee manor, including the third son, Ling Bahu. Nia Wushuang's reckless actions left those around him in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Nia Wushuang would possess the audacity to kill even the son of the Battle Marquee. This was a profound enmity that could lead to bloodshed throughout the entire Sword Marquee estate should it reach the ears of the Battle Marquee. Ling Long, I shall take you home. Nia Wushuang navigated through the crowd, approaching the flower palanquin, where he took Nia Linglong's small hand and smiled once more. Elder brother. Tears of excitement flowed from Nia Linglong's eyes. Her nightmare had finally come to an end. I shall take you home. Hand in hand, they moved further away. Behind him, he carried a bloodied bundle, which unmistakably contained the severed head of Ling Bahu. His intent was not merely to rescue Nia Linglong, but also to present Ling Bahu's head as a tribute to the Battle Marquee on his auspicious day. The Battle Marquee estate was festooned with lights, and the sounds of drums filled the air. Today marked a momentous occasion for the Battle Marquee household. The first significant event was the 60th birthday celebration of Battle Marquee Ling Zhanyun. The second was the marriage of Ling Bahu. This date had been deliberately chosen by Battle Marquee Ling Zhanyun, allowing Ling Bahu to bring Nia Linglong into the family, thereby elevating the stature and prestige of their lineage. At this moment, Battle Marquee Ling Zhanyun sat resplendently at the head of the banquet, his face beaming with joy, as officials and clan heads gathered below to present their various gifts in celebration. Guests from the Martial Marquee estate have arrived. With a loud announcement, the crowd parted to create a path. As one of the 3 marquises of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, the Martial Marquee held an equal status to that of the Battle Marquee. The attendance of the Martial Marquee estate at the Battle Marquee birthday celebration was a significant tribute. All eyes turned towards the entrance as a young woman entered, though she was not the Martial Marquee himself. She proceeded to the center of the hall, bowed to the exalted Battle Marquee, and in a melodious voice proclaimed, Uncle Ling, on your birthday, my father has sent me to extend his congratulations and present you with 100 top-quality shark pearls and a painting depicting the longevity of pine and crane. May your life be as enduring as the southern mountains. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well said. Battle Marquee Ling Zhanyun laughed heartily, clearly delighted, and gazed at the young woman with a hint of admiration. Quickly, someone arrange a guest seat for this distinguished talent. This young woman was none other than Wu Tianjiao, daughter of the Martial Marquee Wu Chongxiao. The Martial Marquee had a son and a daughter. His eldest son, Wu Tianlin, served in the army and had already achieved the rank of a 1,000-man commander at a young age, promising a bright future. As for his only daughter, Wu Tianjiao, she possessed extraordinary talent, having awakened the 7th-tier purple martial soul in the realm of Longjian for millions of years. A prodigy has emerged as the first to awaken a purple martial soul. At a mere 15 years of age, he has already attained the 10th layer of the true martial realm, surpassing countless peers in strength. It is highly likely that he will become the first individual in Longjian's history to ascend to the spirit martial realm before the age of 16, thus earning the title of the youngest innate grand martial master. Consequently, The martial marquis did not personally attend, and the martial prodigy's presence before Marquis Ling Zhanyun was not a source of embarrassment, but rather a cause for joy. He intentionally encouraged his second son, Ling Balong, to engage more with the martial prodigy. Ling Balong, endowed with remarkable talent, has awakened a 6th-grade orange martial soul. Now 20 years old, he too stands at the 10th layer of the true martial realm, poised to ascend to the spirit martial realm and become an innate grand martial master. Both individuals are true paragons, exceptional talents among the populace, even as the Marquis has often sought to facilitate a union between them. Regrettably, the martial Marquis has continually declined, citing that the martial prodigy is already betrothed. The one to whom he is engaged is none other than Ye Wushuang. Observing the arrangement of the martial prodigy beside Ling Balong, Ling Zhanyun wore a faint smile, turning his gaze to the esteemed steward of the Nye family, Nye Yuan, who stood respectfully nearby. He inquired softly, "That wastrel Nye Wushuang should be dead by now, correct?" "According to the Lord's words, she is undoubtedly deceased." Nye Yuan replied with a cruel smile, his tone respectful. The divine Hall's Huang Yaosher personally declared that she would not survive half an hour, and now, with half a day past, her body must surely be cold. Good, that is reassuring. Upon hearing this news, Marquis Ling Zhanyun beamed with delight. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, announcing, "The Grand Princess has arrived." "What? Even the Grand Princess is here?" Marquis Ling, esteemed and respected, must surely be honored by her presence on behalf of the Dragon Emperor. The attendance of the Emperor's own daughter to celebrate the Marquis's longevity is a tremendous honor indeed. Below, countless ministers and heads of families, upon learning of the Grand Princess's arrival, were filled with envy, seizing the opportunity to shower flattery upon the Marquis. Ling Zhanyun sat unwavering in his seat, as steadfast as a mountain. With the princess present, protocol dictated that even the Marquis should step out to greet her. Yet, Marquis Ling Zhanyun remained motionless. Soon, a woman clad in a flowing gown approached gracefully. Her beauty was striking, exuding not the gentle charm of a common lady, but rather an imperial majesty and unparalleled spirit. This was the Grand Princess, a daughter of the imperial lineage, radiating an aura akin to that of a female emperor. "Greetings, Grand Princess." As she entered, countless ministers and heads of families knelt in reverence. "Rise," her voice resonated like the sound of gold and jade. With a clap of her hands, 2 exquisite maidens emerged from behind her, each bearing a gift. "On behalf of my father, I present to you 100 aperture dragon essence pill and a map of the vast empire, to celebrate your enduring longevity," the Grand Princess proclaimed, her voice melodious and rich. As these offerings were announced, the expressions of the guests in the grand hall changed dramatically. Even the newly seated Wu Tianjiao's countenance changed dramatically. The 100 aperture dragon essence pill is a rare elixir exclusive to the royal family, said to unlock the body's 100 apertures, allowing the influx of true energy, potentially increasing a warrior's energy reserves by more than tenfold. Even within the royal family, the quantity of 100 aperture dragon essence pills is limited. It is exceedingly difficult for royal disciples to obtain one unless they possess extraordinary talent or have made significant contributions. Since the founding of the Dragon Sword Kingdom 300 years ago, apart from the royal disciples, only the Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong received 100 aperture dragon essence pill as a reward from the Dragon Emperor after his monumental victory over the southern barbarians, capturing their king and achieving unparalleled military merit. Now, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor has similarly bestowed 100 aperture dragon essence pill upon the War Marquis, the implications of which are unmistakable. It signifies the expectation that the War Marquis will exhibit loyalty akin to that of the Sword Marquis, supporting the Dragon Sword Kingdom with unwavering dedication. This gift was accepted graciously by the War Marquis. However, the map of 1,000 miles of territory carries a different connotation. Such a vast dominion is reserved solely for the Emperor. By gifting this map to the War Marquis, the Dragon Emperor is clearly testing his fidelity. Many anticipated that the War Marquis would humbly decline the map, adhering to the role of a loyal subject. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the War Marquis merely furrowed his brow and with a grand gesture proclaimed, "I humbly thank the Dragon Emperor for this generous gift." With this simple statement, he accepted both gifts. This action caused the complexion of the Grand Princess to subtly shift, leading her to retreat to the side in anger, accompanied by her maidservant. Chapter 11. I come to celebrate your longevity. In an instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew exceedingly tense. The ministers and heads of families exchanged wary glances, hesitant to display any undue familiarity with the War Marquis. Suddenly, a voice shattered the oppressive silence that had enveloped the hall. Particularly, upon hearing the words Sword Marquis's esteemed guest, even the War Marquis Ling Zhanyun standing in the center of the hall, trembled with fear. A guest from the Sword Marquis's residence? The War Marquis's expression shifted, and he exclaimed with a hint of trepidation, "Could it be that old fellow Nie Jiantong has returned?" The chief steward of the Sword Marquis's residence stood beside him. As for the young Marquis, Nie Wushuang, he believed him to be dead. Apart from Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong, he could not fathom who else could represent the Sword Marquis's residence. Who dares to impersonate a distinguished guest of the Sword Marquis's estate? Nie Yuan immediately stepped away from the War Marquis, hastening towards the entrance. As the chief steward of the Sword Marquis's residence, he is the true master of the estate now. Who else could dare to represent the Sword Marquis's residence? Just as he was about to take a few steps, he was struck with terror upon seeing a young man in white slowly approaching from the entrance. Why, young Marquis? Nie Yuan was momentarily frozen in place, scarcely believing that the esteemed guest from the Sword Marquis's residence was, in fact, Nie Wushuang, the very one he had thought to be dead, whose body he believed to have already grown cold. The War Marquis Ling Zhanyun also caught sight of Nie Wushuang entering and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it is not that old fellow Nie Jiantong. The only individual from the Sword Marquis's residence that he truly feared was Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong. As for Nie Wushuang, he stood before him like an insignificant ant, unworthy of his consideration. Who did I think he was? It turned out to be the young Lord Nie Wushuang. This so-called waste is the sole heir of the Sword Marquis mansion, indeed capable of representing it. To my surprise, this fellow has finally shown some initiative, coming to present gifts to the War Marquis. Is he seeking to curry favor with the War Marquis? Around them, many guests recognized Nie Wushuang's identity, their voices laced with disdain. The reputation of Nie Wushuang as a failure has spread throughout the entire Longjian kingdom, even with his title as a young lord. These individuals continued to look down upon him. Their words dripped with mockery and scorn towards Nie Wushuang. They all assumed he had come to ingratiate himself with the War Marquis, Ling Zhanyun. Even Ling Zhanyun held this belief. In the hall, only Nie Yuan looked on in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of panic as he beheld this doomed individual before him. He hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Nie Wushuang, angrily demanding, "What are you doing here? Get back at once." A mere steward of the Marquis dared to publicly chastise the young lord. This act of Nie Yuan drew frowns from many onlookers. However, the tale of the servant oppressing the master within the Sword Marquis mansion was already well known, and the crowd merely regarded it as a source of amusement. If I were in the Marquis's position, I would have long since taken my own life. Someone called out, intentionally humiliating Nie Wushuang. Nie Wushuang halted in his tracks, his cold gaze radiating authority as he fixed his eyes upon Nie Yuan, suddenly bellowing, "Dog servant, when did the Nie family come under your command?" With a resounding slap, Nie Wushuang struck Nie Yuan across the face. The sound of the slap was crisp and sharp, leaving Nie Yuan momentarily dazed. He had never anticipated that Nie Wushuang would dare to hit him, especially in front of so many witnesses. The force of the blow left Nie Yuan's face swollen, and fury welled up in his eyes. He raised his hand, ready to retaliate against Nie Wushuang, roaring in a vicious manner, "Do you dare strike me? Are you tired of living?" However, before his hand could reach Nie Wushuang's face, he received another resounding slap on the other side, this one even more forceful, causing him to stagger back several steps. As he retreated, clutching his swollen cheeks, he completely lost his composure. With a furious scream, he charged at Nie Wushuang. Yet, as his body moved, he was met with Nie Wushuang's icy gaze, accompanied by a commanding roar, "Dog servant, do you intend to rebel?" This thunderous shout sent a shiver down Nie Yuan's spine, leaving him frozen in place. After all, this was the War Marquis mansion, surrounded by numerous officials and esteemed families. He was well aware that even if he wielded power within the Sword Marquis mansion, it was ultimately an internal matter. To act against Nie Wushuang in front of outsiders would be tantamount to rebellion. To harm one's master is equivalent to insurrection. The grave crime of rebellion could lead to the annihilation of entire clans. Terrified, Nie Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, standing there paralyzed, too afraid to offer any resistance. Upon encountering the previously imposing steward Nie Yuan, he was instantly subdued by Nie Wushuang's unexpected display of authority, leaving the surrounding ministers and clan heads in sheer astonishment. They had all heard tales of the young lord Nie Wushuang being a mere waste. Yet never had they anticipated that a so-called waste could exude such dominance and presence. Reflecting on Nie Wushuang's earlier display of might, those who had mocked him were involuntarily struck by a chill that surged through their minds. Even the battle lord Ling Zhanyun was taken aback by Nie Wushuang's formidable demeanor. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed a trace of the sword lord Nie Jiantong's formidable aura emanating from Nie Wushuang. This overwhelming presence instilled fear and trepidation within the battle lord's heart. This young man must not be allowed to remain. Ling Zhanyun pondered darkly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze as he turned to Niao Wushuang, gravely inquiring, "Noble nephew Wushuang, your presence here to celebrate my birthday is indeed thoughtful. However, this is not your sword lord's residence. If you wish to discipline a servant, you should return to your own estate." His words were unapologetically blunt, essentially issuing an edict of expulsion to Niao Wushuang. Was this truly an expulsion? Yet Niao Wushuang remained unfazed, letting out a cold laugh as he proclaimed, "Regardless of your welcome, I have come to extend my birthday wishes." The notion of receiving birthday wishes from him amused Ling Zhanyun, who waved dismissively, saying, "Then place your gift down and leave." His statement clearly reiterated his intent to cast Niao Wushuang out, thereby inflicting a grave humiliation upon the sword lord's residence. Niao Wushuang, fully aware of Ling Zhanyun's intentions, remained steadfast, his authoritative gaze locked onto the elevated figure of Ling Zhanyun as he unveiled a blood-stained red cloth, boldly declaring, "I wish to witness the battle lord accept this gift." The red cloth, tainted with blood, ominously dripped crimson droplets, leaving no doubt that it contained something gruesome. Bestowing such a macabre gift was nothing short of a harbinger of misfortune. Chapter 12. A gift of your son's head. Ling Zhanyun's countenance darkened considerably, and with a fierce shake of his hand, he shattered the dragon-headed armrest of his chair into fine dust, roaring in fury, "Come forth, throw him out." No sooner had he spoken than 4 or 5 martial guards from the duke's residence, all at the 6th level of true martial realm, surged forward. Yet, before they could close the distance, Niao Wushuang bellowed, "Stand aside." Hundreds of terrifying sword energies erupted from his body, cleaving through the guards with ease. The sound of their bodies splitting echoed through the hall, accompanied by the splatter of blood that stained the space red. Standing resolutely, Niao Wushuang opened the parcel, allowing a bloody, even the princess, who had just taken her seat in the VIP section, was taken aback and stood up in shock upon witnessing the head that had rolled to the feet of the war marquis. In the grand hall, nearly every gaze was fixed upon that severed head, eager to uncover the identity of its owner. What a splendid gift for the war marquis's birthday. Since the sword marquis's estate was unable to prepare a proper present, let us offer the head of your son as a tribute. The voice of Niao Wushuang reverberated through the room, sending shockwaves throughout the assembly. Almost everyone held their breath, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the head lying at the war marquis's feet, unable to fathom that it belonged to the war marquis's son. The war marquis had 3 sons. The eldest was stationed at the border, suppressing the barbaric tribes, and could not return even for his father's grand celebration. The second son, Ling Balong, had already taken his place in the VIP area. Thus, it was all too clear whose head lay there. It belonged to the war marquis's 3rd son, Ling Bahu. Today should have marked a night of joyous union for Ling Bahu, yet he was reduced to nothing more than a severed head. The perpetrator of this heinous act was none other than Niao Wushuang. To sever someone's son's head and dare to present it as a birthday gift was an act of sheer madness that left the entire hall in stunned silence. Could this truly be the same Niao Wushuang, once known as a mere wastrel throughout the Dragon Sword Kingdom? At this moment, Niao Wushuang exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Even in the presence of the war marquis, he displayed no fear. Such poise and ferocity were far from the demeanor of a mere fool. He resembled a sovereign. The war marquis, Ling Zhanyun, knelt down carefully to lift Ling Bahu's head, placing it gently upon the table beside him. After completing this grim task, he slowly turned, his icy gaze fixed intently on Niao Wushuang, calm as a slumbering lion. However, everyone understood that Ling Zhanyun was not a sleeping lion, but rather one teetering on the brink of fury, a lion poised to unleash its wrath. Blood would surely flow today. It had been years since anyone had provoked such rage within him. Ling Zhanyun's voice was deep, a strange smile creeping across his face. Yet, beneath that somber tone lay the imminent eruption of his pent-up fury. The 60th birthday of the war marquis, a celebration meticulously orchestrated by Ling Zhanyun, had been utterly destroyed by Niao Wushuang. What should have been a day of joy had transformed into one of mourning. Anyone in his position would struggle to bear such a burden, and would surely be consumed by rage. The war marquis was no exception, descending from his elevated position. His eyes never strayed from Niao Wushuang's form as he moved forward slowly, his voice low and heavy. "Niao Wushuang, grandson of the sword marquis, the young lord of the sword marquis's estate. I seem to discern a trace of Nie Jiantong in you." Each title he uttered grew more ominous, more weighty, until the final name erupted with lethal intent, his fury unleashed like a roaring lion. "I loathe you. I curse the day I did not end your life 3 years ago." I regret my moment of compassion that cost my son his life today. At this moment, his fury erupted in its entirety. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch directed at Niao Wushuang, a formidable war marquis, a powerful being at the 10th level of the spirit martial realm. The moment he struck, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire hall. In that instant, everyone felt a suffocating sensation. They could distinctly perceive the sorrow and rage emanating from the heart of the war marquis, a tempest of fury. All present recoiled in terror, retreating even beyond the hall. No one dared to approach even a step closer. Even esteemed guests like Wu Tianjiao and the princess did not dare to linger, following the crowd outside the hall. Inside, only Niao Wushuang remained, standing alone against the terrifying aura of war marquis Ling Zhanyun. He was doomed. He was courting death. Today, the Sword Marquis Manor would run red with blood. It was a tragic fate for the Sword Marquis, whose legacy was now threatened by the arrogance of this reckless Niao Wushuang. Outside the hall, many sighed in despair. Although Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong had departed from Yongzhou City for 3 years, his reputation endured. Every citizen of the Longjian Kingdom held a profound respect for Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong. Many regarded the Sword Marquis Manor as a sacred place in their hearts. Yet now, this grand estate was on the verge of ruin due to Niao Wushuang's ignorant arrogance. The War Marquis, in his wrath, threatened to spill blood and shatter the Sword Marquis Manor. Even the last descendant of Sword Marquis, Nie Jiantong, seemed destined to perish here today. Some lamented, others despaired. But no one dared to step forward. No one had the courage to speak on behalf of Niao Wushuang. Within the hall, Niao Wushuang stood resolute, unmoving. Even in the face of War Marquis Ling Zhanyun's terrifying aura, he did not flinch. As Ling Zhanyun's fist hurtled toward him, Niao Wushuang finally sprang into action. His body moved like a wraith, attempting to evade Ling Zhanyun's strike. Humph. You think you can evade my attack? War Marquis Ling Zhanyun saw through Niao Wushuang's intentions with a cold sneer. His aura locked onto Niao Wushuang's form, and his fist struck like the very thunder itself. Boom. His fist collided with Niao Wushuang's body, yet it felt as though he had struck nothing but air, causing Ling Zhanyun to stagger forward slightly. The Niao Wushuang who should have been struck seemed to vanish like a wisp of air. An afterimage. The War Marquis was taken aback. He had struck nothing but Niao Wushuang's afterimage. How could this be? He had locked onto Niao Wushuang with his aura prior to his attack. There should have been no opportunity for escape. Yet Niao Wushuang had still eluded his fist. This was a testament to Niao Wushuang's astonishing speed, so swift that even the War Marquis could only watch in astonishment. Chapter 13. Hatred to the bone. The name of Niao Wushuang, the so-called waste, spread throughout the Longjian Kingdom. Everyone knew he was deemed a failure. Yet now, this universally acknowledged waste had escaped from the War Marquis's aura. This scene left all present in stunned disbelief. He evaded it. How could this be possible? Was he not a waste? Could it be that his martial soul talent has returned? Outside the hall, all present gasped in astonishment. They found it hard to believe that Niao Wushuang had actually evaded the attack of the Battle Marquis. That was the Battle Marquis, the third strongest in the Dragon Sword Kingdom, a peak martial master at the 10th level of the spirit martial realm. With his strength, eliminating Niao Wushuang would have been a mere child's play. Yet, an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. What had just transpired? Within the crowd, Wu Tianjiao wore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly the same worthless individual he had always looked down upon? Was this the same person he had once humiliated to the point of near death? At that moment, a sense of unease and fear surged within Wu Tianjiao's heart. Inside the hall, after the Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun missed his strike, he hesitated to act immediately. A dignified Battle Marquis had failed to land a blow on a mere junior. This scene was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Battle Marquis. He stood there, momentarily at a loss, unable to move forward or retreat. The atmosphere in the hall became exceedingly awkward. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. As Ling Balong entered with a grim expression, remarking, "If my father is too merciful to deliver the fatal blow himself, allow me, his son, to take on the task." Ling Balong's words provided a way out for the Battle Marquis. Ling Zhanyun sighed deeply and, feigning indifference, replied, "The enmity of killing a son is irreconcilable. However, if I were to kill you personally, it would be an act of bullying, and I doubt you would rest easy in death." The Battle Marquis retreated to his seat. His large hand reaching out as a torrent of terrifying true energy surged from his palm, lifting the dragon scale sword from several meters away. With a sound akin to a dragon's roar, the dragon scale sword was drawn, its resonance piercing through the ears of even the many powerful figures outside the hall. "Longer. Receive the sword." Ling Zhanyun's face twisted with a hint of malevolence as he shouted with fervor, "This little beast must not be allowed an easy end." I want to witness you torture him until he bleeds out, granting him no respite until his last breath. He desired Nia Wushuang to suffer torment, seeking neither life nor death, until he could draw his final breath. Anything less would not suffice to quench his deep-seated hatred. Rest assured, father. As Ling Ba Long deftly flicked his wrist, he grasped the long sword, and an aura of formidable dominance emanated from him, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. This was the effect of his cultivation in the spirit-level supreme martial art, the true dragon domineering technique. Complementing this technique was a remarkable spirit-level swordsmanship known as the Heavenly Sun True Dragon Sword Technique, a martial art once practiced by the current Dragon Emperor in his youth, now bestowed upon Ling Ba Long, highlighting the immense trust the Dragon Emperor placed in the Ling family. With the dragon scale sword in hand, Ling Ba Long resembled a timeless sovereign. He brandished the sword, pointing it menacingly at Nia Wushuang, his eyes filled with hatred. Had I known this day would come, my father should have annihilated the Sword Marquis Manor 3 years ago, ridding the world of you, this vile creature. His animosity towards Nia Wushuang ran deep. In his eyes, if not for Nia Wushuang, he and Wu Tianjiao would have been an enviable couple. Although it was he who sought to take Nia Wushuang's fiancée, he perceived Nia Wushuang as an obstacle between himself and Wu Tianjiao. Such a person, in his opinion, epitomized shamelessness to the highest degree. Even without the death of Ling Bahu, he would have sought every means to eliminate Nia Wushuang. Ling Bahu's demise merely provided him with a seemingly justifiable pretext. As Ling Ba Long reversed the long sword, infusing it with his true energy, the dragon scale sword emitted a resonant dragon's roar, reverberating through the heavens. The sword radiated a fierce sword light, exuding a murderous aura that chilled the air. The colossal spirit dragon, resembling a dragon-scale python, manifested above the sword, its massive form occupying much of the room, merging its ferocious, beastly essence with the sword's energy, creating an overwhelming aura of sword might that enveloped the entire hall. I shall use this dragon-scale sword to peel away your flesh bit by bit, allowing you to savor the agony of 1,000 cuts. Ling Ba Long sneered malevolently. With a swift motion of his hand, the dragon-scale sword transformed into a beam of light, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at Nia Wushuang. Standing resolute, Nia Wushuang remained undeterred. Even in the face of this spirit-level soul sword, his eyes sparkled with divine brilliance as the chaos-devouring dragon martial soul silently stirred within him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Following his victory over Ling Feng, he had already ascended to the true martial realm. When he had dispatched several guards from the Marquis of War, he seized the opportunity to absorb their martial souls and true energy, propelling his cultivation further to the second layer of the true martial realm. As he unleashed his full true energy, showcasing the might of the second layer of the true martial realm, gasps of astonishment reverberated around him. The second layer of the true martial realm. My heavens! He is merely at the second layer of the true martial realm. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Even the esteemed Marquis of War was taken aback, his eyes almost bulging in shock. How could Nia Wushuang, at the second layer of the true martial realm, have so effortlessly slain 5 guards at the 6th layer of the true martial realm? How could he have displayed such astonishing speed that even the peak 10th layer martial master of the spirit martial realm found it astonishing, managing to escape under his very gaze? How could all this possibly be achieved by a mere martial artist of the second layer of the true martial realm? Not only was Ling Zhan and Zhan Yun profoundly astonished, but the crowd outside the hall was equally taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. No one could fathom that Nia Wushuang, who had the audacity to intrude upon the Zhanhou residence, was merely a humble warrior of the second layer of the true martial realm. It was akin to courting death. Chapter 14. You dare to wield a sword. Ha ha ha. I thought your talent had truly returned, but it turns out you are simply a low-level martial artist of the second layer of the true martial realm. With such feeble strength, how dare you provoke the Zhanhou residents? You must be seeking death on purpose. Ling Balong laughed uproariously, feeling more at ease upon discerning Nia Wushuang's true capabilities. As a peak martial artist of the 10th layer of the true martial realm, dispatching a low-level warrior was a task well within his grasp. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard Nia Wushuang emit a derisive chuckle from across the room. You are indeed correct. I am seeking death, but not for myself. Instead, I have come to eradicate you despicable, shameless wretches. Ling Balong stood momentarily dumbfounded. In a slip of the tongue, he had likened the Zhanhou residence to a latrine, only to have Nia Wushuang deftly turn it against him. Regaining his composure, Ling Balong was nearly spitting blood in rage, furiously pointing at Nia Wushuang, howling, "You little beast, I wonder how long you can keep up your sharp tongue." Boom. Grasping the dragon scale sword, he unleashed a tempest of blue sword energy, instantly stirring a maelstrom within the hall. Amidst the tumultuous waves of blue sword energy, a colossal dragon-scaled python coiled, emitting a spine-chilling roar. Heavenly Sun's true dragon sword technique. Ling Balong bellowed, channeling this spirit-level sword art to its utmost limit. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in a tsunami of sword energy. Niao Wushuang found himself completely submerged in this surging tide. His frail form appeared even more insignificant and fragile in the face of such a tempest. He was doomed. The Heavenly Sun's true dragon sword technique was a spirit-level sword art, capable of contending even with innate grandmasters. How could Niao Wushuang, a mere low-level martial artist, withstand such an assault? Everyone believed Niao Wushuang was as good as dead. With Ling Balong's peak martial prowess combined with the spirit-level sword, there was no chance this scene was both eerie and breathtaking. Ling Balong could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth is happening?" This was a phenomenon that had never occurred since he began practicing the Emperor's true dragon sword technique. As he beheld the sword energy swirling around Niao Wushuang, Ling Balong roared defiantly, "I refuse to accept this." With a resounding crash, he pivoted his dragon scale sword, unleashing the full potential of the Emperor's true dragon sword technique. From the myriad sword energies, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated. The dragon's roar merged with the sword energy, coalescing in the hall into a 7-foot-long sword energy dragon. This was the 4th level of the Emperor's true dragon sword technique, where sword energy materializes as a true dragon. Even my father, at the age of 34, only reached this level. Yet here was Ling Balong, merely 20 years old, having achieved it. The princess's fair countenance altered as she gazed at the sword energy dragon in the hall, exclaiming, "Ling Balong's swordsmanship talent surpasses even that of martial souls. He is indeed a once-in-a-century sword genius." The aptitude for swordsmanship determines one's accomplishments in the art, as well as the speed of one's training. The higher the realm of swordsmanship, the greater the power one can wield with the same technique. Indeed, some martial artists who have attained levels beyond the 4th tier of swordsmanship can effortlessly defeat foes of higher rank. With a sword in hand, the world is mine encapsulates the essence of those profound sword cultivators. The realms of swordsmanship are categorized into 7 stages: mastery of sword techniques, gathering sword forces, wielding the sword with chi, unity of heart and sword, the world as the sword, selflessness and sword, and profound comprehension of the sword. Above these 7 realms lie even more formidable levels of sword intent. However, for the warriors of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, sword intent is a mythical existence. Within the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom, only 3 sword martial artists have reached the 4th tier of swordsmanship: the unity of heart and sword, Sword Marquis, Dragon Emperor, and War Marquis. All of them reached this state at the age of 30 and above. Ling Balong, achieving the unity of heart and sword at the tender age of 20, exemplifies his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. It is no wonder that the sword sect has personally sent representatives to recruit him as an outer disciple. As Ling Balong manifested this sword energy dragon, the onlookers outside the hall were utterly mesmerized. Among them were many sword experts who immediately recognized Ling Balong's level of swordsmanship, expressing their awe. He has actually attained the unity of heart and sword. If I recall correctly, he is only 20 this year. A sword master at such a young age. What a marvel! The War Marquis' son possesses such prowess. It is no wonder the Dragon Emperor does not regard him lightly. Once Ling Balong truly becomes an outer disciple of the sword sect, it would be merely a matter of words for the War Marquis to extinguish the Dragon Emperor and take his place. The sword sect is a major power within Liangzhou, accepting tributes from thousands of small nations like the Dragon Sword Kingdom. The status of an outer disciple of the sword sect is far more esteemed than that of a sovereign. The Dragon Emperor, thus, sought to use the War Marquis' grand birthday as a pretext to gauge him through the princess, driven by this very concern. Yet, it appears the Dragon Emperor's apprehensions were entirely justified. Both the War Marquis and his son are unwilling to be overshadowed by others. Once the father and son ascend to power, the Dragon Sword Kingdom will surely witness a transformation of fortunes. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, Niao Wushuang, enveloped by the sword's aura, proclaimed with composure and authority, "Before me, you are unworthy to wield a sword." His voice rang out like a thunderclap, infused with an unparalleled dominance that suppressed all in its wake. As the esteemed divine emperor, his presence was nothing short of formidable. Even a mere fraction of his might sent shivers through the hearts of all present. Outside the hall, weaker guests and servants were so overwhelmed that they knelt in fear. Even the formidable General Ling Zhanyun trembled involuntarily upon hearing that commanding shout. As for Ling Balong, he was so startled by the declaration that his arm quivered, causing the dragon scale sword to slip from his grasp. Despite having achieved the realm of unity between heart and sword, he was so taken aback that he dropped his weapon, an embarrassment far worse than a slap to the face. Chapter 15. Soul Technique, the duality of ice and fire. Moreover, even Ling Balong's fully concentrated sword aura dragon halted abruptly as it approached Niao Wushuang, pausing just above his head, a mere inch away from his nose. It was clear that with just a slight advance, it could pierce through Niao Wushuang's form and secure victory, yet it remained motionless, as if ensnared in place. This scene was utterly bizarre. I have stated, before me, you are not worthy to wield a sword. As Ling Balong's face contorted in terror, Niao Wushuang made his move. With his chilling and commanding voice echoing, he took a deliberate step forward. With that singular step, astonishing changes transpired around him. Boom. The 8-foot-long sword aura dragon shattered explosively. Streams of sword energy erupted from beneath Niao Wushuang's feet, surging forward like arrows released from a bow, pressing relentlessly toward Ling Balong. In that moment, he resembled an emperor of swords, radiating a sharp aura from every pore. With each motion, countless sword energies erupted, enveloping the entire hall. The sword energies intertwined, creating a terrifying space of blades that forced Ling Balong to retreat continuously. Previously, Ling Balong had utilized the Heart Sword Unity technique to suppress Niao Wushuang, but the tables had now turned completely. Even Ling Balong, who had attained the Heart Sword Unity, found himself unable to withstand the pressure of Niao Wushuang's sword energy. This was ample testament to the superiority of Niao Wushuang's swordsmanship over that of Ling Balong, another prodigy of swordsmanship achieving Heart Sword Unity. The princess gasped, her eyelids and heart racing in disbelief at this revelation. While Ling Balong had reached this pinnacle at the age of 20, Niao Wushuang appeared to be merely 16. At the tender age of 16, achieving the extraordinary realm of the unification of heart and sword transcends mere talent. Outside the grand hall, at this moment, everyone held their breath, eyes wide with astonishment, captivated by the unfolding scene. The imagined defeat of Niao Wushuang did not materialize. Instead, it was Ling Balong, whom they all praised, who found himself retreating under the weight of suppression, reduced to a state of utter disarray. Could it be that I am mistaken? Has Niao Wushuang also attained the unification of heart and sword? My heavens, he is merely 16. How could he possibly achieve such mastery in swordsmanship? The descendants of the Sword Marquis mansion are indeed prodigies in the art of the sword. Nay, they are genius incarnate. After a brief silence, gasps of wonder erupted from the crowd. No one dared to believe that Niao Wushuang, whom they had underestimated, was also a genius of the sword. Moreover, he was even more formidable and gifted than Ling Balong. At just 16, having reached the 4th level of swordsmanship, if left to grow, what might he become? In this moment, even the battle marquis, Ling Zhanyun, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Niao Wushuang. His gaze burned with murderous intent. Fixated on the sword-enshrouded Niao Wushuang, he barked viciously. This boy must not survive today. Should Niao Wushuang live, he would pose the greatest threat to their battle marquis mansion. As Ling Balong was forced back to the edge of the hall by Niao Wushuang's sword aura, Ling Zhanyun suddenly shouted, "Longer, do not hold back. Eliminate this little beast at once." His commanding voice jolted Ling Balong from his state of terror. "Martial soul, activate!" Ling Balong bellowed. As waves of azure, true energy erupted from within him. The true energy swirled around his head, coalescing into a vast ocean of power. Within this ocean of true energy, a colossal two-headed dragon emerged. The azure dragon radiated an orange glow. This was Ling Balong's orange martial soul, the Ice Fire Dragon. His martial soul granted him mastery over the dual forces of ice and fire. With his martial soul fully awakened, his power soared to the pinnacle of the true martial realm. Within the true martial realm, he was nearly invincible. Streams of true energy surged forth from his body, exuding a terrifying aura that could rival that of a 3rd or 4th level innate grand martial artist within the spirit martial realm. Boom. Ling Balong's arms trembled as the Ice Fire Dragon martial soul coiled around them. Instantly, one arm turned white, a surge of icy power emanating from his palm, while the other became crimson, flames bursting forth from his hand. His hands commanded the elements of ice and fire. His body transformed into a peculiar spectacle of half red and half white. Martial soul fusion. Upon witnessing this, Niao Wushuang's expression shifted slightly. Only warriors of the spirit martial realm could achieve martial soul fusion. Upon merging, a warrior's defensive capabilities would exponentially increase. and they would gain complete mastery over their martial soul's innate abilities, manifesting soul techniques. As Ling Balong fused with the ice-fire dragon martial soul, he rubbed his fists together, unleashing torrents of icy flames that surged toward Niao Wushuang. Soul technique, dual heavens of ice and fire. Ling Balong roared. Suddenly, from his fist surged a tempest of ice and flames, intertwining to create a swirling storm. Crackling sounds echoed as the forces of ice and fire manifested around this tempest, giving rise to a breathtaking spectacle of half an iceberg and half a sea of flames. This scene left onlookers astounded, causing a considerable stir. Even Niao Wushuang's expression shifted slightly, astonished that Ling Balong, despite merely being at the 10th level of true martial realm, could achieve a fusion of martial soul and even comprehend soul techniques. This clearly illustrated the remarkable talent possessed by Ling Balong. Faced with the assault of Ling Balong's soul technique, Niao Wushuang's demeanor grew serious for the first time. The power of soul techniques does not surpass martial arts, yet it remains the most suitable combat method for martial artists. Once a soul technique is unleashed, the martial artist's strength amalgamates with their martial soul, resulting in a formidable surge of power. At this moment, Ling Balong, having reached the 10th level of true martial realm, wielding his ice-fire dragon martial soul to execute a soul technique, would stand a fighting chance even against innate grand martial artists at the 5th or 6th levels of spirit martial realm. How much more so against Niao Wushuang, who was only at the 2nd level of true martial realm, confronted by the dual pressures of ice and fire. Niao Wushuang had no choice but to activate his martial soul, the chaos-devouring sky dragon martial soul, unleashed. With a low exclamation, Niao Wushuang fully awakened his chaos-devouring sky dragon martial soul. Instantly, his cultivation soared from the 2nd to the 10th level of true martial realm. The immense chaos-devouring sky dragon radiated boundless azure light, materializing from within him. The azure dragon, stretching 7 or 8 feet in length, coiled majestically, overwhelming all surrounding martial souls with its terrifying aura, causing them to tremble in fear. Even the weaker martial souls cowered to the ground, as if in worship, bowing towards Niao Wushuang's divine dragon martial soul in the hall. Even the martial soul within the war marquis Ling Zhanyun nearly succumbed to the urge to bow before Niao Wushuang's dragon martial soul. A glance outside the hall revealed nearly 100 people kneeling. They did not wish to submit, yet were compelled by their martial souls to do so. They knelt not before Niao Wushuang, but rather in reverence of his divine dragon martial soul. Chapter 16. Instant aging. This scene was truly breathtaking. Everyone stood in awe, gazing at Niao Wushuang and the divine dragon martial soul hovering above him. What was that? A dragon martial soul? Could it possibly be real? How could one possess a dragon martial soul? No one dared to believe that Niao Wushuang had unleashed a dragon martial soul, the most supreme and powerful martial soul. 3 years prior, Niao Wushuang's silver martial soul had already caused a sensation throughout the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Now, he had awakened yet another dragon martial soul. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the entire Liangzhou. This was utterly impossible. It could not be a dragon martial soul. Outside the hall, Wu Tianjiao's eyes filled with dread as he screamed hoarsely, "The azure light! His martial soul is azure. It absolutely cannot be a dragon martial soul." As Wu Tianjiao's voice fell, everyone noticed the azure glow emanating from Niao Wushuang's martial soul. It was indeed an azure martial soul. I was utterly taken aback. I initially believed it to be the dragon martial soul. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The azure martial soul, while commendable, was not astonishing. At least among the warriors present, 2 possessed azure martial souls, the war marquis Ling Zhanyun and the princess, both wielding 5th-tier azure martial souls. In contrast, Ling Balong's martial soul boasted an even greater prowess, a 6th-tier orange martial soul. As for Wu Tianjiao, he was even more remarkable, bearing a 7th-tier purple martial soul. It turns out to be merely an azure martial soul. I thought perhaps your silver martial soul had returned. Ling Balong exhaled deeply, discreetly wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and confidently proclaimed, "You little beast, this day next year shall be your day of reckoning." As his voice echoed, the dual powers of ice and fire surged to their zenith, enveloping half of the hall in a terrifying freeze while the other half ignited into a sea of flames, reducing countless tables and chairs to ashes. In the center of the hall, War Marquis Ling Zhanyun, confronted by these 2 formidable forces, waved his hand, unleashing a stream of azure true energy that materialized into a protective barrier before him. This true energy barrier could only be executed by innate grand martial masters of the spirit martial realm. Before this barrier, even the might of ice and fire could not advance an inch. Dragon, conclude this swiftly. This fellow is exceedingly peculiar. War Marquis Ling Zhanyun urged in a hushed tone. Unbeknownst to him, an overwhelming sense of dread began to envelop his heart. Each glance at Nie Wuxuang ignited a fear within him, a sensation he only experienced in the presence of two individuals, Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong and the current Dragon Emperor. Both were formidable martial kings who had entered the Xuanwu realm. The fact that a mere second-level true martial realm ant like Nie Wuxuang could evoke such feelings was nothing short of astonishing. Especially after the release of Nie Wuxuang's martial soul, Ling Zhanyun's trepidation intensified. Others might simplistically regard Nie Wuxuang's martial soul as an azure one. Yet Ling Zhanyun discerned its unique essence. He even speculated that it was certainly not an ordinary azure martial soul. It was likely a superlative martial soul, surpassing even Nie Wuxuang's original silver martial soul. While the crowd outside may have been oblivious to the existence of superlative martial souls, War Marquis Ling Zhanyun was acutely aware. He understood that superlative martial souls transcended the nine-colored martial souls, manifesting in a myriad of hues, including the azure superlative martial soul. Recognizing this, Ling Zhanyun could scarcely contain himself, eager for Ling Balong to eliminate Nie Wuxuang. If Nie Wuxuang truly possessed a superlative martial soul, even he, the War Marquis, would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish him. In such a scenario, even the Dragon Emperor might intervene to safeguard Nie Wuxuang. That would spell the end for their War Marquis mansion. Kill! Ling Balong roared, his body darting forward with swift intensity. With a vigorous swing of his arms, they transformed into two colossal serpents, intent on ensnaring Nie Wuxuang. Faced with the overwhelming tempest of ice and fire, Nie Wuxuang found his true energy wavering. A flicker of divine light shone in his eyes as he growled, "First battle form, activate." As his voice echoed, the chaotic devouring dragon above his head underwent another transformation. The originally 7 or 8 zhang long dragon body instantly elongated to a staggering 17 or 18 zhang. With this elongation, Nie Wuxuang's realm surged dramatically, propelling him from the 10th layer of true martial realm to the first layer of spiritual martial realm. Such is the terrifying nature of the martial soul's battle form. Even in its initial activation, Nie Wuxuang had already experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation. Upon unlocking the first battle form again, his cultivation ascended another substantial tier, temporarily breaking through to the spiritual martial realm, thus becoming a natural great martial master. His inner true energy surged like a tidal wave, rolling tumultuously with each gesture. Radiant energy burst forth from his body, transforming into countless sword energies. With his fingers converged, he formed a sword seal, and in an instant, the sword energies, as if imbued with consciousness, swiftly gathered at his fingertips. In a fleeting moment, an 8-foot-long light sword materialized at his fingertips. This sword was entirely composed of condensed sword energy, epitomizing the pinnacle of the heart sword unity technique. Whoosh! He thrust his finger forward, and the 8-foot light sword shot forth with incredible speed. The sword light flashed like lightning, the sword energy surged like a dragon, and the terrifying sword momentum cleaved through the very essence of the ice and fire tempest. Crack! The sturdy blue oak stone floor beneath the hall was carved into a half-foot-deep chasm by this singular strike. Boom! The light sword collided with Ling Balong's arms, and in merely an instant, they were shattered to pieces. Ling Balong let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body hurtling backward. His martial soul was forcefully expelled, crashing to the ground. Roar! The chaotic devouring dragon martial soul above Nie Wuxuang surged forth, lunging at Ling Balong's martial soul. However, before the chaotic devouring dragon could draw near, a thunderous shout resonated from the center of the hall. Stop! Accompanied by this bellow, the figure of Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun appeared before Ling Balong's martial soul, waving his hand to repel the approaching chaotic devouring dragon martial soul. He shielded Ling Balong, whose arms lay in ruins, blood pooling around him. Dragon! Gazing at Ling Balong's vacant arms, Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun let out a soul-wrenching roar. In a brief span, one son lay dead while the other was rendered incapacitated. This was undoubtedly a grievous blow for Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun, as his heart-rending cries echoed. The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes nearly popping out at the unfolding scene. The once salt and pepper hair of Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun had, in that fleeting moment, turned as white as snow. In that instant, he bore no trace of his prior dignity or imposing presence, resembling instead a centenarian steeped in despair. It was only through experiencing profound sorrow that he had transformed into a figure of utter desolation. Chapter 17. New debts and old accounts settled together. Hiss! Outside the hall, A collective gasp echoed, as everyone stood in utter shock at the unfolding scene. It was beyond belief that the formidable Ling Badlong, a master of the 10th layer of true martial realm, had been utterly defeated by Niao Wushuang, a mere second-layer practitioner. The defeat was catastrophic. Ling Badlong's arms were shattered, rendering him a complete invalid. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the war Lord Ling Zhanyun, even Ling Badlong's martial spirit would have been extinguished. Though his arms were rendered useless, the obliteration of his martial spirit would have meant total annihilation. The sequence of events, from Ling Badlong's initial strike, followed by Niao Wushuang's counterattack, and culminating in the decisive action of Warlord Baitu, transpired in a flash. So swift that it left everyone reeling in disbelief. In mere moments, the so-called waste, Niao Wushuang, had vanquished the once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy, Ling Badlong. The reality of it all felt surreal, as if they were trapped in a dream. Some even resorted to slapping themselves, desperate to awaken from this bewildering spectacle. Yet the stark reality was undeniable, as they were confronted by the sight of Ling Badlong lying in a pool of blood, the silver-haired Ling Zhanyun, and the white-clad Niao Wushuang, who resembled an emperor of swords, creating a stark contrast. Alchemist Huang, quickly, save my son, Warlord Ling Zhanyun shouted frantically. His gaze fixed upon the first alchemist of the temple, Huang Yaoshi, who promptly entered. His eyes first swept over Niao Wushuang with a mixture of profound astonishment and skepticism before settling on Ling Badlong, bloodied and broken. He produced several healing herbs from his robes, applying them to Ling Badlong's severed arms, while simultaneously forcing life-saving pills into his mouth. Finally, he turned to Warlord Ling and nodded, saying, "His life is preserved, but alas, the severed arms cannot be restored." Warlord Ling Zhanyun acknowledged this grim truth with a nod of gratitude. "Thank you. Once my affairs are settled, I shall reward you handsomely. There's no need," Huang Yaoshi replied, rising to leave. Yet, before stepping out of the hall, his gaze lingered on Niao Wushuang, still filled with doubt and astonishment. He couldn't fathom how Niao Wushuang, whom he had deemed doomed, had not only survived but had grown to such an impressive stature. Just as Huang Yaoshi was about to exit, Niao Wushuang's icy gaze fell upon him, piercing and unyielding. "Are you calling for me?" Huang Yaoshi's heart skipped a beat, and he furrowed his brow in response. "Is there something you need?" He presumed Niao Wushuang had discovered his collusion with Steward Nia to orchestrate his demise. However, Niao Wushuang's voice was cold, laced with an overwhelming authority as he declared, "You dare to save those I intend to kill?" It was a challenge, a rebuke. The esteemed first alchemist of the temple was confronted head-on by a mere young lord. The countenance of Huang Yaoshi darkened ominously as he furiously flung his sleeve and turned to glare at Niao Wushuang, sneering coldly. "Are you questioning me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Niao Wushuang retorted, "You had better provide me with an explanation, otherwise I shall settle both old and new scores with you." While those around them were left in confusion, Huang Yaoshi understood the gravity of her words all too well. His expression grew increasingly grim as he coldly declared, "Very well. I shall see how you intend to settle accounts with me." As the foremost apothecary of the Divine Temple, his esteemed position was unparalleled. Even the reigning Dragon Emperor treated him with the utmost respect. Would he truly be intimidated by Niao Wushuang's threats? Outside the hall, onlookers were left in a state of shock, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. They could not comprehend what had transpired in such a fleeting moment. To the extent that Niao Wushuang had dared to offend even Huang Yaoshi. Did she audaciously intend to settle scores with him? Had she lost her senses? Her current predicament was perilous, surrounded by foes, yet she still dared to provoke the temple's apothecary. Did she believe she was invulnerable to death today? Many gasped in astonishment, completely taken aback by her reckless audacity. Some even believed her to be genuinely mad, if she were not insane. How could she possibly antagonize the temple's Huang Yaoshi at such a critical juncture? It was well known that even the legendary sword marquis, Nie Jiantong, had refrained from crossing the Divine Temple. Madness. She was truly mad. Even the Grand Princess's countenance shifted dramatically as she shook her head in alarm. Niao Wushuang's actions were exceedingly unwise. If she had merely offended the War Marquis, the Dragon Emperor could intervene, and even the most profound enmity could be resolved. However, should she provoke the Divine Temple, even the Dragon Emperor would be powerless to assist her, even if the Emperor wished to rescue her. It would be a case of wanting to help but being unable to do so. Even the War Marquis, Ling Zhanyun, momentarily suppressed his fury, gazing in astonishment at Niao Wushuang within the hall. He could hardly believe that she would so recklessly dare to offend the Divine Temple. As for Huang Yaoshi, not only was he the foremost apothecary, but he had also attained the lofty status of a 7th-tier Grand Martial Master in the realm of spiritual martial arts. As he spoke, Waves of crimson true energy erupted from within him, manifesting as flames that swirled around him, forming a barrier of true energy. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded Niao Wushuang with a hint of disdain in his eyes, openly mocking her. Even your grandfather, Nie Jiantong, would not dare utter such hubris in my presence. What are you to presume that you can settle accounts with me? While heaven's misdeeds might be forgiven, self-inflicted calamities are inexcusable. You, in collusion with that dog-like servant Nie Yuan, conspired to bring about my demise. This is the new grievance. Niao Wushuang's expression darkened as her eyes blazed with overwhelming resentment. With a furious shout, she declared, 3 years ago, you implanted the soul-devouring insect in my dantian, destroying my martial soul. That is the old grudge. With new and old grievances combined, if I allow you to live any longer, it would be a transgression against the very principles of heaven. Upon hearing the latter part of Niao Wushuang's words, Huang Yaoshi's complexion turned pallid, and he exclaimed in astonishment, how could you possibly know such things? His concern did not stem from Niao Wushuang's awareness of his collusion with Nie Yuan. Rather, it was the revelation of the soul-devouring insect that truly unsettled him. 3 years prior, seizing the opportunity to treat Niao Wushuang's injuries, he had surreptitiously implanted the soul-devouring insect within Niao Wushuang's dantian, leading to the devouring of his martial soul and transforming him overnight from a prodigy into a mere wastrel. This matter was exceedingly clandestine, known solely to him within the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom. Thus, when Niao Wushuang unveiled the truth, Huang Yaoshi was utterly terrified, his very soul seemingly forsaken. He could not fathom how Niao Wushuang had gleaned this information. Initially, Niao Wushuang had only speculated. But upon witnessing Huang Yaoshi's inadvertent release of true qi while treating Ling Balong, he was immediately certain that the one who had left the soul-devouring insect within him was none other than the man before him, Huang Yaoshi. It was for this reason that he had admonished Huang Yaoshi. Both new grievances and old resentments would be addressed in one fell swoop. Chapter 18, You Shall Not Live. It would defy natural justice. What of the apothecary of the divine hall? While others might tremble before the might of the divine hall, he would not. Outside the hall, the onlookers were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out as they overheard the exchange between Niao Wushuang and Huang Yaoshi. What? So it turns out that Huang Yaoshi was behind the sudden disappearance of Niao Wushuang's martial soul 3 years ago. They had never heard of any enmity between Huang Yaoshi and the Sword Marquis's residents. What could possibly motivate such treachery? It was no wonder that Niao Wushuang was filled with rage. The esteemed first apothecary of the divine hall had committed such a heinous act. If it were me, I would never forgive him. The crowd discerned the truth of the matter, each expressing their indignation. Although they were not directly involved, they too felt a deep sense of outrage. After all, the former Niao Wushuang had been a source of pride for the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom. Countless citizens had once basked in the glory of a prodigy wielding a silver martial soul, filled with aspirations and pride. Many had even anticipated Niao Wushuang's rise to become an unparalleled powerhouse, bestowing immense benefits upon the citizens of the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Such occurrences were not uncommon. In the Tianjin continent, the emergence of a strong figure often brought prosperity to their homeland. The Long family had once produced an extraordinary talent who entered the sword worship sect and became an inner disciple. It was precisely due to the support of this inner disciple that the Long family now held the throne. Along with the sword worship sect's allotment of 3 outer disciples from the Dragon Sword Kingdom every 5 years. Had Niao Wushuang's silver martial soul not vanished, his innate talent would undoubtedly have secured him a place within the sword worship sect, allowing him to grow and provide even greater benefits to the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Yet all of this had crumbled 3 years ago. Many had even speculated that Niao Wushuang's martial soul's sudden disappearance was a consequence of the Sword Marquis's brutal campaigns against the southern barbarian nations, a retribution that had befallen Niao Wushuang. However, now that the truth had come to light, all fury was redirected towards Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi sensed the unsettling shift in the atmosphere outside, yet he remained indifferent. These individuals lacked even the qualifications to challenge him. Niao Wushuang, what does it matter if you are aware? With an air of arrogance, Huang Yaoshi glared at Niao Wushuang and proclaimed with audacious disdain, "It was a great mercy on my part to spare your wretched life. What now? Do you wish to settle the score with me? Come forth. I am eager to see what you can do to me." It was he who had schemed against Niao Wushuang 3 years prior, yet in his words, it transformed into a narrative of his supposed benevolence, allowing Niao Wushuang to survive until now. Such a person was utterly shameless. Niao Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly, and a rare glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Individuals like you should not exist in this world. His voice was frigid as he advanced towards Huang Yaoshi with heavy steps. Your continued existence defies the principles of heaven. Since his rebirth, Huang Yaoshi was the sole individual who had genuinely incited his desire for bloodshed. Such a person must not live. Otherwise, the heavens would be unjust. With his words resonating in the air, Niao Wushuang's fingers came together, and streams of sword energy began to whirl rapidly at his fingertips. Swish, swish, swish. Countless rays of sword light encircled his form, coalescing into a massive sphere of sword energy, a sword chi barrier. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Huang Yaoshi's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Niao Wushuang possessed such a skill, capable of condensing sword energy into a form akin to a true chi barrier. After all, true chi barriers could only be refined by those of the spirit martial realm, serving as a formidable means of defense. Yet, here was Niao Wushuang, conjuring a sword chi barrier that rivaled that of true chi. This was no mere prodigious talent. It could only be described as monstrous. Well done, lad. I never expected you to have truly grasped much of the sword Marquis Manor's profound teachings, possessing an unparalleled talent in sword cultivation. Huang Yaoshi's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Niao Wushuang, cruelly mocking. If that is the case, then you must not be allowed to live. As his voice fell, he unleashed a powerful surge from his arms, and flames erupted from his back. Crimson fire, swirling with his gestures, rapidly coalesced into a fireball the size of a human head. Go! Huang Yaoshi shouted, and the fireball hurtled towards the sword chi barrier enveloping Niao Wushuang. The fireball radiated intense heat, scorching the ground black in its wake. It was evident to all that the fireball Huang Yaoshi unleashed was exponentially more terrifying than the ice and fire duality previously demonstrated by Ling Balong. Even from dozens of yards away, countless martial artists outside the hall felt a profound sense of shock and dread resonating deep within their souls. Strange fire. This is the heavenly strange fire. Someone cried out, recognizing the terror of the flame. In the realm of the heavens, strange fire existed. Each type of strange fire possessed formidable power, capable of incinerating the very world. For alchemists, acquiring strange fire could significantly enhance their alchemical prowess. For a martial artist, the fusion of exotic flames can significantly elevate combat prowess, even granting the ability to fight beyond one's level. As the foremost alchemist of the temple, Huang Yaoshi possesses a rare celestial flame. Niao Wushuang's brows arched as he observed the approaching crimson fireball, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. He bellowed with imposing authority. The inferior-grade royal red sun flame in your hands is nothing short of a travesty. In response to the fiery assault, Niao Wushuang willingly dispersed his sword aura barrier. You foolish little beast, are you courting death? At this sight, Huang Yaoshi's cruel smile widened. Although the red sun flame was merely of inferior royal grade, its power was sufficient to match a strike from a primary martial king of the Xuanwu realm. Even with the protective sword aura barrier, Niao Wushuang had no chance of survival, especially now that he had voluntarily let it dissipate, which, in Huang Yaoshi's eyes, was a blatant invitation to demise. The inferior royal red sun flame could easily overwhelm even the mightiest of combatants, such as the esteemed General Ling Zhanyun. What hope did Niao Wushuang hold? As the crimson flame surged towards him, many a spectator shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the fall of a once peerless prodigy. They had anticipated he would deliver a surprise, yet instead, he revealed himself to be a foolish braggart. The princess closed her eyes as well, letting out a sigh tinged with regret. What a pity, with his talent, had he survived, he would inevitably have his chance for vengeance. To her, Niao Wushuang was still too immature. Knowing who his adversary was, he should have concealed his strength, revealing it only when truly prepared for battle. Yet, emboldened by a mere hint of power, he strutted about as if invincible, disregarding even the formidable general and Huang Yaoshi. Such immature actions had led him to the brink of death. A fool like him, should he perish, would hardly be worthy of lamentation. Chapter 19. Spare me? You dare. You foolish little beast. Do you have any final words before your demise? As the crimson fireball approached Niao Wushuang, it abruptly halted. Huang Yaoshi regarded Niao Wushuang with a cold smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation. He mockingly declared, if you are willing to kneel and admit your fault now, perhaps I might show you mercy and spare your life. He did not dare to execute Niao Wushuang personally. However, he was not genuinely inclined to spare him either. He understood that should he grant Niao Wushuang reprieve, the general behind him would ensure that Niao Wushuang would not leave alive. Though it was a minor gesture, Niao Wushuang discerned that Huang Yaoshi seemed reluctant to kill him himself. This notion, though somewhat absurd, was not entirely unfathomable. Previously, Niao Wushuang had questioned how a mere temple alchemist could procure the soul-devouring insect, and why he would specifically target him. Having seen through Huang Yaoshi's earlier actions, Niao Wushuang surmised that Huang Yaoshi was certainly not the mastermind. There must be a hidden hand orchestrating events behind the scenes. Realizing this, the murderous intent within Niao Wushuang began to wane. Gazing at the blazing crimson sunfire, which hovered merely a step away, Niao Wushuang's face suddenly broke into a cold smirk. Spare me? You dare to presume? As his words fell, he abruptly inhaled deeply. Instantly, the crimson sunfire surged towards his mouth. This scene was utterly unexpected. Even Huang Yaoshi, the wielder of the crimson sunfire, failed to react in time. Astonished to see the flames nearing Niao Wushuang's lips, a sinister grin crept across Huang Yaoshi's face as he mockingly exclaimed, "You seek death. This is entirely your own doing. You have no one to blame." The notion that Niao Wushuang would dare to consume the crimson sunfire was sheer madness. Everyone stood in stunned silence, jaws agape in disbelief. Who could fathom that Niao Wushuang would recklessly attempt to devour a ball of extraordinary fire? This was lunacy, absolute insanity. My goodness. That was a celestial flame capable of reducing even refined iron to ash. In that moment, every eye in the vicinity widened in horror, transfixed on the crimson sunfire as it surged toward Niao Wushuang's mouth. They awaited the tragic spectacle of his immolation. However, such a scene would never materialize. Erupt. Blazing sky dragon martial soul. Just as the crimson sunfire approached, Niao Wushuang let out a fierce roar. Instantly, torrents of crimson fire erupted from behind him. Enveloped in this fiery aura was an immense crimson dragon, towering at 8 zhang, its ma agape. This was his martial soul, the blazing sky dragon. The blazing sky dragon was born to consume celestial flames, not merely this lowly king-tier crimson sunfire, but even the most formidable divine flames had once been devoured by it. The blazing sky dragon martial soul surged forth from Niao Wushuang, swallowing the crimson sunfire whole. Subsequently, the martial soul swiftly retreated back into Niao Wushuang's body. All of this transpired in an instant. Even Huang Yaoshi, who stood mere feet away, could scarcely comprehend what had just occurred as the blazing sky dragon vanished from sight. What was that? Had a martial soul just manifested from Niao Wushuang? My heavens! He possesses dual martial souls. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd outside. The previous spectacle had unfolded with breathtaking speed. Yet, many had caught a glimpse of the blazing sky dragon emerging from Niao Wushuang's back. Another martial soul. Within a brief span, 2 martial souls had erupted from Niao Wushuang. Furthermore, this second martial soul had devoured the celestial flame with ease. No, it is not merely dual martial souls. It must be 3. A voice cried out in shock. This revelation prompted everyone to recall the silver martial soul that Niao Wushuang had previously awakened. If one were to include that silver martial soul, it would indeed amount to 3. The notion that a single individual could awaken 3 martial souls was utterly unfathomable. Could it be yet another extraordinary martial soul? Only Zhan Haoling and Zhan Yun could discern that the second martial soul emanating from Niao Wushuang was, in fact, an extraordinary martial soul. If it were not for its exceptional nature, how could it dare to consume the rare celestial fire? In a mere instant, 2 extraordinary martial souls manifested within Niao Wushuang. Such a revelation was astonishing. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire Tianjin continent. You dare to consume my Qiang celestial fire? Huang Yaoshi was utterly dumbfounded, rendered completely speechless. His Qiang celestial fire had been devoured by Niao Wushuang's martial soul. That was a celestial fire he had painstakingly acquired through relentless effort. It was precisely due to this celestial fire that he had attained his current strength and status. Should he lose this fire, his standing within the divine temple of Yongzhou City would plummet drastically. It is no exaggeration to say that this celestial fire was akin to his very life. It encompassed his entire existence. Yet now, it had been consumed by Niao Wushuang. Such a tale would be met with disbelief by anyone who heard it. Even Huang Yaoshi himself struggled to accept this reality. Little beast, regurgitate my Qiang celestial fire. After a brief moment of shock, Huang Yaoshi, consumed by fury, surged forth from the true Qi barrier like a raging lion, ferociously charging towards Niao Wushuang. Come at me. Upon witnessing Huang Yaoshi breach the true Qi barrier, a cold smile graced Niao Wushuang's lips. With a swift motion of his fingers, countless strands of sword light coalesced at his fingertips, transforming into a radiant sword. Thunderous roars erupted as this sword shot forth with unparalleled speed, traversing the distance in an instant. Before Huang Yaoshi could reach Niao Wushuang, he was horrified to see his body pierced by the luminous sword. Hundreds of sword energies erupted within him, shattering his dantian into oblivion. With a resounding crash, Huang Yaoshi collapsed in agonizing defeat. his dantian destroyed, his cultivation rendered non-existent. In that moment, regret flooded him, and he felt the sting of tears. A dignified master at the 7th level of the spirit martial realm had been vanquished by Niao Wushuang, a fate he found intolerable. Yet what could he do? His dantian was ruined, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. Do you have any final words before you meet your end? Niao Wushuang slowly approached him, looking down upon Huang Yaoshi, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. His voice was icy, laced with a hint of amusement. If you kneel and admit your faults now, perhaps I might show you mercy and spare your life. Chapter 20. Please, do not kill me. How familiar these words sounded. They were precisely the humiliating remarks Huang Yaoshi had directed at Niao Wushuang moments ago. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, their roles had been utterly reversed. Niao Wushuang echoed his words back to him with unwavering precision. This scene was steeped in irony and humiliation. Huang Yaoshi wished he could vanish into the earth. In such circumstances, any man with a shred of dignity would refuse to beg for mercy. However, Huang Yaoshi showed no hesitation, enduring the excruciating pain of his battered body as he painfully rose to his knees before Niao Wushuang, imploring in a wretched voice, "I beg you, do not kill me." This scene left everyone in utter astonishment. The esteemed chief alchemist of the temple, a figure of high status, whom even the Dragon Emperor dared not offend, was now humbly kneeling at Niao Wushuang's feet, bowing his head in supplication. It all seemed too surreal. Outside the hall, no one could believe their eyes. They were incredulous at the sight before them. Get out. With a single, forceful motion, Niao Wushuang seized Huang Yaoshi's body and unceremoniously hurled him from the hall. At the moment his hand grasped Huang Yaoshi, a sinister black poison had silently infiltrated the alchemist's body. It was the lethal toxin of the dark poison dragon, a remedy known only to him. Niao Wushuang, you will eventually realize that releasing me will be the most foolish decision of your life. Outside the hall, Huang Yaoshi struggled to regain his footing and fled the premises, not halting his frantic escape until he had covered several hundred meters from the War Marquis's residence. With an expression filled with unbridled malice, he bellowed, "Just wait, I will make you pay 100-fold. What if his dantian was shattered? To others, it might signify a lifetime of being rendered useless, but not for him. As long as his martial spirit remained, there was still hope. A shattered dantian could be mended if that individual intervened. Inside the War Marquis's estate, silence reigned. No one dared to believe that Huang Yaoshi, at the 7th level of the spirit martial realm, had actually been defeated. Moreover, he had been thrown out like a stray dog, stripped of all dignity by Niao Wushuang. Watching Huang Yaoshi's disheveled retreat, even the formidable Zhan Holing Zhan Yun in the hall felt his heart race violently. He had actually triumphed over a high-ranking grand martial artist. After a long pause, an exclamation of shock broke the silence. Suddenly, it felt as if the air had been ignited. Outside the hall, thunderous gasps and screams erupted. It was astonishing. He had even defeated Huang Yaoshi of the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. The Grand Princess, her complexion pale, gazed at the still-standing Niao Wushuang in the hall, nearly unable to believe her eyes. Niao Wushuang was alive. Moreover, he had vanquished the alchemist of the spirit martial realm. Was this real? Just moments ago, she had thought of Niao Wushuang as nothing more than a foolish brute. Yet now, she found herself utterly astounded by his remarkable achievement. To conquer a high-ranking grand martial artist of the spirit martial realm with the strength of the true martial realm, this feat would surely send shockwaves throughout the world. Is this truly Niao Wushuang? The martial prodigies in the crowd were already paralyzed with shock. They began to doubt whether the figure standing in the hall was indeed the same Niao Wushuang whom she had once discarded and humiliated as a waste. Niao Wushuang, did you truly believe I could still regard you as anything but a failure? Were it not for the opportunity to learn the profound martial arts of the Sword Marquis's estate, I would never waste a moment on you. However, exchanging 4 types of profound martial arts for 3 years of my companionship is not a loss for you. From this moment forth, I implore you to cease your incessant pursuit. Do not cling to me like a loathsome parasite, for it only amplifies my disdain for you. We exist in entirely different realms, and if you possess any semblance of self-awareness, it would be prudent for you to visit the Wuhou mansion and annul our engagement. These words echo the humiliation that he once inflicted upon Niao Wushuang. Yet at this moment, Wu Tianjiao felt utterly mortified. If Niao Wushuang is deemed a waste, then what does that make her? Is she even inferior to a mere waste? In this instant, regret coursed through Wu Tianjiao like a bitter poison. One misguided decision had irrevocably widened the chasm between her and Niao Wushuang. Within the grand hall, the expression of General Zhan Ling Zhan Yun darkened significantly. He had assumed that Huang Yaoshi would be capable of vanquishing Niao Wushuang. To his astonishment, it was ultimately Huang Yaoshi who faced defeat. Even more surprising was the revelation that a so-called waste could possess such astonishing prowess. Two extraordinary martial spirits. Mastery of swordsmanship at the 4th tier. A terrifying record of defeating a high-level Grand Martial Master. Any one of these feats, if revealed, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world concerning Niao Wuxuan. Zhanling Zhanyun slowly emerged, his countenance grim, as he growled menacingly. No matter what, this wretched creature must not survive this day. He understood that this might be his final opportunity to eliminate Niao Wuxuan, should her talents become widely known. Any future attempt to eradicate her would be akin to scaling the heavens. Wretched creature, it appears we have all underestimated you. With a decisive step forward, Zhanling Zhanyun unleashed waves of true energy from beneath his feet. Streams of azure energy surged through the hall, enveloping the entire space. Instantly, the vast chamber was shrouded in the terrifying aura of Zhanling Zhanyun. Standing within this grand hall, he was the sole sovereign. Having learned from Huang Yaoshi's downfall, Ling Zhanyun proceeded with utmost caution, utilizing his formidable martial aura to seal off the hall and sever all of Niao Wuxuan's escape routes. Simultaneously, with a tremor of his arm, layers of true energy coalesced before him, forming a barrier of true energy. With this protective barrier in place, no matter how powerful Niao Wuxuan's sword energy may be, it could not approach him. Observing Ling Zhanyun's extreme caution, a faint smirk played upon Niao Wuxuan's lips as she deliberately taunted. Are you afraid of meeting the same fate as Huang Yaoshi, defeated beneath my sword? It was indeed a peculiar and somewhat ludicrous spectacle for a dignified general to fear a mere, true martial realm Niao Wuxuan. Yet, no one dared to mock. Nor would anyone deem the general's caution excessive. After all, Niao Wuxuan had already triumphed over a high-level Grand Martial Master at the 7th tier of the spiritual martial realm. Even the general's strength merely reached the 10th tier of the spiritual martial realm, a mere 3 tiers above Huang Yaoshi. If the general were to maintain his previous dismissive attitude towards Niao Wuxuan, that would be the truest folly. Wretched creature, no matter how sharp your tongue may be, today you shall not escape death. The general's voice was low and menacing, as boundless fury and resentment erupted within him. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot, executing a technique that spanned 100 paces in a single stride, charging towards Niao Wuxuan. His fists clenched tightly, and atop his knuckles emerged the image of a fierce azure tiger. He aimed for a swift resolution, determined to eliminate Niao Wuxuan with utmost speed. The moment he struck, he unleashed the profound martial art. Divine tiger roars to the heavens fist. Layer upon layer of fist imprints accumulated, forming a formidable 99-fold force, crashing towards Niao Wuxuan's head. Chapter 21. A sword approaches, 10,000 swords arise. The full-force strike of a peak martial master at the 10th level of the spirit martial realm was not something even Niao Wuxuan dared to confront head-on. Under the weight of such mountain-like fist imprints, Niao Wuxuan's figure flickered like a specter, manifesting dozens of afterimages in an instant. Phantoms. The war marquis Ling Zhanyun was well prepared. Bellowing fiercely as the 99 fist energies dispersed. Boom. They transformed into 99 distinct fist imprints, obliterating all those afterimages. Bang. Even with the use of the ghostly steps, Niao Wuxuan could not evade in time, and was struck by a fist imprint, sent hurtling from the grand hall into the courtyard. Cough. Niao Wuxuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his snow-white robe stained with crimson streaks, resembling blooming snow plums. Such formidable power, truly befitting a peak martial master of the spirit martial realm. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Niao Wuxuan's expression turned grave. Although he had been reborn as the celestial emperor, he currently possessed only the cultivation of the true martial realm. Even by summoning the 3 martial souls within him, his strength could only ascend to the 1st level of the spirit martial realm. The chasm between the 1st and 10th levels of the spirit martial realm was vast. In a direct confrontation like the one just witnessed, he held no advantage whatsoever. However, having dared to assault the War Marquis mansion, he surely had his own means. His greatest reliance lay in the sword path. As a sword practitioner, wielding a sword in hand endowed him with a different kind of power. His gaze swept around, and he shouted with fervor, "Sword, come." As his voice resonated, he raised his arm in a commanding gesture. Instantly, the long swords possessed by the surrounding warriors began to tremble uncontrollably. Buzzing, all the swords in their scabbards vibrated, seemingly eager to soar forth. What was happening? The War Marquis in the hall also took notice, particularly of the dragon scale sword beneath his feet, which trembled most violently. Buzzing, the dragon scale sword quivered, emitting a dragon's roar. It seemed to be responding to something. Suddenly, the dragon scale sword on the ground leapt with a crack, soaring into the air. Like an enraged dragon, the dragon scale sword shot upward, darting towards the entrance of the hall. Not good. The War Marquis Ling Zhenyun's expression changed drastically. He realized that the dragon scale sword was heading straight for Niao Wushuang. The dragon scale sword was his treasured weapon. It could not fall into Niao Wushuang's hands. The War Marquis took a swift step forward, like a shooting star, channeling his true energy to seize the dragon scale sword firmly. However, though he grasped the sword, upon looking up, he was horrified to see that the swords of all the warriors around him were emitting waves of sword cries, flying out of their scabbards. Hundreds of warriors stood, their long swords simultaneously soaring into the air. These blades flew towards Niao Wushuang, swirling around him as he wielded his long arms. Gathering above his head in a mesmerizing display, the long swords, linked end to end, spun with the grace of a spinning top. Beneath this celestial array of blades, Niao Wushuang appeared as an emperor of swords. At his command, a myriad of swords answered his call. This scene was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Surrounding him, the hundreds of warriors were utterly dumbfounded. Their swords had been summoned away by Niao Wushuang's single command. To them, this spectacle felt like a dream, utterly surreal. Only when they beheld the multitude of swords swirling above Niao Wushuang did they awaken to the reality of the situation. This was no dream. Everything was indeed real. Their swords had been borrowed by Niao Wushuang. No, more accurately, at the sound of his command, their swords had responded in unison. This was perhaps the most astonishing event they had ever witnessed in their lives. With a single command, 100 swords returned. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all swords obeyed Niao Wushuang's decree. Only the dragon scale sword remained grounded, suppressed by the formidable true energy of the War Marquis. This entire scene resembled a divine miracle. Time seemed to crystallize. The courtyard, filled with hundreds of people, fell eerily silent at that moment. Even their breaths halted. The only sound was the whirling of swords, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Suddenly, the sound of someone swallowing their saliva echoed, rapidly spreading through the crowd. This was soon followed by an eruption of exclamations and gasps akin to a roaring tsunami. Heavens, this is truly miraculous. To witness such a scene, I would gladly meet my demise. They proclaimed him to be a reincarnation of the sword god. The chorus of astonished voices reverberated throughout the War Marquis's residence. Reaching far and wide, no one dared to approach and reclaim their swords. Silence. Hearing the cacophony of gasps surrounding him, War Marquis Ling Zhenyun's expression darkened ominously as he roared, akin to a tiger's roar echoing through the forest. Instantly, all sounds around him fell silent. Grasping the dragon scale sword, War Marquis Ling Zhenyun advanced slowly towards Niao Wushuang, roaring like an enraged lion. Enough. All tricks must come to an end here. Today marks your demise. With a sudden flourish of the dragon scale sword, beams of sword light erupted forth, shining like rays of the sun. War Marquis Ling Zhenyun, standing as if in the midst of sunlight, approached Niao Wushuang step by step, exuding an aura of murderous intent, bellowing, "Sword Qi, burn the heavens." In an instant, flames of sword energy surged forth, transforming into a 10-foot-long fiery dragon of sword energy that charged towards Niao Wushuang. Sword Qi, burn the heavens. This was the pinnacle of the Xian-level sword technique, the crimson flame burning the heavens, originating from the Sword Marquis's estate. It had been personally imparted to War Marquis Ling Zhenyun by the legendary Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong. Yet now, he intended to wield the very technique taught by the Sword Marquis to slay the Sword Marquis's own grandson. It was the epitome of ingratitude. As countless flames of sword energy surged forth, Niao Wushuang's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he exclaimed fiercely, "To kill me using the sword techniques of my Sword Marquis mansion. Do you truly believe you can reconcile with your conscience, Ling Zhenyun?" Conscience? Ling Zhenyun, the War Marquis, let out a maniacal laugh, his face twisted with malice as he bellowed, "What is this? Are you afraid now? Do you wish to live? Now you speak of conscience?" In his eyes, Niao Wushuang had succumbed to fear and desired to escape death. To discuss conscience at this juncture was nothing more than a desperate plea for mercy, a fool's dream. He yearned to cast Niao Wushuang into the depths of hell, ensuring he would never rise again. With a sinister grin, Ling Zhenyun stepped forward, his voice brimming with unbridled rage. "Did you ever consider your conscience when you slaughtered my tiger? Did you ever ponder your conscience as you shattered my dragoness arms?" Each word was a blatant evasion of culpability. It was they, the War Marquis mansion, who had first oppressed Niao Wushuang and his sister. Yet, they turned the narrative around, portraying themselves as the aggrieved party. This man was utterly shameless. Chapter 22. Open Defiance. Boom. With a fierce shake of his sword, he forcefully pressed down into the air. Instantly, an 8-jong-long sword energy fire dragon emerged, even roaring like a dragon. Roar. The sword energy fire dragon roared, its dragon cry reverberating through the heavens and earth. Imbued with boundless dominance and flames, charging towards Niao Wushuang. The imperial edict arrived. In that critical moment, a voice suddenly resonated from outside. The imperial edict, symbolizing the will of the Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing this call, countless martial artists in the vicinity knelt in reverence. Even the dragon scale sword in Ling Zhanyun's hand trembled slightly. At this moment, with the imperial edict arriving, what could it possibly entail? Ling Zhanyun could surmise with his toes. It undoubtedly meant he was to spare Niao Wushuang. But how could he forgive the grudge of a slain son? Ling Zhanyun disregarded the envoy who had rushed in with the edict, fully unleashing his sword technique in a bid to annihilate Niao Wushuang in an instant. Faced with the overwhelming sword energy and flames, Niao Wushuang's expression remained unchanged, even a hint of disdain in his eyes as he taunted. Is this truly the extent of your swordsmanship? How disappointing. His words astonished not only Ling Zhanyun, but also the kneeling martial artists surrounding them. No one had anticipated that in such a life-and-death moment, Niao Wushuang would dare to mock the War Marquis's swordsmanship. Did he truly fear nothing? Seeking death. Ling Zhanyun roared in fury, the dragon scale sword, propelled by the surging sword energy, shot forth to strike. War Marquis, stand down. The Dragon Emperor has decreed that Niao Wushuang must be summoned to the palace for an audience. The envoy bearing the imperial edict, witnessing this scene, hastily cried out, "No one shall obstruct." Indeed, upon hearing the envoy's bellow, Ling Zhanyun's rage soared even higher. Why should he? His son lay dead or injured. Why should he halt at such a critical moment? You seek death too. Ling Zhanyun's eyes turned crimson, and with a flick of his hand, a crimson sword energy pierced through the envoy's chest. Bang! Blood spattered, cascading upon the ground. It marked the fall of the envoy of the Dragon Emperor, whose lifeless body thudded to the earth, eyes wide in eternal disbelief. Not only did he openly defy the imperial decree, but he also met a brutal end. Gasps of astonishment echoed as whispers filled the air. Is the War Marquis attempting to rebel? It was evident to all that the envoy's demise was unjust. Yet, in this moment, no one dared to seek retribution on his behalf, not even the Grand Princess. The fury of the War Marquis was palpable, his eyes ablaze with rage. To obstruct him now would be tantamount to courting death. Alas, even the imperial edict could not save you. A flicker of sorrow crossed the Grand Princess's gaze as she reluctantly closed her eyes once more. In her mind, Niao Wushuang was undoubtedly doomed. However, just as her eyelids were about to seal shut, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth. The Grand Princess, filled with curiosity, opened her eyes wide. What unfolded before her was utterly astonishing. Hundreds of long swords erupted in a dazzling display. Each blade seemed to come alive, rushing forward with fervor. In an instant, they coalesced into a magnificent sword dragon. The radiant sword light soared, its energy piercing the heavens, directly suppressing Ling Zhanyun's sword aura. Go! With a fierce roar from Niao Wushuang, the sword dragon surged forth, launching a counterattack against the War Marquis. This scene was nothing short of breathtaking. All present stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Niao Wushuang's hidden prowess, which swiftly extinguished the War Marquis's fiery sword energy. The sword dragon, formed from the fusion of hundreds of swords, dove with a thunderous shriek, drowning out all other sounds in the vicinity. Even the dragon's roar from the dragon scale sword in the War Marquis's hand was completely overshadowed by this cacophony. How could this be possible? Ling Zhanyun stared in disbelief at the deluge of swords cascading down, his voice a mixture of incredulity and shock. He could scarcely fathom that Niao Wushuang possessed such formidable power. Merely wielding hundreds of swords had shattered his sword energy. Moreover, it was now charging directly at him. The sword dragon, imbued with boundless sword energy, caused even this pinnacle martial artist of the 10th tier of the spirit martial realm to feel a tremor in his heart. In that moment, Ling Zhanyun's unwavering belief in victory wavered. He even doubted his capacity to withstand this fearsome sword dragon. What manner of swordsmanship is this? The War Marquis Ling Zhanyun erupted in a furious roar, his voice tinged with a hint of panic and fear. The swordsmanship that seeks to kill you. At that moment, Niao Wushuang's voice resonated from the void. Unbeknownst to all, he had appeared in the ether, standing atop the sword dragon, his eyes alight with murderous intent. In that instant, he truly embodied the essence of a sword emperor, a deity of the sword. Standing upon the dragon, sword energy radiated from his form, countless strands swirling around his arms in rapid motion. Kill! As Niao Wushuang let out a piercing roar, the myriad sword energies swirling around his arms surged forth. Countless sword energies coalesced into two true dragon forms of sword energy. Alongside these two true dragons, there were also hundreds of long swords amalgamated into a sword dragon, summoning three colossal dragons that descended from the heavens, charging towards the battle marquee. The entire spectrum of colors in the world was obscured by the brilliance of the sword light. The dazzling radiance compelled everyone to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The figure who had stood atop the sword dragon, Nie Wuxiang, plunged directly down from the sky, his speed surpassing that of the sword dragons. He even reached the battle marquee before the three sword dragons could arrive. Bang! With a finger extended forward, an explosion of countless sword lights erupted from his fingertips, piercing through the true energy barrier before the battle marquee in an instant. The three sword dragons followed closely behind, crashing down, and under the barrage of countless long swords, the true energy barrier before the battle marquee shattered with a resounding boom. Bang! Beyond that barrier, the battle marquee let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward. The esteemed battle marquee, a peak martial master at the 10th level of spirit martial realm, was unexpectedly sent flying by Nie Wuxiang. This moment would forever remain unforgettable for all who witnessed it. Such a feat transcended mere astonishment. It was nothing short of miraculous. Bang! With a powerful shake of his arms, hundreds of long swords converged once more, forming a new sword dragon that surged towards the battle marquee. However, just as his sword dragon launched forward, a commanding voice resonated through the void. Halt! As the voice echoed, a colossal golden hand descended from a height of 100 meters, crashing into the body of the sword dragon, scattering the hundreds of long swords. As the long swords fell to the ground, their master slowly descended from the void. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Dragon Emperor. A martial king of the Xuanwu realm. Nie Wuxiang's expression grew somber. The force that repelled the sword dragon was none other than a powerful martial king of the Xuanwu realm. In the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom, only the Dragon Emperor and Nie Jiantong possessed such cultivation. It was evident who this figure was. It was the current Dragon Emperor, now 70 years of age. The Dragon Emperor remained vibrant and spirited, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, striding with an imposing presence in the center of the courtyard. Surrounding him were countless martial artists and ministers, all kneeling in reverence, chanting his praises. In that moment, within the grand courtyard, only the battle marquee and Nie Wuxiang remained standing. The battle marquee had a gaping hole pierced through his chest by the sword energy, his complexion pale, and his eyes filled with fury. Although Nie Wuxiang's strike had penetrated his chest, it had not claimed his life. After all, he was a peak martial master. For Nie Wuxiang to kill him was no simple task. Instead, it had granted him a chance to recover, and with his strength, slaying Nie Wuxiang was only a matter of time. However, with the Dragon Emperor arriving at this critical juncture, the battle marquee felt an overwhelming fury. With the Dragon Emperor present, his chances of eliminating Nie Wuxiang had diminished to almost nothing. Simultaneously, he lamented not having acted sooner to eliminate Nie Wuxiang. The battle marquee stood defiant, fueled by anger and regret. And what of Nie Wuxiang? As a formidable deity of his era, how could he possibly bow before a mere mortal emperor? He stood nonchalantly in place, emanating an aura far more astonishing than that of the Dragon Emperor before him. Indeed, even the Dragon Emperor appeared insignificant in his presence, the disparity in their might akin to a chasm of countless realms. The Dragon Emperor exuded only the air of a terrestrial monarch, while Nie Wuxiang's presence was innate, a divine majesty that seeped from the depths of his soul, a true imperial aura. The gulf between them was immeasurable. Even the slightest hint of Nie Wuxiang's divine essence would suffice to compel the Dragon Emperor to kneel in fear. He scorned the notion of submission, and the Dragon Emperor could hardly withstand such an act of deference. In the vast courtyard, only Nie Wuxiang and Zhan Ho stood, their refusal to bow starkly evident. The Dragon Emperor's gaze swept over them before landing on the lifeless body of the messenger, his countenance filled with wrath. Who is responsible for this? He thundered, his voice resonating like a bell, his authoritative gaze fixed upon Nie Wuxiang and Zhan Ho. Though Zhan Ho seethed with anger, he dared not confront the Dragon Emperor directly. With eyes brimming with resentment, he confessed, "It was I." Boom. The Dragon Emperor's hand trembled, unleashing a golden true chi that transformed into a golden dragon. Surging toward Zhan Ho, the attack was a manifestation of the Earth-level martial art, Nine Dragons Emperor technique. The golden dragon was imbued with overwhelming might, leaving a terrifying trench half a foot deep in its wake. As the golden dragon approached, Zhan Ho Ling Zhanyun was filled with remorse. He was a subject but had dared to defy the emperor's command, even losing his senses in the act of slaying the messenger. This was an affront to the royal dignity, a blatant disregard for the Dragon Emperor. Although he harbored intentions of rebellion, he had not yet crossed that threshold. Now, with the Dragon Emperor's fury unleashed, the Golden Dragon's momentum was formidable enough to execute Zhang Ho on the spot. It was only at this moment that Zhang Ho awoke to the gravity of his situation. Faced with the approaching Golden True Dragon, he dared not resist and hastily knelt, trembling with fear, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I beg for forgiveness. I was momentarily blinded by hatred, leading to this catastrophic folly." Roar. At this moment, the Golden Dragon had reached Zhang Ho, its terrifying presence stirring violent winds that distorted his visage. Plop. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, erupted from Zhang Ho's forehead, falling to the ground with a disquieting thud. At that moment, his heart raced to his throat. His life rested solely in the Dragon Emperor's hands. Even if the Dragon Emperor genuinely intended to end him, Zhang Ho dared not resist, nor could he. The Dragon Emperor, at the third layer of the Xuanwu realm, could extinguish him, a mere spirit martial realm practitioner, with the utmost ease. Boom. The Golden Dragon roared, sending Zhang Ho's body hurtling several yards away, crashing through the wall behind him. In a critical moment, the Dragon Emperor tempered his overwhelming might, imparting a lesson to Zhang Ho without delivering a fatal blow. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy." Zhang Ho scrambled from the ruins, rolling to the Dragon Emperor's feet and bowing in gratitude. Witnesses to this scene were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing in trepidation. Although the Dragon Emperor did not execute the War Marquis, his stance was unmistakably conveyed. That single strike served as both punishment and warning. It was clear to all present that if the War Marquis failed to temper his ways, the downfall of the War Marquis's estate would soon follow. The War Marquis, advanced in age, was no longer fit to oversee military affairs. Thus, an edict was proclaimed, elevating the Martial Marquis to the position of commander of the three armies, tasked with the administration of military and political matters. The voice of the Dragon Emperor resounded like a thunderclap, echoing far and wide. In a mere utterance, he stripped the War Marquis of his military authority, making his intentions even more explicit. In a further decree, he bestowed upon the young master of the Sword Marquis's estate, Nia Wushuang, a precious dragon essence pill, a remarkable honor for one so young and untested. The rarity of the dragon essence pill is self-evident. Since the founding of the nation, only the Sword Marquis and the War Marquis had received such a reward, both having rendered exceptional service and safeguarded the borders for decades. Particularly for the War Marquis, it took him until his 60th birthday to earn this distinction. Yet, here was Nia Wushuang, a mere youth with no accomplishments, granted the same accolade. Amidst their astonishment, the crowd discerned the Dragon Emperor's intent. He aimed to leverage Nia Wushuang to suppress the War Marquis. While bystanders could see through the implications, the War Marquis could not feign ignorance. Aware of the slight, he dared not display any anger, kneeling silently. The assembled ministers and heads of families recognized that the War Marquis's estate was irrevocably doomed. The Dragon Emperor's eyes, filled with imperial majesty, surveyed the kneeling warriors and proclaimed loudly, "In 1 month, during the Dragon Pool Championship, whichever of your sons claims victory shall be granted the title of Champion Marquis, awarded with a dragon and tiger body refining pill, along with 100,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 taels of silver." This announcement left all in stunned disbelief. The title of Champion Marquis signified supremacy in the military. For 3 centuries, the kingdom of Longjian had recognized only 3 great marquises. Now, another was to be conferred. This was a monumental honor. Whoever earned this title would stand as the 4th great marquis, gaining equal footing with the 3 established marquis houses. Furthermore, the dragon and tiger body refining pill, regarded as the royal family's 2nd most coveted elixir, was known for its effects only surpassed by the dragon essence pill. Consuming it would instantly enhance one's strength by 10-fold and fortify the body to an invulnerable state. Such a rare elixir had only ever been granted to the greatest of emperors and their most distinguished offspring, never bestowed upon outsiders. Yet, the Dragon Emperor was now offering it as a reward, clearly indicating his intention to robustly support the future 4th great marquis. This newly appointed champion marquis was to serve as a counterbalance to the 3 great marquis houses, and perhaps even supplant them in time. It was evident to everyone that the arrogance of the 3 great marquis houses had incited the Dragon Emperor's apprehension. This was undoubtedly dire news for them. But for the ministers and heads of families, it was a tremendous opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Upon the release of this news, the surrounding ministers and heads of families hurriedly knelt, chanting "Long live the Emperor," their expressions brimming with anticipation. As the Dragon Emperor made his entrance, the surrounding lords and heads of families rose from their kneeling positions, eagerly seeking to present their respective gifts of congratulations. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They swiftly distanced themselves from the War Marquis's estate. In a matter of moments, the once vibrant and festively adorned residence fell into an eerie silence. The War Marquis remained on his knees, appearing to age decades in an instant. With a thunderous crash, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a significant crater. Rage consumed him. He loathed the Dragon Emperor, harbored an even deeper hatred for Nie Wuxiang, and detested these sycophantic individuals. The multitude of lords and heads of families gazed at the furious War Marquis in terror, instinctively averting their eyes. After all, he was still the formidable War Marquis, the third strongest in the Dragon Sword Kingdom. No matter how diminished his status, he was not to be humiliated by these lesser beings. Even a fallen tiger retains its majesty, how much more so for the War Marquis, who was still brimming with vitality. Nie Wuxiang traversed through the crowd, approaching the corner where the trembling Nie Yuan cowered in fear. Save me, War Marquis. Upon seeing Nie Wuxiang approach, Nie Yuan's face turned pale with terror as he crawled towards the War Marquis. Yet, at that moment, the War Marquis had no regard for his fate. You useless cur. Had you not bungled your tasks, would my tiger have perished? Would my dragon have been left crippled? The War Marquis, resembling an enraged lion, turned around, his eyes aflame with fury, and bellowed, "You shall pay with your life for my tiger's demise." Protected by the Dragon Emperor, he dared not kill Nie Wuxiang, but felt emboldened to eliminate Nie Yuan. After all, Nie Yuan was merely a lowly servant of the Sword Marquis's estate. Even if he were to perish, the Dragon Emperor would remain indifferent. The unfortunate Nie Yuan continued to crawl towards the War Marquis, pleading for salvation, utterly oblivious to the fact that even the War Marquis sought his death. With a resounding crash, the War Marquis unleashed a terrifying force of true energy that upheaved the ground, sending debris soaring into the air. Amidst the chaos of flying stones, the War Marquis's fist shot forward, aimed directly at Nie Yuan's head. Intent on delivering a fatal blow to vent his pent-up rage and instill fear in the surrounding lords and heads of families. He wished to remind these opportunistic sycophants that he was still the third strongest in the Dragon Sword Kingdom. The power of the War Marquis's strike was awe-inspiring. Nie Yuan, a mere true martial realm practitioner, found himself devoid of any chance to escape, forced to watch in horror as the War Marquis's fist approached ever closer. Awaiting his grim fate, many warriors nearby shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending gruesome scene. Yet, the anticipated bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. At the very moment the War Marquis's fist was about to collide with Nie Yuan's head, a terrifying sword aura erupted, arriving first and meeting the War Marquis's punch with a resounding clash. The collision of sword energy and fist produced a sound akin to thunder. The sword aura dissipated, and the War Marquis, taken aback with a hint of panic and fury, withdrew his fist. His hand had been struck by the sword energy, yet not a scratch marred his skin. It is evident to all that the strength of the Battle Marquis is formidable. And you, vile creature. Seeing Nie Wuxiang suddenly intervene to rescue Nie Yuan, the Battle Marquis trembled with rage, bellowing, "What do you intend to do? He is but a dog of my Sword Marquis manor." Nie Wuxiang, undeterred, coldly declared, "He is my dog, and it is not for you to discipline him." Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Despite his youth, Nie Wuxiang's commanding presence was astonishingly domineering. Even the once mighty Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring authority of Nie Wuxiang at that moment. It was clear to all that Nie Yuan was destined for death. Yet, Nie Wuxiang's attitude was terrifyingly audacious. He dared to confront the Battle Marquis for the sake of a dying man. His stance was unequivocal. Even if he were merely a dog of the Sword Marquis manor, he would perish only at Nie Wuxiang's hands. Others had neither the right nor the qualification to intervene. Not even the esteemed Battle Marquis himself could do so. Without his consent, no one would dare to lay a hand on the servants of the Sword Marquis manor, not even the dog servant he intended to slay. As his words fell, Nie Wuxiang effortlessly lifted the terrified Nie Yuan, resembling a beaten dog, and strode purposefully towards the exit. The Battle Marquis's eyes turned a deep crimson as he shouted at Nie Wuxiang, who had reached the courtyard entrance. "Nie Wuxiang, would you dare to wager with me?" Nie Wuxiang remained unfazed. Surely, the grandson of the Sword Marquis could not be a coward, or were you afraid? The Battle Marquis's expression darkened, and he mocked. "If you are fearful, you can simply pretend you did not hear me." With a sudden pivot, Nie Wuxiang fixed the Battle Marquis with a hawk-like gaze and replied coolly, "What do you wish to wager?" Seeing Nie Wuxiang respond, a sinister smile spread across the Battle Marquis's face as he declared, Let us wager on the upcoming Dragon Pool Championship in a month's time, between you and my son, who will claim the title of champion. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ministers and family heads gasped in disbelief. They had witnessed Nia Wushuang shatter Ling Balong's arms, rendering him incapable of competing for the champion's title. Yet, the battle marquis was absurdly suggesting a bet between Ling Balong and Nia Wushuang for the championship title. How ridiculous! What? Are you afraid? Or do you fear you will lose to my son? The battle marquis exuded confidence, coercing Nia Wushuang to acquiesce. If you are afraid, I shall proclaim to the world that the Sword Marquis Manor is filled with cowardly turtles, that the descendants of Nia Jiantong are all weaklings. Initially, Nia Wushuang had no interest in the so-called Dragon Pool Championship, but the battle marquis's taunts ignited a fire within him. Since you are unafraid of death and dare to gamble with my defeated underling, what have I to fear? With a cold laugh, Nia Wushuang's eyes glimmered with determination as he proclaimed, however, next time, your son may not be so fortunate. Should he encounter me, he shall meet his demise. The outcome of who lives and who dies will be revealed in a month's time at the Dragon Pool Championship. Zhang Ho, struck at his vulnerable point, could only respond with a cold snort, venomously declaring, when the time comes, whoever loses shall be at the mercy of the victor. With the Dragon Emperor's protection, he dared not lay a finger on Nia Wushuang. However, if Nia Wushuang were to consent to this wager, it would provide him the opportunity to openly eliminate her during the Dragon Pool competition, leaving even the Dragon Emperor powerless to intervene. This was his true intention. Upon hearing the stakes of the wager, Nia Wushuang was unfazed. A cold smile graced her lips as she confidently replied, "Since you are so intent on leading your son to his demise, I shall indulge you." Chapter 25. The blood of the barbarian god. With the wager established, both parties affixed their signatures, concluding the agreement, and Nia Wushuang turned to depart. Behind her, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The noble families and ministers were left utterly shocked. This wager had taken everyone by surprise. In a month's time, a tempest of bloodshed was inevitable. The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. They left in disarray, scarcely daring to approach Zhang Ho for a word. Inside the inner hall of the Zhang Ho residence, Zhang Ho Ling Zhanyun wore a dark expression. Suddenly, a blaze erupted in his hand, incinerating the precious 100-aperture dragon marrow pill bestowed by the Dragon Emperor to mere ashes. Such a rare elixir, coveted by many, was treated as refuse and promptly destroyed. "Father, that was the 100-aperture dragon marrow pill," exclaimed Ling Balong, who lay on the bed, bereft of his arms, astonished by the scene. With a face twisted in fury and eyes filled with boundless resentment, Ling Zhanyun growled, "This pill was exchanged with the life of Hure and your arms. It was meant to humiliate our Ling family by the Dragon Emperor. I scorn its use and shall never consume it." Thus, a 100-aperture dragon marrow pill was wasted, and Zhang Ho felt not a shred of remorse. In his palm appeared an even larger and brighter elixir. Had Nia Wushuang been present, she would have recognized it as a Xianlong pill, a superior grade pill that could elevate a spirit martial realm cultivator to the Xuanwu realm, enhancing their chances of success by 50%. This is the Xianlong pill. Upon seeing the spirit elixir in Zhang Ho's hand, Ling Balong leaped from his bed, his eyes alight with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, "Father, is this truly real?" "Indeed, it is the finest Xianlong pill," Zhang Zhanyun declared with grandiosity. "With this Xianlong pill, I shall ascend to the Xuanwu realm and become a martial king. At that time, even the Dragon Emperor shall not be able to suppress me." Before the eyes of many, he had endured the Dragon Emperor's reprimands and injuries without resistance, patiently waiting for the day he could break through to the Xuanwu realm. Once he achieved this, he would stand on equal footing with the Dragon Emperor. At that point, if his son Ling Balong smoothly became an outer disciple of the Sword Sect, he could swiftly bring about a transformation in the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Thus, he bided his time, refraining from confronting the Dragon Emperor directly. Every moment of patience was a step towards a more ferocious retribution in the future. "Congratulations, father. Congratulations." Ling Balong, in his exuberance, even changed his form of address, calling Zhang Ho Emperor. This was truly a profound act of rebellion. The War Duke thoroughly relished his new title, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "For the time being, we must endure. When the moment is ripe, you may change your title at your leisure. It is merely a matter of time." Ling Balong joined in the laughter, but his gaze suddenly fell upon his empty sleeves, and he gritted his teeth in resentment, declaring, "I will not rest until I avenge my severed limbs." The War Duke's expression turned serious once more as he placed a gambling contract before Ling Balong, asking, "My son, do you see what this is?" With a surge of true energy, Ling Balong opened the contract and, upon reading it, erupted in exuberant laughter exclaiming, "Excellent. In 1 month, I shall ensure that Niao Wushuang finds no place to rest in death." Despite having lost his arms, his confidence remained unshaken, a sight that would astonish any onlooker. Yet, the father and son felt no surprise, their spirits still buoyant. Moments later, the War Duke retrieved a redwood box from his chinkoan pouch and slowly opened it. The box was adorned with peculiar patterns resembling ancient, mythical beasts, exuding an aura of primal antiquity. As the War Duke unveiled the box, 3 thumb-sized, eerie blood orbs suddenly soared into the air. These orbs hovered above the redwood box, radiating a blinding crimson light and a terrifying presence. Even the War Duke, a peak martial artist, had to summon a protective energy barrier to withstand the overwhelming force emanating from the blood orbs. Behind him, Ling Balong was already drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing under the pressure of their might. The sheer terror of the 3 blood orbs was palpable. Rather than feeling fear, the father and son were filled with excitement, their eyes glued to the orbs. "Father, is this the blood of the savage god?" Ling Balong's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the eerie orbs, his voice trembling with anticipation. "If I merge with this savage god blood, will I truly acquire the savage god martial soul? Is it real?" "Absolutely." The War Duke's gaze was locked onto the blood, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Thanks to your elder brother, who discovered this blood while leading troops to eliminate a savage king's palace, we have this precious resource. There are 4 drops in total. Your brother absorbed 1, leaving us with these 3. Originally, these 3 drops of savage god blood were intended for the 3 of us. But who would have thought that Tiger would lack this fortune?" A hint of sorrow crossed the War Duke's face as he spoke bitterly. "I shall ensure that Niao Wushuang pays for this grievance 100-fold. His gaze returned to the 3 drops of blood as he coldly declared, "You and I shall each take 1 drop. As for the remaining drop, it shall be bestowed upon the elder of the Sword Sect. I shall not only ensure your entry into the Sword Sect, but also secure your position as an inner disciple, perhaps even a true disciple. The status of a true disciple is a realm apart from that of an inner disciple. Each true disciple possesses the potential to compete for the next sect leader. There are only 108 true disciples in the entire Sword Sect. True disciples, indeed." In the eyes of Ling Balong, a flicker of brilliance shimmered, and his heart raced as if it were about to leap from his throat. Such treatment was beyond the realm of his imagination. If he could only ascend to the status of an inner disciple of the Sword Sect, even the Kingdom of Dragon's Sword, a mere triviality, would be beneath his notice. As for Niao Wushuang, she was even less worthy of his regard. Ling Balong spoke with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, father, I shall not betray your expectations." Ling Zhanyun laughed heartily, swallowing the entire Xianlong pill in 1 gulp. The immense potency of the elixir caused veins to bulge painfully on his forehead as he howled to the heavens in agony. "Just wait. Soon they shall all kneel at the feet of us, father and son." Before Ling Balong, a scroll of profound martial arts materialized, its pages slowly unfurling as his true energy surged. On the first page of the martial arts manual, there was a striking illustration of a warrior with no arms. As his true energy completed the entire set, Ling Balong's expression transformed into one of ferocity, with a glance imbued with bitterness. He suddenly looked up and laughed maniacally. "Niao Wushuang, I must thank you. Had you not rendered my arms useless, I might have missed this unparalleled martial art." Chapter 26. Execution of Family Law at the Sword Marquis Mansion. The chief steward, Nie Yuan, knelt outside the grand entrance. Meanwhile, Niao Wushuang had taken a chair and sat squarely at the entrance. Behind him, a succession of guards and servants of the Sword Marquis Mansion rushed forth. Upon witnessing this scene, the guards and servants were rendered speechless with shock. The events transpiring within the Marquis's residence had yet to reach them, and they were oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded between the chief steward Nie Yuan and Niao Wushuang. However, this scene was undeniably bizarre. The timid and often bullied young lord, Niao Wushuang, sat confidently at the entrance, while the formidable chief steward Nie Yuan knelt below. What an extraordinary sight! As the guards and servants emerged, many almost believed they were mistaken. In their minds, it was supposed to be Niao Wushuang who knelt, while Nie Yuan should be the one seated. Among these guards and servants were several of Nie Yuan's most loyal subordinates. Seeing their chief steward kneeling on the ground, 4 or 5 sycophants rushed over to assist him. One of the leading guards, Nie Tai, boldly approached Niao Wushuang, berating him. "Who do you think you are? Get down and kneel. The chief steward is the one who should be seated." This guard captain was Nie Yuan's most trusted confidant and the strongest individual within the Sword Marquis Mansion. It was largely due to his contributions that Nie Yuan maintained control over the entire estate. He strode toward Niao Wushuang, oblivious to the fact that the kneeling Nie Yuan kept his head lowered, not daring to utter a word. Nie Wushuang narrowed his eyes, assessing the advancing guard captain. Over 50 years of age, Nie Tai had once served alongside the sword marquis Nie Jiantong in the military, earning considerable favor from him. Once a low-ranking general, he withdrew from the battlefield a decade ago after a great war left him with a slight disability in his left leg. The sword marquis Nie Jiantong graciously appointed him as the head of the guards at the sword marquis mansion, entrusting him with the safety and daily protection of the estate. While the sword marquis was present, Nie Tai behaved obediently and diligently. However, 3 years ago, after the departure of sword marquis Nie Jiantong, Nie Tai immediately allied with Nie Yuan to seize control of the mansion, even leading the guards on multiple occasions to deliberately humiliate Nie Wushuang. Now, this scoundrel dared to brazenly taunt him in person. Such a vile servant, if not slain, would never quell the hatred in his heart. To spare him would not suffice to instill fear in the nefarious characters lurking within the sword marquis mansion. Nie Tai, do you acknowledge your crimes? Suddenly, Nie Wushuang's eyes snapped open, a fierce brilliance radiating from them, and his entire demeanor transformed into an aura of unyielding sharpness. This thunderous shout startled Nie Tai, causing him to tremble. Thud! Nie Tai halted, noticing that today Nie Wushuang seemed markedly different from usual. Yet, having indulged himself in arrogance over the past 3 years within the mansion, he had never truly regarded Nie Wushuang as a threat. He could not have anticipated that the Nie Wushuang before him had undergone a complete metamorphosis. A sinister expression crossed Nie Tai's face as he coldly retorted, "Acknowledge my crimes? You little brat, do you even realize who you are speaking to? Do you truly consider yourself a young marquis?" Slap. The reply was a resounding slap. Nie Wushuang moved with such swiftness that those around him scarcely perceived when he left his seat, delivering a fierce blow to Nie Tai. Though Nie Tai was a seasoned warrior at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm, honed by the trials of battle, he was caught utterly unawares by Nie Wushuang's assault. It was only when the sound of the slap echoed that he came to, horrified as he covered his face. Shouting in rage, "You dare strike me!" This time, the response came in the form of 2 streams of sword energy. The sword energies burst forth from Nie Wushuang's hands, swift as lightning, and before Nie Tai could evade, his knees were simultaneously pierced. Nie Tai let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground involuntarily. Blood gushed from the wounds in his knees. He raised his head just in time to meet Nie Wushuang's domineering and icy gaze, sending a jolt of terror through his entire being. He suddenly realized that the Nie Wushuang before him was utterly transformed. It was as though he were facing an entirely different person, especially those eyes, which evoked a feeling reminiscent of sword marquis Nie Jiantong, instilling a deep-seated fear within him. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The several sycophantic subordinates of the chief steward Nie Yuan, who had been clamoring, were left dumbfounded by the scene. They were well aware that the young marquis Nie Wushuang had lost his martial soul and was deemed a waste, which is why they, as vile servants, had dared to bully him. But what had they just witnessed? Sword energy. They had seen sword energy emanating from Nie Wushuang's hands. Could this be real? Merely this was insufficient to instill such profound shock within them. After all, possessing sword energy merely indicated that Nie Wushuang had attained a certain level of cultivation. Yet, in a single strike, Nie Wushuang incapacitated the leader of the guards, Nie Tai. It is worth noting that Nie Tai was a junior grand martial master at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. Even the esteemed steward Nie Yuan's cultivation fell short of Nie Tai's. Yet now, Nie Tai lay incapacitated, kneeling before Nie Wushuang. This spectacle evoked a sense of dread and terror among the guards and servants of the sword marquis mansion. Amidst the fearful gazes of these servants, Nie Wushuang slowly rose from his seat. His gaze fell upon the kneeling, anguished Nie Tai, and in a voice as cold as ice, he pronounced, "For transgressing against authority, administer 300 punitive strikes. Bring forth the house rules." As his words echoed, none among the guards dared to move. Strike Nie Tai? Who among them would dare to? Nie Wushuang's frigid gaze swept across the dozen or so guards, and he commanded with undeniable authority, 10 strikes each. Anyone who hesitates shall be deemed an accomplice. This decree rendered the guards of the sword marquis mansion pale with fear. At long last, one guard stepped forward, each tremulous step betraying his trepidation. Upon witnessing the guard approach to strike him, Nie Tai roared in fury, "You dare!" His thunderous shout nearly sent the guard fleeing, causing his weapon to tremble in his grasp. "Strike!" commanded Nie Wushuang coldly. The guard found himself in a quandary. "Strike!" Nie Wushuang bellowed again. The guard's weapon fell from his grasp as he knelt, paralyzed by fear. Failing to act would signify complicity. Nie Wushuang's icy voice resonated with boundless authority, causing the kneeling guard to faint from terror. Chapter 27. punishing the corpse to establish authority, displaying the corpse for all to see. Incompetent. Nie Wuxuang didn't even deign to glance at him. Such a person was utterly unworthy of serving as a guard in the Sword Marquis mansion. Bring him out and bind him. Nie Wuxuang commanded coldly. 2 guards, trembling with trepidation, approached to bind the unconscious guard. You too, strike. Nie Wuxuang's domineering gaze fixed upon them, issuing his command. Though quaking with fear, the 2 guards nonetheless grasped their weapons and approached Nie Tai. You dare. Nie Tai glared fiercely as the 2 guards struck. Nie Tai's rear was left a mangled mess. Continue. Nie Wuxuang's voice boomed, unrelenting in its command. In an instant, guards emerged one after another to carry out the orders. After 9 rounds, a total of 180 blows had been delivered, and Nie Tai was utterly lifeless. Observing the lifeless form of Nie Tai, the guards paused, believing the ordeal had come to an end. Yet, to their astonishment, Nie Wuxuang continued to bellow, keep going. 2 guards, trembling, stepped forward, their palms slick with cold sweat gripping the water and fire rods. To strike again would be to desecrate a corpse. Nonetheless, Nie Wuxuang demanded they persist. All 36 guards took their turn. By the time the final guard finished, Nie Tai's body was a grotesque sight, unrecognizable, witnessing the bloodied remains. Some guards and servants collapsed to the ground, retching in horror. This scene would be etched in their memories forever. No one could have anticipated that the once timid young lord Nie Wuxuang could unleash such terror, even compelling them to desecrate a corpse before the gates of the Sword Lord's residence. At this moment, the loyal disciples supporting the chief steward Nie Yuan were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in dismay. Chief steward, do you find my actions appropriate? Nie Wuxuang's voice pierced through the air. The already terrified Nie Yuan, pale as death, prostrated himself on the ground, too frightened to respond. The chief steward's silence suggested discontent with my methods, did it not? Nie Wuxuang's cold laughter echoed ominously. Nay, I dare not. The steward stammered, though clearly gripped by fear. Upon hearing Nie Wuxuang's words, he mustered the courage to exclaim, Young lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. I am utterly in awe, since the chief steward deems it wise. All the better. Nie Wuxuang's icy gaze suddenly turned to the chief steward's loyal subordinates, commanding with authority, you who have aided and abetted, exploiting your position over the subservient. To spare you and your 3 clans is already a considerable leniency. Bring them forth, and each shall receive 300 strikes. 300 strikes were beyond endurance. Even someone as formidable as Nie Tai, a master of the spirit martial realm, succumbed after 180 blows. How could these mere lackeys withstand even 100? It was clear that they would perish long before reaching Tui in a brief span of time. The entrance of the Sword Marquis' residence was adorned with no fewer than 7 or 8 lifeless bodies. Initially, there were onlookers surrounding the estate, but they had all fled in terror. The chief steward, Nie Yuan, was rendered unconscious from fear. However, as the principal culprit, Nie Wuxuang could not let him off the hook. Bring him to. Nie Wuxuang commanded with a thunderous voice. Immediately, guards emerged from the residence, dousing him with frigid well water. With a splash, the icy water jolted the steward awake. Strike him. Nie Wuxuang's cold tone sent shivers down Nie Yuan's spine. The whipping commenced relentlessly, leaving the steward battered and bruised, his anguished cries resembling the mournful wails of the damned, sending chills through all who heard. After enduring 80 strikes, the steward was barely clinging to life, prompting Nie Wuxuang to wave his hand and command a halt. Approaching the steward, he produced a healing elixir and applied it to the steward's lacerated wounds. Thank you, young Marquis, for sparing my life. The steward, now conscious yet feeble, was overwhelmed with gratitude at Nie Wuxuang's unexpected act of mercy, believing he had been granted a second chance. Sprinkling half a vial of the miraculous elixir onto Nie Yuan's injuries, the wounds astonishingly healed and began to scab over within mere breaths, leaving onlookers in awe of the elixir's efficacy. Returning to his seat, Nie Wuxuang coolly commanded, continue. His intention of healing Nie Yuan was solely to prolong his suffering. At the sound of his command, the steward felt as though he had been plunged into an abyss, emitting another heart-wrenching scream. This time, after enduring 90 strikes, he was left with but a single breath. Nie Wuxuang approached once more, applying the healing potion. Moments later, the wails resumed. Thus, for a full 2 hours, the steward was tortured, depleting the last remnants of Nie Wuxuang's elixir, until finally, the steward breathed his last. His fate was more tragic than anyone else's, truly a scene of unspeakable horror. The household servants and guards surrounding the scene were left pale and shaken by Nie Wuxuang's ruthless methods. To them, the seemingly harmless smile of Nie Wuxuang was far more terrifying than that of a malevolent spirit. As dusk approached, 10 massive poles were erected in front of the Sword Marquis's residence, each displaying a bloodied, grotesque corpse. Any passerby dared not approach, evading the area in sheer terror. The display of corpses served to establish authority and instill dread in the hearts of all. This was Niao Wushuang's method of asserting his dominance, ensuring that everyone would feel a profound fear deep within their souls. Chapter 28. The shameless father and daughter. Niao Wushuang's tactics not only intimidated the nefarious entities within the Sword Marquis's estate, but also dissuaded many outsiders with ill intentions toward the residents. Overnight, the reputation of the young Marquis spread across the Dragon Sword Kingdom, but this time it was tinged with the moniker of a ruthless corpse whipper. Even upon learning of this title, Niao Wushuang could only smile wryly. The following day, as Niao Wushuang stepped out of his door, a waiting guard approached to report, "Young Lord, Lord Wu is awaiting you in the parlor." Lord Wu? Niao Wushuang furrowed his brow. His impression of Lord Wu was quite favorable. Lord Wu, Wu Chongxiao, along with Lord Zhan, Ling Zhanyun, had once served as valiant generals under the command of Jianhou Nie Jiantong, having been entirely nurtured by him. In contrast to the arrogance of Lord Zhan, Ling Zhanyun, Lord Wu, Wu Chongxiao, was remarkably humble and not one to forget his debts of gratitude. It was he who had facilitated the engagement between Niao Wushuang and Wu Tianjiao. Moreover, throughout the 3 years of Niao Wushuang's downfall, Lord Wu had never broached the subject of annulling the engagement. Upon entering the parlor, Niao Wushuang immediately spotted Wu Chongxiao seated within. Approaching 60, Wu Chongxiao exuded vitality. He bore none of the brutal aura of a battle-hardened veteran, instead radiating an air of scholarly elegance. However, it was evident to Niao Wushuang that today's Lord Wu was markedly different from his usual self. There was an added glimmer of joy and authority about him. Recently, Lord Wu had been appointed as the commander of the 3 armies by the Dragon Emperor, and both his complexion and demeanor reflected a newfound brilliance. Standing behind Lord Wu was a captivating woman clad in purple. Upon seeing her, Niao Wushuang felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment's reflection, he recognized her as his fiancée. This recognition, however, was accompanied by a less than pleasant memory. When Niao Wushuang awakened his 8th-tier silver martial soul, his reputation as a genius spread throughout the Dragon Sword Kingdom. The following year, Lord Wu's daughter, Wu Tianjiao, also awakened her 7th-tier purple martial soul, prompting Lord Wu to personally visit and arrange the engagement between Niao Wushuang and Wu Tianjiao. 3 years ago, calamity befell Niao Wushuang. In the span of a night, his martial soul vanished, and he fell from the heights of genius to the depths of worthlessness. Consequently, the engagement between him and Wu Tianjiao became a topic of considerable public interest. Their union, once seen as a match made in heaven, now appeared ludicrous. How could a mere waste be wed to a paragon of excellence? Many assumed that the Wu family would swiftly annul the engagement. However, to everyone's astonishment, neither Lord Wu Chongxiao nor Wu Tianjiao ever mentioned dissolving the betrothal. In fact, following that incident, Wu Tianjiao began frequenting the Jianhou residence, and her relationship with Niao Wushuang grew increasingly intimate. Over the span of 3 years, Niao Wushuang had developed a deep affection for Wu Tianjiao, willingly imparting all 4 profound martial arts left by the Jianhou. Wu Tianjiao, endowed with innate talent, despite not matching Niao Wushuang's prowess, made remarkable progress in her martial cultivation. Within 3 years, she mastered all 4 profound martial arts to a remarkable degree. Yet, since then, Wu Tianjiao had ceased her visits to the Jianhou residence. Whenever Niao Wushuang sought her out, he was met with her merciless mockery. "Niao Wushuang, had you remained the genius you once were, I, Wu Tianjiao, would have surely followed you for a lifetime. However, the current version of you fills me with disdain. I advise you to abandon your illusory hopes and avoid aspiring for what is beyond your reach. From this moment forth, I implore you to cease your relentless pursuit of me. Do you not realize that for the past 3 years, merely the sight of your face has made me feel nauseated? Were it not for the desire to acquire the profound martial arts of the Sword Marquis estate, I would not squander a moment of my time on you. Nonetheless, exchanging 4 types of profound martial arts for 3 years of my companionship is not a loss for you. Depart now and return to your mundane existence. You and I exist in entirely different realms. The chasm between us will only widen to an extent that you will find it utterly unattainable." Every word from the martial prodigy struck like a dagger through the heart, shattering all illusions and hopes that Niao Wushuang held. From that point onward, Niao Wushuang descended into an even deeper state of despondency. The cruelty of the martial prodigy was no less than that of the most vile of miscreants. Niao Wushuang's expression darkened suddenly, his tone turning cold as he inquired, "The esteemed Marquis has graced us with his presence. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Cognizant of the martial prodigy's malice, Nie Wuxuang naturally harbored no goodwill. His demeanor left Wu Chengxiao momentarily taken aback, prompting him to exclaim in irritation, "What is the meaning of this attitude? Has receiving the emperor's favor led you to disregard even me, your future father-in-law? The threshold of the marquis's estate is far too elevated for one like me to aspire to." Nie Wuxuang's voice was frigid, as he issued an explicit dismissal. "Unless the marquis has further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." His stance incited Wu Chengxiao's ire, prompting him to slam his palm upon the table in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Nie Wuxuang. "What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting a withdrawal from our engagement?" With a flicker of realization, Nie Wuxuang discerned that Wu Chengxiao seemed unaware of the martial prodigy's intent to have him annul the engagement, and thus he chose not to elaborate further. Though the marquis was seething with anger, the purpose of his visit prompted him to regain his composure and resume his seat. Admonishing in a subdued tone, "I have heard that you wagered against the battle marquis to duel with Ling Balong at the upcoming Dragon Pool Championship in a month's time. Such recklessness is alarming. Ling Balong possesses a cultivation level at the 10th tier of the true martial realm, on the verge of entering the innate stage. After years of neglect, how could you possibly contend with him in a month? That is of no concern to the marquis," Nie Wuxuang replied coldly. "Humph, ungrateful." Wu Chengxiao glared, waving his hand dismissively. "These matters are of no interest to me. However, I am here for a serious purpose. I have learned that the emperor has bestowed upon you 100 aperture dragon marrow pill, which is an utter waste on you." "Waste?" Nie Wuxuang scoffed, deliberately questioning. "What, then, would you consider to be a proper use? You may feel discontent, but this is the truth." Wu Chengxiao, perceiving Nie Wuxuang's dissatisfaction, remained indifferent, asserting with an air of entitlement, "The 100 aperture dragon marrow pill is best suited for prodigies. Therefore, I have come to request that you surrender the pill." To him, this seemed a matter of course. Nie Wuxuang found the entire situation exceedingly amusing. This father-daughter pair appeared to outdo one another in their shamelessness. Wu Tianjiao, having deceitfully extracted 4 types of profound martial arts from the Sword Marquis mansion, displayed a level of shamelessness that was already remarkable. Yet, to his astonishment, the martial marquis Wu Chengxiao proved to be even more audacious, brazenly demanding that he relinquish the Baijiao Longsui Dan to Wu Tianjiao. Although Nie Wuxuang did not particularly care for the Baijiao Longsui Dan, why should he simply give it away to Wu Tianjiao? Chapter 29. I won't even feed you to the dogs. What is this? Are you reluctant? Seeing Nie Wuxuang fall silent, Wu Chengxiao thundered in anger. "You and Tianjiao are to be husband and wife in the future. Can you not even bear to part with a single pill for her?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Wu Tianjiao emerged from behind him, her face awash with guilt. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she implored Nie Wuxuang, "Brother Wuxuang, I was wrong before. I should not have spoken to you like that. However, those words were not spoken from the heart. I merely wished to inspire you, not wanting to see you continue in despair." Her performance was nothing short of exquisite, tears flowing freely. Had it been the old Nie Wuxuang, he would have undoubtedly been dazzled by Wu Tianjiao's tears, but he would not be so easily deceived. How could the esteemed God Emperor of absolute heaven fail to see through Wu Tianjiao's petty trickery? Casting a disdainful glance at this shameless father and daughter duo, Nie Wuxuang let out a cold laugh and retrieved the Baijiao Longsui Dan. This was the right course of action. They merely needed to clarify their misunderstandings. What deep-seated enmity could possibly exist between a couple? Upon seeing the Baijiao Longsui Dan in Nie Wuxuang's hand, Wu Chengxiao's face broke into a smile, and he even dared to reach out to seize the pill. Yet, before his hand could grasp it, Nie Wuxuang held the Baijiao Longsui Dan and began to stride toward the door. "Brother Wuxuang, where are you going?" Wu Tianjiao's eyes sparkled as she hurried after him, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Thank you for the pill. Once the Longqi Championship is over, I shall marry you." Having reached the courtyard, Nie Wuxuang suddenly halted, gripping the Baijiao Longsui Dan and regarding Wu Tianjiao, who had extended her hands in anticipation of receiving the pill, with a cold smile. Wu Tianjiao was indeed shameless to the utmost degree, claiming she would marry him after the Longqi Championship. It was evident to all that this was merely a ruse. Surely in the minds of this father-daughter duo, the Longqi Championship was the terminus of Nie Wuxuang's existence, was it not? With a flick of his wrist, he loosened his grip, and the Baijiao Longsui Dan, roughly the size of a thumb, tumbled to the ground, rolling toward a gray earth dog that lay sprawled nearby. Oh no! Upon witnessing the pill fall, Wu Tianjiao's heart seized with anxiety, and she rushed after it. However, before she could reach it, the Baijiao Longsui Dan had already rolled to the earth dog's mouth, which opened lazily, revealing its glistening eyes, fixated on the pill, drool already coating it in a glistening layer. This sight nearly made Wu Tianjiao retch. Yet, recalling the efficacy of the Baijiao Long Sui Dan, she steeled herself and charged forward. After all, it was merely a matter of a bit of dog saliva. Once cleaned, it could still be consumed. Before Wu Tianjiao could charge forward, the earth dog unexpectedly opened its mouth and devoured the 100-orifice dragon marrow pill. Wu Tianjiao stood frozen in disbelief. The precious 100-orifice dragon marrow pill had been consumed by a dog. Even Wu Chongxiao, who had just exited the hall, was taken aback. That was a treasure they could only dream of possessing, a pill that even he, a distinguished Wu Ho, was unworthy to consume. Yet it had fallen into the hands of a mere dog. In that moment, both father and daughter were rooted to the spot, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only Niao Wushuang remained composed, for this had all been part of his cunning plan. To others, the 100-orifice dragon marrow pill might have seemed like an unparalleled treasure, but to him, it was utterly worthless. This pill merely opened the body's orifices. While he could easily concoct an opening pill that would unlock 360 meridians within the body, such a pill held no value for him. Thus, when Wu Chongxiao expressed his desire for the pill, Niao Wushuang had already devised a plan for its disposal. You desire it, do you? I shall not only withhold it from you, but I shall also feed it to a dog. His intentions were unmistakably clear. Even if he were to feed the 100-orifice dragon marrow pill to a dog, it would not be for them. Feeding a dog instead of yielding to them was an immense humiliation. After a brief silence, Wu Chongxiao erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Niao Wushuang and scolding him. Look at the mess you've made. A 100-orifice dragon marrow pill, so carelessly squandered. You can't even hold on to a single pill. What a worthless fool you are. Wu Chongxiao turned and stormed away. Wu Tianjiao's gaze was filled with despair. She had believed she could outsmart Niao Wushuang and soon acquire the 100-orifice dragon marrow pill, but in that moment of elation, she was plunged into the depths of despair. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. The sense of hopelessness and sorrow akin to a deathly blow. You truly are useless, Wu Tianjiao exclaimed in frustration, stamping her feet and following her father in anger. Outside the Sword Marquis mansion, the father and daughter seethed with resentment. Father, that Niao Wushuang is utterly detestable. How dare he humiliate us so? I cannot possibly swallow this indignation, Wu Tianjiao exclaimed, her pretty face flushed with rage. That wretched creature dares to insult us. We shall ensure he knows the consequences. Wu Chongxiao's expression was equally fierce as he growled. Once I secure my position as the commander of the three armies, I will take my time to make this waste suffer. Despite their own shamelessness, this unscrupulous pair shifted the blame entirely onto Niao Wushuang. This father-daughter duo was even more malicious and shameless than the war Marquis Ling Zhanyun. As they departed, Niao Wushuang did not remain idle. Having attained the true martial realm, it was time for him to practice various martial arts. Martial arts can be classified into 4 primary categories based on their attributes: mental techniques, combat skills, auxiliary techniques, and body techniques. The level of martial arts corresponds to the 9 realms of martial practitioners, divided into 9 ranks, each of which is further subdivided into inferior, medium, and superior tiers. The higher the level, the more formidable the martial arts become. In the past, Niao Wushuang practiced the heart method martial art known as the Great Sun Raging Yang Decision, which was the finest entry-level martial art in the entire Sword Marquis Manor. Upon mastering it, the inner true energy could transform into 10 blazing suns. When unleashed, it could even manifest as flames, with the martial art embodying the capacity to inflict fiery burns, exponentially increasing its lethality. However, at this point, such a level of martial art scarcely caught Niao Wushuang's attention, for he had mastered thousands of divine-level martial arts. To complement his chaotic devouring dragon martial soul, he chose a mysterious heart method martial art, the 9 turns skimming the heavens technique. This heart method was discovered during his cultivation at the Divine Emperor realm within an ancient ruin. It transcended rank, surpassing any conventional heart method in power. Once perfected, the inner true energy would possess a devouring attribute, capable of directly plundering any attribute of true energy and assimilating it into one's own. The synergy between the 9 turns skimming the heavens technique and his chaotic devouring dragon martial soul was seamless. The cultivation of the 9 turns skimming the heavens technique required the establishment of 99 unique true energy pathways within the body, a feat beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. With his formidable divine emperor experience and the extraordinary depth of his true energy, Niao Wushuang found the opening of these pathways considerably easier. After half an hour, new true energy pathways emerged within him. As his true energy flowed through these pathways and returned to his dantian, its attributes began to transform. The true energy, once a vibrant azure, resembling a true dragon, now morphed into a shadowy black, coalescing into a vortex that radiated an aura of terrifying devourment. This was the devouring true energy resulting from the mastery of the 9-turns-skimming the heavens technique. With the completion of this technique, his realm also ascended to a minor level, entering the third layer of the true martial realm. Next, Niao Wushuang turned his attention to combat martial arts, which are of paramount importance. A powerful combat martial art can enable a warrior to unleash tenfold, or even 100-fold, combat prowess. The combat martial art he had previously practiced was the entry-level Crimson Flame Burning Heaven Sword. Upon mastery, it imbued his true energy with the power of fire, capable of igniting fiery sword energy, effortlessly doubling his combat effectiveness. If cultivated to the 10th level of Crimson Flame Burning Heaven Sword, it could unleash tenfold combat prowess. However, to Niao Wushuang, this martial art now appeared as mere refuse. He contemplated briefly before swiftly selecting a martial art that was both exceedingly domineering and powerful, the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Demon Technique. This is a supreme-grade divine martial art, embodying the might of the dragon in aquatic realms and the strength of the elephant on land. Upon mastery, the practitioner would gain the formidable physique of a dragon and elephant, possessing boundless strength. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique is divided into 13 tiers, each imbued with immense power. Mastering it to its fullest potential grants one the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, enabling them to engage in combat with true dragons without hesitation. Niao Wushuang, possessing the experience of a divine emperor, finds it effortless to practice any martial art. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he has mastered the 8 combat techniques of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique to an extraordinary level. These 8 techniques are: Wild Elephant Mountain Tread, Flood Dragon Emerges, Dragon and Elephant Enter the Sea, Dragon and Elephant Turn the River, Dragon and Elephant Tear the Earth, Dragon and Elephant Rend the Sky, Dragon and Elephant Roar at the Sun, and Dragon and Elephant Suppression. Each technique surpasses the preceding one in power. Moreover, these techniques are capable of refining the body's tendons, bones, skin, and internal organs. With prolonged practice, one can eventually attain a physique as powerful as that of the ancient dragons and elephants. In essence, the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique emphasizes the enhancement of the physical body, resembling a martial art dedicated to bodily refinement. Niao Wushuang's choice of this technique stems from his desire to cultivate an indomitable physique akin to that of a dragon or elephant. In his previous life, he devoted himself solely to the sword path, achieving remarkable prowess, yet he neglected the cultivation of his physical form, which led to his demise at the hands of the immortal Yunlan in the celestial realm. In this life, he has learned from his past mistakes and is determined to forge an impervious body. As Niao Wushuang delves into the mastery of these 8 techniques, he can distinctly sense the fortification of his physique. His skin has taken on a bronze-like sheen, reminiscent of a copper exterior. Currently, the only aspect he lacks is the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique to its higher realms. This technique requires a solid foundation of true energy for each of its 13 tiers. Though at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, his true energy is as robust as that of a 10th level true martial expert. He can only advance the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique to its 2nd tier. This level enhances the power of the 8 techniques by an additional 2-fold, allowing his body to reach the resilience of bronze skin and iron bones, impervious to blades and arrows. Next, Niao Wushuang must select supplementary martial arts and movement techniques. Among these, the movement technique is undoubtedly the most crucial. Simply put, movement techniques pertain to speed. The faster one moves, the greater the advantage in battle. Previously, he practiced the mid-grade yellow-level movement technique, Fire Crane 9 Shadows, which allowed him to cover 10 zhang in a single step at the 10th level of the true martial realm, a truly astonishing speed. However, in comparison to his current practice of ghostly steps, it pales in significance. Ghostly steps is a superior heavenly-level movement technique that can be cultivated to the heavenly martial realm. At the pinnacle of the heavenly martial emperor realm, one can traverse 1,000 zhang in a single stride, a speed that even the most formidable martial sovereigns cannot rival. When Niao Wushuang employs ghostly steps, his body transforms into a fleeting shadow, reappearing 30 zhang away in an instant. A single step spans 30 zhang. His current movement speed has surpassed that of many formidable masters in the spiritual martial realm. For him, such speed was merely passable. As for auxiliary martial arts, Niao Wushuang chose the divine grade supreme technique, the 7-kill heavenly demon art. Although the 7-kill heavenly demon art is classified as an auxiliary martial art, its lethality surpasses that of many combat techniques, showcasing astonishing power. Most importantly, mastering the 7-kill heavenly demon art enables the practitioner to unleash the tenfold heavenly demon blood fury technique. Each level of the heavenly demon blood fury enhances one's strength by a tier. When executed in succession, the tenfold technique can propel one's power to a significant new realm in an instant. Such a method is indeed extraordinary. However, the 7-kill heavenly demon art does possess its drawbacks. Each time the heavenly demon blood fury is employed, one's realm diminishes by a tier. If one were to consecutively use the tenfold heavenly demon blood fury, once the effect subsides, their strength would fall back by a considerable realm. Nie Wushuang chose the 7-kill heavenly demon art as a contingency measure. He would only resort to the heavenly demon blood fury in dire situations or against invincible foes. Aside from this, Nie Wushuang primarily focused on the sword path. His mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled throughout history, effortlessly wielding any sword technique. Thus, he did not need to engage in rigorous training of any particular sword style. What he lacked most was a suitable soul sword. For instance, the dragon scale sword wielded by the battle marquis would be exceedingly appropriate for Nie Wushuang at present. However, the battle marquis would certainly not part with the dragon scale sword. Therefore, to acquire a fitting soul sword, he would have to purchase one. In the entirety of Yongzhou City, the foremost place to procure high-grade soul swords is undoubtedly the Jiuding Pavilion. Once Nie Wushuang familiarized himself with these martial arts, he busied himself with concocting some spirit recovery elixirs, laboring until the break of dawn. With the spirit recovery elixirs in hand, Nie Wushuang departed with a clear purpose, to visit Jiuding Pavilion, where he intended to purchase a suitable soul sword and acquire several precious spiritual herbs to concoct various cultivation elixirs. Chapter 31. The arrogance of the short-sighted. At the entrance of Jiuding Pavilion, a steady stream of pedestrians flowed in and out. The business of Jiuding Pavilion spanned the entirety of Liangzhou's 100 realms. It is said that the proprietor of Jiuding Pavilion has attained the formidable rank of martial sovereign. In all of Liangzhou's 100 realms, there are but a few martial sovereigns. Even the prestigious Baijian sect, one of Liangzhou's most prominent sects, has yet to produce a martial sovereign despite millennia of resource accumulation and countless extraordinary talents. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of Jiuding Pavilion far surpasses that of Baijian sect. Jiuding Pavilion not only dominates over 2/3 of the business within Liangzhou's 100 realms, but also oversees a substantial portion of soul artisans and spiritual herbalists. The Jiuding Pavilion in Yunshao City, though merely a small branch, boasts 3 esteemed elders. The mightiest of these is the Grand Elder of Jiuding Pavilion, who is notoriously elusive. Seldom seen, speculations abound regarding the Grand Elder's strength, with no definitive realm established. Rumor has it that the Grand Elder's power may even eclipse that of the Dragon Sovereign. The Grand Elder, indifferent to worldly affairs, entrusted all transactions within the Jiuding Pavilion to the 2nd and 3rd Elders. Both of these individuals are soul weapon masters, capable of forging profound-grade soul weapons. More significantly, their martial prowess is astonishing, as both are formidable martial kings at the 1st level of the Xuanwu realm. Such warriors possess the ability to manipulate qi for flight, allowing them to linger briefly in the skies. In the entirety of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, only the Jiuding Pavilion and the Divine Hall boast more than 3 martial kings. This clearly illustrates the immense power of the Jiuding Pavilion. Together with the Divine Hall, they are the 2 titans within the Dragon Sword Kingdom that even the Dragon Emperor dares not provoke. As Nie Wushuang entered the Jiuding Pavilion and approached one of the counters, he placed a vial of liquid elixir before him. The shopkeeper behind the counter, seeing merely a youth, paid him little heed and gestured for a nearby attendant to evaluate the potion. Upon inspecting the elixir, the attendant, with a dismissive glance, hurled it away and arrogantly remarked, "What sort of rubbish do you think this is? Do you believe we accept refuse here?" Nie Wushuang was not surprised by the attendant's lack of discernment. However, the attendant's condescending attitude ignited a fire of anger within him. His countenance darkened as he pointed at the attendant and commanded in a deep voice, "Pick it up." "What?" The attendant, accustomed to his domineering ways, thought he had misheard. "Pick it up," Nie Wushuang repeated, his tone firm. "You have 10 breaths of time." His finger tapped rhythmically on the counter, each tap marking a breath's passage. "What is happening?" The shopkeeper approached, casting a sidelong glare at the attendant. "Shopkeeper, this fellow brought some utterly unrecognizable trash, attempting to deceive us. Does he think Jiuding Pavilion is a place where anyone can act recklessly?" The attendant exaggeratedly complained. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. His gaze fixed on Nie Wushuang as he coldly admonished, "Young man, I advise you to leave promptly. This is not a place for your insolence." As the 10 breaths elapsed, Nie Wushuang withdrew his finger, his gaze leveling at the shopkeeper. His voice imbued with authority. Since you adjuting pavilion fail to discipline your attendant, I shall take it upon myself to do so. He stepped towards the attendant. Shopkeeper? The attendant, feeling the weight of Niao Wushuang's icy stare, was seized by fear and hurriedly sought refuge behind the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper stiffened, his expression turning stormy as he angrily declared, "You audacious brat! How dare you behave so insolently in my juting pavilion? I see you are either incredibly bold or woefully ignorant of this place's significance." With a resounding clap of his hands, 6 burly guards burst forth from the rear of the juting pavilion, forming an unyielding barrier that obstructed Niao Wushuang's path. Whose unruly child is this, daring to act brazenly in juting pavilion? Young man, do you believe this is a venue where you can unleash your wildness? If you have any sense, vacate at once. Do not compel us to take action. A few guards from the Nine Ding Pavilion towered over Niao Wushuang, their condescending gazes filled with mockery. Their prowess was unquestionable. For each of the 6 was a high-ranking martial artist at the 8th level of true martial realm. Such formidable guards were a rarity even among the 3 great marquee houses. Enough of this prattle. Cripple this brat, and display him outside for all to see. I wish to witness who dares to act with such audacity in the Nine Ding Pavilion thereafter. The manager of the Nine Ding Pavilion barked impatiently, his voice laced with malice. Due to Niao Wushuang's presence, a sizable crowd had gathered, causing significant disruption to business. The manager's viciousness was evident as he ordered the crippling of Niao Wushuang and his public humiliation. Upon hearing these commands, the onlookers turned pale and hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The 6 guards, under the manager's orders, wasted no time. Kid, do not blame us. Blame your own blindness for daring to seek death in the Nine Ding Pavilion. With the manager's decree to cripple Niao Wushuang, they would not dare to leave him with any limb intact. Boom. One of the guards from the Nine Ding Pavilion launched a punch aimed directly at Niao Wushuang's face. Simultaneously, the others advanced, targeting his limbs. Each of the 6, being high-ranking martial artists at the 8th level of true martial realm, had 8 open meridians, their true energy surging forth and enveloping their hands. Even a casual grab could leave several dents in the stone floor. Their collective assault aimed to incapacitate Niao Wushuang in a single blow. This kid is done for. Many in the crowd shook their heads in dismay at the sight. The simultaneous strike of 6 high-ranking martial artists against one youth was an effortless endeavor, and they believed Niao Wushuang had foolishly walked into his own demise. Some spectators chuckled derisively, convinced that the Nine Ding Pavilion was merely enforcing justice, and that Niao Wushuang had brought this fate upon himself, deserving of such a grim outcome. Observing Niao Wushuang standing frozen in place, as if paralyzed by fear and oblivious to instinctual self-preservation, the manager sneered cruelly. What a pitiful sight. Boom. The 6 guards' fists struck Niao Wushuang's body. Yet in the next instant, they found themselves hitting nothing but air. Their momentum caused them to lurch forward uncontrollably. Disappeared. He vanished. The guards exclaimed in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. It was as though they had encountered a specter, for Niao Wushuang had suddenly eluded their grasp. This is utterly bizarre. Chapter 32. The innate grand martial artist? It was not that he had disappeared. He was simply too swift. Someone cried out, his movement technique is astonishingly fast. The onlookers, watching intently, had clearly seen that at the precise moment the 6 guards were about to strike Niao Wushuang, he had moved. His body swayed and abruptly appeared in the distance, as if he had vanished directly from beneath the fists of the 6 guards of the juting pavilion. This astonishing feat was solely attributed to Niao Wushuang's unparalleled speed. He had just moved at a staggering pace of 30 zhong per step. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. 30 zhong per step. Such swiftness was characteristic of a congenital grand martial master. Could it be that this young man was indeed a congenital grand martial master? The steward of Jiuting Pavilion, taken aback, was also astonished. His position as steward was not only a result of his expertise in discerning treasures, but also due to his own prowess as a peak 10th layer true martial realm master. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to that of Niao Wushuang. This revelation sent a shiver through the steward. Witnessing the 6 guards of Jiuting Pavilion miss their target, the steward's expression shifted, panic creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, "He is behind you. This boy is peculiar. Do not hold back. End this swiftly." The 6 guards of Jiuting Pavilion suddenly turned, charging towards Niao Wushuang like tigers unleashed. Seeking death, Niao Wushuang's icy gaze swept across the 6 charging guards. In that instant, they were enveloped by a terrifying aura, leaving them with a suffocating sensation. Their hearts raced as they inadvertently met Niao Wushuang's cold stare, sending tremors through their bodies. That gaze was akin to a falcon fixated on its prey. Niao Wushuang was the falcon, and they were the prey. This bizarre feeling left the 6 guards of Jioding Pavilion in disbelief. Despite being in a position of advantage, they could not fathom why their hearts tightened in unison. At that moment, Niao Wushuang moved again. This time, it was not to evade but to twist his body, from which surged streams of black true energy. Faintly manifesting around him, the black true energy erupted like a tidal wave, forming a barrier akin to a true energy field before him. However, at the center of this black true energy barrier swirled a vortex, exuding a terrifying gravitational force, as if it sought to devour everything around it. This true energy barrier was nearly the hallmark of a congenital Grand Martial Master. Good heavens, could this boy truly be a congenital Grand Martial Master? The 6 guards were struck with shock. A 15 or 16-year-old congenital Grand Martial Master, was he a monster? Facing such a being was tantamount to courting death. In that instant, the 6 guards of Jioding Pavilion found their fighting spirit evaporating. All they wished for was to flee. A congenital expert was simply beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, before they could turn, Niao Wushuang's fist had already arrived. Bang, bang, bang. With a single blow for each, Niao Wushuang swiftly defeated the 6 guards of Jioding Pavilion. As his fist struck them, the 9-turn skydrifting technique activated, frantically siphoning their true energy from their dantians. At the same time, it shattered their dantians, rendering them utterly incapacitated. My dantian is ruined. Oh heavens, I have become utterly worthless. Those 6 guards of the Jioding Pavilion writhe on the ground like shrimps, bent over, emitting lamentable and tragic cries of agony. Their dantians have been rendered useless, transforming them into mere husks, and with that, they have lost their opportunity to serve at the Jioding Pavilion. In this moment, they regret their actions deeply, their remorse palpable. Had they foreseen this outcome, even in defiance, they would never have dared to provoke Niao Wushuang. But now, regret comes too late. Is that lad truly a congenital master? It seems impossible. He appears to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age. A congenital master at such a tender age cannot possibly be real. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They too witnessed the aura barrier before Niao Wushuang, yet struggled to believe that he could be a congenital master. If a 15 or 16-year-old were indeed a congenital master, the implications would be terrifying. The manager of Jioding Pavilion, engulfed in a flurry of anxiety, paid no heed to the pitiful screams of the 6 guards. His gaze fixated on Niao Wushuang with a flicker of panic. He could not fathom that Niao Wushuang was a congenital master, nor could he dare to believe it. If he had offended a 15 or 16-year-old congenital master, would he have any hope of survival? It must be related to martial arts. I have heard of certain special martial arts that enable true martial realm masters to emanate. Previously, he had scarcely regarded Niao Wushuang. Yet now he lacked even the courage to meet Niao Wushuang's gaze. It seemed as though the figure before him was not a mere human, but rather a ferocious beast, indeed. A terrifying beast, like a true dragon or a mighty mammoth. The dreadful aura emanating from Niao Wushuang instilled an involuntary fear in the manager of Jioding Xian, compelling him to consider fleeing. However, in such a public setting, escape was not an option. After all, he was the manager of Jioding Xian. How could he face others again if he ran away? Thud, thud, thud. With each deliberate step, Niao Wushuang approached. The heavy sound of his footsteps resonating like thunder in the ears of the manager, causing him to lose all resolve to resist and retreat in terror to the side. As Niao Wushuang passed him and approached the Jioding Xian attendant, he spoke again, his voice steady yet ominously deep. Pick it up. This time, the attendant did not hesitate. Terrified, he knelt down and reverently retrieved the discarded vial, trembling as he presented it before Niao Wushuang. He was utterly petrified. A stream of liquid running down his pant leg, eliciting murmurs of sympathy from onlookers. The attendant, kneeling before Niao Wushuang, let out a terrified wail, crying, I was wrong. I was blind. I deserve to die. I am a fool. As the attendant sobbed and slapped his own face in a display of remorse and regret, the manager of Jioding Xian observed, wishing to intervene. Yet, the memory of Niao Wushuang's terrifying presence made him shrink back, opting for silence instead. Niao Wushuang retrieved the porcelain vial and turned to leave. Only after he had walked far away did the attendant collapse, his body convulsing and foam gathering at his mouth. Nearly scared to death. Useless. The manager of Jioding Xian stepped forward, kicking the prostrate attendant twice, venting his anger entirely upon him. Blind fool, you've brought me ruin. All 6 of the Jioding Xian guards had been incapacitated, a burden that the manager could hardly bear. Moreover, this incident jeopardized the reputation of Jioding Xian. As the manager reflected on how this disgrace could reach the ears of the 3 grand elders, he felt the weight of his position. His very life could be at stake. Overwhelmed by regret, he slumped to the ground, lamenting, what a fool I was. If only I had simply assisted him with the appraisal of the medicine, none of this chaos would have ensued. I must have been struck senseless to provoke such a calamity. Upon exiting Jiutingxian, Niao Wushuang furrowed his brow. Although he had absorbed the essence of the 6 Jiutingxian guards, elevating his cultivation to the 6th layer of the true martial realm, he had yet to sell the spiritual herbs in his possession. Without selling these herbs, he would lack sufficient funds to procure the soul sword and additional spiritual herbs. Since Jidingshuan was no longer an option, the only place in the entire Yongzhou city where he could procure the soul sword and spiritual herbs he required was the temple. However, having previously incapacitated the temple's Huang Yaosher, would venturing into the temple not be akin to walking into a trap? With a fleeting thought of Huang Yaosher, Niao Wushuang felt no hesitation and promptly turned towards the temple. Niao Wushuang. He is Niao Wushuang, the young lord of the Sword Marquis Mansion, Niao Wushuang, the notorious corpse-whipping maniac. As Niao Wushuang departed, a sudden wave of exclamations erupted from within Jidingshuan. Someone recognized Niao Wushuang, and when the news spread, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that the once impotent Niao Wushuang, who had languished for 3 years, would exhibit such arrogance, disregarding even the dignity of Jidingshuan. He had audaciously slain 6 of Jidingshuan's guards. This was a blatant slap in the face. Moreover, it was Jidingshuan that had been disrespected. It was that useless young lord. The manager of Jidingshuan wore a grimace, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he bellowed, "Just wait. This matter is far from over. No one who has harmed Jidingshuan has ever lived to see the next day." At the entrance of the temple, the throngs of people and the continuous flow of carriages made it a scene 100 times more bustling than Jidingshuan. The business conducted by the temple was far more extensive than that of Jidingshuan. Whether it be various spiritual herbs or rare treasures, even martial arts techniques, one could acquire them all at this temple. Carrying the concocted spiritual herbs, Niao Wushuang stepped into the temple. Unlike the arrogance of Jidingshuan's staff, the employees of the temple were exceptionally cordial. They welcomed Niao Wushuang from the entrance all the way to the counter. "The esteemed guest wishes to sell some medicinal products," the attendant announced. He escorted Niao Wushuang to the counter and then retreated. The manager, a man of approximately 50 or 60 years, regarded Niao Wushuang with a calm demeanor and politely inquired, "Young master, might you present the spiritual herbs you wish to sell for this old man to examine?" "Here you go." Niao Wushuang casually placed the vial on the counter from his sleeve. The manager, unfazed, glanced at the vial with a cursory sweep, quickly assessing, the least valuable moon-white porcelain bottle, worth a mere 1 tael of silver. Anything contained within such a vessel could hardly be premium spiritual liquid. Even with the presumption that Niao Wushuang's offering was not of great value, the temple manager carefully lifted the vial, scrutinizing it thoroughly. After a moment, he set the porcelain bottle down and humbly remarked, "Forgive this old man's lack of discernment. Might you enlighten me as to what lies within?" The temple manager possessed vast experience, adept not only in identifying medicinal liquids, but also in recognizing rare treasures, often with high accuracy. Yet, he could not ascertain the nature of the liquid brought by Niao Wushuang. Nevertheless, he did not suspect that Niao Wushuang was attempting to deceive him. This was clear from the young man's demeanor and eloquence. The manager's gaze towards Niao Wushuang bore a hint of inquisitiveness. "Spirit restoration liquid," Niao Wushuang replied nonchalantly. It was hardly surprising that a manager from such a small establishment would fail to recognize the spirit restoration liquid. The spirit restoration elixir is a rare remedy for the mind, scarcely found even across the vast territories of Liangzhou. The mention of the spirit restoration elixir caught the temple steward off guard. He was not only familiar with its esteemed name, but was also acutely aware that a significant figure was fervently searching for it, even offering an astonishingly high price. Regrettably, neither Jioding Pavilion nor their temple could procure the elixir. Hence, upon hearing its name from Niao Wushuang, the steward was electrified, his hand trembling to the point of nearly dropping the porcelain vial he held. "Please, young master, wait a moment. Such a precious elixir is beyond the authority of a mere steward like myself," he said, rising to instruct his attendant to escort Niao Wushuang to a more luxurious VIP room before hurriedly departing. Chapter 34. Quite the commendable dog. Seated in the VIP room, Niao Wushuang was soon presented with a platter of fruits and tea by the attendant. Meanwhile, in the temple's rear courtyard, the steward who had just received Niao Wushuang stood respectfully nearby. Before him, an elderly man in gray robes stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at a picturesque pond, adorned with a small bridge, flowing water, and rockeries. "Is what you say true?" The elderly man abruptly turned upon hearing the steward's report, particularly electrified at the mention of the spirit restoration elixir. "My subordinate cannot be entirely certain," as I have only heard of the elixir's name and never encountered it personally. The steward replied. He stepped forward, presenting a porcelain vial with utmost respect. These are a few drops extracted from those elixirs. Please allow the temple master to examine them. Let me see it at once. The elderly man exclaimed with palpable excitement, grasping the vial. However, upon observing the liquid within, he furrowed his brow and questioned. Why is it purple? Surely, you must be mistaken. The spirit restoration elixir is supposed to be azure. The steward hesitated, reluctant to speak further. Did that young man truly assert that this is the spirit restoration elixir? The elderly man scrutinized the steward, his eyes filled with doubt. Absolutely true, the steward replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Although the young master appears youthful, his demeanor and bearing suggest he is not one to make false claims. Very well. Keep him calm for the time being. I must conduct further examination, the elderly man instructed, swiftly departing with the vial in hand. Back in the VIP room. Upon the steward's return, Nie Wushuang inquired, has the identification been completed? Please forgive me, young master. The spirit restoration elixir is indeed a rare treasure. Our appraiser requires additional time to ascertain its authenticity, the steward said with a hint of embarrassment. I kindly ask for your patience, and I shall inform you immediately upon receiving any updates. Understood, Nie Wushuang nodded, expressing his understanding. His only concern was whether the temple's appraisers were even familiar with the spirit restoration elixir. As the temple steward had just departed, a boisterous voice erupted from outside the VIP room. Get out of the way. I must see who dares to seize this young master's VIP room. With a thud, a temple attendant was violently pushed aside, stumbling clumsily as he crashed into the door of the VIP room and fell to the ground. My apologies, young master. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, bowing apologetically to Nie Wushuang inside, while rushing to the entrance to block the approach of the young intruder. His face contorted in a forced smile. Young Master Yang, I sincerely apologize, but there is indeed a distinguished guest inside. Please, show some leniency. What kind of worthless scum dares to call himself a distinguished guest? Tell him to come out and vacate the VIP room. The previously boisterous young master spoke with even greater arrogance, casting insults not just at the attendant, but also at Nie Wushuang within. A flicker of displeasure crossed Nie Wushuang's face. Get out of my way. At that moment, a large hand reached through the doorway, roughly tossing the attendant aside. Nie Wushuang narrowed his eyes, appearing as if in tranquil meditation. The newcomer was a youth of 17 or 18, slightly older than Nie Wushuang, and most crucially, he was known to Nie Wushuang. He was young Master Yang Xiaofeng of the Yang family, one of the 4 prominent families in the Longjian kingdom. The influence of these 4 families within the Longjian kingdom was deeply entrenched, having existed far longer than the royal family itself. Through the ages, while the royal titles changed multiple times, these 4 families remained steadfast pillars of power. Yang Xiaofeng quickly spotted Nie Wushuang, who was meditating within the VIP room. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a scornful sneer. I wondered who the guest was. Turns out it's just you, a worthless fool. Nie Wushuang, be wise and leave on your own accord, or I shall be forced to take action. Upon hearing Yang Xiaofeng's threat, Nie Wushuang's eyes snapped open. In that instant, their gazes met, and both felt a shiver run through their bodies. For Yang Xiaofeng, an inexplicable sense of fear washed over him, akin to the sensations he experienced in the presence of his family's ancestral spirit. What in the world is happening? Why do I find this fool so intimidating? Yang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, shaking his head in silent self-mockery. Damn it, I must have been frequenting those establishments too much lately. I feel utterly drained. As a young master accustomed to the pleasures of the brothel, he remained oblivious to the recent happenings at the Tianjian Marquis' residence. Naturally, he was unaware that Nie Wushuang was no longer the worthless individual he once was. Assuming the earlier sensation was merely a fluke, he dismissed any connection to Nie Wushuang. As Yang Xiaofeng stepped into the VIP room, he found Nie Wushuang seated calmly, which only fueled his fury. Are you deaf or blind? Can't you see young Master Yang standing here? Get up, he bellowed. What mad dog is this? Doesn't the temple have any authority? Nie Wushuang, unwilling to engage in conflict, replied coldly, I do not wish to resort to violence. Upon hearing Nie Wushuang's words, Yang Xiaofeng burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Nie Wushuang, do you think they would dare to lay a finger on me? Ask them, who among them would be so bold? Everyone knows that the master of this establishment is none other than my brother-in-law. The head of the Divine Hall was an elderly man over 80. While Yang Xiaofeng's younger sister was still in the bloom of her youth, he felt no shame in marrying off his sister to such an old man. And even as a concubine, he took pride in it. Nie Wushuang found the situation utterly ludicrous. It was precisely due to this connection that Yang Xiaofeng was able to act with such impunity within the Divine Hall. Even the shopkeepers outside, upon witnessing Yang Xiaofeng's antics, dared not intervene, let alone the subservient attendants. With an air of arrogance, Yang Xiaofeng glared at Niao Wushuang and proclaimed, "Niao Wushuang, today I am in a splendid mood. If you bark like a dog and curl up in a ball to roll out of this VIP room, I shall spare you a beating." He regarded Niao Wushuang with disdain, treating him as if he were merely a plaything to be manipulated at will. If it had been the old Niao Wushuang, he might have acquiesced, but the current Niao Wushuang was a formidable divine emperor. How could he be so easily trifled with? He had little regard for even the war marquises. Daring to confront them directly, what was a mere Yang Xiaofeng in comparison? Raising an eyebrow, Niao Wushuang stated coolly, "I truly do not know how a dog barks. Perhaps you could demonstrate for me?" Yang Xiaofeng, oblivious to the absurdity, readily complied, barking, "Woof, woof." After his performance, he looked at Niao Wushuang with a smug expression, inquiring, "Did you catch that?" "No," Niao Wushuang replied, shaking his head. "Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof." Yang Xiaofeng, now more animated, even crouched on the ground, lifting a leg as if to mimic a dog relieving itself. After several more barks, he asked, "Did you hear me clearly this time?" "Indeed." Niao Wushuang replied with a smile, nodding in praise. "You bark quite well. You are a good dog." Chapter 35. Open protection amidst laughter from the onlookers. Many found the scene utterly hilarious. Was this fellow truly so foolish? He was the one imitating a dog's bark. One could not deny that Yang Xiaofeng's performance was surprisingly convincing. Had he perhaps practiced diligently? The irony of Yang Xiaofeng attempting to make Niao Wushuang bark only to find himself on all fours was comically absurd, eliciting tears of laughter from the crowd. As the derisive jeers surrounded him, Yang Xiaofeng finally grasped that he had been outsmarted. His face flushed with rage, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. With a roar, he sprang to his feet, his fist charged with true energy, resembling a ferocious tiger pouncing on Niao Wushuang, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "Dare to toy with me? You seek death." His punch, akin to a thunderclap, unleashed the full might of his fifth-level true martial realm power, creating a crackling sound as the air around him compressed. Had it been the former Niao Wushuang, this blow would have meant certain death or severe injury. Gasps of concern echoed from the crowd as they worried for Niao Wushuang's safety. Niao Wushuang, however, appeared remarkably composed, seated in his chair without any intention of evasion. It was not until Yang Xiaofeng's fist approached his face that his palm slowly rose. With a crack, he struck out, his grip akin to that of iron pliers. Firmly seizing Yang Xiaofeng's fist, and with a sudden twist of his wrist, the terrifying force lifted Yang Xiaofeng effortlessly off the ground. Weighing over 100 pounds, he was hoisted into the air as if it required no effort whatsoever. "Get out!" Niao Wushuang bellowed. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing the living Yang Xiaofeng being effortlessly molded into a ball by Niao Wushuang's hands. With a slap, he hurled Yang Xiaofeng down, causing him to crumple and roll across the ground. Observing Yang Xiaofeng roll out like a ball, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Earlier, Yang had commanded Niao Wushuang to bark like a dog and then roll away, yet now, it was he who was reduced to a rolling ball. Reality had dealt him a harsh slap in the face. As Yang Xiaofeng rolled from the VIP room into the hall, he was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom that Niao Wushuang, whom he had bullied without mercy, would dare to humiliate him in such a manner. He clambered up from the ground in a disheveled state, his face flushed with embarrassment, and fled. With a thud, he collided with someone entering from outside. Infuriated, he scolded without looking up, "Who is the blind fool?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yang Xiaofeng erupted into laughter, turning around to dash back into the VIP room, triumphantly pointing at Niao Wushuang as he declared, "You're finished, absolutely finished. My brother-in-law has returned, and he'll make you regret this." The person he had crashed into was none other than the Grand Steward of the temple. Following him was a poised young man, before whom even the Grand Steward exhibited utmost respect. "What is going on?" The Grand Steward had just returned from outside, wholly unaware of the events that had transpired. As he spoke, the steward responsible for attending to Niao Wushuang promptly approached, softly recounting the entire sequence of events. He even took care to emphasize that Yang Xiaofeng had been unreasonable and attempted to usurp the VIP room. After listening, the Grand Steward, expressionless, nodded and stated, "I understand." He then stepped forward to the entrance of the VIP room, casting a glance at Niao Wushuang, and commanded, "This temple is not a place for your unreasonable antics. Leave at once." Without discerning right from wrong, he directly ordered Niao Wushuang to vacate. Upon hearing this, the second steward, who had initially attended to Niao Wushuang, hurried over and said, "Grand Steward, it is not this young master who is being unreasonable. Who else could it be?" The Grand Steward turned and shot a glare. then shamelessly continued, "Since you know this VIP room was reserved by me, you should not have allowed him to enter. And he should possess the self-awareness to know whether he is worthy of such a room. Having occupied young Master Yang's VIP room, and still daring to speak back. Is it not he who is being unreasonable, or am I the one being unreasonable?" The words of the chief steward are a masterclass in distortion, turning truth on its head with just a few phrases that leave listeners utterly astonished. It is evident that Yang Xiaofeng was being unreasonable in his attempt to usurp Niao Wushuang's VIP room. Yet, through the chief steward's rhetoric, it is portrayed as Niao Wushuang being the one causing the disturbance. This brazen defense is utterly shameless. The chief steward, after all, is aware that this young man has come to sell the divine restorative liquid, just as it seemed the chief steward would eject Niao Wushuang. The second steward hurriedly interjected in a hushed tone, placing particular emphasis on the words divine restorative liquid. Moreover, I have already reported this matter to the temple master. If you expel him now, how will you explain it when the temple master inquires? Will he have the restorative liquid? The chief steward, taken aback, cast a dubious glance at Niao Wushuang, his face marred by a hint of anger as he retorted, "The temple is no place for deception. Though I am unaware of how you learned we require the restorative liquid, daring to deceive the temple is a crime deserving of the gravest punishment." His disbelief in Niao Wushuang's possession of the restorative liquid was palpable, and with evident impatience, he barked, "Take your deceitful wares and get out. Otherwise, I shall make you aware of the temple's regulations." "No, chief steward, please." The second steward urged again as he saw the chief steward's intent to expel Niao Wushuang. "Silence." The chief steward snapped back. "Are you truly so dim-witted? You believe his outlandish claim of possessing the restorative liquid? If the temple master were to encounter such a fraud, how would you justify yourself then? Can you not see the absurdity of this situation? Are you completely useless? Having intended to offer good counsel." The second steward was met with harsh rebuke, leaving him to sigh in resignation as he hurriedly turned to depart. Niao Wushuang observed the entire scene with a cold gaze. The chief steward's blatant favoritism towards Yang Xiaofeng was evident to anyone with clear sight. Yet, intimidated by the chief steward's authority, none dared to speak up, nor would anyone come to his defense. From the chief steward's few words, Niao Wushuang discerned that the temple was seemingly in search of the restorative liquid, a concoction that only he could produce. He grasped the restorative liquid and, without a second thought, rose to leave. "Humph, were you not arrogant just moments ago? Now you are slinking away in disgrace." With the chief steward backing him, Yang Xiaofeng regained his bravado. Such bravado, however, did not merit Niao Wushuang's attention. He slowly approached the entrance of the VIP room, abruptly halting, and with a frosty gaze directed at the chief steward, he confidently declared, "The next time you wish for me to enter your temple, it must be with sincere request on your part." Chapter 36. Are you asking me? I would never ask you. The chief steward, wholly incredulous, scoffed derisively. "I truly do not understand the source of your confidence to utter such words. Let us wait and see." Niao Wushuang weighed the restorative liquid in his hand before striding away. Before he could even exit the temple doors, the second steward hurried back, whispering a few words to the chief steward. The chief steward's expression darkened dramatically, nearly matching the color of liver. "What? Is it true?" The chief steward stood in shock. The second manager spoke clearly. The lord of the hall had already confirmed the authenticity of the divine restoration liquid and requested them to respectfully invite Niao Wushuang inside. For the chief manager, these few brief sentences were undoubtedly akin to a bolt from the blue. Niao Wushuang had made it abundantly clear that he would only return to the hall if the chief manager himself pleaded with him. As the esteemed chief manager of the hall, how could he possibly lower himself to request the favor of a mere youth of 15 or 16 in front of so many onlookers? He simply could not swallow his pride. Watching Niao Wushuang stride out of the hall, the chief manager's face contorted into a grimace, more bitter than that of a bitter melon. In a fit of rage, he struck Yang Xiaofeng beside him with a sharp slap, bellowing, "You incompetent fool! What did I do?" Yang Xiaofeng, taken aback and bewildered by the sudden blow, felt tears welling up in his eyes, utterly confused by the unjust reprimand. "The chief manager has spoken. The lord of the hall has decreed that the divine restoration liquid and this young master must be brought forth." The second manager interjected deliberately from the side. The chief manager's expression darkened even further. He realized that the second manager was seizing this opportunity to take revenge on him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. As his gaze fell upon Yang Xiaofeng, who was still dazed from the slap, a cunning idea struck him. He seized Yang Xiaofeng and dragged him towards the entrance of the hall, muttering, "You insolent wretch, come with me." With a swift motion, he yanked Yang Xiaofeng through the grand doors of the hall and flung him before Niao Wushuang, furiously admonishing, "It is you, blind fool, who has offended this young master? Apologize at once. Me apologize to him? Young Xiaofeng could hardly believe his ears. Caught between laughter and tears, he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, have you lost your mind? Have you been possessed?" Silence. The chief manager shot him a fierce glare, causing young Xiaofeng to immediately fall silent. "My apologies, young master. It was my ignorance that led to this misunderstanding. I beseech you to grant me an opportunity," the chief manager said, his face contorting into a forced smile as he turned to Nie Wuxuang. "You wish to sell medicinal herbs, do you not? Allow me to appraise them for you. Should they prove genuine, I shall certainly acquire them at a fair price." Just moments ago, he had disdainfully urged Nie Wuxuang to leave the hall. Yet now he wore a mask of obsequiousness as he sought to assist him in appraising the herbs. From the dramatic shift in the chief manager's demeanor, Nie Wuxuang surmised the unfolding events. The only possible explanation for the chief manager's sudden humility was that someone within the hall had recognized the value of his divine restoration liquid. Nie Wuxuang regarded the chief manager, who was now all smiles, with a cool and discerning gaze, withholding any response. The once arrogant chief manager now stood before Nie Wuxuang, utterly at a loss for words, unable to muster the courage to personally plead with him. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. "Chief manager, the young master has clearly stated that if you sincerely plead with him, he will forgive you," the second manager said, stepping forward with calculated intent. The chief manager's face turned an even deeper shade of shame, wishing he could simply vanish. Yet, before he could turn away, the second manager interjected once more, "Chief manager, the lord of the hall is already waiting." Though the esteemed manager harbored 100 reservations within, he could only bow his head and extend an apology to Nie Wuxuang. "My dear sir, I must concede that my handling of the matter was indeed lacking. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I sincerely invite you to take a seat in the VIP room." He offered his apology voluntarily. The previously haughty manager, who had dismissed Nie Wuxuang with utter disdain, now lowered himself to make amends. Even more astonishingly, he extended a personal invitation to Nie Wuxuang. Onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Initially, when they heard Nie Wuxuang demand the manager's hospitality, they thought him to be indulging in fanciful notions. The scene before them felt surreal, leading many to question whether they were caught in an illusion. Everyone expected Nie Wuxuang to seize the opportunity to belittle the manager, yet he remained unfazed, his voice icy as he inquired, "Are you pleading with me?" "Yes, indeed," the manager replied, his face a mask of embarrassment. "I beseech you to grant me a favor." "A favor?" Nie Wuxuang's gaze bore into the manager, and he responded slowly, "I'm afraid you hold no such standing with me." Such words further humiliated the manager, rendering him utterly mortified. This young master is one who believes that civility breeds prosperity. "The manager has sincerely apologized. Perhaps you could extend him your forgiveness," interjected the second manager, stepping forward to advocate on his behalf. "Considering your position, I shall grant him this chance," Nie Wuxuang replied slowly, making it clear that it was a favor to the second manager. This statement was far more stinging than a resounding slap to the face of the first manager. Though the manager felt an explosion of rage brewing within, he dared not display it, maintaining a painfully forced smile. "Please, this way, my lord." "Very well," Nie Wuxuang nodded. Returning to the temple, the manager led the way, guiding Nie Wuxuang into the VIP room, where he smiled and said, "Please, present the elixir you wish to sell. I shall personally authenticate it for you." "But, manager, the temple master has noted that you have not taken the young master to meet him. Yet you propose such an unusual request," the second manager exclaimed immediately. As soon as he spoke, the first manager shot him a fierce glare, admonishing, "Silence." The second manager, filled with suspicion about the manager's motives, thought better than to continue his inquiry. "My esteemed sir, do you doubt my integrity as the chief manager of this temple?" the manager asked, noticing Nie Wuxuang's hesitation. He was correct. Nie Wuxuang indeed harbored doubts about the manager. Nonetheless, he was unperturbed by any tricks the manager might employ. He gently caressed the white jade vial before placing it on the table, stating coolly, "Take it." The manager carefully picked up the white jade vial, smiling as he said, "Please wait a moment. I shall authenticate it for you right away." He departed with the elixir, and as he exited the VIP room, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. In the inner sanctum of the temple, the manager stood before the elixir he had taken from Nie Wuxuang. Beside him stood the young boy who had previously followed him. "Is this truly the elixir of replenishment?" the boy inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity and skepticism. "Undoubtedly, otherwise I would not have humbled myself before that young lad." The head steward, with a face full of resentment, declared, "Dare to embarrass me, and I shall ensure he cannot escape the consequences." "What do you intend to do?" the youth inquired with curiosity. The head steward found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas. At that moment, The young master, with a smile, spoke up. Esteemed steward, I possess a method that is mutually beneficial. I just wonder if you would be willing to cooperate. What method? The steward asked eagerly. The young master picked up the restorative elixir, retrieved an empty porcelain vial from his sleeve, filled it with water, and casually crushed a purple pill before tossing it inside. Instantly, the liquid in the vial bore a striking resemblance to the restorative elixir. Young Master Su, what is this? The steward asked, astonished and unable to fathom the young master's intentions. Do you not understand? Young Master Su placed the counterfeit restorative elixir on the table, smiling as he said, such a precious elixir, how could a mere commoner possess it? Do you mean to suggest we swap his restorative elixir? The steward inhaled sharply, a hint of fear in his voice. But if the temple master discovers this, it would be a death sentence for me. Though he desired to punish Nye Wushuang, he lacked the courage to switch a guest's belongings. This was a grave taboo. Should the temple master find out, it would mean certain death. What is there to fear? As long as I claim that the restorative elixir is mine, who would dare to question it? Young Master Su said with composure. The head steward hesitated, pacing back and forth in the inner hall. After a lengthy moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he snarled, if you act so ruthlessly, you cannot blame me. He seized the vial filled with the purple-tinted water, walked into the VIP room, and flung it before Nye Wushuang, bellowing, how dare you bring such trash to the temple? Take your refuse and get out. Steward, how can this be? The second steward, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, paled and attempted to approach for an inspection, but was forcefully pushed aside by the head steward, who scolded. As the second steward, you lack even this basic discernment. It seems you are due for retirement. This cannot be. The second steward exclaimed in disbelief. The temple master just authenticated it. How could there be an error? Silence. The head steward roared, gradually saying. The temple master clearly confirmed the restorative elixir brought by young Master Su. I suspect you are confused. How could you mistake such a matter? I believe you are the one who is confused, having mixed up the restorative elixir. I provided you with the rubbish in his hands. If I report this to the temple master, be wary of being charged with negligence. Young Master Su called out from the doorway of the VIP room with a smirk. Mixed up? The second steward could hardly believe such nonsense. When had he ever received a restorative elixir from young Master Su? This was utter folly. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts and could only smile wryly, acknowledging, it was my mistake. In this situation, if he failed to grasp what had transpired, it would be as if he had lived in vain. The second manager inhaled sharply, internally exclaiming, you possess great audacity to swap the goods. Yet, he dared not voice this accusation aloud. Regardless of whether it was the chief manager or that young Master Su, he could not afford to offend either. Nye Wushuang observed the unfolding drama with a cold gaze, and with a mere glance, he discerned that his restorative liquid had been replaced. The culprits behind this deceit were undoubtedly the chief manager and young Master Su. These two conspirators, colluding together, had exchanged his precious elixir for a mere bottle of refuse. Attempting to dupe him, such brazen insolence. Nye Wushuang's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a dull sound. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time to return my belongings. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences, he declared with an icy tone. Each tap of his fingers marked the passage of a breath. Preposterous. The chief manager retorted sharply, gesturing for the guards. Seize this troublemaker and throw him out. Witnessing the situation escalate, the second manager hesitated to intervene, intending to seek the temple master. However, as he turned, young Master Su blocked his path, sneering, where do you think you're going, second manager? In nowhere, the second manager stammered in alarm. Young Master Su's esteemed lineage, hailing from the mid-tier temple of Tianzhou City, placed him far above the likes of the managers. Even the temple master of their own Yongzhou City temple would not dare to offend young Master Su openly. After all, the Yongzhou City temple was merely a low-tier establishment. Throughout the vast expanse of Liangzhou, there existed a total of 108 low-tier temples, while mid-tier temples numbered only 36, and high-tier temples were a mere 8. Though there was no hierarchical subordination among the tiers, the distinctions dictated their status and authority within the temples. The son of a mid-tier temple had the potential to inherit the position of temple master in the future. Thus, even the Yongzhou City temple master would think twice before incurring young Master Su's wrath, let alone a mere second manager. At that moment, 7 or 8 temple guards surged into the room, encircling Nye Wushuang. These guards were high-ranking martial artists at the 8th level of true martial realm. Glaring at Nye Wushuang with disdain, barking, you insolent wretch. Have you lost your senses to act so brazenly in the temple? Do you not recognize this place? Bang! One of the senior martial artists lunged forward, employing a formidable grappling technique aimed at Nye Wushuang. His fingers, akin to eagle talons, glimmered with the radiance of true energy. reminiscent of a hawk swooping down on its prey. "Get away," Niao Wushuang bellowed, and in an instant, a sword chi erupted from his body, severing the fingers of the high-ranking martial artist. "Ah!" The martial artist cried out in anguish as his fingers were cleaved once Niao Wushuang faced execution. The audacious scheme between him and young Master Su to swap the divine replenishing liquid would remain undisclosed. Yet, despite the meticulousness of his plan, he failed to anticipate that Niao Wushuang was far from an ordinary individual. In Chapter 38, he is Niao Wushuang, the several senior martial artists, upon receiving the command from the chief steward, simultaneously unleashed their most formidable techniques, converging upon Niao Wushuang with lethal intent. A flurry of 7 or 8 martial arts phantoms enveloped his form entirely. It was a certain death. Gasps of dismay echoed through the crowd, tinged with a sense of regret. Outside the VIP room, a few witnesses observed the unfolding events and discerned that the chief steward and young Master Su had conspired to substitute Niao Wushuang's divine liquid. Typically, in such circumstances, an ordinary person would resign themselves to fate. Yet, encountering the reckless Niao Wushuang, who dared to oppose the divine temple, was an act of sheer folly. He even had the audacity to injure a temple guard. Was that not courting death? Many closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the bloody demise of Niao Wushuang. However, the next moment, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from the VIP room. What transpired? Curiosity piqued. Onlookers craned their necks to peer inside, and upon witnessing the fallen temple guards sprawled on the ground, they collectively gasped in horror. 7 senior martial artists lay there, contorted like shrimps, emitting heart-wrenching cries. The crowd was astounded, with many exclaiming in disbelief, unable to fathom what had occurred in the fleeting moment they had shut their eyes. What formidable sword energy! The second steward, who had been hindered by young Master Su, clearly witnessed the events unfold and was left utterly speechless. In that instant when the martial artist's overwhelming aura completely enveloped Niao Wushuang, he saw him strike. The very fingers that had gently tapped the table were raised ever so slightly, and in an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth. 7 or 8 streams of sword energy erupted from his fingertips, initially as small as green beans, then instantly extending to several feet in length. They resembled soaring sword dragons, releasing a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Even with the second steward's prowess, he merely caught a flash of light before the martial artist's formidable aura was thoroughly cleaved apart. As the martial artist's momentum was shattered, the sword energy surged directly into their dantians, obliterating them entirely. In a heartbeat, these once mighty martial artists were rendered powerless, each lying on the ground, howling in despair. Throughout the ordeal, Niao Wushuang remained seated. Not a hair's breadth moved, having merely raised a finger. 7 senior martial artists, each launching their attacks simultaneously, were effortlessly vanquished by the mere elevation of his fingertip. Such a spectacle, if not witnessed firsthand, would have seemed utterly implausible. The chief steward and young Master Su, having witnessed the entire scene, stood dumbfounded, as if their souls had been shaken from their bodies. What they failed to notice was that at the very moment those sword energies shattered the dantian of several advanced martial artists, streams of true energy were being absorbed into Niao Wushuang's palm, which hung low. The true energy from the 8 advanced martial artists caused an explosive surge within Niao Wushuang, propelling his cultivation to new heights. He broke through once more, 7th layer of true martial realm, 8th layer, 9th layer, just a step away from ascending to the pinnacle of martial mastery, restoring his physical form to its former glory. The second shopkeeper's gaze held a hint of malicious glee as he inwardly mused, "I never expected this young master to possess such formidable strength. The head shopkeeper has truly encountered a formidable foe this time." Whether it be the audacious act of swapping guests' goods or the loss of these advanced martial artists by the temple, any single accusation would be sufficient to plunge the head shopkeeper into utter despair. Seizing the moment while young Master Su and the head shopkeeper were momentarily stunned, the second shopkeeper silently slipped away, hurrying towards the back hall of the temple. Niao Wushuang sat in his chair, his fingers casually tapping on the table, delivering a gentle yet decisive knock. Crack! The final sound rang out, crisp and clear, akin to a tightly wound string suddenly snapping. Though not loud, it reverberated like an incantation, causing the hearts of those present to tremble in unison. The time limit of 10 breaths had arrived. Where are my possessions? His eyes suddenly glimmered with intensity as he fixed a piercing gaze upon the head shopkeeper. His voice, though not raised, struck the head shopkeeper's ears like thunder, sending a shiver through his very soul. In the blink of an eye, having incapacitated 8 temple guards, Niao Wushuang appeared unfazed, his demeanor composed. Astonishing young Master Su behind him. What background does this fellow possess? Even young Master Su, despite his lack of acumen, could discern that Niao Wushuang was no ordinary individual. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he had effortlessly defeated 8 advanced martial artists with sword energy. Could he possibly be an innate grand martial artist? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. The expression of the head shopkeeper morphed into one of sheer panic, filled with doubt as he gazed at Niao Wushuang. Initially, he had assumed Niao Wushuang was merely a spoiled scion like Yang Xiaofeng, which explained the altercation in the VIP room. Yet, it now appeared that was far from the truth. How could a mere wastrel possess such strength? A mere flick of Niao Wushuang's fingers had summoned the sword energy that vanquished 8 advanced martial artists, leading the head shopkeeper to surmise that Niao Wushuang's prowess was likely that of an innate grand martial artist. Was there truly such a genius in Yongzhou City? A 15 or 16-year-old innate grand martial artist. The head shopkeeper was left in utter confusion as he forcefully dragged Yang Xiaofeng from nearby, bellowing, "You wretched creature! Who exactly is he?" Yang Xiaofeng, though he had not witnessed Niao Wushuang's display of power, had seen the 8 temple guards writhing in agony on the ground. Instantly terrified to the core, he could hardly fathom that the once helpless individual he had mercilessly bullied had suddenly acquired such strength. Could it be that his martial soul talent had returned? This was Yang Xiaofeng's first thought. Confronted with the inquiries of the esteemed manager, Yang Xiaofeng dared not exhibit the slightest hesitation and hurriedly responded, "He is that good-for-nothing from the Sword Marquis Mansion." From the Sword Marquis Mansion? A good-for-nothing? The manager's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "He is Niao Wushuang." "Indeed, it is he," Yang Xiaofeng declared. Upon hearing this revelation, the manager was rendered utterly speechless. Yang Xiaofeng, the debauched young master, was oblivious to the recent happenings within the Sword Marquis Mansion, while the manager of the Divine Hall was acutely aware. One man, one sword, intercepted a wedding procession and brazenly slayed the 3rd son of the Battle Marquis in broad daylight. Subsequently, he even presented the head of Ling Ba Hu to the Battle Marquis in a fit of madness, wreaking havoc within the Battle Marquis Mansion, shattering Ling Ba Long's arms, and incapacitating the Divine Hall's foremost apothecary. He engaged directly with the Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun. In front of the Sword Marquis Mansion, he displayed corpses to assert dominance, hanging bodies as a public spectacle, earning the moniker of the corpse-whipping madman. Each of these events resonated throughout the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Who would dare to underestimate the current Sword Marquis Mansion? Who would dare to bully Niao Wushuang now? It is laughable that Yang Xiaofeng, such a frivolous scion, offended a person of such ruthless caliber, remaining blissfully unaware. Not only was he ignorant himself, but he also unwittingly dragged the manager into his predicament. Chapter 39, Lingqi Execution. Flayed before the public. Had he known that the young master before him was Niao Wushuang, even 100-fold courage would not have prompted him to substitute the goods. Yet now, it was far too late, especially as the manager had already noticed the absence of the second manager. Without a doubt, the second manager had gone to summon the Temple Lord, seeking to exploit this prime opportunity to topple him, the esteemed manager. Realizing this, despite his awareness of Niao Wushuang's formidable nature, the manager gritted his teeth and barked, "You little brat, no matter who you are. Daring to act recklessly in the Divine Hall is tantamount to blinding your own eyes." At this juncture, any remorse would lead only to his doom. He had no choice but to walk this path to the bitter end. With a tremor of his arms, his vital energy erupted forth, morphing into a ferocious tiger that lunged toward Niao Wushuang. He aimed to eliminate Niao Wushuang before the Temple Lord emerged, leaving no witnesses. However, before this vital energy tiger could reach Niao Wushuang, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. "You dog servant, who gave you the audacity?" Boom. A humanoid vital energy surged forth, swiftly entering the VIP room, effortlessly shattering the tiger of vital energy released by the manager with a mere lift of a hand. The manager was left utterly petrified, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, as he felt the terrifying pressure of that humanoid vital energy, contorting his face into a grotesque mask of fear. Even Niao Wushuang, upon witnessing that humanoid vital energy, felt his heart race, silently muttering, "A martial king of the Xuanwu realm." Moreover, it was certainly a mid-level martial king. The Xuanwu realm signifies a martial king powerhouse. Low-level martial kings can manipulate their vital energy to fly, but cannot condense it into a humanoid form. Only mid-level martial kings possess the ability to refine their vital energy into a humanoid shape, akin to a personal avatar. As the humanoid vital energy dissipated, a martial king powerhouse abruptly appeared in the VIP room. This individual was none other than the Temple Lord. Upon his arrival, the manager could only mutter in despair, "It's over." The head steward knelt down immediately, preemptively explaining, without waiting for the Lord of the Hall to interrogate him, "My lord, with your keen insight, You must see that this fellow possesses a bottle of concoction hastily mixed, yet he dares to deceive our sacred temple. This is nothing short of an affront to our intelligence. The second steward, for reasons unknown, inexplicably joined him in this conspiracy. Fortunately, my astute perception of their scheming prevented any detriment to the temple's interests. However, after I exposed this rogue, he became infuriated and injured 8 of our temple's guards. Such a lawless individual shows utter disdain for our temple. Moreover, it is not the first time he has shown such contempt. It was he, that vile scoundrel, who rendered Master Huang of the War Marquis estate powerless. The head steward's unreasonable argument painted Niao Wushuang as a lawless villain, deliberately offending the temple. He even implicated the second steward, branding him as an accomplice in collusion with Niao Wushuang. After hearing his words, Niao Wushuang remained relatively unperturbed, while the second steward, arriving from outside, was already drenched in cold sweat. My lord, the head steward is clearly framing me. He was the one who swapped the divine elixir of Mr. Nia. Yet he dares to bite back. Please see through this deceit. The second steward hastily knelt down to explain. Witnessing the mutual accusations between the two stewards, even the lord of the hall found himself momentarily perplexed about who the true victim was. His gaze shifted towards Niao Wushuang, questioning with a hint of ire. Did you render our temple's master Huang powerless? Indeed, I did, Niao Wushuang replied coolly. Good. You dare to take responsibility. The lord of the hall regarded Niao Wushuang with a glimmer of appreciation, yet swiftly shifted his tone to a sharp inquiry. So, you are indeed, as the head steward claims, utterly lawless, disregarding even our temple? The sudden change in the lord's demeanor took everyone by surprise. The second steward trembled in fear, while the head steward wore a smug expression, even standing up to embellish. My lord's wisdom is unparalleled. Such a contemptuous individual should be subjected to 1,000 cuts, executed in slow slicing. Indeed, he must be executed. The lord's voice turned frigid, his authoritative gaze sweeping over both the head steward and Niao Wushuang. He suddenly declared, one of you must face. His gaze shifted towards Niao Wushuang, questioning. What evidence do you possess to prove that the divine restoration liquid is brought by you? Even under the intense scrutiny of such a formidable martial king, Niao Wushuang remained unfazed, replying calmly, it is quite simple. My porcelain vial is laced with a potent poison. No one but myself can neutralize it. What? Poison? Upon hearing this, young Master Su trembled in fear, nearly dropping the divine restoration liquid he held. The chief steward, equally alarmed, anxiously glanced at his own hands, only to find them transformed into a deep, ominous black, with tendrils of black toxic gas swirling within, resembling a dragon. The noxious vapors surged through his meridians, swiftly spreading to his arms. When did you poison it? The chief steward screamed in terror, scrambling to the feet of the temple master, pleading, Master, save me, please. His actions undoubtedly revealed his guilt. Thud. The temple master kicked the chief steward aside, furiously declaring, you treacherous dog, how dare you switch the guest's goods? Seize him. I command you to execute him by slow slicing, flay his skin, and display his remains for 3 days. The threat of such a brutal punishment was even more vicious than how Niao Wushuang dealt with her servants. Young Master Su, help me. This was your idea. The chief steward, now utterly frightened, crawled towards young Master Su, even exposing their conspiracy. Young M, this is also why the lord of the temple, upon encountering the divine replenishing liquid, felt an uncertainty that compelled him to hastily depart in search of assistance for identification. The gaze of the Wind Temple Master first flitted over the porcelain vial held by young Master Su, before shifting to the vial before Niao Wushuang, his brow furrowing in contemplation. An answer had already formed in his mind, and a glint of murderous intent emanated from his icy stare as he reprimanded Niao Wushuang. What he possesses is indeed the divine replenishing liquid. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The fate of that audacious servant is a glimpse of what awaits you. As his voice fell, the chilling aura enveloped the entire VIP room, instilling terror in young Master Su, who broke into a cold sweat and retreated in fear. Conversely, Niao Wushuang, seated just a step away from the temple lord, remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the palpable menace radiating from the lord. Observing young Master Su's persistent denial, Niao Wushuang slowly raised his gaze, his cold eyes locking onto Su, who had retreated beyond the threshold of the VIP room. His voice, devoid of emotion, echoed softly. Do not claim I did not warn you. My poison is beyond the remedy of any but myself. Should you continue to suppress it with your true energy, the venom will infiltrate your heart's meridians, leading you to a certain demise. You lie. Young Master Su vehemently denied, yet his body betrayed him, particularly his hands, from which tendrils of black poison began to seep. Are you suppressing the poison? The moment those words left Niao Wushuang's lips, they ignited a realization in the temple lord, whose murderous gaze bore into Su Longwei. You dare deceive me repeatedly, Su Longwei? Do you truly wish for death? Spare me, Wind Temple Master. As Su realized he could no longer conceal the truth, he hastily set down the divine replenishing liquid, gazing at his now pitch-black hand in desperation. Save me. Lord of the temple, save me. Speak quickly. Despite his anger, the temple lord hesitated to allow Su Longwei to perish there. He pried open Su's mouth and forced a detoxification pill down his throat. However, this renowned antidote, said to neutralize all poisons, proved utterly ineffective. The black venom began to creep up Su Longwei's arm, threatening to reach his shoulders imminently. If left unchecked, the poison would surely reach his heart, sealing his fate. What kind of poison is this that even a royal antidote cannot counteract? The lord of the temple was taken aback. Only at that moment did he comprehend that Niao Wushuang had not exaggerated. His poison truly could not be resolved by anyone else. Hurry, provide him with an antidote. The temple lord shot a glare at Niao Wushuang, growling, If he dies, you shall not escape unscathed. Is this a threat? Niao Wushuang's icy gaze met that of the temple lord, his voice laced with fury. As he locked eyes with Niao Wushuang, the formidable martial king felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine, prompting an internal realization. Indeed, the ability to produce the divine replenishing liquid signifies extraordinary capabilities. My threats may backfire if I am not cautious. Upon reflecting on this, the voice of the temple master softened, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Young Master Nya, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no intention of threatening you. However, it is imperative that he does not die, especially not here. Noticing that Niao Wushuang remained unmoved, the temple master felt compelled to reveal the gravity of the situation. Young Master Nya, I do not plead for him. Given his actions, it would be no loss were he to perish 1,000 times. Nevertheless, he is, after all, the holy heir of the divine temple in Tianzhou City. Should he meet his end here, not only will our temple face repercussions, but the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom would also suffer retaliation. While you may not care for these matters, do you truly wish to witness the demise of countless innocent citizens of the Dragon Sword Kingdom? The temple master's final words stirred something within Niao Wushuang. As the formidable and transcendent divine emperor, he naturally would not be concerned with a mere mid-tier holy heir. Yet, as the Wind Temple Master had pointed out, if he allowed Su Longwei to die from poison, the ones who would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences would be the millions of subjects of the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Su Longwei, being astute, sensed Niao Wushuang's wavering resolve and hastily interjected, Young Master Nya, I take full responsibility for this situation. I should not have been incited by the chief steward to covet your divine restorative liquid. To demonstrate my sincerity, I offer you all these items. He produced a collection of cultivation resources that were otherwise unattainable in Yongzhou City, fully aware of Niao Wushuang's needs. Since young Master Su has acknowledged his fault, why not grant him an opportunity for redemption? By the way, were you not seeking to sell the restorative liquid? I have already procured a buyer for you. Once you have alleviated young Master Su's poisoning, we shall proceed to finalize the transaction. The temple master chimed in promptly. Furthermore, the root cause of this situation lies in our temple's mismanagement, which has understandably angered you, young Master Nya. As compensation, we shall allow you to choose any one item from our temple's collection. This proposition took even Niao Wushuang by surprise. Although the divine temple in Yongzhou City was merely at the initial stage, its centuries of accumulation had indeed yielded numerous treasures. The temple master generously permitted him access to the treasury to select a single item, a condition that even made Su Longwei envious. However, Niao Wushuang was not satisfied. He extended 3 fingers, asserting without room for refusal, at the very least, 3 items. 3 items? You are asking far too much. The temple master felt a surge of indignation. Swapping his life and the reputation of your temple for just 3 items seemed excessive. If the Wind Temple Master deemed it unworthy, so be it, Niao Wushuang remarked dismissively. The temple master trembled with rage. Fully aware that Niao Wushuang was taking advantage of the situation, yet he found himself unable to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he begrudgingly acquiesced through clenched teeth. Very well, 3 items it is. Chapter 41. Selecting treasures, Niao Wushuang pointed at Su Longwei's arms, and a stream of black poisonous gas was drawn back into his body. This poison originated from the dark poison dragon and was now reabsorbed by it. As the toxic fumes dissipated, Su Longwei's arms returned to normal, though his eyes bore a glimmer of resentment, which he dared not show. Niao Wushuang's ability to silently poison him and effortlessly cure him filled him with trepidation. As the esteemed saint of the Divine Temple in Tianzhou City, Su Longwei had bested countless young prodigies and earned a modest reputation on the martial arts rankings of Tianzhou City. Yet now, he found himself in the minor Divine Temple of Yongzhou City, experiencing an unexpected downfall, which left him quite disgruntled. He silently harbored this grudge in his heart. Upon witnessing the dissipating poison from Su Longwei, the temple master exhaled in relief and cheerfully remarked, "Young Master Nya, this way please. The buyer for the divine recovery liquid awaits our arrival." "There's no rush," Nya Wushuang replied as he stored the divine recovery liquid. "Let us first select 3 treasures." Now, the temple master hesitated, as he had planned to conceal some of the more valuable items beforehand. What? Is the temple master having second thoughts? Nya Wushuang squinted slightly, as if he could see through the temple master's thoughts. "No, how could I have regrets?" The temple master forced a wry smile and gestured, "This way please." The temple's treasury was quite expansive, filled with an array of treasures that filled 7 or 8 shelves. Each shelf displayed unique and exquisite items, some of which were worth a fortune. The temple master had intended to hide the most precious treasures before Nya Wushuang's arrival, but he was given no opportunity to do so. As he watched Nya Wushuang wander through the treasury, the temple master's demeanor became increasingly unnatural. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the 6th shelf, laden with the most prized possessions, each worth at least 1 million. Should Nya Wushuang select 3 items from this shelf, the temple master would be left in despair. As Nya Wushuang approached the 6th shelf, the temple master's heart tightened, and he feigned nonchalance, saying, "There are many treasures here. Do not let them overwhelm you." Unbeknownst to him, what he regarded as invaluable treasures appeared to Nya Wushuang as mere refuse. What kind of treasures had the dignified God King not encountered? Surely, he would not be dazzled by the trifles of this modest treasury. With keen insight, Nya Wushuang recognized that the 6th shelf contained the most valuable items. He was also aware of the temple master's ulterior motives, which were merely attempts to distract him from selecting treasures. Unperturbed, Nya Wushuang casually picked up a scroll from the 6th shelf and began to unfurl it. Heavens! It was a scroll of mid-grade Xian-level martial arts, the most precious item in the entire treasury. Upon seeing Nya Wushuang grasp the martial arts scroll, the temple master's heart bled. Fortunately, he had prepared backups of such martial arts scrolls. Even if Nya Wushuang took one, it would not matter. However, Nya Wushuang merely tossed the scroll back, without even opening it. Phew! Thankfully this lad lacks discernment. The temple master secretly rejoiced. He believed Nya Wushuang had overlooked the mid-grade Xian-level martial arts. Unaware that Nya Wushuang's cultivation of the 9 turns of skimming the heavens surpassed his martial arts by countless levels, Nya Wushuang traversed the storeroom, thoroughly familiar with the items adorning the shelves. The collection within this repository comprised martial arts, soul weapons, elixirs, and rare treasures. Among them, the most invaluable were undoubtedly the Xian-level martial arts techniques, held in high regard by the temple master. However, Nya Wushuang was not lacking in martial arts. As for the elixirs, he regarded them with disdain, considering them inferior to refuse, and thus paid them no mind. His gaze was firmly fixed on the soul weapons and rare artifacts. The storeroom housed a plethora of soul weapons, with the finest being a Xian-grade soul sword. Given Nya Wushuang's current prowess, wielding this Xian-grade soul sword would be most fitting. After all, even the dragon scale sword in the hands of the battle king, Ling Zhanyun, was merely a spirit-grade soul sword. Upon witnessing Nya Wushuang grasp the Xian-grade soul sword, the temple master felt a surge of despair. Xian-grade soul weapons were exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing in the entire Dragon Sword Kingdom. Their presence in the storeroom was meant to serve as a treasure to safeguard it. If Nya Wushuang chose to take it, the loss would be catastrophic. "Do not take it, do not take it," the temple master silently pleaded within, hoping that Nya Wushuang would fail to recognize the value of the Xian-grade soul sword. Just as Nya Wushuang prepared to stow away the sword, his gaze shifted and unexpectedly fell upon an ancient bronze sword, distinct among the collection of soul swords. This bronze sword exuded no aura of a soul weapon, appearing as an utterly ordinary blade. Yet, the moment Nya Wushuang's eyes met the bronze sword, his formidable divine soul trembled slightly, as if sensing an extraordinarily terrifying presence that sent shivers down his spine. Curious, Nya Wushuang wondered about the origins of this bronze sword. His expression altered slightly as he set down the Xian-grade soul sword and picked up the bronze sword instead. Observing Nya Wushuang relinquish the Xian-grade soul sword for an inexplicable ancient blade, the temple master couldn't contain his glee and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Young Master Nya, your discernment is truly remarkable. This is a divine sword that I acquired at great expense. It is the most treasured item in my storeroom, a true repository gem. Your ability to identify it speaks to your destiny with this divine sword. Though my heart aches to part with it, I cannot go back on my word. This repository treasure is yours. In his eagerness, he feared that Niao Wushuang might decline the bronze sword, so he resorted to subterfuge, forcefully placing the sword into Niao Wushuang's spatial pouch, beaming with delight. He reveled in the thought of Niao Wushuang being oblivious to its true worth. Niao Wushuang, too, found amusement in the situation. Master Feng, are you truly gifting me this divine sword? The temple master paused momentarily, taken aback. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and nodded eagerly. Once a promise is made, it is not to be retracted. Since I have pledged you 3 treasures, I shall not go back on my word. However, I also hope that young master Niao will not waver in his commitments. Certainly, Niao Wushuang replied with a smile. Splendid. The temple master laughed heartily. Young master Niao, time is of the essence. Please select the other 2 treasures swiftly. The same smile bears an entirely different significance. Niao Wushuang is elated at the prospect of acquiring treasures, while the lord of the temple finds amusement in mocking him, deeming him foolish. Chapter 42. Who is the fool? Niao Wushuang remains indifferent to being perceived as a fool, if being deemed foolish allows him to seize the most precious treasure within this place. He is more than willing to continue in that role. To the lord of the temple, the profound grade soul sword is a treasured relic of the storeroom. Yet, in Niao Wushuang's eyes, that half-finished product is scarcely worth mentioning, even less than refuse. The finest profound grade soul sword in the storeroom fails to capture his interest. As for the ancient bronze sword, he can only sense its presence for now, imbued with an aura of mystery and peculiarity. Although he cannot yet ascertain its origins, he is certain of one thing. The lord of the temple has spoken a truth. That ancient bronze sword is indeed a divine weapon. Moreover, it surpasses even Niao Wushuang's former 9-dragon sword of absolute heaven in potency. Initially, he feared that should he choose this ancient bronze sword, the lord of the temple would obstruct him. To his surprise, the process was remarkably smooth, and he felt justified in claiming it. Niao Wushuang can easily discern that the lord of the temple lacks discernment, unaware of the ancient bronze sword's unusual nature. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Niao Wushuang to take it so effortlessly. The ancient bronze sword marks the first treasure he has chosen. As he shifts his gaze towards the other shelves of soul swords, he shakes his head in disappointment. Since he cannot select the finest soul sword, he must forge one himself. His attention then drifts to a row of shelves displaying rare and exquisite treasures. However, he is not drawn to the extraordinary items on those shelves. Rather, his gaze becomes fixated on a slab of black stone flooring nestled beneath the shelves. This slab of black stone, substantial in size, measuring 7 to 8 feet in length, is a solid piece, resting beneath the shelves. It is bloodstone. Even upon his first sight of this black stone floor, Niao Wushuang could scarcely believe such a large piece of bloodstone could exist. Bloodstone is a vital material in the forging of divine weapons. Legends tell that bloodstone is derived from a mysterious substance within the shadow of the sun, accessible only to the black, 3-legged demon crows of the demon realm, who venture into the shadow of the sun to gather bloodstone. The black, 3-legged demon crows feast upon bloodstone, fortifying their bodies to an extraordinary degree, rendering them nearly impervious to even the mightiest of divine weapons. Thus, when crafting a divine weapon, the inclusion of a piece of bloodstone, merely the size of a fist, can enable the weapon to cleave through artifacts 2 tiers above its own. Even within the divine realm, bloodstone is exceedingly rare. Moreover, the bloodstone found in the divine realm is exclusively sourced from the demon realm. As the emperor of the divine realm, overseeing countless territories, Niao Wushuang has never encountered a piece of bloodstone this large and intact. Even in his own 9-dragon sword of absolute heaven, hailed as the finest divine sword in the realm, a fragment no larger than a head was incorporated. Yet now, before him, lies a complete slab of bloodstone. The piece of black bloodstone is rectangular, measuring at least 7 to 8 feet in length and 3 to 4 feet in width, though its thickness remains indiscernible, even if it were merely an inch thick. This black bloodstone, if placed in the divine realm, would undoubtedly attract fierce competition. Yet, within this storeroom, it is merely regarded as a footstool. Initially, upon seeing Niao Wushuang approach the shelf adorned with rare treasures, the temple lord felt a pang of anxiety. However, when he noticed that Niao Wushuang's gaze was fixated not on the exquisite artifacts but on the floor beneath the shelf, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "Young Master Niao, are you perhaps interested in our flooring?" What he intended as a jest took an unexpected turn when Niao Wushuang responded earnestly. "Does Lord Feng truly intend to gift me the flooring?" The temple lord was taken aback, momentarily questioning whether Niao Wushuang had lost his senses. "Do you genuinely desire this floor?" he inquired, perplexed as he scrutinized the ordinary stone beneath his feet, unable to discern any value in it. Could it be that the Sword Marquis's residence was so impoverished that they could not afford flooring? Naturally, Niao Wushuang had no intention of revealing the significance of the black bloodstone. Instead, he employed a strategy of feigned disinterest, saying, "If Lord Feng is unwilling, then I shall have no choice but to select other treasures." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards a mysterious tiered soul sword and a volume of profound techniques. Seeing Niao Wushuang fixate on the two most precious items, the temple lord's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He hastily replied, "Since you have such a request, I shall certainly comply. Bring forth the workers at once. Excavate the flooring and deliver it to young Master Nie's residence." Initially, Niao Wushuang's desire was solely for the black bloodstone, but to his surprise, the temple lord insisted on removing all the flooring. With a wry smile, Niao Wushuang did not protest. Instead, he solemnly nodded, "Please exercise caution. I have inspected these floorboards. They must all be delivered intact to the Sword Marquis's residence. Should even one piece be missing, I will have to return to select another treasure. Rest assured, not a single piece will be lost." The temple lord nearly burst into laughter, eagerly calling for assistance to clear the shelves and commence the excavation of the flooring. He feared that Niao Wushuang might reconsider. To trade these black stone floorboards for two treasures of immeasurable worth filled him with immense joy. Niao Wushuang remained in the storeroom, observing as the entire block of black bloodstone was mixed in with the black stone flooring and loaded onto the carriage. He then turned to the temple lord once more, asking, "Lord Feng, are you truly going to gift me all this flooring?" "Of course." The temple lord beamed, his smile stretching wide. Watching as 3 carriages filled with black stone flooring were prepared, his happiness only grew. In his eyes, Niao Wushuang had become an utter fool. For if he were not foolish, why would he disregard treasures of immense value in favor of flooring worth at most a few dozen taels? Outside the storeroom, Su Longwei and the second manager stared in astonishment at the black stone flooring being loaded onto the carriages, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What on earth was happening? The second manager was utterly dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, what a clever maneuver. Lord Feng truly possesses remarkable skill. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Longwei believed he had unraveled the entire situation. He deliberately approached and patted the stone slabs, laughing heartily. "These are truly treasures. Young Master Nia, you have struck it rich this time." He presumed that Niao Wushuang had been duped by the Wind Palace Master, transforming the so-called 3 treasures into this cart of worthless stones, and thus, Niao Wushuang must be utterly disheartened. Little did he know, however, that Niao Wushuang was secretly reveling in joy. Niao Wushuang himself had not anticipated encountering such a peculiar divine sword within this modest shrine of Yongzhou City, nor the presence of such a substantial piece of bloodstone. Chapter 43. The sword body achieves greatness, unmatched in all realms. At this moment, Niao Wushuang's gaze was fixated on that bloodstone, his eyes narrowing with delight as he calculated inwardly. It is indeed thick, measuring a full 7 inches. Such a piece of bloodstone is sufficient for me to forge hundreds of 9 dragons' annihilation swords. Young Master Nia, please follow me. I shall take you to meet the esteemed guest purchasing the divine replenishing liquid. The shrine master shot a fierce glare at Su Longwei and pulled Niao Wushuang away, anxious that Niao Wushuang might suddenly change his mind and return to claim treasures from his storeroom instead of these black stone slabs. "There is no need for that," Niao Wushuang replied, shaking his head. "You simply need to provide me with the funds for the divine replenishing liquid, and additionally, prepare some materials I require to be delivered to the Sword Marquis mansion. Of course, the cost of the materials can be deducted directly from the payment for the divine replenishing liquid." Niao Wushuang presented a list detailing a dozen types of spiritual herbs and materials. The shrine master paused briefly, then smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, young Master Nia, these materials will be promptly prepared and delivered to the Marquis mansion." Niao Wushuang departed with several horse-drawn carts, returning to the Sword Marquis mansion. The shrine master eagerly wished for Niao Wushuang's swift departure, accompanying him and the carts until they reached the shrine's entrance, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He handed the list left by Niao Wushuang to the second shopkeeper, instructing cheerfully, "Ensure these items are all gathered and sent to the Marquis mansion. As for the price, let it be." The second shopkeeper glanced over the resources on the list, estimating their worth at around 100,000 taels of silver. Although substantial, this sum seemed trivial compared to the treasures residing in the shrine's storeroom. Niao Wushuang had exchanged 2 treasures for several carts of seemingly worthless black stone slabs. It was likely that the shrine master felt a twinge of guilt, hence these materials were provided free of charge. The shrine master departed with the divine replenishing liquid to attend to esteemed guests in the shrine's inner sanctum. Meanwhile, Niao Wushuang returned to the Sword Marquis mansion with 5 carts, exuding an imposing presence. The servants, astonished to see him return with 5 carts of black stone slabs, were rendered speechless by the spectacle. However, intimidated by Niao Wushuang's capabilities, none dared to voice their thoughts. These black stone slabs were all delivered to the rear courtyard, and after selecting the piece of bloodstone, Niao Wushuang specifically instructed a servant to mix in an identical black stone slab. To forsake invaluable treasures from the shrine's storeroom in favor of this cart of black stone slabs was a decision even a fool could discern as questionable. Niao Wushuang was naturally able to deduce that the lord of the temple would soon come to a realization. By noon, all the supplies Niao Wushuang had procured were delivered, personally brought by the lord of the temple. Upon seeing the lord's presence, Niao Wushuang felt no surprise. "Young Master Nia, here are the supplies you requested," the lord of the temple stated, his countenance darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Niao Wushuang, as if seeking to uncover some flaw in his expression. "Merely some supplies. It is truly an honor for Lord Feng to deliver them personally," Niao Wushuang replied with a smile, fully aware of the lord's intentions. "Young Master Nia, this is a white crystal card containing 100,000 crystal coins, provided by an esteemed guest for the purchase of divine replenishing liquid. Furthermore, the guest has stated that should you possess any additional divine replenishing liquid, it may be acquired at this price," the lord of the temple said, extending a white crystal card. This white crystal card stores essence crystals. 100,000 crystal coins can be exchanged for 100,000 inferior essence crystals. Essence crystals are resources imbued with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which martial artists can absorb directly once they reach the heavenly martial realm, transforming it into their own primal power. In the Dragon Sword Kingdom, the strongest warriors only attain the Xuanwu realm, and many have never even seen essence crystals. Even he, as the lord of the temple in Yongzhou City, had yet to possess a white crystal card. It was evident that this card would be a source of great envy for him, yet he dared not covet it, for its owner was far too formidable for him to offend. Exchanging a vial of divine replenishing liquid for 100,000 inferior essence crystals did not catch Niao Wushuang off guard. Having overheard Su Longwei mention the words ninth princess in passing while in the temple, Niao Wushuang had already surmised the identity of the guest purchasing his divine replenishing liquid. Given that person's status, presenting a white crystal card was only natural. "I only happen to possess a single vial of divine replenishing liquid. There are no duplicates," Niao Wushuang stated slowly. The lord of the temple seemed to have anticipated this, not dwelling too long on the matter of the divine replenishing liquid, but rather turning to Niao Wushuang and inquiring, "Young Master Nia, how do you find the black stone floor in our temple storeroom? Is it comfortable?" The lord of the temple, being exceptionally astute, had initially been too preoccupied with the treasures within the storeroom to realize the implications of his previous actions, even mistaking Niao Wushuang for a simpleton and jovially gifting him all the black stone flooring. However, after presenting the divine replenishing liquid, he casually mentioned this amusing anecdote and was immediately alerted to the peculiarities by the esteemed guest. Restless, the lord of the temple personally prepared the supplies Niao Wushuang required and delivered them to the Sword Marquis's residence. His intentions were clear. He sought to examine closely the black stone flooring that Niao Wushuang had brought back. Niao Wushuang, fully comprehending the hidden meaning behind the lord's words, replied with a smile, "It is quite good. They are all placed in the backyard. I plan to lay them on the ground to prevent mud from accumulating during snowy or rainy weather." "Indeed, it is quite agreeable," the lord of the temple observed, failing to detect any hint of abnormality in Niao Wushuang's demeanor. With a sigh, he turned to take his leave. His gaze softened, accompanied by a self-reflective murmur of contentment. "It seems I have overthought. These are merely ordinary black stone floors, nothing extraordinary." As the temple master departed, Niao Wushuang instructed his servants to commence laying the black stone flooring in the backyard, while he retreated into the house. Within, he retrieved an ancient bronze sword, its appearance rustic and approximately the length of half an arm, resembling more of a decorative piece than a weapon. Yet, Niao Wushuang understood that it was no mere ornament. It was a divine sword. Such a sword required divine power to be wielded, a force unattainable in the Dragon Sword Kingdom, rendering the activation of this bronze sword impossible. Thus, it lay neglected and forgotten within the temple of Yongzhou City. Had it not been for Niao Wushuang, this divine sword would have remained obscured indefinitely. Although Niao Wushuang himself possessed no divine power, his divine emperor soul still lingered. Upon his soul's contact with the ancient bronze sword, the once rusty blade instantly radiated a resplendent light. The patches of corrosion vanished, replaced by a magnificent sword, gleaming with brilliance. On the hilt of this exquisite blade, where the rust had once claimed dominion, 2 lines of ancient script emerged, proclaiming, "Forged by sword, governed by body, when the sword's essence reaches perfection, one becomes invincible across all realms." As Niao Wushuang's divine emperor soul engaged with these inscriptions, ancient characters materialized upon the bronze sword. These symbols were exceedingly archaic. Even within the divine realm, few could decipher them. Yet, fortuitously, Niao Wushuang understood them all. Observing these divine texts, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a cultivation method, one of extraordinary defiance. To utter the words defiance from the mouth of the absolute, heaven-divine emperor speaks volumes about the astonishing nature of the techniques inscribed upon this bronze sword. Having encountered countless cultivation methods, including a dozen or more divine emperor techniques, none had ever warranted such a label from him. The technique inscribed upon this bronze sword was directly deemed defiant by Niao Wushuang, an invincible sword body. As he delved into this complete set of techniques, his eyes gleamed with fervor. Sword cultivators are, after all, among the most formidable of practitioners. Their techniques surpass others in potency. The absolute heaven-divine emperor, with an unparalleled understanding of the sword path, had never before encountered a method as audacious as invincible sword body. The preamble of invincible sword body clearly states that one must forge the body with the sword, govern the sword with the body, and achieve ultimate mastery, rendering oneself invincible across all realms. Cultivating invincible sword body effectively transforms the body into a weapon for tempering. The physical form becomes the sword's foundation. The internal organs serve as the crucible, and one's true energy acts as the flame, refining the body step by step. A moment's negligence could lead to fatal demise, disintegration into ashes. Yet, once perfected, one becomes genuinely invincible. Had he achieved invincible sword body in his past life, he would undoubtedly have evaded a fatal strike through his heart. Even the sword of the fairy Yunlan would have found no purchase upon his skin. The more extraordinary the cultivation technique, the greater the peril, and the more formidable the challenges it presents. The invincible sword body is no exception. The initiation into the invincible sword body is far from a simple endeavor. It begins with the 5 emperors devouring sky sword chi, which necessitates the mastery of a sword chi corresponding to each of the 5 elemental attributes within the 5 vital organs. This sword chi coalesces into the 5 emperors devouring sky sword formation, capable of consuming any soul sword. The cultivation of the invincible sword body involves utilizing the 5 emperors devouring sky sword formation to absorb various soul swords, assimilating their essence and melding it with the physical form, thereby refining the body and progressively enhancing its strength. One can only imagine the formidable power of a body refined from the essence of countless soul swords. To ordinary divine weapons, it would seem as mere material to be devoured. Once the invincible sword body is fully cultivated, the physical form itself becomes an unparalleled weapon, capable of directly contending with treasured artifacts. Niao Wushuang possesses resources recently bestowed by the Temple Lord, including precious materials of the 5 elemental gold. Initially, he intended to reserve these elemental golds for crafting soul swords, but they have now become the optimal resources for his cultivation of the invincible sword body. Within his dantian, the flame-devouring dragon martial soul expels torrents of dragon breath, merging with Niao Wushuang's true energy to form a fiery essence. Instantly, a brilliant crimson flame manifests in his palm. This extraordinary flame, born of the flame-devouring dragon's breath, has attained a level comparable to royal-grade exotic fire after absorbing the red sun's strange flame. With royal-grade exotic fire to refine the 5 elemental gold, the task becomes effortless. After the passage of an hour, the 5 elemental gold treasures in Niao Wushuang's grasp have completely liquefied, absorbed by his vital organs and transformed into the 5 emperors devouring sky sword chi. Residing within the 5 organs, this sword chi can be summoned, forming a sword formation that, when combined with the true energy flames, is capable of melting metal and stone, thus refining soul swords. The initial step to refining a soul sword is to first refine oneself. The invincible sword body treats the self as a sword embryo for refinement. Thus, the first step involves using the 5 emperors devouring sky sword chi to refine the flesh, blood, and bones. This process is exceedingly gradual and cannot be completed in a mere moment. Moreover, each step of refinement carries immense danger. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Once more, Niao Wushuang retrieves the ancient bronze sword, intent on refining this divine blade. Should he succeed, it would significantly elevate the levels of the 5 emperors devouring sky sword chi within him, providing ample time to complete the refinement of his physical form, integrating flesh, blood, and bones into a singular sword embryo. Half a month later, the ancient bronze divine sword has diminished to half its original form. The remaining half has been completely absorbed by his flesh and bones, merging seamlessly with his body. Within his vital organs, the five emperors devouring sky, sword, chi radiates brilliance. Sharp and formidable, akin to genuine divine swords. Upon closer inspection, even the flesh and bones exude hidden sword chi, emanating a chilling radiance. At this moment, his physical form is akin to a sword, according to the cultivation realms outlined in invincible sword body. Nie Wuxuang's current physical form is akin to a low-grade true-tier soul sword. Should he fully absorb the other half of the divine sword in his possession, it would undoubtedly elevate his physical realm to that of a high-grade true-tier soul sword. However, with less than half a month remaining before the Dragon Pool Championship, Nie Wuxuang must carve out time to enhance his cultivation. If he can elevate his prowess to the spirit martial realm prior to the competition, he would not only feel confident in confronting Ling Balong, but also have a sure footing against the War King, Ling Zhanyun. Additionally, he needs to forge a suitable soul sword. While his body may resemble a true-tier soul sword, it is not ideal to engage in combat using his physical form as a weapon. In reality, a properly crafted soul sword proves to be far more manageable in battle. He possesses an entire block of bloodstone, which allows him to forge a soul sword without the need for supplementary materials. However, refining the bloodstone is no simple task. Utilizing the dragon breath flame, Nie Wuxuang spent 3 full days to refine a dozen pounds of bloodstone. Once liquefied, the bloodstone in his hands merged and coalesced. After thousands of strikes, it ultimately transformed into a soul sword. This sword, entirely fashioned from bloodstone, required no sealing of beast souls and exhibited a power surpassing that of any ordinary soul sword. Grasping the newly crafted sword of bloodstone, Nie Wuxuang swung it down towards the bronze divine sword in his hand. With a resounding crack, the remarkably sturdy bronze divine sword was effortlessly severed by the bloodstone sword. This outcome filled Nie Wuxuang with immense satisfaction. If the bloodstone sword could cleave through a divine sword, it was undeniable that it would obliterate any common soul sword found within the realm of Tianjin continent. It would not be an overstatement to assert that no weapon in this world could withstand a strike from the bloodstone sword. As his palm glided over the bloodstone sword, he infused it with his essence blood, causing an eerie crimson radiance to manifest within the obsidian blade. In an instant, the bloodstone sword seemed to come alive, as if it possessed a soul of its own. Nie Wuxuang could distinctly sense its rhythmic pulse. With a casual flick, he infused his true energy into the sword's body, causing the originally dark and lustrous bloodstone sword to erupt with a blood-red brilliance, enveloping much of the room. As he withdrew his true energy, the crimson light dissipated. Yet the vast chamber collapsed with a thunderous roar, the once resilient bluestone floor reduced to mere powder. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Had anyone witnessed it, their eyes would surely pop in disbelief. My experience resembles that of a phoenix, rising from the ashes, reborn through flames. As Nie Wuxuang's hand gently traced the surface of the bloodstone sword, 2 fiery crimson inscriptions of rebirth emerged upon its blade, echoing his words. It is said that the phoenix, an ancient divine bird, must every 500 years bear the weight of all grievances and enmities accumulated in the mortal realm, surrendering itself to a raging inferno to self-immolate, only to emerge reborn from the ashes, perpetuating the cycle of eternal life. Nie Wuxuang named the black bloodstone sword Nirvana sword, symbolizing his own experiences and the fate of the phoenix. He bears a heavy burden of hatred and grievances, and only through a fiery rebirth can he truly attain eternal nirvana. This name also signifies that the Nirvana sword will endure forever, never to be destroyed. With the Nirvana sword in hand, Nie Wuxuang departed from the Sword Lord's estate. Time was of the essence. He sought to break through to the spirit martial realm before the Dragon Pool tournament and needed to find a place rich in spiritual energy. Given the urgency, it was nearly impossible to discover such a location on his own. However, there was one place particularly suited for Nie Wuxuang at this moment: the training room. In Yongzhou City, there existed specialized training rooms, constructed at great expense by the Dragon Emperor. The concentration of spiritual energy within was 5 times that of the outside world. Spending just 1 hour training there equated to 5 days of personal training. Yet, only 3 of these training rooms existed, exclusively available for the geniuses of the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Nonetheless, few could afford their use, as the cost for 1 hour was a staggering 10,000 taels of gold. Even the affluent 3 great heavenly dukes would only dare to utilize such a facility during crucial moments when their offspring were on the verge of a breakthrough. The training rooms were located east of the largest square in Yongzhou City, divided into 3 separate areas. Upon Niao Wushuang's arrival, he found a considerable gathering outside the square, with people animatedly discussing the remarkable achievements of Ling Balong, the innate great martial artist at just 20 years of age. The crowd buzzed with admiration, extolling Ling Balong's talent. And Niao Wushuang discerned from their conversations that Ling Balong had indeed broken through to the spirit martial realm, becoming an innate great martial artist. Achieving this feat before the age of 20 in the modest Dragon Sword Kingdom was undoubtedly praiseworthy. For a moment, Ling Balong was exalted to the heavens. Yet, merely reaching the spirit martial realm? This was somewhat disappointing, thought Niao Wushuang, a faint smile gracing his lips as he had anticipated this outcome. The moment he signed the wager with the battle marquis, he had foreseen that Ling Balong would undoubtedly ascend to the spirit martial realm before the Dragon Pool tournament. After all, would the battle marquis dare to sign a bet otherwise? Thus, upon hearing the news, Niao Wushuang felt no surprise and made his way towards one of the training rooms. Just as he approached the entrance of the training room, the door to one of the chambers swung open with suddenness. A gust of spiritual energy surged forth like a cool breeze, invigorating all nearby. Stepping out was none other than Ling Balong himself. Despite having lost both arms, Ling Balong displayed no hint of despondency. Instead, he bore an air of defiance. As their gazes met, Ling Balong's expression twisted into a fierce scowl. He stepped forward, deliberately blocking Niao Wushuang's path, and arrogantly demanded, "What brings you here? Are you attempting a futile struggle for survival by borrowing the training room?" His demeanor was haughty and disdainful, viewing Niao Wushuang as nothing more than an insignificant insect in light of his newfound status as an innate great martial artist. Confronted with Ling Balong's taunts, Niao Wushuang responded with a faint smile, "Perhaps those words are more fitting for you." This simple remark ignited a furious flush upon Ling Balong's face, for it was he who had previously succumbed to defeat at the hands of Niao Wushuang in the battle marquis manner, his arms shattered and rendered useless. "Niao Wushuang, I shall spare you now, but come the Dragon Pool competition, I will crush your bones inch by inch and peel away your foul skin piece by piece." Ling Balong bellowed in rage before turning to leave, unable to contain his fury. "A defeated foe, what audacity you possess!" Niao Wushuang's calm retort further incited Ling Balong, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. With his head hung low in shame, he hurriedly departed, unwilling to linger any longer. As Ling Balong exited, another training room nearby swung open, revealing a woman clad in purple. Wu Tianjiao. Upon seeing her emerge, Niao Wushuang raised his brow in recognition. What a twist of fate. This woman was even more shameless than Ling Balong. While he confronted him openly, Wu Tianjiao employed cunning schemes to manipulate Niao Wushuang at her whim. Such a woman was the epitome of malice and contempt. As Wu Tianjiao stepped out, her eyes locked onto Niao Wushuang, and a surge of anger crossed her delicate features as she approached him. "What business do you, a worthless wretch, have here? Do you aspire to use the training room as well? With the meager resources of the Sword Marquis Manor, can you afford it?" Her haughty demeanor and disdainful tone were unmistakable. "Just in time, for I have something to announce to you." Ignoring her completely, Niao Wushuang turned and walked towards the third training room. Seeing him disregard her, Wu Tianjiao stomped her foot in frustration, her voice turning sharp. "Niao Wushuang, halt." He paused, turning back with a calm query. "Are you addressing me?" "Indeed, I am referring to you, the last remnant of a once great warrior." The words she dared not voice were silenced by Niao Wushuang's icy gaze, which involuntarily transported her to memories of his unrestrained prowess in the battle marquis manor, causing her to tremble with fear. Yet her arrogance remained unyielding as she declared, "Niao Wushuang, I hereby officially notify you. The engagement between us is null and void." A collective gasp swept through the onlookers. A withdrawal of engagement had always been the prerogative of the male. Now, the roles had reversed. Wu Tianjiao was the one initiating the dissolution. To be rejected by a woman was an affront far more humiliating than a mere slap to the face. Particularly for a man, a profound disgrace. Wu Tianjiao was well aware of this reality. In fact, it was precisely because she understood the weight of her words that she chose this moment to voice her decision publicly. She sought to humiliate Niao Wushuang, to strip him of his dignity and trample it underfoot, to render him utterly ashamed, to make the Sword Marquis Manor the subject of ridicule, and to turn Niao Wushuang into a laughingstock. Many individuals openly mocked the situation. Is this the first time Niao Wushuang has been rejected by a woman? Were I in his position, facing such a dismissal, I would find it utterly unbearable to continue living. Once hailed as the foremost genius of the empire, he now stands as its greatest failure, and soon he shall be known as the most pitiable of all. Should he acquiesce to the annulment, he would inevitably become the empire's foremost source of ridicule. All eyes are fixed upon Niao Wushuang, eager to witness how he shall respond. Look at yourself now. Are you truly worthy of me? Seeing Niao Wushuang subjected to scorn only serves to fuel Wu Tianjiao's delight. Her demeanor becomes increasingly arrogant as she points at him, lacing her words with bitter derision. I know you harbor resentment. Do you believe that your momentary glory at the War Marquis mansion elevates you to the status of a dragon among men? Do you think you deserve my company? Do not forget, in this world, it is talent that dictates everything. Only those endowed with powerful martial souls can ascend to greatness. For instance, I possess a 7th-tier purple martial soul. Take Ling Balong, with his 6th-tier orange martial soul. And you? Even if you wield 2 martial souls, what does it matter? One is merely a lowly red martial soul, accompanied by a blue martial soul, ensuring your future is devoid of promise. Allow me to enlighten you. Just 7 days ago, Ling Balong awakened his 2nd martial soul, an 8th-tier silver one. His dual martial souls are of the highest caliber, his cultivation potential surpassing yours by hundreds, if not thousands of times. Only he is deserving of the title of the Empire's greatest genius. What do you possess to compare? What right do you have to stand beside him? Wu Tianjiao's words land like a bombshell, causing ripples of shock among the crowd. What? Ling Balong has awakened a 2nd martial soul? And it is an 8th-tier silver martial soul? Even Niao Wushuang's initial awakening was merely an 8th-tier silver martial soul. Was it not? A 20-year-old innate grand martial master with astonishing dual martial soul talent. Good heavens, if all this is true, then Ling Balong is undoubtedly the Empire's premier genius. The crowd is astounded. Countless whispers of amazement fill the air. Who could have anticipated that Ling Balong, once crippled by Niao Wushuang, would not only recover but ascend to even greater heights, transforming into the true genius of the Dragon Sword Kingdom? No. One could say he is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. In comparison to Ling Balong, Niao Wushuang appears increasingly insignificant. The two are not even of the same caliber. Although Wu Tianjiao's remarks are harsh, they ring true. At this moment, everyone feels the same way. Next to Ling Balong, Niao Wushuang can only seem more humble and inept. This is precisely the effect Wu Tianjiao desires. She strides confidently toward Niao Wushuang, her face radiating with glee. Let me inform you. I shall soon be engaged to Ling Balong. We are the perfect match, true dragons and phoenixes destined to soar above the world. Meanwhile, you are left to wallow in the dirt, lacking even the right to gaze upon our brilliance. As for our connection, it has always been a misunderstanding, a mere joke. Now, this joke must come to an end. With that, Wu Tianjiao produces a letter of annulment. As she gazed at the divorce letter presented by Wu Tianjiao, Niao Wushuang's expression subtly shifted. This woman was utterly malicious. Her intention was to humiliate him before the gathered crowd, reducing him to an abject state. If he were to accept this letter, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. The onlookers widened their eyes, eager to see whether Niao Wushuang would take the divorce letter. Under the scrutiny of many, Niao Wushuang accepted the letter. A glimmer of cold amusement flickered across Wu Tianjiao's face upon witnessing this, but her smile quickly became rigid. With a swift motion, Niao Wushuang seized the divorce letter and flung it directly at Wu Tianjiao's face. Though it was merely a piece of paper, its weight was amplified by her infused spiritual energy, leaving Wu Tianjiao with a swollen cheek. You! Wu Tianjiao shrieked in fury, before she could utter another word. Niao Wushuang's voice, frosty as ice, rang out. Your father was nothing more than a stable hand in our sword duke's manor. It was my grandfather who provided him with opportunities, guiding him in cultivation and enabling him to lead troops into battle, resulting in the establishment of the Wu Marquis Manor today. 20 years ago, your father, in his ambition, led our nation's army of 100,000 into a dire predicament, provoking the Dragon Emperor's wrath, who sought to execute him by dismemberment. It was my grandfather who interceded in the palace, using our sword duke's life-saving token to spare your father's life. If not for my grandfather's intervention, your father would merely be a lowly groom. How could the Wu Marquis Manor exist as it does now? 8 years ago, when I awakened my silver martial soul, it was you and your father who came to plead with my grandfather for this marriage, tears in your eyes. Now, what right do you have to propose a divorce? Though Niao Wushuang's words were few, each point was a matter of fact, well known throughout the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Among the 3 great dukes of the realm, the Wu Marquis had the most humble origins, originally just a stable hand beside the Sword Duke. Were it not for the Sword Duke's patronage, he would never have achieved his current status and prowess. Yet, who would have considered this in their daily lives? Now, as Niao Wushuang articulated these truths one by one, it was as if she had bared the shamelessness of the Wu father and daughter for all to see. Many gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, while some maliciously mocked the situation. Who would have thought that the esteemed Wu Marquis would be such an ungrateful wretch? Young Master Nia is absolutely correct. Without the Sword Duke's support, how could the Wu Marquis manor stand as it does today? Without the old Marquis, I dare say our Wu Marquis would still be tending to horses. This is not merely ingratitude, but a betrayal of kindness. I truly wonder how you have the audacity to suggest a divorce. As these remarks echoed around her, Wu Tianjiao's face flushed crimson with rage. Wishing desperately for a hole to burrow into, she simply could not comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. It was she who had intended to humiliate Niao Wushuang, yet now, the one stripped of dignity was her. In that moment, Wu Tianjiao was on the verge of tears from the overwhelming sense of injustice. At that instant, Niao Wushuang produced another divorce letter from her possession and tossed it before Wu Tianjiao, stating coolly, "I have long since prepared this divorce letter. It was originally intended for your Wu Marquis manor, but I see now that there is no longer any need for such formalities." He left behind a letter of divorce and turned towards the third training room. Behind him, Wu Tianjiao gazed at the letter that had fluttered before her, seething with rage to the point of nearly spitting blood. As she picked up the letter, her eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. With a crack, the letter was violently crushed by her spiritual energy, and she hissed through gritted teeth, "Niao Wushuang, your arrogance shall not endure for long. The Dragon Pool competition will be your demise." Chapter 47. Father and son break through within the training room. The spiritual energy was abundant. Niao Wushuang retrieved a vial of qi gathering powder and consumed it eagerly. This was a concoction he had refined himself, and upon ingestion, it would accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy tenfold for the duration of 1 hour. Coupled with the effects of this training room, Niao Wushuang's cultivation speed would increase by at least 15 times. In this sanctuary of cultivation, Niao Wushuang, without any reservations, unleashed all three of his martial souls. As the three extraordinary martial souls manifested, the speed of his internal energy surged dramatically. With the combination of the three superior martial souls, the qi gathering powder, and the training room's advantages, Niao Wushuang's cultivation speed had escalated to an astonishing 40 to 50 times. In essence, 1 hour of training in this chamber equated to the effort others would expend in 4 to 50 hours. After 1 hour, Niao Wushuang exited the training room, having successfully elevated his realm to the 10th layer of true martial realm. He was merely a step away from advancing to the spiritual martial realm, becoming a true innate grand martial artist. The training room could only be utilized for 1 hour each day. Otherwise, Niao Wushuang would undoubtedly have continued his training indefinitely. Fortunately, there were still a few days remaining until the Dragon Pool competition. With Niao Wushuang's remarkable pace of cultivation, he was confident in his ability to achieve the rank of innate grand martial artist before the competition commenced. In the residence of the Battle Marquis, a middle-aged man, strikingly similar in appearance to Ling Balong, paced anxiously in the inner courtyard. Upon returning, Ling Balong approached him, greeting, "Elder brother, has father not yet emerged from seclusion?" This middle-aged man was none other than Ling Zhanyun's eldest son, Ling Batian. At 37 years of age, Ling Batian was over a decade older than Ling Balong, having spent years at the borders suppressing the barbarian tribes. With the Marquis stripped of his command over the military, Ling Batian too had lost his military authority and returned to Yongzhou City to lead a life of idleness. "Not yet," Ling Batian replied, shaking his head with a hint of concern. Logically speaking, with Father's current cultivation at the first level of Martial King, refining a drop of barbarian goddess blood should be a trivial matter. Yet, for some unknown reason, it has been over 10 days without a word. His statement revealed startling news. Battle Marquis Ling Zhanyun had broken through to the Xuanwu realm, ascending to the rank of Martial King. A month prior, Ling Zhanyun had consumed the Xianlong pill. 15 days ago, he had transcended to the Xuanwu realm and commenced seclusion to refine the barbarian goddess blood. Now, after 15 days, he remained in isolation. What was transpiring? You and I took merely 3 to 5 days to obtain the barbarian god martial soul. Father has already been in seclusion for 15 days. Surely, nothing untoward has occurred? A hint of concern flickered in Ling Baishan's eyes. "It cannot be," he replied, shaking his head with resolute conviction. "If I am not mistaken, Father's barbarian god martial soul must have awakened long ago. Then why is he yet to emerge?" Ling Balong inquired, astonished. "There is but one possibility for Father's continued seclusion." Ling Baishan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke fervently. He must have achieved a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Ling Balong paused, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, are you implying Father is on the verge of advancing to the second level of Martial King?" "Perhaps even beyond that," Ling Batian replied with a mysterious smile. Just then, the door before them creaked open, revealing the figure of General Ling Zhanyun at the threshold. His once snow-white hair, ravaged by grief, now appeared entirely black, cascading around his shoulders and seemingly moving of its own accord. Even the skin on his face had tightened significantly, as if he had suddenly regained 20 years of youth. Father! Both Ling Batian and Ling Balong hurried forward, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed at the general. Ha ha! General Ling Zhanyun suddenly burst into hearty laughter, a joyous sound that resonated for what felt like an eternity. As his laughter subsided, he cast his gaze skyward and bellowed, "From this day forth, the Dragon Sword Nation shall belong to my son and me." Upon hearing these words, Ling Batian and Ling Balong were overwhelmed with joy. Father, what is your current level of cultivation? Ling Balong asked, curiosity lacing his tone. Without answering, the general's body swayed, and a surge of true energy surged forth from within him. This energy wavered in the center of the courtyard, gradually transforming into a humanoid figure. Humanoid true energy. Both Ling Batian and Ling Balong exclaimed in unison. Father, have you advanced to intermediate martial king? The manifestation of humanoid true energy was the hallmark of an intermediate martial king. While a junior martial king could merely soar through the skies, it was only an intermediate martial king who could attain such a form. The Lord of the Divine Temple, for instance, was of intermediate martial king status and had once released humanoid true energy to subdue the Grand Steward. In the entirety of the Dragon Sword Nation, there were only 3 intermediate martial kings, one of whom was the Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong, who had since vanished. The other 2, the Lord of the Divine Temple and the Grand Elder of Jioding Xian, were not affiliated with the Dragon Sword Nation. Thus, in truth, the only intermediate martial king left in the Dragon Sword Nation was the Sword Marquis. With the Marquis missing, there had been no other intermediate martial king. For years, the Dragon Emperor had diligently practiced, attempting various methods, yet failing to make that final leap, remaining stuck at the 3rd layer of the profound martial realm without ascending to the 4th layer to become an intermediate martial king. Yet now, General Ling Zhanyun had taken the lead and advanced to intermediate martial king. This news, once spread, would surely send shockwaves throughout the Dragon Sword Nation. It is worth noting that merely a month prior, General Ling Zhanyun was at the 10th layer of the spiritual martial realm, having yet to break through to the profound martial realm. In just 1 month's time, he had consecutively advanced to the 4th layer of the profound martial realm and attained the status of intermediate martial king. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishing enough to astound the world. Indeed, Ling Zhanyun replied with a beaming smile. I too did not anticipate being able to directly ascend to the 4th layer of the profound martial realm. All of this is owed to the blood of the savage god and the breakthrough pill provided by Elder Sun. At this point, he turned to Ling Balong and inquired, "By the way, what is your current realm?" Ling Balong offered a mysterious smile, releasing his true energy, which transformed into a swirling mass of silver mist hovering above his head. Within that silver mist, a colossal tiger, measuring several dozen feet in length, emerged. This tiger was extraordinary, exuding an aura of primeval ferocity, with a pair of enormous wings sprouting from its back. This was the awakened martial soul of Ling Balong, a manifestation of an ancient savage beast. I am at the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. Ling Zhanyun nodded in satisfaction, praising, Elder Sun was indeed correct. You are truly a dragon among men. With your current cultivation, achieving victory in the Dragon Pool Championship will be a mere formality. Rest assured, Father, when the time comes, I shall make Nia Wushuang wish for life and dread death. Ling Balong's face twisted in a fierce grimace, his eyes burning crimson as he gazed at the empty sleeves. Growling with resentment, I have long awaited the arrival of this day. Chapter 48. The Dragon Pool Championship. 7 days later, the Dragon Pool Championship commenced. The Dragon Pool, located in a subterranean pond to the northwest of Yongzhou City, is renowned for the pure spiritual energy that surges from its depths every year, likened to dragon's blood. The Kingdom of Dragon Sword holds this championship annually, drawing talented youths from 18 major cities to participate. The ultimate victor gains entry to the Dragon Pool for training, monopolizing its spiritual essence. In the past, a youth from the true martial realm utilized the Dragon Pool's energy to break through to the spirit martial realm, ascending to the status of an innate grand martial master. Even spirit martial realm experts can elevate several levels in a short span by absorbing the Dragon Pool's essence. Each year's championship is exceptional, and this year is particularly significant, coinciding with the Baijian sect's recruitment, which occurs every 5 years. An intersect elder from the Baijian sect will personally attend the Dragon Pool Championship. They will select suitable disciples from this event to join the sect directly. Furthermore, a momentous announcement has been made. The The champion of this year's Dragon Pool Championship will be awarded the title of Champion Marquis by the Dragon Emperor, becoming the fourth Great Marquis of the Kingdom of Dragon Sword. Whoever receives this honor will ascend to unprecedented heights, becoming a paragon among men. Undoubtedly, the frontrunner for the championship this year is Ling Balong. As the foremost genius, Ling Balong awakened a second silver martial soul within a month and advanced to the rank of innate Grand Martial Master, making him the most formidable contender from every perspective. Rumors even circulate that elder son of the Baijian sect has already earmarked Ling Balong for entrance into the sect, and should he succeed, he would immediately become an inner disciple. This news has sent shockwaves across the land. As one of the most prestigious sects in Liangzhou, the status of an inner disciple in the Baijian sect surpasses that of the Dragon Emperor of the Kingdom of Dragon Sword. Once Ling Balong enters the Baijian sect as an inner disciple, he would regard the Kingdom of Dragon Sword with contempt. Outside the Dragon Pool, on a grand high platform, the Dragon Emperor took his place in the main seat. Beside the Dragon Emperor stood the illustrious elder son of the sword-bowing sect, accompanied by his disciple Su Liang. This young man, merely in his mid-20s, had already attained the formidable 10th level of the spiritual martial realm, a true pinnacle martial master. He was but a step away from advancing to the Xuanwu realm and becoming a martial king. Such young martial kings, even within the sword-bowing sect, were indeed rare. To the other side of the Dragon Emperor were the seats of the Martial Marquis and the Battle Marquis. Below them sat the civil and military officials of the Dragon Sword Kingdom. As for the heads of various esteemed families, they could only stand at a distance, lacking the privilege of seating. Wu Tianjiao and Ling Balong stood behind the Martial Marquis and the Battle Marquis, exchanging glances before approaching Elder Son to pay their respects. Greetings, Master. Ling Balong addressed Elder Son directly as his master. The elder nodded, his gaze towards Ling Balong filled with a hint of admiration. Rise, your talent is commendable. Though you have lost your arms, it is not an insurmountable setback. In the future, should you cultivate to the Earth Martial Realm and find the divine physician from Ghost Valley, you can restore your limbs. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive diligently in my training and will not disappoint your expectations. Ling Balong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The loss of his arms had been his deepest sorrow, and now, hearing of the possibility of regaining them, he could hardly contain his trembling excitement. In the past, the thought of attaining the Earth Martial Realm seemed unimaginable, yet now, with dual martial souls, and having taken Elder Son as his master, it was merely a matter of time. With your innate talent, as long as you practice diligently, advancing to the Earth Martial Realm is simply a matter of time. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Pursuing shortcuts can lead to adverse outcomes, Elder Son advised with a smile, acknowledging his second senior brother. Ling Balong bowed respectfully to Su Liang. Greetings, second senior brother. Do not be so formal, junior brother. I, along with Master, eagerly await your display of prowess. Su Liang replied with a broad smile. I will give my all, and will not let Master or my senior brother down. Ling Balong responded with a beaming smile. Stepping aside, Elder Son's gaze turned to Wu Tianjiao, appraising her for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. You are also quite impressive. Although you cannot enter my sect's inner circle, becoming an elite outer disciple is certainly within reach. Once the matters here conclude, I will take you back to the sword-bowing sect for your training. Thank you, Elder. Wu Tianjiao exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she glanced at Ling Balong. Had she not followed Ling Balong, with her qualifications and strength, she could have entered the sword-bowing sect, but surely as an ordinary outer disciple. Now, thanks to Ling Balong, she could ascend directly to an elite outer disciple. Who else could have provided her such immense benefits? As she contemplated this, her gaze flickered towards Niao Wushuang, who was mingling among the crowd beneath the high platform. She couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for her astute decision. Noticing Wu Tianjiao's attention directed at Niao Wushuang, a flicker of malice flashed in Ling Balong's eyes, and he inwardly seethed with murderous intent, muttering, Niao Wushuang, if I do not make you endure excruciating torment, I am not Ling Balong. Balong, is this the Niao Wushuang who severed your arms? Elder Son, observing Ling Balong's gaze, immediately recognized Niao Wushuang amidst the throng and remarked with a hint of disdain. What a pity. Nie Jiantong was a dragon among men, yet how could he have spawned such a worthless grandson? His words were unreserved, laced with contempt for Niao Wushuang, even going so far as to label him as a waste. Master, it is he, Ling Balong awkwardly clarified. My disciple was ambushed by him. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he possibly harm me? Despite the fact that Niao Wushuang had bested him, shattering his arms with a single sword stroke, Ling Balong resorted to disparaging Niao Wushuang. I thought so, such a worthless being, If not for his underhanded tactics, could he truly injure you? Elder Sun's gaze towards Niao Wushuang brimmed with loathing as he venomously declared, the kind of despicable person I detest most is precisely this. When you strike later, do not show mercy, eradicate this eyesore for me. With this declaration, he commanded Ling Balong to eliminate Niao Wushuang on the arena. To him, Niao Wushuang's life was as insignificant as a blade of grass, merely a target for his disdain. Chapter 49, Disparate Treatment. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure that this despicable person does not survive the day. Ling Balong felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had harbored concerns that tormenting Niao Wushuang on the arena might provoke Elder Sun's disapproval, but now, upon hearing the Elder's command, he felt as though he had been granted a royal decree, eager to rush forth and drag Niao Wushuang onto the arena to subject him to relentless torment. Meanwhile, Long Huang awaited the conclusion of the exchange between the master and disciple before signaling to the chief attendant to announce the commencement of the grand tournament. The Dragon Pool Championship did not require the participants to engage in direct combat. Rather, it gathered them together to face the trials of the Dragon Pool. Surrounding the Dragon Pool was an expansive plain, upon which dozens of sprawling arenas had been constructed. Each arena housed formidable soul beasts of varying strengths. Contestants were required to enter these dueling grounds one by one, simultaneously challenging 3 astonishingly powerful soul beasts. The strength of these soul beasts would progressively increase. The 3 soul beasts of the first round were equivalent to beginner martial masters, while those in the second round were comparable to intermediate martial masters. In subsequent rounds, the strength of the soul beasts would continue to escalate. In summary, the more challenges one faced and the faster one progressed through the trials, the more likely one was to emerge as the victor of this Dragon Pool Championship. Should 2 contestants ultimately achieve the same number of completed challenges, they would engage in a fair duel to determine the champion, who would then gain access to training in the Dragon Pool. Typically, by the 4th round, participants would confront 3 soul beasts of peak martial master caliber. Unless the contestant is a Grand Master, facing 3 peak martial beasts simultaneously offers almost no chance of victory. Historically, those who could surpass the 3rd round were almost guaranteed to clinch the championship title in the Dragon Pool competition. However, this year is undeniably more challenging than in previous years. Everyone is aware that a prodigious talent like Ling Balong has emerged. Achieving innate mastery before the age of 20, he has become the youngest innate Grand Master in the history of the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Curiosity abounds. Many speculate on how far Ling Balong will advance in the competition. As the Dragon Pool competition commenced, over a dozen contestants began their trials simultaneously. Master, await my victorious news, Ling Balong declared confidently, striding towards one of the arenas. Upon his approach, the chief guard smiled broadly, hurriedly stepping forward to guide Ling Balong to one of the arenas, respectfully stating, I wish you, young Master Ling, swift success and a triumphant start. The chief guard, a close confidant of the Dragon Emperor, would not need to bow even before the 3 great celestial lords. Yet now, he displayed utter humility and respect towards Ling Balong. After watching Ling Balong enter the arena, the chief guard turned to depart. Meanwhile, Niao Wushuang had also stepped onto the trial platform, making his way towards another arena. However, just as he reached the arena's threshold, he was obstructed. Niao Wushuang, your arena is this way. The chief guard coldly glared at him, directly pointing to the entrance of a different arena. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his treatment of Ling Balong, showcasing an extreme disparity. Niao Wushuang furrowed his brow, sensing from these subtle cues that today's events were anything but simple. Rumors circulated that Ling Balong had indeed become a disciple of Elder Sun, and it seemed highly plausible. With a keen eye, Niao Wushuang discerned the underlying schemes. Ling Balong, as a disciple of Elder Sun from the Sword Sect, was destined for meteoric rise, prompting even the chief guard to curry favor. In contrast, he, a mere young lord from the Sword Marquee residence, was evidently insignificant in the eyes of the chief guard. Despite this unjust treatment, Niao Wushuang remained unfazed. As the arena doors swung open, he walked inside. Upon entering, his brow furrowed once more. He was somewhat familiar with the Dragon Pool competition, understanding that typically, the 3 soul beasts in each round varied in strength. For instance, the 3 soul beasts in the first round were generally at the beginner martial master level, ideally categorized as Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. This pattern held true across other arenas. Yet, upon entering, he was immediately confronted by 3 Tier 3 soul beasts. Was this an accident? Niao Wushuang found it utterly improbable. The soul beasts in his arena had been deliberately arranged, ensuring he faced the strongest trio of beginner martial master level beasts. Devious trickery, Niao Wushuang scoffed coldly. Striding to the center of the arena, the three-tier three-soul beasts materialized before him, revealing themselves as three azure-eyed wolf beasts. This soul beast possesses a unique soul skill akin to a psychic attack, characterized by a pair of mesmerizing azure eyes, capable of ensnaring even formidable martial masters. Although this azure-eyed wolf beast may only correspond to a junior martial master, in a direct confrontation, even a powerful martial master could find themselves ensnared by its mental assault, leading to a fate from which there is no escape. Surrounding spectators began to notice the peculiarities within Niao Wushuang's arena. Upon witnessing the three azure-eyed wolf beasts, each at the second or third tier of power, gasps of astonishment erupted. My heavens, are those truly three azure-eyed wolf beasts? What is happening? Could there be a mistake? This is merely the first match. How could such soul beasts be employed? They exclaimed. Even a junior grand martial master would struggle against three azure-eyed wolf beasts. The crowd murmured, recognizing that foul play was undoubtedly afoot. Surely, for the very first duel, it was inconceivable for three azure-eyed wolf beasts to appear. A glance around revealed that even the mightiest, Ling Balong, was only facing three ordinary second-tier soul beasts, each varying in strength from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Conversely, Niao Wushuang was confronted with three second-tier, third-level soul beasts, specifically those adept in mental assaults. It is worth noting that even grand martial masters have yet to engage in psychic cultivation. Thus, when faced with such beasts, their defeat is almost certain. Hence, within the long-standing Dragon Pool Championship, there exists an unwritten rule. The soul beasts participating in duels have never been proficient in psychic attacks. Yet now, the origin of these three azure-eyed wolf beasts remains a mystery. It is evident to all that this is a blatant act of injustice, clearly aimed at targeting Niao Wushuang. Such differential treatment is glaringly obvious. Anyone with sight can perceive it. However, the overseer of the match feigned ignorance. Not only did the overseer appear oblivious, but even the Dragon Emperor, usually discerning in matters of reward and punishment from his lofty dais, seemed to overlook the situation. They were not blind to the unfolding events. Rather, they chose to turn a blind eye. In fact, the three azure-eyed wolf beasts within the arena had been specifically arranged at the behest of His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, how could a mere overseer dare to act so brazenly under the watchful eyes of the public? A month prior, the Dragon Emperor had intended to leverage Niao Wushuang to suppress the War Marquis, but that notion had long since been abandoned, due to Ling Balong's influence. Even the Dragon Emperor found himself compelled to curry favor with the War Marquis and his son. In this scheme, the sacrifice of Niao Wushuang became a necessary pawn in the Dragon Emperor's machinations to appease the War Marquis and his offspring. The differential treatment evident in this Dragon Pool Championship was merely a tactic employed by the Dragon Emperor to ingratiate himself with the War Marquis. The three azure-eyed wolf beasts had been meticulously selected to confront Niao Wushuang. Meanwhile, Ling Balong, within the arena, took note of the three azure-eyed wolf beasts that Niao Wushuang was to face, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he licked his lips and uttered, Niao Wushuang, I hope you do not perish too quickly. At that moment, the three soul beasts surged forth. With a thunderous roar, Ling Balong stomped his foot, causing visible waves of true energy to radiate outward like ripples. The air hummed with vibrations, producing piercing sounds that momentarily stunned the three soul beasts, halting their advance. Now was the moment, Ling Balong shouted, leaping into action, delivering a kick that generated three phantom images. Boom, boom, boom. All three soul beasts were sent flying by his single kick. The creatures lay on the ground, emitting deep growls as they struggled for breath, ultimately succumbing to their injuries. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What a display of dominance. Truly, Ling Balong lived up to his name, effortlessly slaying three soul beasts in one move. His speed was unparalleled, leaving onlookers in awe. Cheers erupted from the crowd in admiration of Ling Balong. In other arenas, combatants were still engaged in fierce battles. Aside from Wu Tianjiao, who had managed to slay one soul beast, none had achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, Ling Balong had breezed through the first challenge. As the fallen soul beasts were dragged away, three new beasts emerged in the arena, each possessing the strength of intermediate martial masters. These three were evenly matched in power, one at the second tier, level 4, another at level 5, and the last at level 6. None of them wielded mental attacks. On the opposite side, Niao Wushuang stood motionless in the arena. The three azure-eyed wolf beasts howled, their voices fluctuating between deep growls and piercing cries, exhibiting a rhythmic pattern. As their howls echoed, the green light from their eyes fixated intently on Niao Wushuang. While others may not have sensed anything amiss, the Dragon Emperor, War Marquis, and elder son in the stands were acutely aware of the situation. A stream of pale green mental energy emanated from the azure-eyed wolves, carrying a numbing force aimed at Niao Wushuang's soul. This was a mental attack, formless and invisible. Only those who had reached the Xuanwu realm could barely perceive the trajectory of such an assault. Faced with this genuine mental attack, even formidable martial masters found themselves powerless. Yet, the three azure-eyed wolves remained oblivious to the identity of their opponent, the former divine emperor of absolute heaven. His divine soul, when unleashed, was enough to instill terror in the hearts of the wolves. Though others might not perceive the mental assault, Niao Wushuang saw it with crystal clarity. With a casual wave of his hand, he forcefully shattered the pale green mental attacks. What? He accurately dismantled the mental attack? Impossible. The Dragon Emperor, War Marquis, an elder son gasped in disbelief. They had anticipated that the wolves' mental assaults would incapacitate Niao Wushuang, allowing the beasts to pounce and tear him apart. No one expected him to so precisely counter the wolves' mental attack with a mere flick of his hand. It was astonishingly accurate. It was astonishing enough to leave all three in disbelief. It must have been a fluke. Zhang Ho, with a darkened expression, bellowed. He could not fathom that Niao Wushuang could withstand mental assaults. That earlier moment was undoubtedly mere luck. Roar! The three azure-eyed wolf beasts emitted a fierce howl, swiftly circling Niao Wushuang. Simultaneously, waves of mental attacks surged toward him. This time, he would surely perish. Witnessing dozens of mental strikes converging upon Niao Wushuang, a sinister smile crept across Zhang Ho's face. He could not believe that Niao Wushuang would be fortunate enough to evade them all. Standing resolute in the face of these mental onslaughts, Niao Wushuang remained perfectly still. As the attacks neared, he suddenly raised a finger, forming a sword gesture. Die, he uttered in a low voice. A torrent of sword light erupted from his fingertips like a tempest. Wherever the sword energy passed, the mental assaults were utterly obliterated. Boom. Even the three swiftly darting azure-eyed wolf beasts could not evade, being pierced by the sword energy and collapsing to the ground. With a single strike, he had slain three azure-eyed wolf beasts. This achievement was even more astonishing than Ling Balong's recent victory. Ling Balong had only defeated three ordinary soul beasts, while Niao Wushuang had dispatched three adept creatures of mental attack with a single sword. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Gazing upon the fallen bodies of the three azure-eyed wolf beasts, even the chief steward overseeing the tournament was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to announce the results. In the stands, the expressions of Long Huang and Zhang Ho transformed into profound shock. They had assumed that the azure-eyed wolf beasts would easily vanquish Niao Wushuang, never anticipating that he could surpass the first trial. Heavens, the azure-eyed wolf beasts have perished? He killed all three with a single strike? This cannot be real. The crowd was astounded, gasping in disbelief. No one dared to believe that Niao Wushuang had indeed slain three azure-eyed wolf beasts. Nearby in the arena, Ling Balong, engaged in a fierce battle with three mid-level martial master soul beasts, also experienced a flicker of astonishment, incredulously growling. You are unafraid even of mental attacks. It seems your strength has indeed advanced considerably in recent days. Roar. Seizing the moment Ling Balong was distracted, a soul beast lunged at him. But he leaped with one foot, delivering a kick that obliterated the creature's head. His gaze remained fixed on the distant Niao Wushuang, a sinister smile creeping into his voice as he coldly remarked, "The stronger your power, the more enjoyable this becomes. I await the moment when all your confidence and pride are gradually shattered, torn apart, leaving you in despair and helplessness." Chapter 51. Deliberate targeting. As he spoke, Ling Balong's figure flickered. With a stomp, the ground erupted with sword energy, directly annihilating the other two soul beasts. The second trial was cleared. In a mere span of time, Ling Balong had traversed two challenges. The crowd was in awe. This was an unprecedented occurrence. In the past, challengers did not possess such remarkable speed. Truly, he is a formidable presence among the spiritual martial realm. Ling Balong is undoubtedly the foremost genius. Compared to him, Niao Wushuang pales significantly. Many began to murmur amongst themselves. Once, Niao Wushuang was hailed as the premier genius, while Ling Balong lacked even the qualifications to gaze upon him. Yet now, the tables have turned completely. In the eyes of the spectators, Niao Wushuang has long since forfeited his right to look up to Ling Balong. A fallen young lord of a declining marquisate cannot be compared to a promising disciple of the prestigious Baijian sect. They are simply not of the same caliber. As Ling Balong broke through the second challenge, Niao Wushuang's own second challenge commenced. The arena echoed with the resounding roars of tigers. From the depths of the arena emerged three three-eyed blue tigers, each measuring an astonishing 17 to 18 feet in length and standing 7 feet tall. What? Three-eyed blue tigers? This is outrageous. Another spirit-type soul beast. This is undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to target Niao Wushuang, aiming to see him perish in the arena. In the first round, he was assigned 3 spirit-type soul beasts, and now, in the second round, it's yet again 3 spirit-type soul beasts. Even the onlookers found it difficult to bear witness. It was clear that this was a brazen attempt to ensure Niao Wushuang's demise in the arena. While others could discern this blatant targeting, Niao Wushuang was hardly oblivious. Yet, he exhibited little reaction. To him, these spirit-type soul beasts were not much different from ordinary soul beasts. Would he be concerned about the meager psychic attacks of a mere second-tier soul beast? If they wish to resort to underhanded tactics, then let me observe just how shameless they can be. Niao Wushuang chuckled coldly. With a single step forward, dozens of sword lights emanated from beneath his feet. The streams of sword energy surged toward the three-eyed blue tigers. Unsurprisingly, these three-eyed blue tigers were all second-tier, 6th-level soul beasts, possessing astonishing reflexes. Upon sensing the approaching sword energies, they emitted low, resonant roars, their forms darting like lightning to evade. Simultaneously, the third eye on their foreheads unleashed beams of blue light, psychic attacks. The 3-eyed blue tigers, being of a higher rank than the azure-eyed wolf beasts, were significantly more powerful. These blue waves of psychic energy not only had the capacity to paralyze an opponent's soul, but also carried the inherent ferocity of a mighty tiger. It could be said that even a congenital grand martial artist would find it challenging to evade the psychic onslaught of the 3-eyed blue tiger. As the 3-eyed blue tigers sprang into action, the battle lord in the stands flashed a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, growling menacingly, Die. This time, I shall see you perish." No sooner had he spoken than the 3-eyed blue tigers collapsed simultaneously. No one even witnessed how Niao Wushuang's sword energy penetrated the bodies of the 3-eyed blue tigers. All that was heard were 3 muffled thuds, and the once mighty 3-eyed blue tigers lay lifeless on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 3-eyed blue tigers that had launched their psychic attacks were all annihilated. It was astonishingly swift, exceedingly fast. Even the Dragon Emperor and the Battle Marquis in the stands were taken aback and rose to their feet in astonishment. How could this be possible? What had just transpired? Both the Dragon Emperor and the Battle Marquis exclaimed in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Niao Wushuang could annihilate 3-eyed blue tigers in an instant. And they were even more reluctant to accept that he possessed such formidable strength. The preceding spectacle had unfolded far too swiftly. Even the 2 martial kings were unable to discern the finer details. Only Elder Sun had observed it clearly. His expression shifted slightly. A glimmer of astonishment in his eyes as he murmured, "It seems this Niao Wushuang is not entirely inept. He possesses considerable talent in the path of the sword." Upon hearing Elder Sun praise Niao Wushuang, the Battle Marquis's countenance darkened, and he hurriedly disparaged, "Elder Sun, you are mistaken. This little beast is ruthless and treacherous. My son Longer was merely too naive, which led to his ambush and the ruin of his arms." His slander only deepened Elder Sun's disdain for Niao Wushuang, prompting an indignant retort, "Such a despicable wretch is unworthy of pity." Though the Dragon Emperor and others were aware of the Battle Marquis's blatant falsehood and intentional defamation of Niao Wushuang, none dared to speak out in his defense. Around them, the crowd remained in a state of stupefaction, seemingly unable to accept the events that had transpired in the arena. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the 3-eyed blue tigers on the ground, many felt that this was all too surreal. They had not even witnessed how Niao Wushuang had acted. The 3 beasts were simply dead. What had truly occurred moments ago? How had all 3-eyed blue tigers perished? Was it indeed Niao Wushuang's doing? After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted into exclamations of disbelief. No one could believe that Niao Wushuang had so effortlessly dispatched the 3 beasts. The overseer of the tournament, utterly flabbergasted by the spectacle, looked upon the fallen bodies with an expression that flickered with malice as he declared, "This match does not count. Does not count. What do you mean? How can it not count?" The crowd exclaimed in uproar. The notion of nullifying the outcome was clearly tantamount to cheating. Many could not contain their outrage. Even the Dragon Emperor wore a perplexed expression, unsure of what scheme the overseer was concocting. Such blatant deceit was glaringly obvious. "Silence!" the overseer bellowed, quelling the myriad of protests surrounding him. His gaze bore down on Niao Wushuang in the arena, demanding with authority, "Niao Wushuang, do you dare claim that you did not cheat in this match?" "Cheat?" Niao Wushuang scoffed with derision. This man had no shame whatsoever. It was evident to all that the one engaging in deceit was the overseer, yet he had the audacity to cast accusations at Niao Wushuang. Such a person was utterly devoid of honor. Truly, they were all cut from the same cloth. With a cold smile, Niao Wushuang deemed it beneath him to respond. The Overseer and the Battle Marquis were both despicable, each more shameless than the other. If it were not for your cheating, how could you possibly defeat three three-eyed blue tigers with your abilities? You assert that this is not cheating, yet what else could it be? Upon encountering Niao Wushuang, the chief guard's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt, as he refrained from engaging in any argument. Even an ordinary person would contest such blatant oppression, would they not? Yet Niao Wushuang remained remarkably composed, exhibiting not the slightest hint of resistance. It was as though the entire situation had been anticipated by him. Chapter 52. Open cheating. Observing Niao Wushuang's placid demeanor, a profound sense of unease and trepidation surged within the chief guard. He struggled to regain his composure and, with a piercing glare, sternly admonished Niao Wushuang. Therefore, I declare that the previous match shall not count. If you wish to continue participating in the Dragon Pool Championship, you must adhere strictly to the rules. Should there be any further instances of cheating, your eligibility to compete will be immediately revoked. Everyone was aware that Niao Wushuang's wager with Ling Balong was centered on who would claim the championship title of the Dragon Pool. If Niao Wushuang were to concede and withdraw from the competition now, it would signify his defeat. The chief guard had initially targeted Niao Wushuang by orchestrating an unfair match and was now openly cheating, even threatening to rescind Niao Wushuang's participation. All of this was merely an attempt to provoke Niao Wushuang into voluntarily exiting the contest. Such trifling tactics would never ensnare Niao Wushuang. Whatever stratagems they employed, he would not be deceived. Standing in the arena, Niao Wushuang remained unfazed, completely indifferent to these underhanded ploys. How perceptive of you! The chief guard scoffed, disappointment evident in his tone. He had anticipated that Niao Wushuang would be incensed and would demand a rematch. However, it was now clear that this plan had utterly failed. With a wave of his hand, 3 soul beasts were released into the arena once more. Once again, they were 3 second-tier, 6th-level soul beasts. But this time they were not of the mental type. Instead, they were 3 iron bull soul beasts, colossal and formidable. These iron bulls possessed skin as hard as iron, impervious to ordinary blades, leaving no trace when struck. Moreover, their immense strength and earth-shattering abilities made it such that even an innate grand martial artist would struggle to vanquish them with ease. The chief guard had first arranged for Niao Wushuang to face 3 mental-type, 3-eyed blue tigers, and now he unleashed these invulnerable iron bulls. This was no longer mere cheating. It was outright bullying. It was an attempt to drive Niao Wushuang to despair. As the 3 iron bull soul beasts emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Good heavens, are those iron bull soul beasts? How can such creatures be employed as challenges? This was utterly outrageous. Were there truly no authorities to oversee such blatant cheating? While others faced regular soul beasts, why did Niao Wushuang alone contend with 3-eyed blue tigers and iron bulls? Such tactics were undeniably shameless. Many voices rose in furious outcry, expressing their discontent. What was once a fair competition had devolved into this blatant unfairness, provoking indignation among the spectators. Silence, the chief guard commanded. Upon hearing the commotion, the chief guard bellowed, suppressing the uproar with a commanding presence. His icy gaze swept across the surroundings as he declared, "Whoever dares to speak recklessly and disrupt the order shall be punished." At his command, hundreds of Imperial Guards surged forth, encircling the area. With the oversight of the Imperial Guards, anyone who dared to continue their chatter would undoubtedly be dragged out, with a grim fate awaiting them. Many noble families, and even commoners felt indignant on Niao Wushuang's behalf. Yet, under the oppressive watch of the Imperial Guards, they quickly withdrew, silencing their voices in fear. In the arena, Niao Wushuang remained utterly composed, dismissing the 3 iron bull soul beasts before him. A trace of indifference flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a disdainful smirk as he scoffed. "Is this truly your method? Hardly impressive." Before the 3 iron bull soul beasts could charge, Niao Wushuang took the initiative. A primal aura suddenly enveloped him, transforming him into a formidable beast. His powerful presence surged forth, akin to a wild elephant, a true dragon. The iron bull soul beasts possessed formidable physical strength, making it unlikely for even Niao Wushuang's sword energy to breach their defenses. Therefore, he dispensed with the need for sword energy. As he activated the dragon elephant demon suppression technique, a colossal primal divine elephant manifested behind him. The mighty elephant stomped the ground. Niao Wushuang firmly planted his feet, and the immense elephant behind him forcefully struck the earth with its 4 legs. Instantly, the entire arena trembled. Boom! The ground of the arena cracked with deep fissures, vast and sprawling like the serpentine form of a great dragon, swiftly reaching the feet of the 3 iron bull soul beasts. Before they could unleash their soul techniques, the fissures engulfed them entirely. Roars of despair echoed from beneath the surface as the three iron bull soul beasts struggled with all their might to escape, yet the more they fought, the deeper they sank. In mere moments, silence fell. The once grand arena was now riddled with gaping cracks, resembling a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Standing at the center of the arena, Niao Wushuang radiated the aura of an unparalleled warrior. He had wrought such a terrifying spectacle without moving an inch. The three iron bull soul beasts lay buried beneath the ground, their fate sealed by a single, awe-inspiring strike. Around him, an oppressive stillness enveloped the crowd. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. No one could fathom that all of this had been orchestrated by Niao Wushuang. Even Elder Sun was struck with astonishment. Rising from his seat to gaze at the arena, which appeared ravaged by a monstrous force, lingering in shock for a prolonged moment. Finally, he exhaled deeply. His voice tinged with awe as he murmured, "Could this fellow be of the barbarian lineage? Such raw power would put even the mightiest of their kind to shame. Curse it, in just a month's time, how has this little beast cultivated so profoundly?" In the eyes of the war marquis, a flicker of concern emerged as he observed the formidable Niao Wushuang, his teeth grinding in frustration. He even began to worry for Ling Balong. Once the duel commenced, could Ling Balong truly overpower Niao Wushuang? Elder Sun, noticing the concern on Zhang Ho's face, spoke with remarkable composure. "There is no need for worry. This fellow must have cultivated some form of body refining technique to possess such brute strength. In the end, true prowess will dictate the outcome of the battle." This succinct statement clearly conveyed Elder Sun's confidence in Ling Balong. Hearing this, Zhang Ho's expression brightened as he settled down with a smile. Outside the arena, the presence of the Imperial City Guard instilled a profound sense of awe among the spectators, who dared not voice their excitement. Consequently, the entire arena descended into an unusual silence. Niao Wushuang, with an indifferent demeanor and a chilling gaze fixed on the head of the guards, calmly inquired, "Is there any suspicion of foul play this time?" His dramatic display had stunned the crowd. Even the head guard found it difficult to accuse him of cheating. After a prolonged period of astonishment, the head guard finally managed to compose himself and reluctantly declared, "Second round, passed." Chapter 53. Even more excessive humph. Consider yourself fortunate. In the arena, upon hearing that Niao Wushuang had advanced to the second round, Ling Balong wore a look of disdain. Convinced that Niao Wushuang's success was purely a matter of luck, he surveyed the surroundings. Everyone remained engaged in the second round, while he had already progressed to the third. Now, there was an additional contender, Niao Wushuang. The third round featured formidable soul beasts, 3 of which were equivalent to advanced martial masters. Their strengths were categorized as second-tier levels 7, 8, and 9. Ling Balong faced 3 lion-tiger beasts, among the more powerful second-tier soul beasts. The trio's coordinated efforts made it challenging for Ling Balong, even with his spiritual martial prowess, to achieve victory, resulting in a stalemate within the arena. Meanwhile, Niao Wushuang's third duel had commenced as well. Due to the prior destruction inflicted by Niao Wushuang in the arena, it was deemed unsuitable for further combat. He was relocated to an adjacent arena. Release the soul beasts. At the command of the head guard, 3 soul beasts soared into the arena. Flying soul beasts. As the massive creature, comparable in size to a calf, hovered above, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Yet, due to the oppressive presence of the Imperial City Guard, no one dared to speak out. Even those harboring dissatisfaction remained silent. It was evident to all that this was no ordinary competition. It was blatantly designed to target Niao Wushuang. The previous 2 rounds, employing mental-type soul beasts and iron bull soul beasts against Niao Wushuang, had already demonstrated a lack of integrity. However, compared to the current round, it was child's play. The introduction of flying soul beasts was not merely cheating. It was utterly shameless. It reached an extreme level of disgrace. Below the level of Xuanwu realm martial kings, no one could fly. Facing flying soul beasts left no room for retaliation, particularly with the 3 second-tier, level 9 Thunder Eagle soul beasts before Niao Wushuang. The Thunder Eagle soul beasts possess an astonishingly swift flight speed, rendering even the mightiest of king warriors unable to match their pace. What is more pivotal is that these magnificent creatures can effortlessly soar to heights of over 100 meters, even within the confines of the gladiatorial arena. Secured by robust cages, the Thunder Eagles can ascend to several dozen meters with ease. Once they reach an elevation of 10 meters, they become impervious to attacks from mere martial energy unless one is a king warrior capable of aerial combat, who might stand a chance against these formidable beasts. It is utterly outrageous that the chief guard would orchestrate such a match for Niao Wushuang. Yet, none dared to speak in his defense. In the stands, the battle marquis, upon witnessing the 3 Thunder Eagles, nodded in satisfaction and silently roared, Niao Wushuang, even with your prodigious talents, you shall surely falter here. Huh, your luck is truly dismal. Ling Balong, having spotted the 3 Thunder Eagles, mockingly remarked, it seems you are destined to fail in this 3rd trial. Apologies, but I shall soon triumph. At that very moment, as he was distracted by his own words, a lion-tiger beast launched an attack, its massive form sending Ling Balong flying. Infuriated, he scrambled to his feet and unleashed a burst of speed, barely evading the beast's subsequent strike. Despite his earlier mockery of Niao Wushuang, he found himself in a humiliating predicament, almost at the mercy of the lion-tiger beast. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he resolved to focus entirely on the 3 lion-tiger beasts before him. Niao Wushuang, keenly observing Ling Balong's discomposure, could not help but scoff. Is this truly the extent of your prowess in the spirit martial realm? It appears you are nothing but a waste of potential. Ling Balong's abilities failed to pique his interest. In fact, he found the prospect of battling the 3 Thunder Eagles far more intriguing. The 3 Thunder Eagles hovered above, at a height of over 10 meters. At this altitude, their speed allowed for rapid assaults on Niao Wushuang, while simultaneously evading his martial energy attacks. Realizing their cunning nature, Niao Wushuang deduced that these were Thunder Eagles trained for strategic combat. His brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. It is said that the Martial Marquis Mansion possesses 3 specially trained Thunder Eagles, skilled in coordinated strikes capable of slaying high-ranking martial masters. It seems these are indeed the very beasts from the Martial Marquis Mansion. The presence of the 3 Thunder Eagles in the arena as his adversaries revealed much to Niao Wushuang. He could surmise that Ling Balong had been taken under the wing of Elder Sun from the Baijian sect, while Wu Tianjiao had allied with Ling Balong. Thus, the Martial Marquis Mansion willingly offered these costly trained Thunder Eagles to assist Ling Balong in his endeavor to confront Niao Wushuang. Casting his gaze toward the distant stands, he noted the expressions of the Dragon Sovereign, the Battle Marquis, and the Martial Marquis, all seemingly eager for his demise within the arena. It became evident that these individuals would stop at nothing to ensure his downfall. The adversaries he was assigned against the Soul Beasts were exceedingly formidable. First, there were the Mental-type Soul Beasts, followed by the impervious Iron Bull Soul Beasts, and now, most audaciously, even the Flying Soul Beasts had been unleashed. Had it been anyone else, they would scarcely have managed to pass the initial challenge. Yet, they would remain oblivious to the true identity of their opponent. The illustrious Supreme God Emperor. It was not merely these 3 Thunder Eagles that posed a challenge. Even the mightier Dragon Eagles would find themselves at his mercy. Niao Wushuang stood resolutely within the arena, slightly lifting his gaze to behold the 3 Thunder Eagles hovering above. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The trio of Thunder Eagles seemed to sense the provocation in his gaze, emitting furious cries as they swooped down like bolts of lightning. Together, they charged at Niao Wushuang. As their wings beat, they unleashed flashes of lightning. This was the sole skill of the Thunder Eagle Soul Beasts. The power of those lightning strikes was formidable, rivaling the full force of a high-ranking martial master. Witnessing the 3 Thunder Eagles rush towards Niao Wushuang, Wu Ho on the sidelines wore a confident smile, seemingly certain of the outcome, exclaiming with great pride, "Young man, to perish beneath the Thunder Eagles of my Wu Ho manor, you are indeed fortunate." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when his expression abruptly froze. The 3 Thunder Eagles, which he had painstakingly nurtured, executed a combined tactic capable of slaying even high-ranking martial masters. Yet they failed to graze even a thread of Niao Wushuang's attire. As the 3 Thunder Eagles dove down, Niao Wushuang's figure astonishingly vanished from sight. Wu Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 54. Unprecedented Disappearance. He vanished? Wu Ho exclaimed in shock. He could hardly fathom how Niao Wushuang had evaded such a flawless combined technique. No, it was not merely a disappearance. Elder Sun's expression turned grave as he suddenly pointed towards the arena above and shouted, "Look!" The crowd turned their gaze in unison. To their astonishment, they beheld Niao Wushuang descending from midair. That was a height of over 10 meters. It was beyond comprehension how Niao Wushuang, whose cultivation had yet to reach the martial king realm, had soared to such heights. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing up at Niao Wushuang, who resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. The 3 Thunder Eagles had yet to react when Niao Wushuang had already appeared above them. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of sword energy erupted from beneath Niao Wushuang's feet, piercing through the 3 Thunder Eagles. In an instant, their bodies were illuminated by the sword light, resembling 3 radiant, spiky hedgehogs from afar. At that moment, Niao Wushuang's feet touched the ground. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The bodies of the 3 Thunder Eagles were torn apart by the sword energy, their flesh and blood scattering into a myriad of fragments. My Thunder Eagles. On the sidelines, Wu Ho felt a surge of frustration constricting his chest, nearly causing him to faint from the overwhelming shock. Yet, he had expended countless efforts to cultivate the 3 Thunderhawk soul beasts, only to see them perish just like that. At this moment, he was engulfed in regret. Regret for his arrogance in offering up the 3 Thunderhawk soul beasts, and even more so, for wading into this treacherous situation. Alas, it was too late for regret. Is this how it ends? Zhang Ho and the Dragon Emperor exchanged glances, both witnessing the profound astonishment and terror lurking in each other's eyes. They could hardly believe that the 3 flying soul beasts had been so effortlessly slain by Niao Wushuang. What of the supposed advantage of flying soul beasts? It seemed that in the presence of Niao Wushuang, all of that had vanished into thin air. Hiss! Even Elder Sun gasped in astonishment. His gaze towards Niao Wushuang laden with disbelief. He had truly mastered the art of exploiting environmental advantages, a cunning feat indeed. Only he had noticed that. At the very moment the 3 Thunderhawk soul beasts charged at Niao Wushuang, an object thinner than a spider's silk erupted from Niao Wushuang's hand, spiraling upwards to the cage above the arena. It was this fine thread that enabled Niao Wushuang to leap several meters into the air, creating the illusion of flight. Although Niao Wushuang did not literally soar, he utilized this maneuver to dispatch the 3 Thunderhawk soul beasts in a single stroke. Such on-the-spot reflexes and combat skills were something even Elder Sun could not match. However, in Elder Sun's eyes, Niao Wushuang's remarkable display was merely a manifestation of treachery. This alone revealed the true nature of Elder Sun, not unlike Zhang Ho and his son, equally shameless. As Niao Wushuang vanquished the 3 Thunderhawk soul beasts, Ling Balong continued to struggle against the lion-tiger beasts, which had thoroughly exhausted him. He had fallen behind. Niao Wushuang had actually surged ahead. He had overtaken Ling Balong. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one had anticipated that under such circumstances, Niao Wushuang would manage to surpass him, even advancing through the 3rd round before Ling Balong. His method of dispatching the Thunderhawk soul beasts was swift and decisive, leaving even the chief guard unable to resort to trickery. His expression darkened as he barked, 3rd round. Cleared. These words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Niao Wushuang was on the brink of entering the 4th round. Throughout the history of the Dragon Pool Championship, no one had ever reached the 4th round. Niao Wushuang was undoubtedly about to make history, becoming the first to step into this uncharted territory. Release the soul beasts. The chief guard bellowed, a cruel smirk gracing his lips. He intended for Niao Wushuang to meet his demise in this 4th round. As the chief guard's command echoed, 2 formidable soul beasts thundered forth from the depths of the arena. These were 2 colossal soul beasts, each measuring over 10 zhang in length. My goodness, they were azure sky pythons. The crowd erupted in exclamations. 2 second-tier, 10th-level azure sky python soul beasts. Their power equated to that of peak martial masters. Even the Dragon Emperor and others in the stands changed their expressions upon witnessing the emergence of these soul beasts. Although the azure sky python is merely a 2nd-tier, level 10 spirit beast, its strength surpasses that of many 3rd-tier spirit beasts. It is no exaggeration to assert that these 2 azure sky pythons could effortlessly slay a formidable innate grand martial master. In the 4th round of the Dragon Pool Championship, competitors must confront 3 such potent spirit beasts. However, since the founding of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, not a single individual has ever progressed to the 4th round of the Dragon Pool Championship in hundreds of years. Thus, there is immense curiosity among the onlookers regarding the nature of the spirit beasts in this round. Upon witnessing these 2 azure sky pythons, many began to realize that Niao Wushuang might truly meet his demise in the arena. But wait, weren't there supposed to be 3 spirit beasts? Indeed. One seems to be missing. At that moment, someone noticed that there was 1 less spirit beast in the arena. Each round of the Dragon Pool Championship requires the confrontation of 3 spirit beasts. Why then, in Niao Wushuang's 4th round, were there only 2? Logically, there should be 3 azure sky pythons. What on earth is happening? Why is 1 spirit beast absent? Is this a form of cheating? On the stands, the War Marquis could barely contain his impatience and bellowed loudly. It was they who had been cheating all along, targeting Niao Wushuang. Yet he had the audacity to voice such accusations. It was utterly laughable. The War Marquis, though angered, had to concede that there must still be 3 spirit beasts. The head attendant, witnessing the War Marquis's fury, hastily turned to explain, the 3rd spirit beast will emerge shortly. Humph, that is more like it. The War Marquis huffed in annoyance and settled back into his seat. With a resounding rumble, the entire arena began to tremble. Niao Wushuang narrowed his eyes, perceiving that from the depths of the arena, a massive entity was approaching amidst the darkness. This was a truly terrifying spirit beast. even more formidable than the two azure sky pythons before him. Before the third spirit beast made its entrance, the two azure sky pythons were already frightened into retreat, seemingly unwilling to obstruct the path of the impending creature. What could that be? Finally, someone gasped in astonishment as the sunlight trickled through the bars of the cage, revealing a colossal python adorned in golden scales rushing forth from the arena. This golden giant python, measuring over 20 zhang in length, coiled its body, dominating a significant area as it descended like a regal emperor, disdainfully gazing down at the two azure sky pythons and Niao Wushuang. Chapter 55, Blatant Display, the Golden Dragon Python. Someone recognized this enormous golden serpent as the Golden Dragon Python. Unlike the azure sky python, this creature is the true emperor among pythons. It is said that the Golden Dragon Python possesses the bloodline of a true dragon within it. The strength of this Golden Dragon Python is at least equivalent to that of an innate Grand Martial Master. To assign such a creature as Niao Wushuang's challenge in merely the 4th round is utterly shameless. It is a blatant attempt to drive Niao Wushuang towards his doom. Heavens! It is the Golden Dragon Python. Even the martial marquis in the stands was left in a state of shock upon witnessing this magnificent beast. No one could have anticipated that, merely in the 4th round, the head guard would dare to assign Niao Wushuang a Golden Dragon Python. Given the formidable power of the Golden Dragon Python, it could even be argued that it would not necessarily be defeated, even by a formidable warrior of the Xuanwu realm. Yet, Niao Wushuang must contend not only with this Golden Dragon Python, but also with two azure sky pythons. At that moment, in another arena, Ling Balong, after exhausting all his means, finally succeeded in defeating 3 lion tigers, thus advancing to the 4th round. The head guard approached him with a considerate inquiry. "Young Master Ling, do you require a moment to rest?" "Not at all," Ling Balong replied eagerly, casting a glance towards Niao Wushuang's arena. "Let us begin. I must not lose to Niao Wushuang." "Very well. Please prepare yourself, young Master Ling." The head guard responded with a beaming smile before exiting the arena. As he departed, 3 colossal soul beasts surged forth into the arena. These were 3 flame tigers, their bodies engulfed in crimson flames. Although the flame tigers were 2nd tier and level 10 soul beasts, their true combat prowess was inferior to that of the lion tigers defeated by Ling Balong. In contrast, Niao Wushuang's 4th round required her to face 2 azure sky pythons and 1 golden dragon python, while Ling Balong faced merely 3 relatively weak flame tigers. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but frown. Many could no longer tolerate it. This blatant act of cheating was utterly shameless. How could one be so devoid of honor? Was there no law to uphold? Numerous voices rose in indignation. Even with the Imperial Guards present, they could not contain their fury. It was evident to all that today's events bore no semblance of fairness. In fact, from the very beginning, the head guard had been paving the way for Ling Balong, ensuring he encountered only weaker soul beasts. Meanwhile, Niao Wushuang faced the most powerful of them all. Now, in this 4th round, the disparity had become even more pronounced. The same 4th round assessment had assigned Niao Wushuang a 3rd-tier soul beast. This was an outright injustice. Yet, the head guard paid no heed to the outcry. He glared around menacingly, bellowing, "Silence." The more he threatened, the more defiance he encountered. Some even threw off their stinky boots and hurled them at the head guard. Once one person initiated this act, many followed suit. In an instant, countless foul boots and socks rained down upon the head guard. Even with the presence of the Imperial Guards, the crowd showed no fear. The notion that the law does not punish the multitude rang true. The Imperial Guards stood dumbfounded, watching as the head guard was pelted, and they hesitated to advance, retreating instead, fearing being swept away by the enraged throng. Enough! At that moment, the Dragon Emperor roared. His true energy transformed into a real dragon, swirling above the crowd, its roar piercing the heavens. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd, previously in a state of uproar, fell into an eerie silence, each person shrinking back in fear. "The competition continues," bellowed the Dragon Emperor with an air of authority. The spectators resumed their focus on the contest. At this juncture, many had already concluded their trials, with Wu Tianjiao emerging as the most accomplished, advancing to the 3rd round before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and defeat. Now, only Niao Wushuang and Ling Balong remained in the arena, both having reached the 4th round. Observing the evidently unfair matchup, many felt sympathy for Niao Wushuang, yet dared not voice their sentiments. "Ha ha ha, Niao Wushuang, it appears fortune has not favored you today." Ling Balong, having gained an unfair advantage, mocked Niao Wushuang with unabashed delight. His arrogant demeanor elicited disdain from the onlookers. "Shameless. This is utterly disgraceful. Bah, what a travesty." Such a base individual is unworthy of being the pride of our dragon sword kingdom. Many voiced their indignation, albeit only in the confines of their minds. Fearful to speak out loud, the Dragon Emperor was incensed. Should anyone dare cause a disturbance at this moment, they would be courting their own demise. With a mere command, the Emperor could annihilate entire clans. The crowd had little connection to Nie Wuxiang. They would not risk their own lives or those of their kin for him. Regarding Ling Belong's taunts, Nie Wuxiang displayed an air of indifference. His gaze, cold and piercing, was fixed upon the golden dragon python. A smirk creeping upon his lips as he remarked, "Is this the sole beast of the fourth round? It is rather unimpressive." Unimpressive? The chief of the guards trembled in indignation at Nie Wuxiang's dismissal. This was a spectacle he had meticulously orchestrated, believing that such a display would terrify Nie Wuxiang into submission. To his astonishment, Nie Wuxiang appeared unfazed, even going so far as to belittle the imposing creature. The chief's face flushed crimson as he seethed in frustration, muttering under his breath, "At death's door, you can only boast with empty words." At death's door? Nie Wuxiang scoffed at the chief's angry retort. Remaining utterly composed, he pointed his finger, unleashing a flurry of sword light that surged forth. Hiss! Witnessing Nie Wuxiang's assault, the golden dragon python barely stirred, emitting a low growl of disinterest. In an instant, two azure pythons lunged at Nie Wuxiang. Both formidable creatures, each at the pinnacle of the second tier, propelled themselves from the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble and a cloud of dust to rise. Moments later, as the dust settled, Nie Wuxiang stood steadfast, having not moved an inch. However, the two azure pythons lay lifeless on the ground before him, their substantial bodies devoid of any visible wounds. The onlookers were left questioning whether the pythons had simply fallen asleep. Yet, the truth was undeniable. The two azure pythons were irrevocably deceased. Breathless, utterly lifeless. Chapter 56. Disqualification. Few were privy to the enigmatic events that had just unfolded. They remained oblivious to how Nie Wuxiang had vanquished the two azure sky pythons in a mere instant. The feat was almost beyond belief. Even the Dragon Emperor in the stands found himself transfixed, rising from his seat in astonishment, exclaiming, "Those two azure sky pythons are truly dead, aren't they?" Even the Dragon Emperor hesitated to affirm the demise of the pythons, for to the naked eye, no wounds were visible upon their bodies. Surrounding spectators mirrored the Dragon Emperor's incredulity, unable to accept that the azure sky pythons had truly perished. Only Elder Sun from the sword-begging sect, upon witnessing the lifeless forms of the pythons, experienced profound shock, his voice laced with disbelief as he declared, "They are dead. The wounds are all internal, rendering them invisible from the outside." His revelation deepened the skepticism among the crowd. The azure sky pythons appeared unscathed externally, yet their innards had been obliterated. Such a method was staggeringly impressive. Could this truly be the work of Nie Wuxiang? Even the Dragon Emperor himself would not dare to claim he could crush the pythons' insides without marring their skin. Elder Sun elucidated, otherwise, with his strength, it would be impossible to slay the two azure sky pythons from within. Upon hearing Elder Sun's explanation, the Dragon Emperor felt reassured. After all, Nie Wuxiang was the grandson of Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong, whose prowess in battle surpassed that of the Dragon Emperor, wielding unique sword techniques that were not surprising. The Emperor surmised that it was the extraordinary sword technique bequeathed by Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong that had enabled Nie Wuxiang to achieve such a remarkable victory. As the two azure sky pythons were felled, the golden dragon python in the arena emitted a piercing shriek. For the first time, its once proud head lowered, scrutinizing Nie Wuxiang with disbelief, as if questioning how such an unassuming figure could have defeated the azure sky pythons. Hiss! The golden dragon python hissed, its massive form lunging at Nie Wuxiang. This creature was a third-tier soul beast, its strength comparable to that of an innate grand martial artist, and as it surged forward, a 3-inch thick layer of formidable wind enveloped its body. This gale was supremely powerful, impervious to blades and projectiles, carrying devastating force. In the blink of an eye, the immense golden dragon python was upon Nie Wuxiang, its colossal body aimed directly at his head. Should it strike, even if Nie Wuxiang's head were of iron, it would surely shatter. As the golden dragon python charged, a divine glimmer erupted in Nie Wuxiang's eyes. Mental suppression. The formidable mental pressure of the Supreme God Emperor was something even a third-tier golden dragon python could not withstand. Boom. The immense body of the golden dragon python trembled with fear, lying motionless on the ground. It was not that it lacked the will to move. Rather, it was paralyzed by terror. What could possibly instigate such a reaction? Witnessing this astonishing scene, everyone stood in shock, their gazes fixated on the arena. The colossal golden dragon python, prostrate before Niao Wushuang, resembled a vassal paying homage to an emperor, its massive form quivering uncontrollably. This spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Even those who beheld it firsthand found it hard to believe, particularly the dragon emperor and others in the stands, who were so astonished that their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What could have caused the golden dragon python to exhibit such fear? The dragon emperor exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. It was well known that even with his full martial prowess unleashed, he could hardly instill such submission in the golden dragon python. How had Niao Wushuang managed this? The dragon emperor was not alone in his skepticism. The war marquis and martial marquis, standing nearby, were equally dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Even Elder Sun gazed in stunned silence. After a prolonged period of observation, Elder Sun finally spoke, asserting that Niao Wushuang must possess some formidable protective treasure. His assertion brought a collective sigh of relief from the Dragon Emperor, War Marquis, and Martial Marquis. Indeed, it had to be so. The Dragon Emperor concurred, stating that otherwise, with Niao Wushuang's strength, it was inconceivable that he could intimidate the golden dragon python to such an extent. They all dismissed the notion that Niao Wushuang had frightened the python solely through his own power, believing instead that it was the influence of a powerful artifact that rendered the creature immobile with fear. Within the arena, Niao Wushuang approached the golden dragon python and extended his hand, gently placing it atop the creature's head. Waves of sword energy erupted from his palm, swiftly annihilating the python's skull. In a matter of moments, a third-tier soul beast was vanquished without so much as a struggle. This scene left the audience in utter shock. They were left gaping, nearly convinced they were dreaming. How could this be? The golden dragon python had offered no resistance. It was a third-tier soul beast, and yet it perished so easily, truly unimaginable. Many gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom what had transpired that caused such a formidable creature to succumb without a fight. All three soul beasts had been slain. There was no doubt that Niao Wushuang had successfully passed the fourth challenge. Meanwhile, in another section of the arena, Ling Balong was desperately struggling against three blazing tigers. Although his strength had reached the fourth level of the spirit martial realm, far surpassing that of the three fiery tigers, his energy reserves were nearly depleted after the continuous battles since the first challenge. Consequently, even when faced with these tigers, which were inferior to the lion-tiger beast, he appeared exceedingly beleaguered. His form darted left and right, engaging in a protracted battle, and any observant onlooker could see that this fight would likely extend for quite some time. All eyes were fixed on the head of the guards presiding over the competition, eagerly awaiting his announcement regarding Niao Wushuang's performance. At that moment, the head guard stared at the three fallen soul beasts in the arena, utterly petrified. He found this outcome more difficult to accept than anyone else. His meticulously orchestrated plan was to use these three soul beasts to eliminate Niao Wushuang. Yet, in the end, all three soul beasts had been vanquished. Niao Wushuang had successfully passed the fourth round. Meanwhile, it remained uncertain whether Ling Balong could also advance. The expression of the head guard shifted continually. After a moment of contemplation, he directed a scornful gaze at Niao Wushuang, sneering as he declared, "Ah, you dare to cheat. It seems you truly do not wish to continue competing. Niao Wushuang, I hereby announce the cancellation of your competition qualification." Chapter 57. No longer able to endure. There is no need to endure any further. The moment the head guard's words fell, gasps of astonishment echoed around the arena. On what grounds could he cancel his qualification? This is blatant cheating. How shameless. Many were incensed once more. This was an egregious affront. Clearly, Niao Wushuang had passed the fourth round. Yet the head guard insisted on revoking his qualification. Such brazen cheating was utterly disgraceful. Even the Dragon Emperor, upon hearing the head guard's declaration, was taken aback. Although he understood the head guard was currying favor with Ling Balong, he never anticipated such audacity. Previously, he had merely arranged for stronger soul beasts against Niao Wushuang and had even nullified one of his competition results. But now, to outright cancel Niao Wushuang's qualification? This was not merely shameless, it was downright foolish. It was no wonder that those who had been warned by the Dragon Emperor earlier stood up defiantly, unleashing their fury. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, the Dragon Emperor could no longer maintain his composure. He was, after all, the ruler of a nation. Even in his attempts to appease Ling Balong and his father, he could not allow such disgraceful behavior to continue. However, with matters spiraling to this extent, even the Dragon Emperor found himself at a loss, unsure of how to conclude the affair. Upon hearing the head guard announce the cancellation of his competition qualification, Niao Wushuang appeared remarkably serene. His tranquility was almost unfathomable, as if none of this concerned him at all. He slowly exited the arena, approaching the head guard. At least you recognize your place. Now be gone. The head guard had anticipated that Niao Wushuang would linger, but was taken aback by his decisive departure from the arena. With a sinister grin, he arrogantly shouted, "Get as far away as possible. Someone like you is not fit to compete with young Master Ling Balong." Truly delusional. Suddenly, Niao Wushuang halted in his tracks, standing directly opposite the head guard, mere steps apart. His icy gaze was chilling enough to instill fear. The head guard, confronted by Niao Wushuang's proximity, felt his heart tremble. Recalling Niao Wushuang's performance in the arena, he instinctively recoiled several steps, creating a sufficient distance for safety. Then, summoning his courage, he bellowed, "Aren't you leaving yet?" "Leaving?" Niao Wushuang scoffed coldly. A resounding slap echoed through the air, reverberating like thunder. Not a soul witnessed Niao Wushuang's movement. The slap had already landed forcefully upon the face of the chief guardian. It was astonishingly swift, so rapid that even the chief guardian himself failed to register it. He was entirely oblivious to when Niao Wushuang had struck him. Keep in mind, he was a high-ranking martial artist, his prowess far exceeding that of Niao Wushuang. Yet now, he had been publicly slapped. Once the chief guardian regained his composure, he erupted in fury, pointing at Niao Wushuang and bellowing, "You little wretch, are you seeking death?" In response, yet another resounding slap rang out. This time, the blow left the chief guardian utterly dazed. If the first strike had caught him off guard, this second one was no different. He had sensed Niao Wushuang's hand approaching his face, yet before he could evade, the slap had already landed with undeniable force. Niao Wushuang's speed was unparalleled, so swift that even the esteemed high-ranking martial artist could not evade it. How could this be possible? How could your speed be so extraordinary? The chief guardian shrieked in terror, stumbling back several paces in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Niao Wushuang possessed such velocity. And he was not alone. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. After a prolonged moment, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Good heavens! The chief guardian was a high-ranking martial artist. How could Niao Wushuang have slapped him twice? Had he consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? How dared he strike the chief guardian? How had he accomplished such a feat? The crowd was in shock, unable to believe that the chief guardian, with his esteemed martial prowess, had been struck in succession by Niao Wushuang. The chief guardian had scarcely reacted. Some among the crowd even cheered aloud. After all, the chief guardian had been utterly excessive in his actions. Initially, he had assigned Niao Wushuang an insurmountable spirit beast as an opponent, shamelessly nullifying Niao Wushuang's achievements. Now, he had escalated his affronts, even outright revoking Niao Wushuang's eligibility to compete. This behavior was intolerable, even to bystanders, prompting Niao Wushuang to no longer endure such indignities. The two consecutive slaps had left the chief guardian so taken aback that he dared not utter a word. Niao Wushuang approached the chief guardian slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Is this all you are capable of? Resorting to underhanded tactics during the competition, assigning me spirit beasts of the mental type. I tolerated that. Yet you continually test my limits, assigning me ever more formidable spirit beasts. I endured that. You arbitrarily nullified my competition results, and I still bore it. Even your shameless cheating, arranging for me to face a third-tier golden dragon python. I remained patient. But you have crossed the line, repeatedly challenging my patience. On what grounds do you revoke my eligibility to compete?" Each of Niao Wushuang's pointed inquiries left the chief guardian speechless, especially the repetition of "I endured," which encapsulated the anger brewing within him. Indeed, he had been enduring. All along, he had been enduring. From the outset of this fundamentally unjust competition, he has borne it all in silence, not uttering a single word of complaint. But now, the head of the guards dares to go even further by revoking his eligibility to compete. This is beyond his endurance. When patience has reached its limit, there is no need to endure any longer. His words were crystal clear. It is not that he is unreasonable or lacks respect for rules. Rather, it is you who are undermining the very principles in place. His voice was frigid, each word causing the head of the guards to retreat in fear. At this moment, the head of the guards found himself teetering on the edge, about to fall into the spectator's stance. Witnessing the head of the guards rendered speechless, the Dragon Emperor's expression darkened as he growled, "Truly useless. I tasked you with a simple matter, yet you managed to mismanage it so terribly." He had instructed the head of the guards to hinder Niao Wushuang during the competition, yet such overt cheating was never part of the arrangement. The audacity of the head of the guards was utterly foolish. It is no wonder that Niao Wushuang could no longer tolerate this, igniting the wrath of the crowd. As the Dragon Emperor, if he did not stand up now, the reputation and dignity of the entire royal family would be irrevocably tarnished today. The Dragon Emperor's figure trembled. his true energy transforming into a majestic dragon that lifted the head of the guards into the air and delivered a resounding slap. Then, with authority, he proclaimed, "I declare that Niao Wushuang's results are valid. The competition shall continue." Chapter 58, Absolute Fairness? Long live the Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's decree, many began to chant in unison, praising his wisdom. Yet they seemed to forget that a mere head of guards would not dare to cheat so brazenly in the Dragon Pool Championship without the Emperor's endorsement. Others might overlook this fact, but Niao Wushuang would not. He did not advance to the arena but stood his ground, unflinchingly confronting the Dragon Emperor atop the platform. "What is it, Niao Wushuang? Are you dissatisfied?" The Dragon Emperor had assumed that by offering Niao Wushuang a way out, the matter would resolve itself. However, he did not anticipate that Niao Wushuang would completely disregard him. The icy gaze directed at him caused the Dragon Emperor's heart to skip a beat, even instilling a sudden chill within this formidable martial king. What purpose does it serve to continue this unjust competition? Niao Wushuang scoffed. Unfair? The Dragon Emperor's expression shifted slightly as he feigned an air of impartiality, commanding with authority, "Rest assured, my actions have always been fair and just. If you choose to continue the competition, I guarantee there will be no further injustices. However, should you decide to forfeit now, your previous results will be rendered null and void." His final statement was a clear threat to Niao Wushuang, compelling him to continue competing. The fifth challenge would require facing 3 third-tier soul beasts. Even a congenital grandmaster would not possess a guaranteed victory. Although the Dragon Emperor outwardly presents himself as fair and just, in truth, he shares the same sinister intent as the chief guard. He seeks to force Niao Wushuang back into the arena, aiming for his demise within its confines. How could Niao Wushuang fail to perceive the Dragon Emperor's machinations? With a cold smile, he turned and strode toward the arena. What need had he to fear, even in the face of treachery? Upon witnessing Niao Wushuang re-enter the arena, the Dragon Emperor released the chief guard, hissing in a low, furious tone, "Incompetent fool. Should you fail again, you know the consequences." Startled, the chief guard trembled and hastily knelt, trembling as he replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall act with fairness." With a swift kick, the Dragon Emperor sent him sprawling, snarling, "Are you a fool? I demand that you ensure his death." The chief guard, filled with trepidation yet secretly relieved, scrambled to the Dragon Emperor's feet, bowing his head as he vowed, "I guarantee he will perish in the arena." As Niao Wushuang stepped into the arena, the previously riotous crowd fell silent, their curiosity piqued regarding what beast would await him in this fifth round. Round 5, commence. The chief guard, nursing his swollen face, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Release the beasts." At his command, 3 colossal iron cages rumbled forth from the arena's periphery. Within each cage was a man clad in animal pelts, with wild golden hair, a robust physique, and a fierce demeanor that resembled that of a beast, yet bore a human visage. Members of the barbarian tribe. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the spectators. No one had anticipated that this fifth challenge would pit Niao Wushuang directly against the barbarians, known for their ferocity and innate strength. Even a single barbarian at the same level of cultivation would require at least 2 or 3 human warriors to defeat on the battlefield. Yet now, Niao Wushuang was to face 3 barbarians alone. This was a blatant affront, far more egregious than the previous contests. The chief guard wore a disdainful smile, his venomous gaze fixed on Niao Wushuang as he darkly proclaimed, "Do you not desire fairness? Each of these 3 barbarian generals possesses the cultivation of a junior grandmaster, making them perfectly equitable opponents for your 5th challenge." Upon hearing his words, even passers-by felt an overwhelming urge to rush forth and deliver a resounding slap across his face. Was this truly what they called fairness? 3 junior grand master-level barbarians would require at least 9 human warriors of equivalent rank to stand a chance of victory. This was merely the scenario for ordinary soldiers of the barbarian tribe. The cages contained 3 elite barbarian generals. In the barbarian ranks, strength is revered above all. Each general had clawed their way to prominence through a sea of corpses and blood. It is no exaggeration to assert that any one of these 3 generals could easily slay a human intermediate grandmaster. Pitting these 3 barbarian generals against Niao Wushuang as his challengers was infinitely more perilous than unleashing 3 third-tier soul beasts upon him. Is this what you deem absolute fairness? Fairness indeed. Many voices rose in outrage. If this can be called fair, then is there any rationality left in this world? Yet this time, the Dragon Emperor remained indifferent to the unrest, even gesturing for the Imperial Guards to suppress it violently. In an instant, dozens of the loudest protesters were seized and dragged away. The surroundings fell into an immediate silence. The Dragon Emperor was furious, and the Imperial Guards enforced their authority. Who would dare to act recklessly? Even if they felt aggrieved, they could only swallow their anger. Many sympathized with Niao Wushuang, but felt utterly powerless. Conversely, Niao Wushuang, the very person involved, appeared remarkably composed. Upon seeing the three barbarian generals, he exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. To him, these three barbarian generals were far more valuable than the soul beasts he had previously vanquished. After all, these were three primary martial masters. Absorbing their true energy could elevate Niao Wushuang's realm by at least one level. Outside the arena, the chief attendant burst into laughter. He presumed that Niao Wushuang would be paralyzed with fear and boasted triumphantly, "Release." At his command, the guards who had retreated outside the arena pulled on the thick iron chains in their hands. The chains clattered against the ground, producing a resounding noise. With three thunderous booms, the prison doors swung wide open. Roars erupted as the three barbarian generals charged out of their cages like wild beasts. They seized the heavy chains on the ground with one hand and yanked with terrifying strength, sending the several dozen-meter-long chains swirling through the air. The massive chains, akin to a furious dragon, twisted and turned, ensnaring the guards at the end of the chains. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from 7 or 8 guards as they were uncontrollably hurled into the arena. The three barbarian generals, emitting beast-like growls, rushed forward, seizing the hapless human guards. In mere moments, the bodies of those 7 or 8 guards were torn to shreds. Chapter 59. Utterly shameless, the strength of the barbarian generals was astonishing. The onlookers were left in shock, awed by the prowess of these three generals. Even the Dragon Emperor, Martial Marquis, and Battle Marquis in the stands were taken aback. They had all faced the barbarians before and were aware of the general's might. Typically, a barbarian general could hardly budge a chain weighing thousands of pounds. Yet, these three generals wielded the massive chains like weapons. This sheer brute force surpassed that of many intermediate martial masters. Even the advanced martial masters from the Dragon Sword Kingdom might struggle against these three barbarian generals. The Dragon Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Although employing three barbarian generals to deal with Niao Wushuang was somewhat despicable, the Dragon Emperor could no longer afford to consider such matters. He simply wished to witness Niao Wushuang's demise in the arena. The barbarian general was originally a captive of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, harboring profound animosity towards the human race. Upon their release from confinement, they swiftly dispatched 7 or 8 guards, a clear indication of the intensity of their hostility. In the arena, they would undoubtedly spare no mercy for Niao Wushuang. One barbarian general, after tearing apart 2 or 3 guards, was drenched in blood, even his golden hair stained with the viscous crimson. He grinned menacingly at Niao Wushuang, chattering in the barbarian tongue, of which Niao Wushuang understood little. However, the mocking and hateful expression on the general's face suggested he was clearly ridiculing him. Following the general's proclamation, the other 2 barbarian generals thumped their chests and erupted into hearty laughter. Moments later, one of the barbarian generals awkwardly attempted to communicate in the human language, asking, "Human, do you wish to duel with us?" "Not a duel, but rather a journey to your demise," Niao Wushuang replied calmly. "You intend to kill us?" The 3 barbarian generals laughed heartily, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. "I can see that you have been coerced into this death trap. If you cooperate with us, we can spare your life," one of the barbarian generals proposed, seeking Niao Wushuang's assistance to escape the arena. Seeing that the 3 barbarian generals did not immediately attack Niao Wushuang, but instead engaged in conversation, the head guard growled in fury. What are they playing at? He had anticipated that upon their release, the 3 barbarian generals would act like ferocious beasts, tearing Niao Wushuang to shreds instantaneously. The current turn of events perplexed him. A sinister glint crossed the head guard's face as he deliberately shouted towards the 3 barbarian generals, "Do you know who he is?" Upon hearing the head guard's bellow, one of the barbarian generals responded, "Who is he? Is he the prince of your Dragon Sword Kingdom? If he were truly your prince, would you allow him to descend into this death trap? He is indeed not our prince, yet his identity is far from simple." The head guard retorted coldly, "Open your eyes wide and behold. Before you stands our Dragon Sword Kingdom's young lord, the grandson of the great Marshal Nie Jiantong." "What? You are the grandson of Nie Jiantong?" The 3 barbarian generals simultaneously roared in fury, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed at Niao Wushuang. Nie Jiantong, the foremost hero of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, had led millions of troops to vanquish the barbarian royalty and slaughtered countless foes. To the citizens of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, he was an undeniable hero, yet to these barbarians, he was a merciless fiend, an enemy of their entire race. The head guard's intentional revelation of Niao Wushuang's identity was meant to incite the 3 barbarian generals, hastening Niao Wushuang's demise in a more brutal fashion. Shameless. Despicable. Many have discerned the intentions of the chief guard, their indignation erupting into low growls of fury. To them, Nia Jiantong embodies a warrior of divine prowess, a hero revered by all citizens of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, a paragon of their faith. Yet, the chief guard resorts to such despicable tactics, seeking to orchestrate Nia Wushuang's demise at the hands of the barbarian general. The progeny of a hero is on the brink of being laid to rest by the savages, a reality that the people of Dragon Sword Kingdom find utterly intolerable. Despite their fury, they dare not voice their dissent in such perilous times. Anyone who dares to speak in defense of Nia Wushuang risks being dragged out by the Imperial Guards themselves. As anticipated, upon learning of Nia Wushuang's identity, the three barbarian generals' eyes glowed with a crimson rage, emitting deep, beastly roars as they charged towards him. The three generals simultaneously unleashed their might, brandishing chains that weighed thousands of pounds. These colossal chains, wielded with ferocity, resembled a wrathful dragon, crashing against the surroundings and creating massive dents in the impenetrable walls forged from the indomitable Qinggang stone. The chains sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, imbued with an overwhelming force that instilled terror in all who witnessed. Nia Wushuang, being but a mortal, would surely be reduced to a mangled heap should he be struck by those chains. As the three chains, likened to furious dragons, surged forth, Nia Wushuang vanished in the blink of an eye. With his unparalleled speed, he evaded the onslaught, reappearing behind one of the barbarian generals, who remained oblivious to his presence. With fingers poised, Nia Wushuang unleashed a torrent of sword energy into the barbarian general's body. In an instant, the sword energy pierced through, shattering the general's dantian. The profound true energy of the innate grand martial artist surged forth like a tumultuous river, only to be consumed by Nia Wushuang with effortless ease. A horrific scream erupted from the barbarian general as he collapsed, lifeless. With the death of this formidable foe, one of the 1,000-pound chains fell from his grasp, crashing down and fracturing the arena with terrifying cracks. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Had he truly perished? Was this a reality? The barbarian general lay lifeless, and disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could a warrior of such immense power fall so easily? None had perceived the manner in which Nia Wushuang had struck. The general was slain before they even comprehended what had transpired. Gazing at the fallen barbarian general, the crowd was rendered speechless. Even the other two generals stood aghast, their expressions twisted in horror as they stared at the corpse of their fallen comrade, emitting incoherent roars, unable to fathom the grim reality that their companion was dead. The distance between the three was less than 10 paces. Even they failed to notice when Nia Wushuang struck, eliminating their companion. Chapter 60, The Berserker. How could this be? His speed, how could it be so swift? In the stands, both Wu Hou and Zhan Hou rose in shock. Long Huang was equally astonished. However, his discerning eye perceived a higher truth than that of Wu Hou and Zhan Hou. Immediately recognizing Nia Wushuang's realm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Spirit martial realm." Nia Wushuang has undoubtedly transcended the innate stage. This statement from Long Huang sent ripples of disbelief throughout the arena. What? How could he possibly have entered the innate realm? Wu Hou and Zhan Hou exclaimed in unison. They were unwilling to accept that Nia Wushuang had become an innate powerhouse. The disbelief was palpable. After all, merely a month ago, during the events at Zhan Hou's estate, although Nia Wushuang exhibited remarkable prowess, Zhan Hou discerned that he was only at the second layer of true martial realm at that time. And now, within just a month, Nia Wushuang had ascended to the spirit martial realm. Was this even conceivable? Even an extraordinary genius could not possibly cultivate at such a rate. Wu Hou Wu Chongxiao shared the same incredulity, as did his daughter, Wu Tianjiao, who a month prior had regarded Nia Wushuang as nothing more than a useless individual. She had even openly derided him as a waste and a piece of trash. Just 7 days ago, she took the initiative to seek a dissolution of their engagement, publicly humiliating him in front of everyone. She had likened Ling Balong to a true dragon and herself to a phoenix, belittling Nia Wushuang as a mere lowly worm. Yet now, that very worm had transformed into an innate powerhouse. Moreover, a 16-year-old innate powerhouse. This single fact eclipsed all of them. If Nia Wushuang was merely a worm, what then were they in comparison to Ling Balong? Perhaps even less than a worm. At this moment, Wu Tianjiao felt her face flush with embarrassment. Memories of her past insults towards Nia Wushuang echoed in her mind, each word striking her like a resounding slap across the face, leaving her utterly humiliated. In the arena, the two barbarian generals, after a brief moment of stunned silence, quickly regained their composure. Roaring like beasts, they unleashed a ferocious growl, simultaneously swinging their massive chains, each weighing thousands of pounds, towards Niao Wushuang. The chains sliced through the air like an enraged dragon's roar, creating a thunderous crack. Before their chains could land a blow, Niao Wushuang's figure had vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind another barbarian general. Employing the same tactic once more, in an instant, the barbarian general let out a horrific scream, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having consumed the vital energy of two barbarian generals, Niao Wushuang's realm surged once more, reaching the fourth layer of the spirit martial realm. Due to a significant portion of his vital energy being confined within 99 independent meridians, even Elder Sun, upon a brief glance, could not discern Niao Wushuang's true level. Believing that Niao Wushuang had just recently attained the realm of spirit martial, he swiftly vanquished yet another barbarian general before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable efficiency, leaving the barbarian general no time to react. In a matter of mere breaths, only one barbarian general remained in the arena. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades, this solitary barbarian general emitted a cry of anguish and fury. He pounded his chest with fervor, releasing a wailing scream. Suddenly, he spewed forth a jet of black blood, which defied gravity and ascended towards the heavens. "Ancient barbarian god, grant me strength," he roared, appearing utterly frenzied. The black blood hung in the air at a height of 10 meters, morphing into a peculiar symbol before descending and merging with the chest of the barbarian general. Instantly, he seemed invigorated, his vitality and true energy surging dramatically, causing his frame to swell to nearly twice its size. Originally towering at 10 feet, he now soared to almost 20 feet, looming over Niao Wushuang like a colossal iron titan, glaring down with ferocity. Witnessing this transformation, the Dragon Emperor in the stands gasped. A blood sacrifice to the barbarian god. He is indeed a berserker. A berserker. This represented the most formidable class of warriors among the barbarians. Any barbarian possessing the bloodline of rage could offer their own blood to the barbarian god to attain this state. Once berserk, their physical form became incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding blades and swords. Their power and true energy could multiply several times, even exponentially. It is no exaggeration to assert that a single berserker could vanquish 10 adversaries of equal rank. This barbarian general was indeed a berserker, and his power was already sufficient to slay a mid-level human martial master. Now, in his berserk state, his combat prowess had escalated to the point where he could potentially defeat a high-level martial master. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the berserk barbarian general. Heavens, it's a berserker of the barbarians. Is there even a need to continue? At this moment, the barbarian general seemed capable of overpowering even a high-level martial master. This is merely the dragon pool competition, and yet a berserker has been unleashed. How utterly grim. Many voices murmured in shock, though they dared not express their discontent too openly, fearing retribution from the imperial army. The Dragon Emperor, however, regarded their unrest with disdain. A faint smile graced his lips as he nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "The outcome is assured." This succinct statement conveyed the Dragon Emperor's conviction. He believed Niao Wushuang was doomed, for he was now confronted by a berserker. Both the martial marquis and the war marquis wore smiles, their previously anxious hearts now at ease. Ha ha ha, this time, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he is undoubtedly destined for death. The battle lord laughed heartily, leaving no room for concealment. The martial lord joined in the laughter, uttering even more venomous words. "Die? The sooner, the better for rebirth. If he does not perish, how can we find peace?" The 3 of them are the mightiest of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, the esteemed Dragon Emperor, along with the 2 formidable heavenly lords, conspiring against a single Niao Wushuang. The scene is both ludicrous and shameless. Anyone with a shred of righteousness, upon learning of this, would condemn them. Yet, Elder Sun, standing aside, did not reproach them. Instead, he cruelly sneered, "A 16-year-old innate powerhouse must not survive today. Otherwise, we shall never know tranquility again." He understood far better than the Dragon Emperor and the others what a 16-year-old innate powerhouse signifies. Achieving the innate realm before the age of 16 requires not only a powerful martial soul, but also an indomitable will. Such individuals are truly unparalleled prodigies. Once they mature, they will inevitably become extraordinary powerhouses. If Niao Wushuang could be utilized, Elder Sun would spare no effort in nurturing him. But now, Niao Wushuang harbors an irreconcilable hatred towards all of them, leaving no room for reconciliation. If he cannot be of use to me, then he must be eradicated. In another arena, Ling Balong, having painstakingly slain 3 blazing tigers, also took notice of Niao Wushuang's opponent. A berserker. Ha ha ha. Niao Wushuang, Your luck is truly unfortunate. Ling Balong laughed loudly. How shameless. Many people spat in his direction. Such a character is utterly devoid of shame. It was evident to everyone that they had colluded to create obstacles for Nie Wuxuang. Yet, he still had the audacity to mock him. Young Master Ling, it seems you need not continue your challenges. The head of the guards approached Ling Balong with a sycophantic smile, maliciously declaring, in this round, Nie Wuxuang is certain to perish. Once he is dead, you will be the victor. Although Ling Balong was at the 4th level of the spirit martial realm, he was, after all, missing an arm, having already exhausted himself through 4 rounds. Should he be forced to face the 5th challenge, regardless of whether 3 low-tier spirit beasts were arranged for him, victory was far from guaranteed. Hearing the guard's words, Ling Balong nodded in satisfaction, saying with a smile, indeed, why should I bother with a corpse? He stepped to the center of the arena, awaiting Nie Wuxuang's demise on the battlefield. Once Nie Wuxuang falls, he would emerge as the victor of this Dragon Pool Championship. Shameless. Many people shouted in anger. Such a person is unworthy of being the foremost genius of our Dragon Sword Kingdom. They were furious, indignant on behalf of Nie Wuxuang. Yet, they were powerless. Even matters tacitly approved by the Dragon Emperor were beyond their reach, no matter their discontent. In the arena, Nie Wuxuang faced the Berserker, his expression only slightly shifting before returning to calm. A faint smile graced his lips as he muttered to himself, the power of a Berserker derives from their bloodline. If I were to consume his bloodline, would it lead to any enhancement? The Berserker, filled with an insatiable rage, wished to rend Nie Wuxuang apart, oblivious to the fact that Nie Wuxuang had already set his sights on his Berserker lineage. With a deafening roar, the Berserker unleashed a primal growl. Nie Jian has slaughtered countless of my barbarian kin. Today, I shall slay you and use your blood to honor the myriad spirits of my ancestors. He bellowed as he charged towards Nie Wuxuang. The fully enraged barbarian general resembled a ferocious beast, his footsteps shaking the very earth beneath him. His speed was astonishing, akin to a tiger breaking free from its cage, enveloped in a faint crimson aura as he lunged at Nie Wuxuang. Come at me. Nie Wuxuang growled lowly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. With a thunderous crash, he planted one foot on the ground, releasing an aura reminiscent of ancient primal beasts from his very being. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. As Nie Wuxuang activated the Dragon Elephant Overlord body, a colossal ancient dragon elephant materialized behind him, towering at several dozen zhang. With a sweeping trunk, the immense creature drew the surrounding spiritual energy frantically towards Nie Wuxuang. What is this? Is it a body-refining martial art? Such a terrifying spectacle must surely be at least an advanced-level body-refining technique. Moments ago, Nie Wuxuang had shattered an arena, seemingly utilizing this very same martial art. The crowd was astounded, gasping in disbelief, all rendered speechless by the overwhelming presence of Nie Wuxuang's martial prowess. Gazing at the gigantic dragon elephant that manifested above Nie Wuxuang's head, they recalled the terrifying scene of him shattering the ground with a single step, annihilating an arena. In the stands, the dragon's sovereign rose in shock, a flicker of profound fear crossing his gaze. He stared blankly at the formidable Nie Wuxuang, murmuring in a hushed tone, was my choice truly misguided? Between Nie Wuxuang and Ling Balong, he had ultimately chosen Ling Balong. He had never regretted it. Yet at this moment, he began to question the correctness of his decision. Boom. At that instant, the barbarian general collided with Nie Wuxuang. No one anticipated that Nie Wuxuang would not evade but instead would swing his fists to meet the barbarian general head-on. He intended to engage in a contest of strength, to pit their physiques against each other. What a foolish decision. Elder son of the sword sect scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Only a fool would be so reckless as to compare physical prowess with a berserker. In his eyes, Nie Wuxuang's choice to match the berserker in sheer strength was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when he was brutally proven wrong by the spectacle before him. Boom. At the moment Nie Wuxuang's fist met the berserker's, a surge of violent energy erupted from beneath their feet, fracturing the ground in a web of cracks. Following this, the berserker let out a horrific scream, his massive form being sent flying. This scene left everyone in utter disbelief. Elder Sun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. No one could believe that Nie Wuxuang's strength surpassed even that of the barbarian berserkers. With a single punch, he sent the berserker flying. This scene was both bizarre and shocking. Observing the berserker, who lay on the ground struggling to rise after several attempts, Elder Sun's face flushed with humiliation, as if he had been soundly slapped. Just moments ago, he had declared Nie Wuxuang to be the epitome of foolishness, yet now he found himself thoroughly contradicted. As a distinguished elder of the sword-bowing sect, he had never experienced such an embarrassing moment. His hatred for Niao Wushuang deepened to the core, and he clenched his fists, coldly vowing that this boy, who had repeatedly brought him disgrace, must not survive the day. It was his own disdain for Niao Wushuang that led to his repeated humiliation. Yet he shifted all blame onto Niao Wushuang. In his malice, he even plotted to bring about Niao Wushuang's demise. Such a person was not only malicious but also shameless to an extreme. The individuals beside Elder Sun, upon hearing his words, found nothing laughable. Instead, they wholeheartedly agreed. They understood that today, Niao Wushuang had to perish. After all, they had already offended him to the utmost, and if he were to live, with the talent and power he displayed, it would not be long before it spelled their doom. In the arena, Niao Wushuang slowly approached the barbarian general, activating the 9-turns sky-sweeping technique, a domineering art that devoured the general's true energy entirely. The amount of true energy possessed by a berserker was more than double that of the combined energy of the 2 barbarian generals he had previously slain. Merely absorbing this one berserker's energy nearly propelled Niao Wushuang's realm to a new height. Simultaneously, he summoned the chaos-devouring dragon martial spirit, the overwhelming power of which transformed the berserker's body into a mere husk. In just a few breaths, the berserker's bloodline and martial spirit were consumed and absorbed by Niao Wushuang, transforming into his own strength. Chapter 62. Born to be despised, all 3 barbarian generals had been slain. The 5th trial had concluded. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to believe that Niao Wushuang had truly passed the 5th trial, particularly the chief of the guards, who had specifically arranged for 3 barbarian generals to confront Niao Wushuang, intending for him to perish in the arena. Yet, the outcome was that Niao Wushuang had triumphed, and with remarkable ease. How could this be possible? The chief of the guards was filled with terror, his voice trembling in disbelief. Among the 3 barbarian generals, there was even a berserker. Even he, a high-ranking martial artist, might not have been able to secure victory. How could they fall at the hands of Niao Wushuang? In the stands, the Dragon Emperor's cold gaze swept over the chief of the guards, and he thundered in thought. Look at the mess you have created. The Dragon Emperor's reprimand sent a shiver through the chief of the guards. What should he do? Was he truly going to announce Niao Wushuang's victory? The chief of the guards was as agitated as an ant on a hot stove. This situation was far too precarious. If he were to announce that Niao Wushuang had passed the test, would it not imply that the champion of this Dragon Pool Championship is indeed Niao Wushuang? His gaze shifted anxiously between Ling Balong and Niao Wushuang, drenched in sweat, hesitant to make the announcement. What? Is this stage not valid? Slowly emerging from the arena, Niao Wushuang fixed a frigid glare upon the chief guard, deliberately inquiring, not valid? The chief guard let out a bitter laugh, gritting his teeth as he retorted, indeed. It is not valid. What? Why is it not valid? What is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to cheat? The crowd erupted with indignation on behalf of Niao Wushuang. Throughout his journey, he had been subjected to overwhelming injustice. Now, once more, even the bystanders could no longer bear to witness it. Enough of this clamor. The chief guard's face turned a shade of iron as he roared, silencing the uproar before announcing, I hereby declare that the champion of this Dragon Pool Championship is Ling Balong. Following his proclamation, he fixed his gaze upon Niao Wushuang and sneered. I previously stated that if you continued to cheat, your qualification to compete would be revoked. Yet, you remain unrepentant, daring to cheat once more. Now, your eligibility has been annulled. Regardless of your acceptance of this outcome, it stands, you have lost. And Ling Balong is the champion of this Dragon Pool Championship. It was evident to all that Niao Wushuang had vanquished 3 barbarian generals through sheer skill, successfully completing the 5th stage of the assessment without a trace of deceit. If there was any cheating to be claimed, it was the orchestrators of this match who were to blame, the chief guard, the Dragon Emperor. They all conspired to assist Ling Balong while deliberately complicating matters for Niao Wushuang. They arranged for Niao Wushuang to face barbarian generals who should never have appeared in this championship. Yet, against all odds, Niao Wushuang triumphed. This outcome felt like a resounding slap across the faces of those involved, leaving them utterly humiliated. Having conquered 5 stages, Niao Wushuang's achievement was unparalleled in the history of the Dragon Sword Kingdom over the past centuries. Yet, in the end, the chief guard declared his efforts null and void. Ling Balong, aided by the crowd, barely advanced past the 4th stage, yet the chief guard audaciously proclaimed him the champion of the Dragon Pool Championship. This was not merely cheating, it was a blatant act of bullying, an affront to Niao Wushuang. The chief guard, head held high, bore a smug expression directed at Niao Wushuang, embodying an air of arrogance that suggested he could do as he pleased without consequence. Witnessing this blatant injustice, Many in the crowd erupted in fury once more. You are cheating. This is utterly shameless. Clearly, Niao Wushuang has won. Are you all blind? They shouted vehemently. Yet, whether it was the chief guard or the Dragon Emperor and others in the stands, they regarded the outcry as if it were non-existent. Very well. Now that the results are in, let us promptly open the dragon pool and allow Ling Balong to commence his training. The Dragon Emperor proclaimed loudly, standing with a commanding presence. He surprisingly acknowledged Ling Balong as the victor of this contest, insisting that he enter the dragon pool for cultivation immediately. Niao Wushuang observed the proceedings with a cold gaze. This outcome had long been anticipated by him. The so-called dragon pool tournament was merely a game in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor and his cohorts. The ultimate decision regarding who the true victor was and who deserved to enter the dragon pool for training rested solely with the Dragon Emperor. If he did not give his assent, even securing first place would avail nothing. Just as now, the chief guard's casual remark could strip him of his qualification to compete, rendering all his efforts null and void. What fairness could there be in such a contest? His participation in the dragon pool tournament was not motivated by the spiritual essence within the pool, but rather due to a wager with Ling Balong. Yet now, both the chief guard and the Dragon Emperor, as well as Ling Balong, blatantly disregarded the rules and cheated to such an extent that Niao Wushuang could not help but scoff coldly. He declared with authority, "Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Who emerges victorious cannot be decided by a mere dog servant's whim." His icy gaze bore down on the chief guard, even referring to him as a dog servant. This title nearly drove the chief guard to the brink of fury, rising from servitude to become the chief guard. He was a trusted confidant of the current Dragon Emperor, one whom even the three great heavenly lords respected, aside from the reigning Dragon Emperor, who would dare to call him a servant. Yet now, Niao Wushuang brazenly addressed him as a dog servant. It struck him like a whip, causing the chief guard to tremble with rage, as he roared, "Niao Wushuang, dare you utter that again?" His words were laden with menace. It was clear to all that should Niao Wushuang repeat the insult, the chief guard would ensure he met a dire fate. What? Are you not satisfied? Or are you simply a lowly wretch who revels in being called a dog servant? Niao Wushuang mocked with a chilling laugh, deliberately repeating, "Dog servant, dog servant, dog servant." Upon hearing this, the chief guard's eyes turned crimson, and a deep, primal growl escaped his throat as he bellowed in fury. "Even your grandfather, Nie Jiantong, would not dare address me as a servant to my face. Who do you think you are to insult me so? If you do not kneel and apologize here today, you shall regret ever gracing this world with your presence." Chapter 63, Possession of a Monster Slap. Just as his words fell, a resounding slap struck his face. Niao Wushuang had moved with such swiftness that he appeared as an apparition, leaving even the chief guard bewildered as to when he had approached to deliver the blow. It seems he stood still, as if he had never left. The head of the guards felt a chill run down his spine under Niao Wushuang's piercing gaze, his body trembling involuntarily. "Niao Wushuang, what are you planning? Are you intending to rebel?" The head of the guard spoke first, casting a heavy accusation upon Niao Wushuang. "To strike a mere dog servant, does that qualify as rebellion? You overestimate yourself." Niao Wushuang sneered. Clenching his fist, streams of sword energy whirled within his palm. His icy gaze fixated on the head of the guards as he commanded with authority, "If you wish to live, kneel and apologize." The head of the guards had previously demanded Niao Wushuang to kneel and apologize. Now, Niao Wushuang returned the very words to him. "You expect me to kneel and apologize? You are truly delusional." The head of the guards laughed maniacally, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He pointed at Niao Wushuang, speaking with arrogance. "Do you think that by slaying 3 barbarians, you can stand against me? You are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Since that is the case, allow me to teach you how to behave like a proper subordinate." After all, he was the esteemed head of the guards, a high-ranking martial master at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, and a confidant of the dragon sovereign. His status, identity, and strength instilled in him a profound confidence. With a fierce roar, he lunged towards Niao Wushuang like a flash of lightning. From his sleeve emerged a long, emerald-green sword, akin to a serpent. This sword, 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, glimmered with brilliance, especially where its hilt was adorned with 2 emerald-like eyes, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze. This was the serpent spirit sealed within the sword. The spirit serpent sword, a soul sword of the spirit rank, possessed power comparable to the dragon scale sword wielded by a war marquis. As the spirit serpent sword was unleashed, waves of sword light surged forth from its blade. Aware of Niao Wushuang's formidable prowess, the head of the guards aimed to suppress him, using the formidable spirit serpent sword right from the start. The sword emitted a sound akin to a serpent's hiss, lunging towards Niao Wushuang's chest. Yet, Niao Wushuang remained motionless, Seemingly oblivious to the imminent threat of the spirit serpent sword, he allowed the sword to pierce his body. However, at the moment the spirit serpent sword made contact, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted from within Niao Wuxuan. 5 streams of diverse-colored sword energy emerged from his internal organs, coalescing into the 5 emperors devouring heaven sword formation, igniting an immortal furnace within his abdomen that radiated immense flames capable of incinerating gold and stone. The spirit serpent sword appeared to have struck Niao Wuxuan, yet in reality, it was drawn into this divine furnace by the 5 emperors devouring heaven sword formation, causing no harm to Niao Wuxuan whatsoever. As the formation operated, the spirit serpent sword was entirely consumed, melted into liquid within the furnace, transforming into pure sword energy that fused with his flesh and bones. The entire process unfolded in an astonishing and surreal manner. The spirit snake sword pierced through Niao Wuxuan's body entirely, yet astonishingly, there was not a single wound to be seen, nor a drop of blood. It was as if the sword had vanished into her very being. The captain of the guards, witnessing the disappearance of the spirit snake sword, was struck with horror, letting out a terrified shriek. Stumbling back several steps, he gazed at his empty palm, scarcely able to believe the reality before him. His spirit snake sword had clearly penetrated Niao Wuxuan's form, yet it had inexplicably disappeared. The entire event was shrouded in an eerie and terrifying mystery. Not only was the captain of the guards left speechless, but even Elder Sun, perched upon the high platform, was rendered utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. He was a formidable warrior of the earth martial realm, having encountered countless extraordinary occurrences in his lifetime, yet none compared to the shock he felt at that moment. Niao Wuxuan, a living person, had seemingly consumed a spirit sword with her very body, even as he witnessed it with his own eyes. Elder Sun found it difficult to accept, questioning whether he could truly trust his own vision. Was this still a human being? Beside him, the Dragon Emperor was equally taken aback, his voice trembling with disbelief. The esteemed ruler, unflinching before the might of the world, now stood aghast, his expression betraying profound astonishment. The martial marquis, the battle marquis, and the illustrious martial prodigy behind them were all left utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. Words failed to encapsulate their astonishment. Ling Balong, closest to the captain of the guards, was so overwhelmed that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He too retreated several steps, creating a sufficient distance from Niao Wuxuan. At that moment, he truly comprehended the terror that she embodied. It was as if Niao Wuxuan before him was not a mere human, but rather a monstrous entity. Indeed, a monster. For how could a mere mortal consume a spirit sword with their body, if not for some malevolent force? Monster! Ling Balong bellowed in a fierce rage, pointing at Niao Wuxuan and accusing her. You are not Niao Wuxuan. You are a demon. You must have seized control of her flesh. His loud proclamation jolted the onlookers back to reality. Particularly, the captain of the guards, upon hearing Ling Balong's words, displayed a glimmer of realization in his eyes and shouted, "So that is why your power has surged so astonishingly. You are indeed possessed by a fiend. I must see what manner of demon dares to act so brazenly in my dragon sword kingdom." With a thunderous roar, the captain unleashed his inner energy, dark tendrils of power erupting from his being, spreading like ink into the surroundings. Instantly, a 10-foot radius around him was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Within this abyss of energy, black poisonous thorns emerged, sprouting from a vine-like plant. The other end of this vine was rooted within the captain's own body. This was his martial soul, a poison-type martial soul known as the Black Vine. Once struck by the venomous thorns of this martial soul, one's entire being would succumb to a potent toxin, initially paralyzing and subsequently rendering one utterly immobile, a mere lamb for slaughter. The chief guard, relying on the unique capabilities of this Black Vine martial soul, had even once vanquished a 4th-tier soul beast. Witnessing the chief guard unleash his martial soul, a flurry of black vines surged forth, cloaked in a shroud of dark energy, silently advancing towards Niao Wuxuan. Elder Sun in the audience was visibly intrigued, nodding with a hint of appreciation, proclaiming, "The poison-based martial soul, in conjunction with his true energy martial arts, can strike down foes unseen." Although the chief guard was merely a high-ranking martial master, even a martial king might find themselves at a disadvantage against him. Hearing Elder Sun's commendation of his chief guard, the Dragon Emperor beamed with pride, chuckling, "Niao Wuxuan is but a fledgling in the spirit martial realm. He shall undoubtedly perish beneath the Black Vine martial soul." As their words fell, the dark energy on the arena dissipated. Niao Wuxuan stood resolutely, unyielding as the toxic thorns lunged towards him. The black vines constricted rapidly, coiling around his body like a colossal rope, tightening their grip. Observing this, the chief guard exhaled in relief, laughing boisterously. Niao Wushuang, you are ensnared by my black vine's venom. In mere moments, you shall succumb to the poison. If you wish to live, kneel and confess your faults. He held unwavering confidence in the lethality of his martial soul. Not to mention Niao Wushuang. Even a low-level martial king would find their strength halved if pierced by his black vines. Under his command, the vines swiftly constricted, binding Niao Wushuang tightly, resembling a zongzi. Ultimately, he was merely a child, dwarfed in comparison to the battle-hardened chief guard. The war marquis wore a smile, convinced of Niao Wushuang's inevitable demise. The chief guard's venom was formidable. Even he might struggle to endure it, let alone Niao Wushuang. This time, he was surely doomed. The martial marquis sighed in relief, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his chest. As long as Niao Wushuang remained unharmed, none of them could find peace. Alas, what a cruel fate. Our dragon sword kingdom has birthed a peerless genius, only to see him meet such a disgraceful end. Heaven truly envies the talented. Numerous voices murmured in lamentation, sympathizing with Niao Wushuang's plight. Kneel or not kneel. The chief guard, brimming with arrogance, seemed certain of his victory, his voice laced with triumph. Kneel before a mere dog slave? Niao Wushuang replied with a tranquil smile. Even ensnared by the black vines, he remained unperturbed, exuding calm confidence as he declared, "What right has a dog slave to command my kneeling?" As his words echoed, a torrent of sword energy erupted from within him. Hundreds of sword flashes cleaved through the entangling black vines, scattering them into disarray. The chief guard gasped in shock, horrified as he attempted to retract his martial soul. Yet, before he could do so, a dark true dragon emerged from Niao Wushuang's form. The dark poison dragon martial soul. As the terrifying martial soul manifested, it swiftly engulfed the black vine martial soul in one fell swoop. The dark poison dragon martial soul, wielding the power of potent toxins, stands as the most formidable among poison-type martial souls. The noxious fumes of the black vine martial soul appeared trivial in the presence of the dark poison dragon. In an instant, the martial soul of the chief guard was absorbed by the dark poison dragon, resulting in a surge of its formidable aura. Having previously devoured the soul-eating poison insect, the dark poison dragon martial soul underwent evolution after assimilating the black vine martial soul. The once 7 to 8 zhong long black dragon body doubled in length, with ancient symbols shimmering on its dark scales. These symbols pulsated with mysterious power, radiating an unsettling brilliance. This marked the first combat form of the dark poison dragon martial soul. A glimmer of joy flickered in Niao Wushuang's eyes. Though merely the initial combat form, it awakened a latent mysterious ability within the dark poison dragon martial soul, the power of invisibility. With the aid of the dark poison dragon, Niao Wushuang could vanish in an instant. Given his current strength, activating this stealth ability would render him nearly undetectable, even to a formidable martial emperor at the earth martial realm. As the martial soul evolved, Niao Wushuang's strength surged, breaking through to the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm. His overwhelming aura suppressed the chief guard, causing his legs to buckle uncontrollably. "Kneel, you wretched servant!" Niao Wushuang bellowed. Instantly, the chief guard's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling before Niao Wushuang. The esteemed chief guard, now reduced to kneeling, was consumed by humiliation. In a fit of rage, he snarled, "Niao Wushuang, how dare you command me to kneel? Just wait, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a sword chi pierced through his throat. With a thud, the chief guard collapsed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed skyward. Even in death, he could not comprehend that Niao Wushuang had dared to kill him. After all, he was a man of the Dragon Emperor, a chief guard whose status rivaled that of the 3 great celestial lords. Without the Dragon Emperor's command, even the 3 celestial lords would not dare to lay a finger on him. Yet now, Niao Wushuang had directly slain him. This shocking scene unfolded too under the piercing gaze of Niao Wushuang. Even the Dragon Emperor felt his heart tremble, as if he were not facing a mere mortal, but a divine being. The Dragon Emperor, gripped by terror, staggered back a considerable distance, collapsing into his chair. This sudden turn of events left everyone around in utter astonishment. No one could fathom what transpired in that fleeting moment when the eyes of the Dragon Emperor and Niao Wushuang met, rendering the formidable Dragon Emperor so utterly discomposed. Be cautious. He must possess a spiritual treasure. Only Elder Sun discerned that, at that moment of eye contact, Niao Wushuang had unleashed a mental suppression. Despite Niao Wushuang's lack of experience in spiritual cultivation, he had managed to instill fear in the Dragon Emperor. The only plausible explanation was that Niao Wushuang was in possession of a spiritual treasure. Ah, It seems that the old curmudgeon, Nie Jiantong, has concealed numerous valuable items from me over the years. The Dragon Emperor seethed with indignation. If Nie Wuxuang truly possessed a spiritual treasure, it was undoubtedly a relic left by Nie Jiantong. As the commander-in-chief who vanquished the southern barbarians and eradicated even the royal family of the barbarians, Nie Jiantong had undoubtedly amassed a great wealth of treasures over the years. Thus, it was not surprising that Nie Wuxuang could wield a spiritual treasure. Having come to this realization, the Dragon Emperor's aura surged, golden true energy swirling around his form. In an instant, it coalesced into two golden dragons, each towering 8 to 9 meters in length. The Dragon Emperor leaped upon these golden dragons, his gaze like lightning, imperiously addressing Nie Wuxuang. Nie Wuxuang, your family has enjoyed the imperial grace for generations and should have been wholeheartedly loyal to the nation. Yet you have committed the heinous act of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, conspiring to rebel. For a treacherous and ungrateful wretch like you, if I do not take your life, it would be an affront to justice. With a barrage of accusations, the Dragon Emperor painted Nie Wuxuang as a villain deserving of death. Enjoying imperial grace? Nie Wuxuang scoffed, raising his gaze to the Dragon Emperor who hovered dozens of meters above. He retorted, remember when you first ascended to the throne, your foundation shaky? It was my grandfather who cleared the obstacles and vanquished the treacherous ministers, allowing you to secure your position. Ask yourself, could you have maintained your throne without my grandfather's aid? As Nie Wuxuang spoke, he invoked the past achievements of the Sword Marquis, leaving the Dragon Emperor speechless. He stepped forward and continued, in the 3 years of your new reign, when the 8 kings rebelled and chaos loomed at the gates, it was my grandfather who, with 18 riders, fought valiantly through the enemy ranks and personally beheaded the 8 kings to quell the turmoil. Had it not been for my grandfather, would you still be on that throne today? In the 10th year of your reign, you led the army to attack the barbarians, disregarding counsel and recklessly advancing, resulting in the encirclement of our 100,000-strong army at Kunlong Mountain, cut off from food and water for half a month. If not for my grandfather's timely arrival with reinforcements to shatter the barbarian forces, would you still be alive now? In the 15th year of your reign, the coalition of the 100 barbarian nations launched an assault, capturing 3 counties within a month and threatening the imperial city. At the brink of destruction for the Longjian kingdom, it was my grandfather who led the army, fighting fiercely and defeating the barbarian coalition. Subsequently, he led his forces southward, engaging in over 100 battles within a decade, vanquishing countless southern tribes. Had it not been for his endeavors, would you possess the ironclad empire you have today? My family, the Nie clan, has served the Dragon Sword Kingdom with unwavering loyalty for generations, shedding blood and sacrificing lives. Yet, what do we receive in return? A mere accusation of treachery and ingratitude? Nie Wuxuang grew increasingly agitated, and in a fervent climax, she stepped forward, pointing at the Dragon Emperor suspended in midair, and demanded, for 30 years. My grandfather fought to establish this ironclad realm, and yet you treat my family with such disdain. If anyone embodies ingratitude, it is undoubtedly you. Her scathing rebuke left the Dragon Emperor flushed with embarrassment. Each of her words resonated with undeniable truth, recalling the illustrious deeds of the Sword Marquis, which even the youngest child in the Dragon Sword Kingdom could recite. Now, in this moment, her every utterance struck the Dragon Emperor like a whip across his face. The Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong devoted his life to the kingdom, and yet his only descendant faced the threat of capital punishment for alleged treachery. This was an outcome that was simply intolerable. The silent onlookers, stirred by Nie Wuxuang's impassioned words, began to awaken their sense of justice. Many roared in protest, rallying for Nie Wuxuang and the old Sword Marquis. Yet, to the Dragon Emperor, they were but insignificant insects. Would he care for their dissent? Such seditious words must be silenced. The Dragon Emperor, though aware of his wrongs towards the Nie family and Nie Wuxuang, could not bring himself to admit fault. As for the rising doubts and discontent, he believed they would vanish upon Nie Wuxuang's demise. Indeed, the Nie family was remarkable. Witnessing how a few short phrases from Nie Wuxuang could incite the hearts of many, the Dragon Emperor could not help but admire her, even as his murderous intent intensified. Hovering above on 2 golden dragons, he commanded with a wave of his hand, Imperial city guards, seize this villain and execute him on the spot. Yet, to his astonishment, not a single guard moved. Many of these Imperial soldiers were seasoned veterans from the battlefield, having fought under the command of the Sword Marquis Nie Jiantong. They were deeply touched by Nie Wuxuang's words. Even upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's order, they were reluctant to act, especially to carry out the execution of Nie Wuxuang themselves. Seeing the guards defy his command, the Dragon Emperor's countenance darkened with fury as he bellowed, "Do you dare to defy my decree? To resist is a grave offense punishable by extermination of your entire family. Though grateful to Nie Jiantong, the soldiers dared not gamble with the lives of their own kin. Obey the command. Hundreds of imperial guards, their voices like thunder, brandished their long spears and swords, clad in black armor, advancing like a dark tide towards Niao Wushuang on the arena. These seasoned soldiers were valiant warriors, skilled in tactics, capable of subduing even a high-ranking martial artist with ease. However, at that moment, Ling Balong stepped forward, blocking the advancing guards. Ling Balong's status was now extraordinary, as an inner disciple of the Sword Sect. His rank surpassed even that of the current Dragon Emperor. Stand down. Upon hearing Ling Balong speak, the Dragon Emperor hastily gestured for the Imperial Guards to withdraw. Even the Dragon Emperor dared not disregard Ling Balong's authority. With a clamor, hundreds of Imperial Guards retreated to stand in orderly rows beneath the arena. Resembling a battalion of sharp spears, their black armor and silver-long spears lending them an imposing presence. Ling Balong strode through the ranks of these guards like a triumphant general, his face beaming with pride, as he approached Niao Wushuang, arrogantly proclaiming, "Niao Wushuang, do not forget. We have yet to determine a victor. Would it not be a pity for you to perish at the hands of another? I shall not deny you the opportunity. Come. Let us engage in a fair battle. Let fate decide our lives and deaths." As he spoke, he forcefully drove the bet the two had signed into the ground. Letting out a sinister laugh, today marks the fulfillment of this wager. Ling Balong voluntarily stepped forth, seeking a fair contest with Niao Wushuang. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone, even causing Niao Wushuang to momentarily pause, perplexed by the source of Ling Balong's confidence. However, as he contemplated, he began to discern the reason behind Ling Balong's audacity. From the very beginning, Ling Balong had been conserving his strength. Throughout the Dragon Pool Championship, from the first to the fourth round, he had refrained from unleashing his martial soul, indicating that he had not exerted his full power during the previous challenges. He had been biding his time, while Niao Wushuang had traversed 5 rounds and faced 6 formidable opponents in battle. Any ordinary individual would have struggled to endure until now. And even if they had, their strength would have been severely diminished. Niao Wushuang was no exception. Ling Balong's proposal for a fair duel was, in reality, an attempt to gain an unfair advantage. The conditions under which they would fight were decidedly inequitable. Not only did Niao Wushuang perceive Ling Balong's ulterior motives, but many others did as well. Ling Balong's actions were undeniably despicable. Engaging Niao Wushuang at this moment was clearly an opportunistic move. Such behavior was utterly shameless. A chorus of indignation erupted from the crowd, but their voices were swiftly silenced by a resonant dragon's roar. The 2 golden dragons of true energy beneath the Dragon Emperor unleashed a fearsome sound, their terrifying presence causing all to tremble. The might of a martial king was indeed formidable. The Dragon Emperor's authoritative gaze fell upon Niao Wushuang, laced with a hint of mockery as he said, "Niao Wushuang, are you not dissatisfied? Now, I grant you the chance for a fair battle. Fair, fair, my foot." It was evident to all that this was blatant favoritism towards Ling Balong. If the crowd could see through this ruse, how could Niao Wushuang remain oblivious? Chapter 66. Savage divine martial soul. Nevertheless, he dismissed these schemes with indifference, his domineering gaze sweeping over Ling Balong as he coldly smiled. "Ling Balong, I expected you to remain a coward until the end. From the outset of this Dragon Pool Championship, all had conspired against Niao Wushuang. Ultimately, whether it was the Dragon Emperor or the head of the guards, their designs all aimed to curry favor with Ling Balong. All of this was known to Ling Balong. Yet he refrained from intervening, intent on witnessing Niao Wushuang perish in the arena. However, to everyone's astonishment, Niao Wushuang not only survived, but also gracefully advanced to the 5th level, even slaying the chief guard. Ling Balong, however, was acutely aware that after numerous fierce battles, Niao Wushuang's strength must be nearly exhausted. A cold smile crept across his face as he glared at Niao Wushuang, exclaiming, as death approaches, "I shall allow you a fleeting moment of bravado. Soon, I will shatter your teeth one by one and feed your tongue to the dogs." His eyes brimmed with malice as he stepped forward, unleashing an immense surge of true energy. A colossal martial spirit erupted from the crown of his head, Ling Balong's orange martial spirit, the Ice Fire Serpent Dragon, wielding the power of both ice and fire. Martial spirit fusion. He roared, merging the Ice Fire Serpent Dragon with his own body. Instantly, a layer of fine scales enveloped him, half resembling fiery crimson, half like glistening ice. This transformation rendered Ling Balong akin to a serpent man, half red and half white. Previously, his arms had been obliterated by Niao Wushuang's sword energy, leaving him empty-handed. Yet now, as the martial spirit fused, The form of the ice-fire serpent extended from his severed limbs, becoming his arms. Hissing, the twin serpent heads of the ice-fire dragon morphed into his fists, exhaling the powers of ice and fire, which froze the entire arena. With the awakening of his martial spirit, Ling Balong's power surged instantaneously. The formidable true energy of the fourth level of the spirit martial realm enveloped his body, maximizing the aura of a congenital expert. Fourth level of the spirit martial realm. My heavens! He has attained the rank of intermediate grand martial artist. Just a month prior, Ling Balong had been in the true martial realm. Many spectators were astounded by the overwhelming aura radiating from him, gasping in disbelief. Few could fathom that Ling Balong had progressed from the true martial realm to the fourth level of the spirit martial realm in a mere month. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. But this was not the end. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Ling Balong let out another roar, releasing an ancient, primal aura from his body. A silvery true energy enveloped his head like a wispy cloud. Within that silver mist, a colossal tiger spirit materialized, measuring several dozen feet in length. This tiger spirit was extraordinary, exuding an aura of primal majesty, with enormous wings sprouting from its back. Every movement emanated a powerful presence that suppressed all in its vicinity, enveloping a 100-meter radius in a silvery tide, nearly forming a domain. Within this domain, the tiger spirit stood as the supreme ruler, with other martial spirits lacking even the qualification to contend with it. This was Ling Balong's awakened savage divine martial spirit, a primal ancient beast. Upon witnessing the emergence of this divine spirit, the crowd erupted into screams. The silver martial spirit. Is this Ling Balong's second martial spirit? Oh my goodness. It is truly hard to believe. A silver martial soul. Even the Dragon Emperor and others gazed in awe, their eyes shining with admiration. Ling Balong's second martial soul is so powerful that it elicits immense envy among them. Particularly, the innate aura emanating from the silver martial soul exerts a suppressive force, causing the martial souls within the surrounding warriors to tremble uncontrollably. It is indeed a silver martial soul. The Dragon Emperor softly gasped, casting a glance at the dual martial soul of Ling Balong, his lips curling into a bittersweet smile. When will the Long family give rise to a genius like Ling Balong? If the royal Long family could produce such a prodigy, it would ensure the stability of the Dragon Sword Kingdom for a millennium. Beside him, Wu Tianjiao looked at Ling Balong with eyes full of warmth and admiration. Her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Niao Wushuang, her expression increasingly disdainful. In comparison to the current Ling Balong, Niao Wushuang appeared as a wretched ant, utterly lacking in brilliance. If Ling Balong is the sun, radiant and resplendent, then Niao Wushuang is merely a firefly, rendered insignificant in the presence of the sun's light. In this moment, Wu Tianjiao felt an even greater sense of relief in her choice between the true dragon and the mudworm. She had the foresight to select the true dragon, that is Ling Balong. Niao Wushuang, you are ultimately just a clown, she thought with a quiet sneer. As Ling Balong unleashed his two martial souls, his realm surged instantaneously, elevating him from the fourth level of the spirit martial realm to the 10th level. Such is the power of martial souls. Below the martial king realm, when one awakens a martial soul, even an ordinary person can elevate by several minor levels. Ling Balong's dual martial souls combined, allowing him to ascend 6 levels. His prowess has now reached the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, transforming him into a peak martial master. With every movement, he exuded boundless momentum and authority. Casting a scornful glare at Niao Wushuang, he arrogantly declared, "A month ago, I was unwittingly ambushed by you, resulting in the destruction of my arms. Today marks the day of my vengeance." Although it was he who was bested by Niao Wushuang, having his arms shattered by her sword, he shamelessly accused her of treachery. In a bid to preserve his facade, he twisted the truth, displaying an utter lack of shame. With a roar, he summoned the fierce tiger martial soul, which immediately took form and lunged towards Niao Wushuang. This is a silver martial soul, producing a fierce wind that cracked the ground beneath it as it landed. Its speed was akin to a tempest, swiftly closing in on Niao Wushuang. What an impressive martial soul. Truly worthy of its silver status, its speed rivals that of martial kings. Elder Sun from the Sword Sect nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the speed of the fierce tiger martial soul. This martial soul's velocity surpasses that of many martial kings, capable of covering 100 yards in a single stride. The distance between him and Niao Wushuang was merely 10 yards, closing in an instant. With a roar, the fierce tiger martial soul unleashed a terrifying cry, its sharp claws more fearsome than swords, slicing through the air. With a crack, its claws grazed Niao Wushuang's face, leaving a trail of blood that spurted forth. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A martial spirit, comparable in strength to a martial king, inflicted injury upon Niao Wushuang with a single strike. Standing several dozen feet away, Niao Wushuang glared at the fierce tiger spirit with a hint of anger in his eyes. His speed, akin to a ghostly apparition, was astonishing, yet it fell short of the incredible pace of 100 feet in a single step. The tiger spirit moved with such swiftness, akin to a genuine martial king in action, had it not been for Niao Wushuang's extraordinary reflexes. The prior encounter would not have merely grazed his skin, but could have severed his head entirely. Chapter 67. Just so having successfully landed a blow, Ling Balong's arrogance surged. And he laughed sinisterly, exclaiming, "I thought you were formidable, yet you are merely a decorative pillow, nothing more." Channeling his true energy, the fierce tiger spirit redirected its charge towards Niao Wushuang once again. The tiger spirit's speed was astounding, rendering evasion impossible for Niao Wushuang. However, this time, he felt no need to retreat. With a flick of his hand, he wiped the blood from his face and coldly retorted, "Indeed, it is nothing more than that." He echoed the same words back to Ling Balong. Then, with a fierce roar, he summoned his martial spirit. Streams of azure dragon energy erupted from his palm, brimming with terrifying devouring power. The chaos-devouring dragon martial spirit manifested, launching itself at Ling Balong's fierce tiger spirit. Niao Wushuang followed closely behind, his fist pulsating with true energy, transforming into an imposing primal deity, executing the dragon elephant suppression technique as he struck out. With a thunderous impact, the dragon and tiger collided, their furious roars ringing out, each refusing to yield. As Niao Wushuang's fist struck down, a crack resounded. The tiger spirit was brutally slammed into the ground, its body crushed as if trampled by a mighty beast, its abdomen caved in, bones shattered, and a mournful scream erupted. Niao Wushuang stepped onto it, relentlessly trampling down until he shattered all 4 of the tiger spirit's legs. The tiger spirit could only emit low whimpers. Reduced to a pitiful puddle on the ground, it could not even attempt to escape, paralyzed in place. The chaos-devouring dragon martial spirit descended and devoured the nearly incapacitated tiger spirit in one gulp. Subsequently, the chaos-devouring dragon emitted a satisfied roar and returned to Niao Wushuang's body. Around them, onlookers stood in stunned silence. In the blink of an eye, a silver martial spirit, rivaling a martial king, had been vanquished by Niao Wushuang. This spectacle was both shocking and terrifying, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Opposite them, Ling Balong was utterly dumbfounded by fear. This silver martial spirit, which he had painstakingly acquired, had been so effortlessly destroyed, filled with unwillingness and rage. His eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "Niao Wushuang, you seek death." With a thunderous roar, his body shot forth like a cannonball. The ice fire flood dragon martial spirit unleashed its elemental powers, manifesting between his arms. His arms, formed from the essence of the ice fire flood dragon, elongated instantly, transforming into serpentine limbs nearly 30 feet long, akin to colossal whips, infused with water and fire, striking towards Niao Wushuang with tremendous force. Niao Wushuang's expression remained icy. Faced with the onslaught of the ice fire flood dragon, he exhibited no hint of panic. Just so, he let out a low growl, returning the words to Ling Balong. With a thunderous roar, his body shot forth, moving at a speed double that of Ling Balong. In an instant, he covered dozens of feet, deftly evading the clash of 2 dragon-like creatures and appearing behind Ling Balong, elusive and imperceptible. Boom! He struck out with a fist toward the back of Ling Balong's head, wielding a force akin to a rampaging mammoth, potent enough to shatter Ling Balong's skull. However, as a formidable innate martial artist, Ling Balong sensed the imminent danger. With a startled cry, he pivoted his body at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding Niao Wushuang's punch. Thud! Although Niao Wushuang's fist did not connect with Ling Balong's head, it struck his shoulder instead. The terrifying force obliterated Ling Balong's left shoulder, producing the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Staggering backward, Ling Balong's shoulders bore the brunt of the impact. Transformed beyond recognition, his eyes were filled with terror, disbelief evident as he grappled with the realization of Niao Wushuang's extraordinary strength. The shoulder that had been struck felt as if it had been trampled by a colossal beast, the bones shattered, and the entire area caved in. Defying the limits of human capability, it was unfathomable that such a grievous injury could result from a single punch from Niao Wushuang. Ling Balong gasped, the pain radiating from his shoulder contorting his face into a mask of rage. He had initially believed that with his dual martial souls and immense power, he could effortlessly overpower Niao Wushuang. Yet the reality was a bitter disappointment, an acceptance he struggled to fathom. In 2 consecutive strikes, He had merely left a trivial wound on Niao Wushuang's face, while he himself suffered catastrophic damage. The silver martial soul he had painstakingly acquired was now consumed, and he narrowly escaped being felled by Niao Wushuang's might. Overwhelmed by indignation and fury, he found it impossible to accept this reality. Yet, deep down, fear began to take root. The depth of Niao Wushuang's prowess remained inscrutable, yet he consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Since their initial confrontation at the Battle Marquee Mansion to this very moment, he had been thoroughly dominated by Niao Wushuang. Now, he had nearly faced annihilation. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Ling Balong's forehead, ushering in a sense of despair. He pondered not only the outcome of his battle with Niao Wushuang, but also the implications of losing his silver martial soul. Would Elder Sun still consider him worthy of becoming a disciple? If he could not secure that path, what future awaited him? Lost in his troubled thoughts, Niao Wushuang's fist descended once more. Boom. This punch bore the weight of divine retribution, imbued with an overwhelming force intent on obliterating Ling Balong fueled by fury. Ling Balong summoned all his vital energy, his legs glowing with power. Thud. He unleashed a simultaneous kick, aiming at both Niao Wushuang's head and fist from an astonishing angle. His body hovered in midair, the force behind his legs exceeding thousands of pounds, capable of shattering solid stone. This was the pinnacle of his practiced, profound martial arts. The founder of martial arts was originally a formidable warrior, a king of martial prowess, albeit one without arms. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Balong soared into the air, his legs propelled like springs, delivering a flurry of swift kicks in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed dozens of strikes. Niao Wushuang, relying on his arms for defense, found himself at a disadvantage. Forced back several paces by Ling Balong's relentless assault. Enough! Niao Wushuang roared, channeling a surge of divine power through his arms, thrusting Ling Balong's legs aside with tremendous force. As Ling Balong's feet met the ground, an unbearable pain coursed through his legs. Each kick he delivered was met with a resounding impact as Niao Wushuang countered with his arms, echoing like thunder. Amidst the chaos of battle, the pain was initially masked. But upon halting, it surged forth, nearly toppling Ling Balong. Were it not for his recent efforts to temper his legs with true energy, they would have been rendered useless by now. With every block, Niao Wushuang unleashed a terrifying might, making Ling Balong feel as though he were striking solid steel. What realm do you inhabit? Ling Balong felt on the brink of despair. He had always perceived Niao Wushuang as a mere insignificant insect, unworthy of his attention. Yet, the unfolding events shattered his preconceived notions. Could an insect possess such strength? Could an insect instill fear in him? In that moment, Ling Balong no longer aspired to defeat Niao Wushuang. He only yearned to flee. Yet, the thought of escape paralyzed him. To turn and run would expose his vulnerable back entirely to Niao Wushuang, inviting certain death. Chapter 68. The eruption of combat power in response to Ling Balong's attacks. A more tyrannical punch was unleashed. Niao Wushuang's speed reached near supersonic levels, instantly closing the distance to Ling Balong. Bang! The punch struck Ling Balong's chest, caving it inward. Thud! A subsequent kick sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! Niao Wushuang descended, raining down blows imbued with overwhelming divine might. Each punch echoed with the sound of shattering bones, accompanied by Ling Balong's anguished wails that resonated through the heavens. In the brief span of time, Ling Balong's body had been nearly obliterated, his legs shattered, and his skull almost crushed. Lying on the ground, he clung to life by a thread. The brutality of this encounter was stark and sanguinary. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, frozen in shock at the scene before them. No one anticipated that this battle, marked by a significant disparity in strength, would escalate to such a degree. Most believed that it would conclude swiftly, as Ling Balong's prowess should have easily dispatched Niao Wushuang in a matter of moments. Yet, the reality was utterly astonishing. Ling Balong had been left in ruins, consistently dominated by Niao Wushuang from the outset. His body had been so thoroughly battered that it had deformed, his bones shattered into fragments, leaving him hanging by the thinnest thread of life. Even if he were to be saved, he would remain a mere shell of his former self. In a remarkably short time, a once promising warrior, blessed with dual martial souls, had been reduced to a state of utter helplessness. This entire situation is utterly unacceptable. Longer, the warlord roared, his eyes a crimson hue, ready to charge from the stands. Yet, before he could make a move, a figure had already shot forth from beside Elder Sunday. It was Su Liang, the second disciple of the sword worship sect's Elder Sun, possessing a cultivation level of the 10th layer of the spirit martial realm, just a step away from becoming a formidable martial king. His strength greatly surpassed that of Ling Balong. He surged forth like a ferocious tiger, his broad physique and bulging muscles radiating explosive power. Su Liang ascended the arena, approached Ling Balong, and grinned broadly. "Third junior brother, do not worry. I shall avenge you. I will eliminate this scoundrel." Ling Balong let out a pained cry, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, the War King, Ling Zhanyun, rushed over, lifting the limp form of Ling Balong as if he were a mere rag doll, and let out an enraged howl to the heavens. On the arena, Su Liang towered over Nie Wushuang, his fists clenched with a resounding crack. "Young man, you appear to possess considerable strength." He smiled as he approached Nie Wushuang, his tone laced with anticipation. "I have a penchant for violence, and you seem to suit my taste perfectly. Do not claim I have deprived you of an opportunity. Unleash your full power, or you shall meet a most dreadful fate." As he spoke, Su Liang unleashed the full might of his 10th layer spirit martial realm aura, enveloping his surroundings in a formidable domain. His martial soul materialized behind him, revealing itself as a resplendent silver martial soul. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "He is indeed a genius with a silver martial soul." In this era, have silver martial souls become so commonplace? The sword worship sect truly deserves its reputation as a sanctuary of martial arts, boasting such an abundance of silver martial soul talents. Many were also struck by Su Liang's level of cultivation, left dumbfounded. A peak Grand Martial Master at merely 24 or 25 years of age is astonishing. Such a prodigy has never been seen in the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Indeed, as a disciple of the sword worship sect, his talent and strength are truly remarkable. The spectators were left in awe. While their gazes remained fixed on Su Liang, they also turned towards Nie Wushuang. After all, the disparity between the two was monumental, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. One was an inner disciple of the sword worship sect, likely to ascend as a top-tier martial king before reaching 30. The other was a down-and-out youth from the Sword Lord's manor, having endured several fierce battles. With his strength diminished, is there even a necessity for this battle? Even a fool could foresee the outcome. Many felt indignant on Nie Wushuang's behalf. Having already triumphed over Ling Balong, he was now confronted by an even stronger Su Liang. This was nothing short of bullying. Yet, none dared to voice their concerns. It was not merely the intimidation from the Dragon Emperor that quelled their voices, but also the formidable lineage of Su Liang, which instilled a sense of dread. He was a disciple of the sword worship sect, a status far more esteemed than that of the Dragon Emperor. Who would dare to offend him? Su Liang slowly approached Nie Wushuang, his arms swinging, waves of energy erupting around him, creating a thunderous cacophony. His physique, already more imposing than the average person, now resembled that of a great gorilla. He swung his arms with an air of nonchalance as he approached Nie Wushuang. In his eyes, Nie Wushuang was merely a plaything, unworthy of a true confrontation. The only reason he stepped forward was due to the wishes of his master, Elder Sunday. After all, Ling Balong was a disciple of Elder Sun, and should he perish at the hands of Nie Wushuang, how could Elder Sun save face? What would become of the prestige of the sword-breaking sect? No matter the circumstance, Ling Balong must not die, especially not at the hands of Nie Wushuang. Thus, Su Liang arrived. Although he looked down upon such acts of bullying the weak, he came nonetheless. For the sake of Elder Sun's reputation and the honor of the sword-breaking sect, do you have any last words before you meet your end? Su Liang declared haughtily, stopping 10 paces away from Nie Wushuang. He regarded Nie Wushuang with utter disdain, his arrogance provoking clenched jaws among the onlookers. Nie Wushuang's gaze drifted towards the distant viewing platform, aware that today's events could not end peacefully. The powerful warriors seated there, including Elder Sun of the sword-breaking sect, could very well be his adversaries today. Compared to Su Liang and Ling Balong in the arena, they were mere minnows, insignificant. Even as a reincarnated deity, he could not guarantee victory against such a multitude of formidable opponents. Furthermore, there were also the martial kings and martial emperors to contend with. His eyes gleamed with divine light as his mind raced, and he spoke with resolute urgency. It must be resolved swiftly. He could not afford to squander excessive strength on such insignificant foes. Boom. He scarcely deemed Su Liang worthy of his time, launching a punch directly at him. His speed was akin to that of a cheetah, his fist like a cannonball, hurtling towards Su Liang's head. So fast, Su Liang was taken aback, and in a moment of panic, he could only tilt his head to evade the fatal blow. In his haste, he managed to collide fists with Nie Wushuang. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming force surged up his arm to his chest, causing him to spew out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered onto the ground. A ghastly sight. Su Liang's massive frame staggered back several dozen steps. Before he could regain his balance, Nie Wushuang's second attack arrived. Chapter 69. Ruthless tread, since a single punch could not bring about his demise, he aimed directly for Su Liang's legs. The dragon elephant subduing magic was unleashed, and a terrifying force surged up from the ground, crashing into Su Liang's legs like a rampaging bull. Unlike Ling Balong's legs, which had been specially tempered with true energy, Su Liang's legs were shattered by the sheer force, causing him to collapse to the ground. Boom! Su Liang's colossal body knelt, akin to a mountain crumbling, shaking the earth violently. He struggled to rise, but the broken bones in his legs rendered him utterly incapable. The more he fought, the more agony he endured. Some of the shattered bones even pierced into flesh, eliciting anguished cries from him. No one had anticipated that Niao Wushuang would be so brutally decisive. Without uttering a word, he acted decisively. In merely 2 moves, he incapacitated a peak martial master. Witnessing Su Liang, who knelt on the ground and cried out in agony, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Boom! Niao Wushuang's body shot forward like a colossal beast, crashing into Su Liang. As Niao Wushuang charged towards him, Su Liang attempted to evade, but his legs, shattered from the impact, rendered him immobile. With a fierce expression, he could only muster a desperate counterattack. He roared, summoning his martial spirit, which erupted forth in a bid to intercept Niao Wushuang. His martial spirit took the form of a thunderous tiger, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring aura as it charged forward. Niao Wushuang did not flinch, delivering a powerful punch. The terrifying force, akin to a rampaging elephant, collided with the thunder tiger, sending it flying 10 feet away, crashing to the ground, unconscious. One punch sent a silver martial spirit reeling. Niao Wushuang's overwhelming prowess once again left the crowd in shock. Su Liang was horrified, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a green martial spirit erupted from Niao Wushuang's body, devouring the dazed thunder tiger. Bang! Niao Wushuang appeared before Su Liang like a flash of lightning. I will fight you. Su Liang bellowed. Though his legs were immobile, his fists remained. He swung his fists with all his might, unleashing a torrent of true energy, formidable enough to fell a fierce tiger. Bang! Niao Wushuang's punch came crashing down, shattering Su Liang's fists and fracturing his arms. Thud! Su Liang was sent crashing to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Niao Wushuang's strength was utterly terrifying, magnitudes greater than his own, and utterly insurmountable. As Niao Wushuang stepped onto him, the sound of numerous bones breaking echoed from Su Liang's chest. Standing upon Su Liang's torso, Niao Wushuang's expression was icy, embodying the essence of an unparalleled war god, exuding an aura of dominance and majesty. This scene left the spectators in shock. After all, beneath his feet lay an inner disciple of the sword worship sect, a status more exalted than that of the Dragon Emperor. Yet he was vanquished and trampled by Niao Wushuang in mere moments. In that instant, a singular thought arose in the hearts of all present. Niao Wushuang was terrifying. Not long ago, Su Liang had arrogantly demanded Niao Wushuang to leave behind his last words, only to find himself humbled and crushed beneath his feet. Was there anything more humiliating than this? As an inner disciple of the sword worship sect, Su Liang had never endured such disgrace. Being trampled by a commoner filled him with indignation and rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had attained the peak of martial mastery. Yet he had not even been afforded the opportunity to retaliate before his legs were shattered by Niao Wushuang. That last stomp had even crushed his dantian. His formidable true energy, cultivated to the 10th level of the spirit martial realm, was devoured like water by Niao Wushuang's 9-turn sky-devouring technique. For the sake of a lowly wretch, he sacrificed everything. Now, he is consumed by regret, wishing he could turn back time. Yet, it is far too late for remorse. Despicable! Why did you not inform me before you struck? This is a cowardly ambush, utterly shameless. Su Liang howled in anguish, his sorrowful gaze directed towards elder son in the stands, pleading tearfully, Master, avenge me. Cowardly. Shameless. This is an ambush. What utter disgrace. In the stands, elder son and the Dragon Emperor rose in outrage, vociferously denouncing Niao Wushuang. They all condemned him for his treachery, for attacking without warning. Have you all lost your minds? Niao Wushuang sneered coldly, turning to glare at the accusers, and mockingly retorted, Should I announce my actions with drums and gongs, informing each of you before I strike? Huh. Many could not contain their laughter. Indeed, why should he announce his intentions to you? Is he your father? This is a battle for life and death. Who would be foolish enough to declare their actions beforehand? To justify such excuses with grandiloquence, your Baijian sect truly has an abundance of talent. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Merciless and unrestrained, Su Liang, beneath Niao Wushuang's foot, was so enraged that he spat blood. He howled to the heavens, a pent-up fury overwhelming him, causing him to faint. Elder Sun's complexion turned ashen with rage. Watching Su Liang trampled beneath Niao Wushuang, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Niao Wushuang's foot did not merely crush his disciple. It also trampled upon his dignity. By subjugating Su Liang, he had effectively sullied the honor of Elder Sun of the Baijin sect. What esteemed status did this elder hold? Who had ever dared to utter a word against him? Now, his dignity lay trampled beneath the feet of a lowly peasant, mocked by a throng of wretches. He was truly incensed to the point of spitting blood. Silence! The Dragon Emperor roared, as two true dragons beneath his feet let out a majestic roar, exerting a pressure that silenced the crowd. His authoritative display only further ignited the collective ire. Yet, intimidated by the royal guards surrounding them, the commoners remained mute. Despite their discontent, the Dragon Emperor, standing upon two golden true dragons, charged towards the arena. His expression was ferocious, his eyes nearly ablaze as he bellowed at Niao Wushuang. Niao Wushuang, have you the audacity to injure a distinguished guest of the Baijin sect? Today, I shall sev. Chapter 70. The exposure of martial arts. Niao Wushuang sneered, his icy gaze fixed upon the Dragon Emperor in the void. His voice laced with contempt. Kneeling for too long renders one incapable of standing. What is a sovereign of a nation? Merely a dog to others, willingly bowing before them. His disdain for the Dragon Emperor deepened. A ruler, yet willing to act as a servant to a mere disciple of the sword sect. Such a person is hardly worthy of ruling a nation. He mocked the Dragon Emperor without reservation. The Dragon Emperor trembled with rage. Not due to the desecration of his authority, but because Niao Wushuang had struck at his vulnerabilities. As a dignified monarch, he found it unnatural to bow and scrape before a disciple of the sword sect. Yet what choice did he have? The sword sect was not an entity he could afford to offend. With a cold grunt, he pointed at Niao Wushuang, his voice sharp as he reprimanded. You spread treacherous words and insult me, Niao Wushuang. Even if you possessed 10 heads, they would not suffice to be severed. As he spoke, he unleashed a mental suppression. Waves of spiritual power crashing towards Niao Wushuang like a tide. The distinction between a martial king and a grand martial master lies primarily in their mastery of spiritual force. A martial king can wield this power to accomplish feats beyond the ordinary. For instance, a novice martial king can achieve flight through the manipulation of spiritual energy, lifting their body into the air temporarily. Intermediate martial kings, with their condensed humanoid spiritual energy, must integrate their mental power to allow this energy to act as a clone capable of independent combat. Each level of martial king possesses unique techniques, all intricately linked to spiritual strength. Employing mental suppression in battle is a common tactic for martial kings. The Dragon Emperor, pushing his mental prowess to its limits, aimed to render Niao Wushuang a fool. A typical grand martial master would be utterly helpless against such mental suppression. However, he was facing Niao Wushuang. When it comes to mental strength, not even the Dragon Emperor, nor any stronger martial emperor or martial sovereign, could rival Niao Wushuang. Niao Wushuang narrowed his eyes, clearly perceiving the trajectory of the mental attacks. Such a degree of spiritual assault could not harm him in the slightest. As the mental strikes approached, Niao Wushuang suddenly bellowed, seeking death. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted from his mouth, instantly shattering the Dragon Emperor's mental assault. The Dragon Emperor was taken aback. His mental attack was as futile as eggs against a stone when confronted with Niao Wushuang. Was it another spiritual treasure? The Dragon Emperor nearly spat blood in his fury, his voice deep and seething with rage. He believed that Niao Wushuang must possess some spiritual artifact to withstand his mental onslaught. With a roar, he unleashed 2 golden dragons from beneath his feet. The 9 Dragons Emperor technique. This profound martial art animated the 2 dragons, their roars reverberating, causing the eardrums of those nearby to ache. The 2 dragons lunged toward Niao Wushuang, intent on annihilating him. Faced with the oppressive might of a martial king, Niao Wushuang remained undaunted. With a single foot planted firmly on the ground, he summoned the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. In an instant, a colossal ancient dragon elephant materialized behind him, towering with an aura of primordial grandeur, emitting fierce roars that clashed with the sounds of dragon chants, causing the very air to shatter. Subsequently, the ancient dragon elephant charged forth from behind Niao Wushuang, colliding with the 2 true dragons. The dragon elephant tore through the heavens. The terrifying force unleashed shattered both true dragons, demonstrating that even the true energy dragons cultivated through the 9 Dragon Emperor technique could not withstand the impact of the ancient dragon elephant. Heavenly grade martial arts. In the stands, Elder Sun finally recognized the origins of Niao Wushuang's martial arts, his astonishment palpable. Previously, when Nie Wuxuang used the dragon elephant suppression technique to obliterate an arena. He had assumed that Nie Wuxuang practiced merely an ordinary body-refining martial art. However, he now saw the truth. This was no ordinary martial arts. It was indeed a heavenly grade technique. It was worth noting that even within their sword sect, there were only 2 or 3 types of heavenly grade martial arts. How could a mere youth from Yongzhou City have mastered such a technique? The realization that Nie Wuxuang wielded a heavenly grade martial art stirred a sense of greed in Elder Sun's eyes. What? Is that truly a heavenly grade martial art? The Dragon Emperor was equally shocked, retreating swiftly. A hint of terror crossed his face as he beheld the ancient dragon elephant towering behind Nie Wuxuang. Once dismissive of Nie Wuxuang's martial skills, he now understood the terror and strength that lay within him. At this moment, the martial art Nie Wuxuang employed was undoubtedly several times more formidable than his own 9 Dragon Emperor technique. No wonder he was so powerful. It turned out he had cultivated a heavenly grade martial art. War Marshal Ling Zhanyun roared in fury. His 3rd son had been slain by Nie Wuxuang, and even his most promising 2nd son, Ling Balong, had been reduced to a cripple. His hatred for Nie Wuxuang had reached its peak. Yet he could not fathom how Nie Wuxuang had managed to defeat Ling Balong. Even the formidable Su Liang from the sword sect had been brutally bested by Nie Wuxuang. Now, learning that Nie Wuxuang had mastered a heavenly grade martial art, everything fell into place. The power of such a martial art was indeed sufficient to allow Nie Wuxuang to exhibit astonishing combat prowess, defeating both Ling Balong and Su Liang. However, even a heavenly grade martial art would not suffice for Nie Wuxuang to contend with a martial king. After ensuring that the now crippled Ling Balong was settled, War Marshal Ling Zhanyun trembled with rage as he descended onto the arena. His gaze was icy, filled with murderous intent. As he growled in a low voice, "You little beast, even if you wield a heavenly grade martial art, what of it? Today, I shall ensure that not a trace of you remains." He ascended the stage, intent on personally eliminating Nie Wuxuang. Upon witnessing the War Marshal's advance, the Dragon Emperor naturally retreated to the side. As a martial king, he had failed to subdue Nie Wuxuang even when fighting personally. A humiliation that was utterly intolerable for the Dragon Emperor. If the confrontation were to continue without being able to vanquish Nie Wuxuang, then the esteemed Dragon Emperor would find himself utterly humiliated. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of Zhang Ho, the Dragon Emperor felt not anger, but rather a profound sense of relief. Regardless of Nie Wuxuang's prowess, it was prudent to allow Zhang Ho to make the initial attempt. The Dragon Emperor retreated to his throne, his expression fluctuating between various emotions, yet internally, he was elated. Observing Nie Wuxuang on the arena, the Dragon Emperor, though seething with rage, felt a deeper sense of gratitude towards him. With Ling Ba long incapacitated, the connection between the Ling family and the Baijian sect was effectively severed. This development, for the Dragon Emperor, signified the removal of the most significant threat and peril. Had it not been for Nie Wuxuang, it would have been challenging for the Dragon Emperor to maintain his seat on the throne after today. Now that Ling Balong was out of commission, it would be an insurmountable task for Zhang Ho alone to usurp the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Watching the bloodthirsty Zhang Ho and Nie Wuxuang on the stage, the Dragon Emperor inwardly scoffed. Perish, perish, it would be best if you both met a mutual demise. He harbored a fervent wish for both Nie Wuxuang and Zhang Ho to fall together, for only then could the Dragon Emperor rest easy. Chapter 71. Unfazed by the martial king on the arena, Zhang Ho advanced step by step towards Nie Wuxuang. Waves of true energy erupted from his body, forming an independent domain. The formidable aura of his true energy reverberated through the surrounding void, creating explosive sounds. This alone showcased his current realm, a martial king. The crowd was astounded. It is noteworthy that merely a month ago, Zhang Ho Ling Zhanyun was at the pinnacle of the great martial master level. In just a month's time, he had taken the final step and ascended to the rank of martial king. Upon becoming a martial king, one enters into a new realm. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary martial king. His aura soared continuously, first to the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm, then the 3rd, and finally the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm. This sudden display of mastery at the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm sent ripples of astonishment throughout the vicinity. Even the Dragon Emperor was taken aback, rising to his feet, his hands trembling slightly. A middle-level martial king. The Dragon Emperor could scarcely believe it. In just a month, Zhang Ho Ling Zhanyun, who had spent decades without achieving the final step to kingship, had remarkably progressed to the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm, becoming a middle-level martial king. His realm had now surpassed that of the ruler of the nation. Although the difference between a middle-level martial king and a primary-level martial king was merely one tier, the disparity in power was monumental. The strength of a middle-level martial king was not something a primary-level martial king could contend with, even if it was just a single level apart. The possibility of victory was utterly non-existent. At the very least, the Dragon Emperor was incapable of such a feat. Zhan Holing Zhanyun unleashed his full momentum. The terrifying aura encircling Niao Wushuang. He approached Niao Wushuang step by step, the overwhelming presence of the martial king locking down the entire arena. And the oppressive mental force sought to pin Niao Wushuang in place. Faced with a middle-level martial king, even Niao Wushuang dared not be careless. After all, he was merely a middle-level great martial master, and the disparity in strength against a martial king was far too vast. Nevertheless, he had his own advantages, his formidable mental strength, which enabled him to withstand the martial king's lethal mental attacks. Although the spiritual momentum of Zhan Holing Zhanyun was firmly directed at Niao Wushuang, it posed no threat to him whatsoever. It could not restrain Niao Wushuang's body in the slightest. Standing motionless, as if ensnared, his eyes, however, shone with clarity. Within him, all of his true energy was mobilized, converging together, poised to unleash an assault the moment Zhan Yun stepped within 10 paces. With his prowess and skill, he was 90% certain he could deliver a fatal blow, even against a mid-level martial king. Zhan Holing Zhan Yun sneered, utterly oblivious to these considerations. Confidently, he approached Niao Wushuang, a sinister grin gracing his face as he declared, "Little beast, not even the king of heaven can save you today." Thud. He halted at a distance of 10 paces from Niao Wushuang. This distance was neither too far nor too close. Niao Wushuang's expression shifted subtly as he awaited Ling Zhanyun's advance. Just one step forward would place him within range of his attack. Yet, Ling Zhanyun remained stationary. Standing 10 paces away, his eyes swirling with murderous intent as he growled, "Before your demise, allow me to broaden your horizons and witness the essence of spiritual martial arts." Instead of directly striking Niao Wushuang, Ling Zhanyun resolved to rely on the formidable power of spiritual martial arts to annihilate him. For a grand martial master, spiritual attacks were virtually insurmountable. Even knowing that Niao Wushuang possessed a spiritual treasure, Ling Zhanyun opted for a cautious approach, choosing spiritual assault. After all, Niao Wushuang wielded a heavenly-grade martial art that tempered his flesh to resemble steel, and his divine strength was exceedingly formidable. Even Ling Zhanyun, a martial king, lacked complete confidence in suppressing Niao Wushuang's heavenly-grade martial art. Thus, he chose to employ spiritual attacks. Observing Ling Zhanyun's prudence, elder son of the Baijian sect couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Utilizing one's strengths to exploit another's weaknesses, this battle will surely result in Niao Wushuang's demise. With a mighty roar, Ling Zhanyun unleashed his spiritual force, manifesting it above his head as a colossal heavenly blade. The heavenly blade blazed with flames, resembling a sun, radiant with golden light. His spiritual martial art had materialized, taking a visible form. The immense heavenly blade hovered in the void, akin to a great sun illuminating the surroundings with its brilliant radiance. Heavenly blade of fire. This was the spiritual martial art he had perfected, specifically designed to attack the mind. Boom. With a thunderous shout, the golden heavenly blade surged forth from the void, aimed straight at Niao Wushuang's consciousness. Such a spiritual assault was nearly impossible to counter with true energy martial arts. Only spiritual martial arts could effectively counteract it. Even a true energy barrier formed by a grand martial master would prove ineffective against the onslaught of spiritual martial arts. As the heavenly blade approached, Niao Wushuang realized he could no longer afford to wait. With a fierce shout, he surged forward, instantly closing the distance between himself and Ling Zhanyun to within 10 paces. Bang! He clenched his fists tightly and struck out, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the space before him, causing the air to erupt with a thunderous roar. A final struggle for survival. Ling Zhanyun sneered coldly, stepping back to widen the distance between himself and Niao Wushuang once more. It was evident to him that Niao Wushuang desired to close the gap and engage him in combat. Yet, he would never grant Niao Wushuang such an opportunity. With another resounding shout, the celestial blade surged forth with unprecedented swiftness, ablaze with fire, descending upon Niao Wushuang's head. The terrifying mental assault penetrated directly into Niao Wushuang's mind, aiming to obliterate his very soul. For any other martial artist of high caliber, such a psychological onslaught would either result in death or leave them a mere imbecile. However, Niao Wushuang stood undaunted, even soaring into the air, actively striking towards the celestial blade. He collided headfirst into the radiant blade, which then seemed to merge into his very being. As the celestial blade entered Niao Wushuang's body, it was immediately consumed by the 9-turn sky-devouring technique, transforming into pure mental energy that he absorbed. Ling Zhanyun's lethal mental attack not only failed to harm Niao Wushuang, but instead, it fortified his soul. Niao Wushuang summoned the winds beneath his feet, employing the shadow stepping technique, covering great distances in the air. A faint golden aura enveloped him, resembling the descent of a celestial being, as he thundered down before Ling Zhanyun. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a punch imbued with unmatched ferocity. Intent on shattering Ling Zhanyun's skull. Caught off guard, Ling Zhanyun quickly retreated, while simultaneously channeling his true energy into his fists to clash against Niao Wushuang's strike. A tremendous force erupted between their fists, sending both combatants staggering backward. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by the sight. No one anticipated that Niao Wushuang would not only withstand the mental assault, but would also boldly close the distance and trade blows with Ling Zhanyun, holding his ground. A palpable shock enveloped the crowd, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was hard to fathom the reality before them. After all, Niao Wushuang's opponent was a mid-level martial king. In the distance, powerful martial kings observed the battle. These martial kings hailed from the Divine Temple and the Jioding Pavilion, with a few originating from the more formidable Dragon Empire. A total of 7 or 8 martial kings stood far off, equally astonished by the unfolding scene. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Was Niao Wushuang truly merely a mid-level grand martial artist? Among these martial kings, one from the Dragon Empire held a recording stone, capturing every moment of the encounter. Concurrently, his mental energy accessed the Liangzhou Sky Network, initiating a live broadcast. Everything occurring here was transmitted in real time to the Liangzhou Sky Network, where tens of thousands of martial artists tuned in to witness the spectacle. The Dragon Empire spanned vast territories, its landmass countless times larger than that of the Longjian Kingdom. The martial kings of the Dragon Empire could spend a portion of their essence crystals to acquire a Sky Network pass, granting them access to the Liangzhou Sky Network at any given moment. The Liangzhou Sky Network, having emerged only a few decades ago, was said to have appeared alongside an ancient relic, now under the control of the Divine Temple. No one can precisely articulate the principles underlying the Sky Network, which is known to be an ethereal realm of the mind. Only those who have attained the martial prowess of a martial king can traverse into this domain using their spiritual force. The Sky Network is boundless and teeming with various trading venues where one can buy and sell a plethora of cultivation resources. It also offers a wealth of current affairs and hot news for perusal, as well as dedicated social forums for warriors to engage with one another. Situated in a remote area, the Dragon Sword Kingdom boasts only a handful of martial kings, none of whom have acquired a Sky Network pass. Even the martial kings from the Divine Temple and the 9-Tripod Pavilion are barred from accessing the Sky Network in Liangzhou. Conversely, those few martial kings hailing from the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty possess Sky Network passes. Some even began by utilizing recording stones to live-stream the battles taking place here onto the Liangzhou Sky Network. Concurrently, betting was opened for each challenge, attracting considerable attention from many warriors. Among these battles, none captured more intrigue than those of Niao Wushuang. From the first match of the Dragon Pool Championship to the very last, each encounter was unexpected, yielding substantial profits for the uploader. Simultaneously, Niao Wushuang's reputation soared on the Liangzhou Sky Network, with each of his battles prominently featured, garnering exceptional viewership. When the clash between Niao Wushuang and Ling Zhanyun was broadcasted online, the entire Sky Network forum erupted in excitement. Numerous comments flooded in below. Who is this? Absolutely fierce. Is that kid truly a mid-level grandmaster? No way he could be faking it. I refuse to believe a mid-level grandmaster can withstand a mid-level martial king. If this is true, I'll livestream myself eating excrement. I'm waiting for that livestream. Who is that mid-level martial king? This is utterly pathetic. In an instant, the Liangzhou Sky Network was abuzz. At the same time, tens of thousands of warriors were captivated by this duel. A match between a mid-level grandmaster and a mid-level martial king, which should have been devoid of suspense, now drew the attention of multitudes. The comments continued to multiply. Keep going, don't stop. I'm eager for the outcome. I'm all in, betting my entire fortune on this kid. You've lost it. If a mid-level martial king can lose, pigs might as well fly. Simultaneously, in the skies above the forests, several dozen miles from the Dragon Sword Kingdom, a colossal black eagle, measuring 30 feet in wingspan, soared gracefully at an altitude of 100 meters. Its feathers stood erect like sharp blades, each glistening magnificently in the sunlight, exuding a dark sheen. Its eyes sparkled like sapphires, radiant and bright. Its claws, sharper than any blade, were complemented by tufts of snowy down on its legs, while a ring of golden feathers adorned its neck, each plume resembling gold and radiating a dazzling light. As the majestic black eagle glided through the sky, It resembled a massive vessel, casting a shadow over the land. To the astonishment of all, upon the back of this eagle rested an ancient edifice, an awe-inspiring sight. The eagle bore a house upon its back. Before the house stood an elderly man, his hair white, yet his visage youthful, clad in gray. Should anyone chance upon this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. For this was no ordinary eagle. It was a fifth-tier soul beast, a genuine eagle monarch, a being of imperial strength, akin to a martial emperor. How astonishing it was that such a majestic eagle monarch would willingly serve as a mount. One could scarcely fathom the realm of the gray-clad elder who commanded this eagle monarch. The old man gazed intently towards the direction of Yongzhou City, his expression brimming with fervor. 3 years had passed. He wondered how his family fared. The elder murmured to himself, clutching a black token, roughly the size of a palm. This token, reminiscent of a white crystal card, was slender and shimmered with a dark luminescence. On one side of the token were inscribed the words Heavenly Network, while the reverse bore the large character for Liang. This was indeed the pass for the Liangzhou Heavenly Network. As the gray-clad elder infused his spiritual energy into the Heavenly Network pass, he was instantly transported into a virtual realm. Before him appeared a wall of light, akin to a screen, stretching several feet in height. The wall bore the welcoming words of the Liangzhou Heavenly Network. As this interface flickered, the homepage of the Liangzhou Heavenly Network materialized, replete with nearly 100 categorized sections. The elder swiftly navigated through the categories with his mind, and soon noticed a video whose viewership was skyrocketing. When he glimpsed the thumbnail of the video, his heart skipped a beat. It was Wushuang. The elder was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that the protagonist of the video was the young man he knew. Without hesitation, the elder clicked on the live video, and upon seeing the youth standing opposite Ling Zhanyun, he erupted with fury. His hair stood on end, and his robe billowed violently in the wind. He was desperate to comprehend the circumstances that had led Niao Wushuang and Ling Zhanyun to stand on the arena together. In haste, he perused several other videos uploaded by the same publisher, growing increasingly enraged with each viewing. By the time he finished watching all the videos, his anger had reached a boiling point. With a mere gesture of his finger, a terrifying sword energy cleaved the clouds in the sky asunder. How dare you treat Wushuang in such a manner? Do you think the Nie family is without a protector? The elder bellowed in wrath, urging his black eagle to hasten towards Yongzhou City. Meanwhile, oblivious to the turmoil within the Liangzhou Heavenly Network and the elder's furious response, Nie Wushuang and Ling Zhanyun remained unaware of the unfolding events. After exchanging a punch with Ling Zhanyun, Nie Wushuang's expression shifted slightly. The power of a mid-level martial king was indeed formidable. With his current strength, the odds of defeating Ling Zhanyun in a head-on confrontation were exceedingly slim. His mind raced, contemplating countless strategies, yet none seemed to guarantee he could vanquish a mid-level martial king. Chapter 73, The King's Decapitation. Bang! Ling Zhanyun's body trembled as waves of true energy surged forth, coalescing into a humanoid form of pure essence. This manifestation resembled his doppelganger, launching itself towards Niao Wushuang with lethal intent. The humanoid true energy served as a formidable weapon for an intermediate martial king, allowing for a simultaneous assault akin to the combined force of 2 martial kings. As one's cultivation level ascends, the potency and quantity of the manifested humanoid true energy increase. Some martial kings are even capable of conjuring 10 such forms, unleashing a formidable onslaught capable of overwhelming an emperor-level warrior. However, Ling Zhanyun, being merely an intermediate martial king, wielded no pinnacle martial techniques. And even at the zenith of his prowess, he struggled to produce a second humanoid true energy. Nonetheless, with this singular manifestation aiding him, he was already formidable, especially against an opponent who was merely an intermediate grand martial master. Boom! The humanoid true energy struck with ferocity, a torrent of true energy erupting from his hands. Unleashing a cataclysmic force, Ling Zhanyun followed closely, joining the assault alongside his manifestation against Nie Wushuang. His fists radiated with brilliance, transforming into beastly visages that exuded an aura of primal ferocity. Bang! Nie Wushuang did not flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. Engaging 2 foes simultaneously, he delivered blows to both the humanoid true energy and Ling Zhanyun. The collision of their fists unleashed a thunderous roar, shattering the surrounding true energy and resonating like thunder. After numerous exchanges, Nie Wushuang not only held his ground but countered fiercely, his dominant true energy obliterating the humanoid form. Ling Zhanyun's eyes turned crimson as he roared in fury, landing a punch that struck Nie Wushuang's back. In that fleeting moment of impact, An ancient savage elephant burst forth from Niao Wushuang's back, absorbing the brunt of Ling Zhanyun's onslaught and mitigating most of its terrifying force. Having cultivated the dragon elephant body, he was shielded by the formidable essence of the dragon and elephant, a life-saving defense in dire moments. This primordial beast absorbed 90% of Ling Zhanyun's punch. Nevertheless, the force of an intermediate martial king's strike was not to be underestimated. Even with only 10% of his strength connecting, it sent Niao Wushuang reeling, his steps faltering as he nearly stumbled. Little beast, to shatter my humanoid true energy, you may consider yourself proud in your impending demise. Ling Zhanyun pursued, his eyes ablaze with rage as he unleashed a fierce punch, intent on annihilating Niao Wushuang. The destruction of his humanoid form had weakened him considerably, and it would take him at least a month to reforge it. He let out a low growl, his punch imbued with the might of thunder, crackling with lightning as he summoned advanced martial techniques. In an instant, a colossal savage divine beast materialized behind him, roaring to the heavens, its terrifying presence stirring the very elements and asserting its unmatched dominance. Onlookers were astounded. This was a martial art of the barbarian tribes, a pinnacle technique at that. With a thunderous clash, his punch transformed into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Niao Wushuang's heart, seeking to end the battle in one decisive strike. Sensing the impending danger, Niao Wushuang's instincts sharpened. He realized that a martial king was indeed beyond the reach of a mere grand martial master. In a hurried moment, he did not turn around. Instead, he let out a low growl, and an ancient dragon elephant surged forth from his back, colliding with the savage divine beast above Ling Zhanyun's head. A thunderous roar erupted overhead as the two savage divine beasts simultaneously disintegrated. His internal organs trembled, emitting a sound akin to a sword song, as 5 streams of sword energy surged forth, coalescing into a 5-colored divine sword that sliced through the short distance, aiming to cleave Ling Zhanyun's fist. This sudden turn of events left Ling Zhanyun utterly astonished. The proximity was too great. He realized it was too late to evade the 5-colored divine sword. With a desperate roar, he channeled all his true energy into his fist imprint, attempting to shatter the 5-colored divine sword upon impact. Crack! The 5-colored divine sword flickered with brilliance, splattering blood in a wide arc. The sword's formidable energy was unleashed for the first time, effortlessly severing half of Ling Zhanyun's arm. Blood gushed forth, staining Niao Wushuang's back a deep crimson. Ah! Ling Zhanyun emitted a chilling scream, his eyes burning with rage, a murderous intent radiating from him. You little beast! I shall kill you, he howled, recklessly intent on avenging himself upon Niao Wushuang. Boom! His right hand was nearly severed, yet his left hand surged forward, still targeting the 5-colored divine sword. He sensed the sword's extraordinary nature. His speed was remarkable, his body enveloped by a radiant energy, akin to a luminous cannonball hurtling forward. Above his head, an ancient dragon elephant materialized, with sword light entwining around him and a quintet of divine swords suspended overhead. He unleashed every lethal technique he possessed, intent on exterminating Ling Zhanyun, aiming to slay a formidable martial king on this arena. The martial king was nothing but that. His voice was steeped in disdain, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Today, I shall surely slay you. Enraged, he resolved to take the king's life, letting the royal blood spill across the arena. Ling Zhanyun, driven to madness by fury, bellowed as he drew forth the dragon scale sword, wielding it in his left hand while channeling fiery sword energy, summoning a wave of flames to obstruct Niao Wushuang. Bang! The quintet of divine swords descended, shattering the fiery sword energy and cleaving through the inferno. The ancient dragon elephant surged forth, its hooves striking the ground, unleashing a terrifying divine power that fractured the earth, charging toward Ling Zhanyun. Chapter 74. Eccentric Father and Daughter. Ling Zhanyun screamed as the primal divine martial soul erupted from within him. It was a colossal ancient beast radiating silver light. A silver martial soul. Bang! The primal divine martial soul collided with the ancient dragon elephant, causing the ground to split, rocks to scatter, and the arena to be obliterated into ruins. Dust billowed, obscuring the spectator's view. Amidst the swirling dust, Niao Wushuang descended, grasping the Nirvana sword. In a flash of black sword light, a head was severed and sent flying. Thud! That head rolled for dozens of meters, tumbling from the shattered arena to the ground below. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the crowd was left in stunned silence. No one dared to believe that he had truly slain a king, causing a mid-tier martial king to bleed out here. Even the dragon emperor trembled. He had witnessed the last moment when Ling Zhanyun's primal divine martial soul emerged, a silver martial soul, and had hoped for a reversal. Yet, even with the silver martial soul, Ling Zhanyun was still slain. The outcome was shocking and unfathomable. His body trembled violently, filled with dread. If it had not been for the unnecessary intervention of the battle marquis, seeking to kill Nie Wuxiang personally, it would have been him bleeding out now. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes wide with fear, utterly unable to believe that Nie Wuxiang possessed the power to slay a king. We all underestimated this young man. Elder Sun was equally astonished, though he maintained his composure. After all, with his strength, it would be as easy as pie to kill Nie Wuxiang. For the first time, he acknowledged his oversight. He now felt regret. Had he not been deceived by the Ling father and son earlier, how could he have failed to recognize that Nie Wuxiang was the true prodigy? Perhaps now, Nie Wuxiang would become his disciple, rising within the sword worship sect, bringing him glory as a mentor. Even at this moment, Elder Sun did not believe the situation was irretrievable. He rose from the stands, landing before Nie Wuxiang, extending an invitation. With your prowess to slay a king, few among your peers can compare. I hold great expectations for you. Come with me and become my esteemed disciple. In the future, you shall become a true inheritor of the sword worship sect, shining brightly in the vast world. His confidence was palpable, his words dripping with arrogance. Given his esteemed position, the attempt to recruit Nie Wuxiang was a considerable concession. He was convinced that no one would dare to refuse. Meanwhile, Ling Zhanyun, barely clinging to life, was nearly overwhelmed with rage upon witnessing his father's brutal demise. The news of Elder Sun's unsolicited offer to enroll Nie Wuxiang incited a furious reaction, causing him to spit blood. Despite possessing dual martial souls and achieving the spirit martial realm before the age of 20, he had to sacrifice a drop of the barbarian god's essence, blood, and numerous treasures to earn Elder Sun's acknowledgement as a disciple. Yet Nie Wuxiang, it seemed, required no such offerings. Elder Sun was eager to claim him as his own. Master, this is unjust. Ling Balong exerted all his strength, gritting his teeth in protest. You cannot accept him. Silence. Elder Sun retorted, turning with a cold gaze that dripped with disdain for Ling Balong, sharply admonishing, who do you think you are? When have I ever considered you as a disciple? Should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall end you on the spot. He swiftly severed any ties with Ling Balong. The abruptness of Elder Sun's betrayal plunged Ling Balong into despair, causing his frail body to tremble violently until he ultimately succumbed to death. Observing this scene, Nie Wuxiang could not suppress a cold smirk. Knowing that Ling Balong could never have anticipated that he would be driven to his demise by his own master. Incompetent fool. Elder Sun's eyes held no trace of compassion as he turned his attention to Nie Wuxiang, a glimmer of pride and admiration in his gaze. Come with me. Upon your return to the sword worship sect, I shall bestow upon you the true essence of martial arts. The techniques practiced here are rudimentary at best, utterly incapable of unleashing the full potential of true qi. Throughout his discourse, he maintained an air of superiority, treating the recruitment as an act of benevolence towards Nie Wuxiang. This demeanor was distasteful to Nie Wuxiang. In the stands, the announcement of Elder Sun's intent to take Nie Wuxiang as a disciple elicited peculiar expressions from Long Huang, Wu Ho, and Wu Tianjiao. The latter two, in particular, displayed hints of terror in their eyes. They had once humiliated Nie Wuxiang, with Wu Tianjiao going so far as to attempt to divorce him in front of an audience to curry favor with Ling Balong, an indignity that was a profound affront to any man. They had believed that Nie Wuxiang would surely perish today and had never thought much of their past actions. But now, they were filled with dread. Nie Wuxiang not only survived, but had also slain a king. Soon, he would ascend to the status of an inner disciple of the sword worship sect, a rank far beyond their reach. Wu Tianjiao trembled in fear, nearly brought to tears by the tragic end of Ling Balong, whom she had once admired. What is there to cry about? If tears could change fate, I would weep alongside you. Seeing Wu Tianjiao on the verge of tears only exacerbated Wu Ho's agitation. He seized her and descended before Nie Wuxiang. With an icy demeanor, Nie Wuxiang prepared to witness what schemes this shameless father-daughter duo might concoct. Wu Chongxiao had anticipated Nie Wuxiang's lack of goodwill towards them, and with an awkward smile, he still shamelessly called out, "Esteemed son-in-law, have you mistaken me?" Nie Wuxiang scoffed, finding this individual's audacity utterly repugnant as he approached to curry favor. He was unceremonious, pointing at the lifeless corpse of Ling Balong and coldly uttering, "That is your so-called son-in-law." Wu Chongxiao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he suddenly pointed at Ling Balong's remains, shouting in anger, "What is this villain worth? How could he possibly compare to your son-in-law?" Taking a step closer, he attempted to clarify, "You may not be aware, but the events prior were not of our choosing. It was that old scoundrel Ling Zhanyun and his son who threatened us. Yes, it was they who coerced our father-daughter duo into severing ties with you. This has nothing to do with us. It was never our intention. His explanation was utterly shameless. Leaving many around him speechless, even the Dragon Emperor appeared dumbfounded. The enmity between the Wu family and Niao Wushuang was known throughout Yongzhou City. Yet Wu Chongxiao had the audacity to attempt a forced absolution? Such blatant impudence was astonishing. Upon hearing Wu Chongxiao's justification, Wu Tianjiao, who had been at a loss, immediately reacted, even leaning half her body against Niao Wushuang, tearfully lamenting, "Wushuang, I was truly coerced. I have always loved you, from the very beginning until now. You are the only one in my heart." Previously, she had insulted Niao Wushuang repeatedly, belittling her to the value of mere refuse. Yet now she had the gall to utter such words, leaving even Niao Wushuang at a loss for words. They truly were a pair of peculiar father and daughter, each possessing a skin thicker than the other. Chapter 75. The consequence of insolence. Truly, those devoid of shame are invincible. The audacity of these two surpassed even the thickest of city walls. Year after year, peculiarities abound, and this year seems particularly rife. Many spectators snickered, openly mocking them. Upon hearing the derision, Wu Chongxiao felt a flush of embarrassment, while Wu Tianjiao trembled with indignation. Instead of retreating in shame, she nearly draped herself entirely over Niao Wushuang, sweetly proclaiming, "Wushuang, did you not say you would love me for a lifetime? Did you not promise to marry only me?" Previously, she had repeatedly claimed Niao Wushuang was unworthy of her, yet now she beseeched Niao Wushuang to marry her. Niao Wushuang forcefully pushed Wu Tianjiao away, brushing off her garments with a frown, stating, "Did I ever say such a thing? You did. You most certainly did." Wu Tianjiao exclaimed in a panic, believing Niao Wushuang had a change of heart, hastily adding, "I now agree. You can come and marry me whenever you wish." "Did I truly say that? My apologies. I cannot recall." Niao Wushuang replied with a faint smile, waving her hand dismissively. "However, I do remember that I have already given you a letter of divorce. We are no longer connected. If your memory fails you, I would not mind writing another letter of divorce." She could not even be bothered to cast Wu Tianjiao another glance. Wu Tianjiao stood there awkwardly, tears welling up, her regret palpable. Suddenly, she fell to her knees before Niao Wushuang, crawling to her feet, desperately clutching her legs, sobbing, "I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Wushuang, grant me one chance. From this day forth, I swear I shall never again wrong you. Please, don't abandon me." Niao Wushuang forcefully kicked Wu Tianjiao away, her voice chilling as she declared, "If you do not leave at once, I shall truly kill you." The icy glare sent shivers through Wu Tianjiao's delicate frame. "Let us go?" Wu Chongxiao discerned that Niao Wushuang would never accept Wu Tianjiao, and he stepped forward to pull his daughter away, retreating in a disheveled manner. As the father and daughter withdrew, the Dragon Emperor unexpectedly descended, landing before Niao Wushuang and presenting her with a resplendent golden elixir, his face adorned with a smile. "Niao, this is your reward for this competition, the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Pill." By addressing her as Niao, he acknowledged her as the champion of the Dragon Pool competition. The title of champion, along with the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Pill as a reward, was clearly an attempt to curry favor with her. Niao Wushuang accepted the elixir without hesitation, gazing at the Dragon Emperor and inquiring, "May I enter the Dragon Pool?" Although she held no admiration for the Dragon Emperor and even harbored thoughts of murder, this did not hinder her desire to absorb the spiritual essence of the Dragon Pool. As for the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Pill, while it was not of the highest caliber, it was suitable for Niao Wushuang's current needs. Seeing her accept the elixir, the Dragon Emperor exhaled in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his chest, and he personally escorted Niao Wushuang to the Dragon Pool. Elder son, not in a hurry, smiled from behind, saying, "I await your return to the Sword Sect." He had evidently begun to regard Niao Wushuang as his disciple. Ignoring him, Niao Wushuang strode directly into the Dragon Pool. Meanwhile, in another location, chaos erupted in the Liangzhou Skynet. Following the broadcast of the complete battle between Niao Wushuang and Ling Zhanyun, countless martial artists were left in disbelief. Is this real? An intermediate grand martial master slaying an intermediate martial king? With a single stroke? It must be a fabrication. Such shoddy special effects had to be manipulated. If it were true, I would live stream myself eating excrement. "Hey, upstairs, when are you going to eat that excrement? Wait for your live broadcast." Laughter erupted across the Skynet. Those who had previously claimed Niao Wushuang would triumph and live stream their consumption of excrement were soon besieged by others. "I am certain this is absolutely false. If an intermediate grand martial master could slay an intermediate martial king, I would eat a whole bowl of excrement." This individual remained stubborn, unwilling to believe the video content was authentic. Soon, someone shared the video for the elders of their clan to verify. The martial emperor from Longyuan Pavilion confirmed the video's authenticity. A martial emperor from the martial Dao Heavenly Palace, specializing in martial techniques, verified that the battle footage was unedited. High-ranking temple martial emperors also vouched for the video's veracity. Hey, upstairs, are you coming to eat that excrement? We are waiting for your live broadcast, rain or shine. Damn it, has this guy fled? Does he still have any shame? We are all anticipating your grand live stream. In the end, the individual who had previously boasted about live streaming an act of disgraceful absurdity was utterly frightened and withdrew from the Liangzhou Sky Network. Discussions about the battle ensued among all. What kind of martial king was that? Lacking even the slightest hint of combat finesse, his martial arts were crude and unrefined, hardly qualifying him as a genuine intermediate martial king. If he were truly an intermediate martial king and could be defeated, I would gladly endure a day of such ignominy on live stream. This individual returned, bouncing about in the comments section of the video. Upon his appearance, many gathered to confront him, demanding he fulfill his prior promise. He evaded their inquiries, diverting the conversation and launching a tirade against Nie Wushuang. Who the hell knows where this wretched pup emerged from? An intermediate grandmaster can slay an intermediate martial king? Why doesn't he ascend to the heavens then? Before long, a comment appeared. Who dares to insult my grandson? Hilariously, another added, you are indeed bolder than I. Taking advantage of others. Get lost, for I am truly his grandfather. Get lost, you impertinent fool. I am his great uncle. If you have the guts, join me in the virtual combat space. The brash individual, suddenly realizing he was exchanging barbs with a martial emperor, trembled in fear and anxiously inquired, Elder, is he truly your grandson? Of course. Step forth for battle. The gray-clad elder standing atop the Eagle Emperor's back was incensed, his beard bristling with rage. He left comments demanding that the insolent individual be dragged out for a proper lesson. Step forth for battle. Fight. The gray-clad elder incessantly posted comments, exuding unmatched dominance. The brash individual was soon frightened enough to flee. Ultimately, this was merely a conflict between an intermediate grandmaster and an intermediate martial king. The true focus lay on the formidable martial kings. Now, with a martial emperor making an appearance and issuing a challenge, many trembled in fear. Some onlookers, reveling in the chaos, sought out the information of the insolent commentator. Before long, he was located and, in submission, he presented himself to apologize. Martial Emperor, I was wrong. Grandfather, spare my life. Grandfather, should I live stream the disgrace? Get lost. Ultimately, upon receiving a response from the martial emperor, the brash martial king breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have escaped a dire fate. Many suppressed their laughter, recognizing this as the fitting consequence of his insolence. Chapter 76. The golden seed on the back of the Eagle Emperor. The gray-clad elder laughed heartily. Earlier, while watching the battle between Nie Wushuang and Ling Zhanyun, he had been on edge, but now he was filled with mirth. Old chap, is he truly your grandson? Did you not say his martial soul was rendered useless? How could he slay an intermediate martial king? You are not jesting with me, are you? The Eagle Emperor responded, for he too was a sovereign, albeit a soul beast, possessing a Sky Network pass. Thus, he had witnessed the entire battle unfold. Although such a skirmish appeared trivial in the eyes of their kind, the outcome astonished him. For an intermediate grandmaster to decisively slay an intermediate martial king was indeed remarkable. Indeed, it is quite true. The gray-clad elder was none other than the long-lost sword marquis Nie Jiantong, who triumphantly declared, I left home 3 years ago to assist him in searching for spiritual herbs to restore his martial soul. Certainly, during these 3 years, he must have encountered extraordinary experiences, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Enhanced combat prowess? The Eagle Monarch was left speechless. Is this not defying the heavens? Huh, indeed. Just consider whose grandson he is. Nie Jiantong laughed heartily, boldly declaring, the offspring of the Nie family are destined to challenge the heavens. The Eagle Monarch fell silent. He harbored no doubts regarding Nie Jiantong's words, for in his eyes, Nie Jiantong was indeed formidable and astonishingly powerful. Otherwise, how could he, a dignified Eagle Monarch, be subdued? Reduced to a mere steed in this place? Within the dragon pool, Nie Wushuang progressed onward, traversing through a chilling passageway that stretched for thousands of meters. He delved deep underground until the surroundings opened up into clarity. The so-called dragon pool resided within a natural cavern deep underground, covering a modest area of several dozen square meters. The lake's water shimmered with a pearlescent glow, emanating a radiant aura. As Nie Wushuang approached the dragon pool, he sensed that the spiritual energy here was denser than that outside, though it paled in comparison to the energy within the cultivation chamber. After all, The cultivation chamber boasted 3 times the spiritual energy, while this place barely contained 1. He gazed towards the center of the dragon pool, where a stone-carved lotus platform rested, upon which lay a yellow meditation cushion. Spiritual energy from the dragon pool surged forth from this very spot, positioning the lotus platform as the optimal point for absorbing the pool's energy. With a swift motion, Nie Wuxuang leapt across a distance of 10 zhang, landing upon the lotus platform. As he seated himself, the water surrounding him began to ripple. The pearlescent waters first produced small bubbles, akin to countless tiny pearls, which constantly burst. Then, the bubbles grew larger, some the size of a fist, capable of breaking the surface and hovering at a height of several inches before bursting. During this process, Nie Wuxuang could sense the concentration of spiritual energy around him rapidly increasing. Initially, as the small bubbles emerged from the water, the surrounding energy doubled in concentration, and when they transformed into larger bubbles, it surged again to triple the energy. The bubbles continued to expand. After undergoing 9 transformations, the final bubbles reached the size of a human head, ascending to the same height as Nie Wuxuang on the lotus platform before bursting with a resounding pop. At this point, the spiritual energy of the dragon pool had risen to 10-fold. In such an environment for cultivation, 1 hour equated to 10 hours outside. Nie Wuxuang casually retrieved a previously refined elixir designed to accelerate cultivation and consumed it, instantly amplifying his cultivation speed in the dragon pool to an astounding 60 or 70 times. This terrifying rate of cultivation led to consecutive breakthroughs within mere moments. Previously, on the arena, he had slain Ling Zhanyun and absorbed the essence of a mid-level martial king, resulting in an initial breakthrough to the 6th tier of the spirit martial realm. Now, in the dragon pool, merely 1 hour later, he had once again advanced, reaching the 7th tier of the spirit martial realm. And this was only the beginning. He also ingested the Dragon Tiger Body Refining Pill, utilizing the spiritual energy of the dragon pool to refine the pill's power. The Dragon Tiger Body Refining Pill is a spiritual medicine for tempering the physical body, and once refined, it grants the body invulnerability to blades and arrows, leaving no trace when struck by ordinary weapons. Nie Wuxuang's physique was inherently formidable, and at this moment, as he absorbed the power of the Dragon and Tiger Body Refining Pill, it was akin to adding a flourish to an already magnificent tapestry. Simultaneously, the dragon scale sword wielded by Ling Zhanyun was consumed into Nie Wuxuang's body. His internal sword energy surged, igniting flames that transformed into an ancient divine furnace, refining the dragon scale sword. Should he succeed, his invincible sword body would ascend to the level of a spiritual sword, rendering his physical form as indomitable as a spiritual blade. After the passage of an hour, the spiritual energy of the dragon pool began to wane, returning the surrounding aura to its normal state. Nie Wuxuang rose from the lotus platform. He did not depart, but gazed intently at the depths of the dragon pool. The peculiar spiritual energy emanating from the pool was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he contemplated. It was said that true dragons had once bled here, giving rise to the dragon pool, and that every so often, the spiritual energy would resurface. He pondered whether he could uncover the remnants of dragon blood. He yearned to overturn the dragon pool in search of the dragon's essence. With 9 dragon martial souls within him, his path of cultivation was inevitably intertwined with that of the true dragon. Should he acquire true dragon blood, it would significantly benefit his training. His gaze flickered as he peered into the depths of the dragon pool. The pool was relatively small and shallow, allowing him to see to its bottom, yet he could discern no trace of dragon blood. Gritting his teeth, Nie Wuxuang unleashed his divine consciousness, employing his formidable mental prowess to explore the vicinity. He soon discerned that beneath the lotus platform, there appeared to be something extraordinary. Dragon blood lay hidden there. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he effortlessly overturned the lotus platform. To his astonishment, what emerged was not a pool of true dragon blood, but rather a golden seed. This fist-sized golden seed, resting at the very bottom of the dragon pool, radiated a divine luster. Nie Wuxuang was taken aback, for the seed bore traces of the true dragon. Intricate patterns morphed into dragons, soaring through the heavens, while others transformed into swords, their essence piercing the skies. Some patterns resembled ancient trees, reaching from the earth to the heavens, and others evoked deities and demons, chasing the sun and moon. Each mark revealed the extraordinary nature of this golden seed, which could very well be an ancient divine seed left behind. He retrieved the golden seed and discovered beneath it some crimson blood, nearly desiccated. This was the true dragon blood. Nie Wuxuang discerned that this nearly withered essence was indeed the true dragon blood, sustaining the spiritual energy of the dragon pool. If the spiritual energy of the pool originated from true dragon blood, what then was the nature of the golden seed in his possession? Overwhelmed with curiosity, he found that even the memories of the divine emperor had failed to yield anything comparable to this golden seed. With a sigh, he temporarily stored the golden seed away. It was indeed remarkable, seemingly connected to the true dragon. Perhaps, if the opportunity arose in the future, he could cultivate it and unveil its true nature. As Niao Wushuang extracted the golden seed along with the desiccated dragon blood, the spiritual energy of the entire dragon pool became even more potent. Chapter 77. The Majestic Might of Niao Wushuang. Niao Wushuang observed that the spiritual energy within the dragon pool was completely dissipating and would not last long before fading entirely. Ultimately, this place shall return to the mundane, and the ethereal energies of the dragon pool shall never again manifest. With no lingering attachment, he turned and departed. Returning to the surface, as Niao Wushuang exited the dragon pool, a fervor erupted outside. Elder Sun was the first to approach, discerning that Niao Wushuang's aura was tumultuous, indicating a significant breakthrough. Upon employing his own energy to perceive Niao Wushuang's cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, he was taken aback. A remarkable ascent of 5 levels, truly astonishing. Elder Sun marveled. He was aware of the dragon pool's might, which typically allowed for a single level increase. Yet Niao Wushuang had transcended 5 levels within it. This further underscored Niao Wushuang's exceptional talent. In truth, he remained unaware that Niao Wushuang had already broken through to the 5th level of the spirit martial realm prior to entering the dragon pool. Within its depths, he cultivated, refining Ling Zhanyun's energy, absorbing the diamond body refining pill, and assimilating the dragon pool's essence, thereby achieving 4 consecutive breakthroughs. Elder Sun beamed with a smile and approached, saying, "Come, let us return to the sword sect." It was natural for him to expect Niao Wushuang to accompany him, yet upon his tug, Niao Wushuang remained steadfastly unmoved. Elder Sun, taken aback, turned to regard Niao Wushuang with a hint of dissatisfaction. "When did I ever state that I would accompany you to the sword sect?" Niao Wushuang replied coolly, gesturing towards the distant Ling Balong, who had been struck down by rage, and Su Liang, whom he had nearly incapacitated. "You must be mistaken. They are your disciples." Elder Sun trembled with indignation. He recognized that Niao Wushuang was mocking him. He had initially believed that by agreeing to accept Niao Wushuang as a disciple, the latter would be grateful, yet the reality was that Niao Wushuang displayed utter indifference, even deriding him. Elder Sun was incensed. As a distinguished elder of the sword sect and a formidable martial emperor, he had never endured such humiliation. His expression darkened, and he glared at Niao Wushuang with a predatory gaze, declaring in a thunderous tone, "You must think carefully. If you fail to seize this opportunity, it will be a grievous loss for you. Even with some talent, without the cultivation of the sword sect, your future remains bleak. You will still amount to nothing." Despite his fury, he still sought to recruit Niao Wushuang, forcing a semblance of a smile as he continued, "I understand you harbor resentment for earlier events. Let me rectify that." Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, the Dragon Emperor trembled in fear. Niao Wushuang had faced considerable injustice during this dragon pool competition, all at Elder Sun's behest. Indeed, Elder Sun's icy gaze turned towards the Dragon Emperor, commanding in a domineering manner, "Sever one of your own limbs as penance for my disciple." With that, he demanded the Dragon Emperor to self-mutilate. The Dragon Emperor, nearly in tears, knelt in supplication, pleading, "Elder, forgive my transgressions. I was misled and coerced into acting upon the orders of the Ling family. I recognize my wrongs and am willing to offer anything as restitution." He, too, sought to evade responsibility like the Martial Marquis and his daughter, prepared to present any form of compensation to atone to Niao Wushuang. Elder Sun, however, was not so easily deceived. He scoffed coldly, stating, "There is no need for pleasantries. You ought to know what you must do." The Dragon Emperor hurriedly crawled towards Niao Wushuang, kneeling on the ground, devoid of the grace and authority befitting a sovereign, and pleaded, "Niao, I implore you, for the sake of the old sword marquis, spare me this once. Whatever you desire for compensation, I shall offer it all." A ruler of a nation, reduced to a supplicant before Niao Wushuang, resembled a lost dog begging for mercy. The countless citizens of Longjian Kingdom surrounding them were filled with rage, some even disdainfully spitting. "Wow, what a disgrace! Such a being is fit to be the king of Longjian Kingdom?" they exclaimed. "Step down from the throne, let Niao Wushuang ascend as the emperor. We shall honor him as Emperor Nia." Many cried out, rallying for the Dragon Emperor's abdication in favor of Niao Wushuang, referring to him as Emperor Nia. This scene nearly drove the Dragon Emperor to the brink of bloodshed. His eyes sweeping over the crowd, he growled, "A bunch of lowly peasants." Though furious, he dared not unleash his wrath, remaining on his knees before Nie Wuxuang, continuing to plead, "Nieho, spare me this once. I promise I shall never err again. I acknowledge my previous faults. I beg you for another chance. I will amend my ways." Nie Wuxuang's expression was frigid as he replied coolly, "Begone." Upon hearing these two words, the Dragon Emperor felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, prostrating in gratitude before fleeing in disarray. "Now, may I accompany you?" Elder Sun inquired of Nie Wuxuang. He assumed that after helping Nie Wuxuang release his pent-up frustrations, Nie Wuxuang would graciously return with him to the sword sect. "I shall not go," Nie Wuxuang flatly rejected. "You truly refuse to go?" Elder Sun, exasperated, felt his demeanor grow icy. "Is my message unclear, or is your comprehension lacking?" Nie Wuxuang remained indifferent to Elder Sun's feelings, reiterating coldly, "I say once more, I shall not go." Boom. Elder Sun, infuriated, swung his fist, creating a large crater in the ground. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as he glared at Nie Wuxuang, declaring in a deep voice, "Are you forcing my hand to kill you?" He could perceive that Nie Wuxuang had no intention of departing with him and was merely toying with him. The esteemed elder of the sword sect, a formidable martial emperor, could not swallow such humiliation. His vital essence surged forth, radiating with the brilliance of the sun. As he prepared to strike Nie Wuxuang down, Nie Wuxuang had long anticipated this outcome. Even in the face of the martial emperor's oppressive might, he remained unyielding, boldly proclaiming, "Kill me? I doubt you possess the capability." "Very well." Elder Sun sneered, launching a fist directly towards Nie Wuxuang. His speed was astonishing, the punch imbued with fiery power. Akin to the sun erupting, crashing towards Nie Wuxuang. Nie Wuxuang's expression shifted slightly. An ancient dragon elephant materialized behind him, and without flinching, he met Elder Sun's punch head-on. The ground trembled with the thunderous clash of their fists, the terrifying energy radiating outward, fracturing the earth beneath them. Both Nie Wuxuang and the martial emperor were forced back several steps from the impact. This spectacle was quickly relayed to the Tianwang of Liangzhou, causing an uproar once more. Heavens, is that a martial emperor? Has that boy lost his mind? Daring to engage a martial emperor in battle? He actually exchanged a blow with the martial emperor, standing his ground. My goodness, could he be a divine being descended from the heavens? A grand martial master facing off against the martial emperor, and emerging unscathed. If that is truly the case, I would livestream myself consuming the words of that overly brazen individual. At this thought, he hurriedly fell silent, frightened. Haha. Is the one upstairs preparing for another livestream of consuming excrement? How many days will this one last? Truly, they have a short memory for pain. Do they still wish to challenge the martial emperor? Step up and fight. Someone imitated the martial emperor's challenge, causing that arrogant fellow to shrink back in fear. A chill creeping up his spine. His final response was, "The might of the emperor Nye." This was mere flattery, as he feared the martial emperor might truly seek him out for a duel. Although he too was a formidable martial king, when faced with the martial emperor, he could only cower, utterly unwilling to confront him. Only a madman like Nie Wuxuang would dare to confront the martial emperor with the cultivation of a grand martial master. Boldly engaging in battle. Chapter 78. Battle with the martial emperor. You rascal, how domineering. You resonate with my temperament. The Eagle Emperor laughed heartily, greatly appreciating Nie Wuxuang's audacious approach. This reckless youth dared to confront the martial emperor. What an outrageous display. Nie Jiantong was exceedingly anxious, stamping his foot hard on the back of the Eagle Emperor, cursing fervently. What the hell are you dawdling for? If my grandson cannot be saved, I swear I will roast you alive. Bah, old man, what does this have to do with me? The Eagle Emperor retorted defensively, having already pushed his speed to the limit. Yet he could empathize with Nie Jiantong's distress. After all, his beloved grandson was embroiled in a battle with a martial emperor. How could he not be anxious? Damn it, you scoundrels of the sword sect. If you dare harm my grandson, I will dismantle your entire sect. Nie Jiantong shouted furiously on the back of the Eagle Emperor, his eyes reddening with urgency, desperate to fly to Dragon Pool and rescue Nie Wuxuang. But despite his anxiety, there was nothing he could do. The distance to Dragon Pool was at least 100 miles away, and even at the Eagle Emperor's speed, it would take some time to arrive. Who was it that spoke ill of my grandson? Nie Jiantong, filled with pent-up frustration, vented his anger on the Sky Network. Those who eat excrement, come out and fight. The arrogant martial king, upon realizing the martial emperor had indeed issued a challenge, was terrified to the point of losing control. He hastily replied below, "Grandfather martial emperor, I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me this once. Come out and fight." Nie Jiantong's response was straightforward and commanding. "Grandfather, you misunderstood. I meant to say, the might of Emperor Nye." The frightful martial king appeared on the verge of tears, Even if given 10 lives, he would not dare to challenge the martial emperor, not even in a virtual battle space. The might of Emperor Nya. Strike down that shameless old wretch. Strike down that old scoundrel who bullies the weak. He continued to reply fervently below, expressing support for Nya Wushuang and clarifying his stance. Goodness, this brother is truly remarkable. Indeed, those without shame are invincible in the world. This brother must be a swordsman, practicing the sword fiercely. How utterly audacious. Many responded below, with numerous martial artists laughing uncontrollably. You all are impressive, but do you have the courage to come out and battle my grandfather, the martial emperor? The ridiculed martial king, unwilling to yield, responded defiantly. Come out and fight. With a heart full of indignation, Nia Jiantong swiftly issued a declaration of war. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Who would dare to confront the martial emperor? Observing the formidable figure of the martial emperor entangled among a throng of lesser martial kings, the eagle emperor could only manage a bitter smile. Meanwhile, outside the dragon pool, as Nia Wushuang clashed fists with Elder Sun, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. They were all struck by fear at Nia Wushuang's audacity. No one anticipated that he would reject Elder Sun's overtures. Even engaging in combat with him, was he truly unafraid of death? The dragon emperor, trembling with fear, retreated to a distance. Seemingly forgetting how he had recently knelt before Nia Wushuang like a bereaved dog. He gritted his teeth and seethed, "Fight. It would be best if you both perished." Yet, he was acutely aware that this was an impossibility. Elder Sun was a martial emperor, capable of effortlessly obliterating Nia Wushuang with a mere flick of his fingers. A glimmer of surprise crossed Elder Sun's eyes. Rather than growing angrier, he found himself increasingly admiring Nia Wushuang. For a mere grand martial master to withstand a direct confrontation with him was indicative of immense potential. He now harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Ling family. Had they not incited discord, Nia Wushuang would never have dared to confront him. Perhaps he could have smoothly recruited Nia Wushuang as his disciple by now. But alas, it was too late. Even though he admired Nia Wushuang's talent, he resolved to eliminate him. If he could not be of use to me, then he must be removed. With a fierce glint in his eyes and a surge of murderous intent, he bellowed, "Is this truly your strength? Before the martial emperor, you appear as insignificant as an ant." Boom. He unleashed a punch, the resulting shockwave surpassing the speed of sound, ripping through the air with a thunderous roar. Nia Wushuang, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, summoned his own fist imprint to counter. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fist collisions echoed incessantly. The ground around them shattered. Terrifying shockwaves propelled debris into the air like bullets, piercing through walls. In a brief span, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Each impact resonated like thunder. Elder Sun grew increasingly astonished. Though he could suppress Nia Wushuang, he could not defeat him. Conversely, Nia Wushuang seemed emboldened by the fight. Initially, he would be forced back a step or two by Elder Sun's strikes, yet now he stood his ground, refusing to yield. Despite Elder Sun landing multiple blows that felt akin to striking steel, causing only a few of Nia Wushuang's bones to fracture, his combat prowess remained unscathed. To Elder Sun, Nia Wushuang resembled a relentless battle demon, unbeatable and inexorable, instilling fear within him. It must be noted that even among the martial emperors of the sword sect, few could withstand such a prolonged engagement. The fact that a mere grand martial master could contend so fiercely against him was utterly astonishing. What on earth was happening? Elder Sun roared in frustration, almost convinced that Nia Wushuang was the reincarnation of a demon god. Otherwise, how could one be so astonishing? Boom. His vital energy surged forth, and his martial soul erupted from his arm, taking the form of an azure wolf that howled fiercely. Nia Wushuang waved his hand to suppress it, unleashing a punch that struck like a mountain, conjuring a savage divine elephant behind him to collide with the azure wolf. Bang! Ultimately, Nia Wushuang was once again repelled, staggering back several dozen steps. This time, his blood surged violently, and he finally spat out a mouthful of black blood. Injured? Upon witnessing Nia Wushuang spitting blood, Elder Sun let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that Nia Wushuang was indeed indestructible, unkillable. Enough, there is no need to waste any more time with you. Elder Sun's spirits soared as he waved his arm, causing an azure soul sword to materialize. This azure soul sword shimmered with a radiant sword aura, rippling like water waves, enveloping his surroundings and creating a domain of power. He mentally guided the azure soul sword, spinning it above his head, and then, with a blazing intensity in his eyes, he bellowed, "Die!" Whoosh! The azure soul sword unleashed a torrent of sword light, breaking the sound barrier as it hurtled towards Nia Wushuang. This azure soul sword was formidable, An imperial-grade soul sword, sealed with the soul of a bird emperor, capable of reaching incredible speeds, covering 1,000 zhang in an instant, nearly impossible to resist. Niao Wushuang barely had time to react before the terrifying sword light descended upon him. The azure sword aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, forming a circular space of sword energy that sought to suppress Niao Wushuang within. Hiss! The bird emperor materialized from the soul sword, its wings converging and its beak glowing, transforming into a blade aimed at piercing Niao Wushuang's body. The azure soul sword followed closely behind, its sword light soaring into the sky, intent on decapitating Niao Wushuang with a single strike. Chapter 79. The Return of the Sword Sovereign at the Brink of Life and Death. Niao Wushuang summoned the dark poison dragon martial soul. A wave of black energy enveloped him entirely, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. This was a manifestation of his dark poison dragon martial soul's evolution, granting him the ability to become invisible, allowing him to evade the encroaching sword energy. The bird emperor, like a sword, plunged towards the ground, cleaving a terrifying fissure into the earth. The azure soul sword sliced through the distance, severing a wall in half. What? Where did he go? Elder Sun stared incredulously at the empty space, unable to believe his eyes. Niao Wushuang had actually escaped, slipping away from beneath his soul sword. Is he dead? Many spectators gazed towards the arena, shocked by the gaping fissure in the ground and the wall that had been halved, gasping in astonishment. They had not witnessed what transpired in that final moment, and were left uncertain if Niao Wushuang had perished. The heavens above were in uproar. Countless spectators stared blankly at the scene unfolding. Do you think he is dead? Someone inquired. Absolutely, came the reply. Almost everyone concurred. After all, that was a full-force strike from a martial sovereign, and Niao Wushuang, already locked onto by the sword energy, had no chance to evade. He must have perished beneath that blade. Wushuang. On the back of the Eagle Emperor, Nie Jiantong cried out in sorrow, his entire being seemingly aged in an instant. The Eagle Emperor remained silent, pushing their speed to the utmost, as they could already see the distant dragon pool. But ultimately, was it still a step too late? Old fellow, do not be sorrowful. Let us seek vengeance first, urged the Eagle Monarch. Yes, vengeance must be exacted. Nie Jiantong suddenly turned, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent as he beheld the dragon pool. For the murder of my grandson, I shall annihilate the sword sect. His demeanor was imperious and formidable, willing to raise the sword sect for the sake of avenging Niao Wushuang. The Eagle Monarch was taken aback. The sword sect was among the grand sects of Liangzhou, boasting tens of thousands of disciples. Had the old man lost his senses? The Eagle Monarch descended, his colossal form eclipsing the sun. Everyone around the dragon pool looked up in astonishment. Even Elder Sun wore a visage of shock as he beheld the approaching Eagle Monarch, exclaiming, "An Eagle Monarch." He discerned that it was indeed an Eagle Monarch, possessing strength equal to his own. Heavens, what is that creature? A great eagle? No, it is far too large. Could it be the Eagle King? Is the Eagle King merely passing through, or does he intend to annihilate our Dragon Sword Kingdom? Panic ensued among the crowd, terrified by the immense eagle. No, that is the Eagle Monarch. The Dragon Monarch's voice trembled. In times past, the arrival of such an Eagle Monarch would have left him in a state of utter dread. Yet now, he felt an unusual calm. For Elder Son of the Sword Sect was present. He too was a monarch. With a martial monarch at the helm, even an Eagle Monarch's descent posed no threat. The Eagle Monarch hovered above the dragon pool, his vast form suspended in the air. The onlookers widened their eyes, anticipating his landing. Yet, to their astonishment, a figure shot forth from the Eagle Monarch like a cannonball. It was a human silhouette, descending at incredible speed from a height of 1,000 meters, plummeting towards the ground. Who is that? Elder Sun exclaimed, sensing the figure hurtling towards him, and he shouted in alarm, I am an elder of the Sword Sect. He revealed his identity, hoping to avert any misunderstanding. Sword Sect? You shall pay, came the chilling roar from the figure. In an instant, he was before Elder Sunday Boom. A punch struck with such force that it crackled with lightning, reverberating like thunder, sending shockwaves that throbbed painfully in the ears. Despite Elder Sun's preemptive defense, he was still sent flying by the blow. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable. He felt several bones break as he coughed blood. Wait, this is a grave enemy. Elder Sun gasped in terror. Who are you? Do I bear any enmity towards you? A blood feud of profound depth. The figure surged forward without a moment's pause. As if a whirlwind. Bang! Another punch was unleashed. Elder Sun attempted to block it, but his fist was repelled, bones fracturing under the impact. As he was struck in the chest, collapsing inward. Who are you? Elder Sun cried out as blood gushed forth. He realized the vast chasm between them. He was no match for this assailant. He waved his hand, releasing a torrent of sword energy, forming a domain of blade aura, retreating swiftly. Could there be some misunderstanding? I have lived my life kindly, never harboring enemies. You must have mistaken me for someone else, elder son hastily explained. He was completely unaware of when he had offended such a formidable martial emperor. This individual was nothing short of a lunatic, descending from the heights without uttering a word, and striking with lightning speed, leaving him injured. Humph! The figure gave a cold snort, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered elder son's sword domain. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he bellowed in anger, "Open your eyes wide and see who I am." Elder son regarded the man with suspicion. Upon recognizing the face obscured by long, ashen hair, he gasped in disbelief. "You are Nie Jiantong?" The sword marquis Nie Jiantong, a figure revered like a deity in the Dragon Sword Kingdom. As elder son's words echoed, they sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Everyone turned to gaze at the man, incredulous that the sword marquis, who had vanished for 3 years, had returned. Even the Dragon Emperor was so startled that his breath nearly caught in his throat. He immediately recognized Nie Jiantong. Who could have anticipated that Nie Jiantong would return after 3 years? His strength vastly increased, rendering even elder son incapable of matching him. This was utter devastation. The Dragon Emperor, dazed, slumped into his chair. Given how he had treated Nie Wushuang, what would Nie Jiantong do if he found out? It wasn't just the Dragon Emperor. The martial marquis and his daughter beside him were also paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. They had believed Nie Jiantong was dead, which had emboldened them to mistreat Nie Wushuang. But who could have guessed that he had returned? Moreover, he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. If Nie Jiantong learned of how they had treated Nie Wushuang, would there be any escape for them? At that moment, both the father and daughter, along with the Dragon Emperor, were filled with regret. If given another chance, they would gladly revere Nie Wushuang as their ancestor. "It's truly you." Elder son inhaled deeply, finally understanding how this enmity had arisen. He was on the verge of tears. Nie Jiantong's 3-year absence had been unforeseen, especially as it coincided with the moment he had just slain Nie Wushuang. How could he have returned, and with such terrifying strength, in merely 3 years? What had Nie Jiantong experienced to ascend so dramatically from the martial king realm to the martial emperor? It is known that most martial artists take decades to transition from the king level to the emperor level, yet Nie Jiantong accomplished this in just 3 years. Elder son gasped, realizing that today's events would not end well. However, as an elder of the sword sect, he possessed his own means. Even if Nie Jiantong was stronger, it did not necessarily mean he could be captured. Yet, he was unwilling to confront Nie Jiantong in a life-or-death struggle without exhausting all other options, hastily explaining, "Your grandson is alive." Chapter 80. Those who dare come to the imperial city shall be slain. What? Nie Jiantong's body trembled with excitement, unable to believe his ears. "You say Wushuang is still alive?" Indeed, he is alive. As he sensed the terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from Nie Jiantong dissipate, elder son wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued, "My previous strike was merely a lesson. I intended to teach him a lesson." He was quite cunning, having intended to kill Nie Wushuang with that strike while providing such an explanation. He took a deep breath, profoundly relieved that that fateful strike had not claimed Nie Wushuang's life. "Show mercy?" Nie Jiantong scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Though he had observed the scene through the celestial network, it was evident that the sword strike had been merciless and lethal. Nevertheless, his primary concern was whether Nie Wushuang still drew breath. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon elder son, demanding, "You claim he lives. Then where is he?" Elder son was at a loss for words. Only he knew that the strike had spared Nie Wushuang, yet he could not identify the whereabouts of the living Nie Wushuang. At that moment, he felt overwhelmed. Unsure of how to explain the inexplicable, gritting his teeth, he resolved to speak the truth. "I do not know." "Are you deceiving me?" Nie Jiantong seethed, stepping forward with such force that the ground trembled beneath him. "No, it isn't like that," elder son exclaimed, his forehead beading with sweat. "I have no idea how it happened, but he escaped from my sword. He must be alive. He did not perish." "You mean to say Wushuang evaded your blade?" Nie Jiantong was taken aback. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned upon hearing this revelation. Who could possibly escape the lethal strike of a martial sovereign? Yet, if Nie Wushuang had indeed evaded such a deadly blow, it would be nothing short of terrifying. The scene was broadcasted live across the celestial network, inciting a frenzy. He escaped? Surely that cannot be true. That strike was one even the martial sovereign could not evade, was it? I refuse to believe it. That unfortunate soul must surely be dead. Many were skeptical of Nie Wushuang's ability to survive such an onslaught. It seemed utterly impossible. Even they, the martial kings, would not have been able to accomplish such a feat yet. Some astute individuals raised questions. There are no traces of blood at the impact site. It confirms that the boy is still alive. Indeed, if he had been killed, how could there be no blood at all? So, he truly escaped from that lethal strike? Good heavens, that was the martial sovereign's full-force attack. Oh my god, this fellow must be defying the heavens. Many gasped in astonishment, all shaken by the news. They became convinced that Nie Wuxuang was alive. Nie Jiantong also noted this detail. He scanned the surroundings, and, finding no corpse or even a trace of blood, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wuxuang, where are you? He bellowed, his voice like thunder, reverberating through the air. Nie Wuxuang had been observing everything from a distance. From Nie Jiantong's appearance to his victory over Elder Sunday. At that moment, he had not yet recognized the elder. Upon realizing it was Nie Jiantong, he felt a surge of relief. Although he was not the true Nie Wuxuang, the sense of blood connection bestowed upon him a feeling of familiarity and warmth towards Nie Jiantong, especially as he witnessed Nie Jiantong nearly slay Elder Sun in his defense. Nie Wuxuang felt a twinge of emotion. His body trembled, the dark aura dissipating, and he emerged from the shadows. Wuxuang. Upon seeing Nie Wuxuang materialize, Nie Jiantong was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He journeyed thousands of miles, solely to seek the mystical herb capable of healing Nie Wuxuang's martial spirit. Upon witnessing Elder Sun's sword strike on the Sky Network, he assumed Nie Wuxuang had perished, plunging him into despair. However, upon seeing her alive, Nie Jiantong rushed forward with uncontainable joy, embracing her with laughter. The outcome reverberated throughout the Sky Network once again. Nie Wuxuang had survived, escaping the clutches of the martial emperor's sword. This battle, more astonishing and sensational than his previous conquest against the king, left many martial kings in awe, for they lacked such prowess. What manner of being is this? It is terrifying. Even at the great martial master level, he defies the heavens. Once he ascends to the rank of martial king, he will undoubtedly be unstoppable. Yet, there were those who scoffed, dismissing him as merely a talent from the imperial capital, viewing themselves with unwarranted superiority. He is but a great martial master, hardly worthy of mention. If he possesses true skill, let him come to the imperial capital and face our talents, and he shall be left utterly humiliated. The imperial capital, a congregation of prodigious talents, had always looked down upon those from other regions. Their arrogance and hubris knew no bounds. In response to such remarks, discontent brewed among many. What of the imperial capital? Can your great martial masters venture forth to slay an intermediate martial king? Forget the great martial masters. Summon your martial kings and see if they can withstand the might of the martial emperor. Are the talents from the imperial capital so high and mighty? They are nothing compared to the likes of my Nie emperor. Ultimately, a loquacious martial king emerged, boasting about Nie Wuxuang's title as Nie emperor. His words garnered the approval of numerous warriors, who joined in the uproar. That brazen warrior declared, "Await my Nie emperor's arrival in the imperial capital, where he shall slay you talents and leave you in disarray." What? The Nie emperor is coming to the imperial capital? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many were exhilarated. Some talents from the imperial capital stood forth, exuding disdain. I represent the Gao family of the imperial capital. I challenge him to a duel with my disciple, of the great martial master level. We shall not bully him. We will only use disciples of the same rank. This was a scion of the Gao family, unable to tolerate the adulation surrounding Nie Wuxuang, who boldly proclaimed, "Perhaps I shall wait until he ascends to martial king, and I will personally challenge him. I shall leave him in tatters," making it clear that our talents from the imperial capital are not to be trifled with. Soon, his identity was revealed as Gao Peng, the third son of the Gao family, who had recently ascended to the martial king realm at the tender age of 17. Possessing extraordinary talent, the talents of the imperial capital erupted in excitement, cheering for Gao Peng. The Gao family has spoken. Does your Nie emperor dare to accept the challenge? Upon hearing the Gao family's name, one could only assume he would cower in fear. The Gao family is the foremost among the 4 great clans of the imperial capital, with profound heritage. Their disciples are exceptionally gifted, standing out among their peers, far surpassing your Nie emperor. Your Nie emperor is unworthy even to serve as a shoeshiner for a Gao family disciple. The jeers from the talents of the imperial capital grew ever more scathing. Moments later, the martial king who had released the video left a message at the bottom. It is highly probable that Nie emperor will leave his homeland, with the imperial capital as his destination. The crowd erupted with excitement. Is the Nie emperor truly coming to the imperial capital? Is he coming to confront the disciples of the Gao family? Nie Huang, go forth and conquer the talents of the imperial capital. Ultimately, Gao Peng made his entrance, leaving a domineering remark. Dare to come to the imperial capital, and I shall slay you. In just 7 succinct words, he conveyed his disdain. Chapter 81. Annihilate your entire sect. At Longqi Square, Nie Jiantong's eyes shimmered with affection as he burst into hearty laughter. He turned to the relieved elder son and declared assertively, "Everything that just transpired serves as your lesson. Should you dare to harm a member of the Nie family again, I shall not hesitate to descend upon the sword worship sect and eradicate your entire sect." His words were fierce and frenzied, causing elder son to tremble in fear as he muttered, "Madman." He dared not voice it louder, fearing Nie Jiantong's wrath. "Return home." He released Nie Wushuang and called out to the eagle sovereign soaring above. The eagle sovereign descended to a height of 100 meters, revealing the ancient architecture adorning its back. Nie Jiantong grasped Nie Wushuang's shoulder and leapt into the air, landing before the ancient structure. The eagle sovereign surged forth, conjuring a tempest as it ascended to 1,000 meters, flying towards Yongzhou City. The onlookers were astonished, left dumbfounded. Heavens, what is that? A colossal eagle carrying a house. Riding the eagle sovereign, our sword marquis exuded an unparalleled majesty. The return of the sword marquis is indeed a privilege for the people of Longjian Kingdom. Many gasped in awe, mesmerized by the magnificent eagle sovereign and the dwelling upon its back. Even elder son of the sword worship sect, witnessing such a majestic mount, was filled with envy. As an elder, he lacked the privilege of such a steed. His own mount was merely a royal-level creature. A far cry from Nie Jiantong's eagle sovereign. What trials had Nie Jiantong endured over the past 3 years? Was he blessed by extraordinary fortune? Elder son mused enviously. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he would scarcely believe in Nie Jiantong's remarkable transformation. With a hint of schadenfreude, he gazed at the distant dragon sovereign and remarked, "Your Longjian kingdom has indeed struck gold with Nie Jiantong. He alone can ensure a millennium of prosperity for your realm." Of course, this was contingent upon Nie Jiantong's willingness to remain in Longjian Kingdom and serve the dragon sovereign. However, given the recent events, it was likely that Nie Jiantong harbored deep resentment towards the dragon sovereign. It would be merciful if he chose not to obliterate the royal family outright. The dragon sovereign could not fail to grasp the implications of elder son's words. At that moment, he regretted his utterance, wishing he could retract it. If it meant placating Nie Wushuang and winning Nie Jiantong's forgiveness, he would accept any punishment. Yet, in reality, Nie Jiantong had not even cast a glance at the dragon sovereign throughout the entire ordeal. This attitude spoke volumes. For Nie Wushuang's sake, he dared to confront elder son of the sword worship sect, even aspiring to annihilate the sect, while showing no retribution towards the dragon sovereign, which could be seen as leniency based on their past relations. The dragon emperor's expression was one of profound despair, his face etched with sorrow. He delivered a harsh kick to the already incapacitated Wu Ho and his daughter, bellowing, "Someone, flay them alive and display their skins at the city gate for all to see." In this manner, he sought to atone to Nie Wushuang, wishing to regain a semblance of her favor. The unfortunate Wu Ho and his daughter were utterly forsaken. Wu Tianjiao, trembling with fear, crawled toward elder son, pleading, "Elder son, save me. I beg you, take me back to the sword sect." Elder son's eyes darted as he pondered for a moment, seizing Wu Tianjiao and Su Liang, preparing to take flight. However, as he moved, his body suddenly became weak and collapsed. "What is happening?" Elder son exclaimed in terror, surveying his surroundings, only to find that nearly everyone in the square had succumbed to weakness. Even the eagle emperor, who was about to soar into the sky, fell helplessly to the ground. On the back of the eagle emperor, even Nie Jiantong, a formidable martial emperor, wore a grim expression. "It's poison," elder son cried out, finally realizing that someone had administered a toxin. This revelation sent chills down his spine. A poison capable of silently incapacitating him and Nie Jiantong could not be of ordinary nature. Nie Jiantong, too, sensed his internal energy being obstructed, his limbs growing feeble, nearly causing him to topple over. In a panic, he swallowed 2 antidotes and hastily placed 2 more into Nie Wushuang's mouth. The imperial-grade antidote released a cooling essence that coursed through his body, yet it failed to suppress the ominous black toxin emanating from his meridians, causing his complexion to darken. Conversely, Nie Wushuang maintained a healthy glow. Although immobilized, she began to refine the poison within her. Her dark poison dragon martial spirit proved instrumental, gathering the invasive mankind drunkenness toxin and ruthlessly refining and devouring it. However, under the influence of the mankind drunkenness, she remained alert yet unable to move. At that moment, a sinister, mocking voice emerged from the crowd. "Do not waste your efforts. This is the highly toxic mankind drunkenness I discovered from the royal family of the barbarian king. Colorless and odorless, it spreads through the air, rendering one incapacitated for at least an hour. Even a martial emperor cannot resist such potent poison. As this voice echoed, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the throng, striding forward with a flourish that unveiled a menacing visage, howling with resentment. You all deserve to die. Lin Batian. Upon recognizing the man who had shed his cloak, the Dragon Emperor's fury ignited, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Are you rebelling?" Rebellion? Lin Batian scoffed coldly, advancing toward the Dragon Emperor and delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. With venomous disdain, he spat, "Indeed, I am rebelling. What can you do about it?" The Dragon Emperor roared in outrage, yet upon witnessing Lin Batian's grotesque demeanor, he could not suppress a shudder of fear. Everyone had been poisoned, leaving Lin Batian unaffected, meaning their fates rested entirely in his hands. What difference did it make that he was the Dragon Emperor? At that moment, he resembled meat upon a chopping block, easily within the lethal grasp of Lin Batian. The Dragon Emperor, trembling and dripping with cold sweat, implored, "Lin Batian, do not be foolish. If you grant this emperor the antidote, I shall immediately elevate you to the rank of War Marquis and bestow upon you the command of my Dragon Sword Kingdom's million-strong army." Seemingly fearful that Lin Batian might doubt his sincerity, he cast a glance at the princess beside him and, gritting his teeth, added, "Moreover, I can promise you the hand of the princess in marriage. You would become my esteemed son-in-law, and we would all be one family." The princess, her eyes filled with fury, retorted, "Father, I would rather die than marry such a man." Angered, the Dragon Emperor shot her a fierce glare and admonished, "Silence. I have already betrothed you to Lin Batian. You are his now. Today is an auspicious day. Once I make the necessary preparations, I shall see to your marriage." In his desperation to survive, he was willing to sacrifice even his own daughter. Lin Batian's avaricious gaze swept over the princess's delicate form as he laughed heartily, declaring, "There is no rush. Once I have dispatched you, not only will your daughter be mine, but your throne shall also belong to me." Chapter 82, By What Right? He turned to stride toward the imposing figure of the Eagle Emperor. The potent poison known as barbarian goddess intoxication incapacitated even the Eagle Emperor, rendering him weak and prone upon the ground. Nie Jiantong, having swallowed 2 antidote pills in quick succession, found them ineffective, yet he remained relatively better off, managing to stay upright. A fierce light erupted from his eyes as he addressed the approaching Lin Batian with authority. "Lin Batian, it was evident long ago that you and your father are driven by treachery. Today, having fallen into your clutches, I desire nothing but the release of Wu Shuang. Consider it a modicum of respect." "Respect?" Lin Batian sneered, his visage twisted with rage as he retorted, "Huh, what are you? Respect? Not even the King of Hell could save him today." Maintaining a cautious distance from the Eagle Emperor, he halted, fully aware of the prowess of both the Eagle Emperor and Nie Jiantong, even in their poisoned state. He carefully positioned himself 10 zhong away, pointing at Nie Wu Shuang with eyes brimming with hatred, bellowing, "Nie Wu Shuang, wretched creature. You have ruthless." The reason he refrained from immediately slaying the Dragon Emperor was to allow them all to witness the tragic fate of Nie Wu Shuang. Observing him struggle in agony, a fate worse than death, in his grasp, he was filled with confidence. The toxicity of the barbarian goddess intoxication was potent enough to last an hour, providing him ample time to savor the torment of these individuals. He stood at a distance, patiently waiting for a quarter of an hour, until Nie Jiantong finally succumbed, before he felt assured enough to approach Nie Wu Shuang. However, upon seeing Nie Wu Shuang, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Everyone in the vicinity had collapsed. Even Nie Jiantong, a formidable martial emperor, could no longer withstand the effects and lay prostrate on the back of the Eagle Emperor, yet Nie Wu Shuang remained upright. Did he not fear the barbarian goddess intoxication? Lin Batian's expression shifted dramatically as he cautiously approached Nie Wu Shuang. Despite his unwavering confidence in the poison, he remained exceedingly wary. Just as he was about to reach Nie Wu Shuang, he suddenly struck. Boom! His body surged forth like a ferocious tiger unleashed, his fists enveloped in true energy, radiating with a thunderous brilliance as they barreled toward Nie Wu Shuang. Bang! His fists collided with Nie Wu Shuang's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Cough! Nie Wu Shuang expelled a mouthful of black blood, yet his eyes remained clear and resolute. He was already at the critical juncture of refining the toxic fumes of the barbarian goddess intoxication, and Lin Batian's punch stirred his vitality, forcing the tainted blood from his body. Little did Lin Batian anticipate that his strike inadvertently allowed Nie Wu Shuang to fully refine the deadly poison a full 15 minutes sooner. After landing, he slowly rose to his feet, nonchalantly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and flashed a grin at Lin Batian. This eerie smile sent a shiver down Ling Batian's spine, prompting him to exclaim in panic, "You are not poisoned?" In response, he was met with a fist that struck like a bolt of lightning. Nie Wuxuang's speed was astonishing. In a single stride, he closed the distance of several dozen feet, his colossal fist crashing down and sending Ling Batian sprawling. Cough! The impact crushed half of Ling Batian's chest, fracturing numerous ribs and eliciting a wretched scream. His anguished cry drew the attention of all around, their gazes fixed in astonishment on the vibrant Nie Wuxuang. "You truly have not been poisoned," the Dragon Emperor exclaimed with uncontainable joy, even bursting into hearty laughter as he commanded Nie Wuxuang, "Nieho, quickly, relieve me of this poison." Nie Wuxuang cast a cold glance at the Dragon Emperor and replied, "Relieve you of the poison? On what grounds? Is it on account of your relentless encouragement of the chief guard to sabotage me, orchestrating a series of deadly challenges? Or perhaps due to your repeated unfair treatment in a bid to curry favor with Ling Batian?" He voiced his indignation, venting the fury that had accumulated within him. He had endured relentless injustice, and the architect of it all was none other than the Dragon Emperor. It was he who had instructed the chief guard to set Nie Wuxuang up for a series of lethal confrontations. Under his directive, Nie Wuxuang had suffered one unfair treatment after another. However, at this moment, the Dragon Emperor found himself relying on the illusion that Nie Wuxuang could assist him in dispelling the poison. What audacity! The Dragon Emperor was momentarily at a loss for words, left speechless by Nie Wuxuang's retort. His countenance darkened, anger boiling within him to the brink of eruption. As a sovereign of a nation, how could he so humbly plead for help? This marked the first occasion he had ever solicited aid, only to be met with Nie Wuxuang's outright refusal, igniting a furious blaze within him. He bellowed, "Nie Wuxuang, you ungrateful wretch! Have you forgotten? Your family has thrived under the imperial grace for generations. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your treachery? Ungrateful?" Nie Wuxuang scoffed, glaring at the Dragon Emperor with unabashed derision. "My family has sacrificed everything for the Dragon Sword Kingdom, laying the foundation for your dynasty. And what have we received in return? Betrayal and treachery, aggression and vengeance. Were it not for my formidable strength, I would not even be standing here today. Now you seek to discuss your imperial favor? Alas, I perceive none. I only witness your cruelty and malice, your abhorrent desire for my demise. A person like you, ruling a nation, is a calamity for the millions of citizens of the Dragon Sword Kingdom." Each word Nie Wuxuang uttered struck deep, rendering the Dragon Emperor utterly speechless. Indeed, as Nie Wuxuang articulated, the Dragon Emperor had offered nothing but hostility and betrayal towards the Nie family. To subdue Nie Jiantong, he conferred titles upon the Martial Marquis and the Battle Marquis, establishing a tripartite power structure within the Dragon Sword Kingdom. In his attempts to curry favor with Ling Balong, he even plotted against Nie Wuxuang, intending to bring about his demise. Even now, he remained oblivious to his own errors. "Nieho, is this the commendable grandson you have raised? Look at what he has become. Is this unbridled audacity and defiance also part of your teachings? Shamed beyond measure." The Dragon Emperor turned his wrath upon Nie Jiantong. In the past, Nie Jiantong had been unwaveringly loyal to the Dragon Emperor. However, having witnessed the myriad tribulations faced by Nie Wuxuang, he had long since lost all faith in the Dragon Emperor. With a voice as cold as ice, he retorted, "My grandson is quite capable. At least he can discern right from wrong." His thunderous declaration startled the Dragon Emperor, causing him to tremble. It dawned upon him that Nie Jiantong was no longer an ordinary man. He was now the martial emperor, no longer regarding the Dragon Emperor with any respect. Yet, the Dragon Emperor remained unwilling to concede, pointing an accusatory finger at Nie Jiantong, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Ah, you Nie family truly are a pack of ingrates. I have long seen through your wolfish ambitions." His words were abruptly cut short as a sharp sword pierced through his chest, impaling his very being. The sword, imbued with overwhelming divine power, sent the Dragon Emperor's body flying several dozen yards, embedding him into a distant wall, causing a spiderweb of cracks to radiate around it. His pupils dilated rapidly, the last flicker of light dimming in his eyes, his expression a mixture of shock, terror, and regret. He had never anticipated meeting his end here. Thus, a once mighty Dragon Emperor was slain. The one who struck was, of course, Nie Wuxuang. The Dragon Emperor was already on his list of targets, and facing imminent death. He dared to scorn Nie Jiantong, which could no longer be tolerated by Nie Wuxuang. He swiftly delivered a fatal blow. His demise was of no consequence. With the ease of a casual flick, Nie Wuxuang eliminated a monarch, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, as he gradually approached Ling Batian. Upon witnessing the death of the Dragon Emperor, Ling Batian was nearly driven to the brink of madness. with the Dragon Emperor slain. It was evident that he was the next target of Niao Wushuang. Aware that he stood no chance against Niao Wushuang, his eyes hardened with resolve. He abruptly produced a porcelain vial and smashed it forcefully, releasing a fragrant mist that wafted through the air. Little did one expect. This was the qinfeng powder, the antidote to the intoxication of the barbarian god. He cackled maniacally. If I perish, you shall not fare any better. With that proclamation, he dashed headlong to the ground. Meeting his end with a gruesome thud, his skull shattered, and brain matter splattered across the earth. Witnessing Ling Batian's self-inflicted demise, Niao Wushuang's expression turned icy. Just before his death, Ling Batian had resolved to neutralize the poison for all, a motive unbeknownst to others but crystal clear to Niao Wushuang. His act of providing an antidote stemmed solely from the knowledge of Niao Wushuang having slain the Dragon Emperor while they remained within the domain of the Dragon Sword Kingdom, where the royal family wielded the strongest power. With the Dragon Emperor deceased, those of the royal family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Ling Batian intended to exploit the royal family's might to eliminate Niao Wushuang, plotting with malicious intent as he approached his end. Yet, he had miscalculated. With the Dragon Emperor's death, the princess, being the sole heir, issued commands to swiftly depart with the Dragon Emperor's remains, entirely neglecting any notion of revenge. In the face of impending doom, the Dragon Emperor had even contemplated sacrificing her, a grievance that the princess harbored deeply, thus she was unwilling to avenge him. Moreover, given Nie Jiantong's formidable prowess and the terrifying Eagle Emperor, even the forces of the royal city surrounding the dragon pool would find it utterly unrealistic to pursue vengeance. With Nie Jiantong present, who would dare to lay a finger on Niao Wushuang? He brazenly threatened the elders of the sword worship sect, asserting that he would annihilate their entire sect. How could he possibly regard the insignificant royal family of the Dragon Sword Kingdom? Should the princess truly dare to avenge the Dragon Emperor, it would be tantamount to courting death, potentially leading to the slaughter of the entire royal family. The princess, displaying her discernment, refrained from discussing revenge for the Dragon Emperor, even issuing directives to publicly declare that the warlord had instigated chaos, resulting in the Dragon Emperor's unfortunate demise. All blame was shifted onto the already deceased warlord and his son. Elder son remained silent, once again seizing Wu Tianjiao and Su Liang, soaring into the sky until they were several dozen miles away from Yongzhou City, at which point he summoned a royal-level steed. It was a bluebird, far less imposing than Nie Jiantong's Eagle Emperor. The three stood atop this bluebird, and elder son, with a grim gaze, turned back to look in the direction of Yongzhou City, fiercely proclaiming, "The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow eternally. The grudge of humiliation shall never be forgotten." The Eagle Emperor soared into the skies, returning the two grandsons to the Sword Marquis Manor. Upon seeing Nie Jiantong's return, Nie Linglong rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably. Niao Wushuang would not divulge the trials they had faced over the years, but Nie Linglong could not conceal her emotions. She recounted all that had transpired between them throughout those years. Nie Jiantong seethed with rage, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. After comforting Nie Linglong, he turned his gaze towards Niao Wushuang, inquiring with curiosity, "Wushuang, how did your martial soul recover?" He was intrigued by the sudden revival of Niao Wushuang's martial soul, and what piqued his interest further was the apparent awakening of several martial souls within Niao Wushuang. "I encountered some fortuitous events and inherited several martial souls." Niao Wushuang offered a succinct explanation, attributing it all to his serendipitous encounters. Nie Jiantong nodded, refraining from further questioning. Even if he sensed that Niao Wushuang harbored secrets, he chose not to pry deeper. He simply recognized that this was his grandson, his own kin. Subsequently, Niao Wushuang revealed the truth behind his martial soul, surprisingly prompting a profound silence from Nie Jiantong. Noticing this, Niao Wushuang inquired curiously, "Grandfather, do you know something? I initially had my suspicions, but what you've shared has confirmed them." Nie Jiantong replied solemnly, "This matter is highly intricate and involves your parents. It cannot be elucidated in just a few words." Niao Wushuang chose not to press further, sensing that Nie Jiantong was hesitant to disclose more. "Wushuang, you and your family have suffered over the years. Regarding your parents, it is not something you can intervene in at your current stage. When the time is right, I will tell you everything," Nie Jiantong explained, wishing to prevent Niao Wushuang from making wild conjectures. The following day, the Grand Princess personally visited, seeking an audience with Nie Jiantong, only to be outrightly refused. That noon, the Eagle Emperor set forth, accompanied by Nie Jiantong, Niao Wushuang, and Nie Linglong, departing from Yongzhou City, never to return. Watching the Eagle Emperor and Nie Jiantong recede into the distance, the Grand Princess exhaled deeply, simultaneously feeling a profound sense of regret. If only her father, the emperor, had chosen wisely at a critical moment. How could the Dragon Sword Kingdom have missed out on such an unparalleled powerhouse as Nie Jiantong? But now, it was far too late for such reflections. The Grand Princess rallied the citizens of the city, escorting Nie Jiantong for 10 miles. Ultimately witnessing the Eagle Emperor carrying Nie Jiantong and the others vanish into the horizon, her expression a tapestry of mixed emotions. The Dragon Sword Kingdom was now devoid of top-tier powerhouses. Should the barbarian tribes invade, she, as the newly appointed Dragon Emperor, would undoubtedly find herself in dire straits. The vast territories once secured by Nie Jiantong might very well revert to the hands of the barbarians. This occurrence had inflicted tremendous losses upon the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Of the 3 great celestial dukes, only one martial duke remained. Had it not been for Elder Sun's willingness to take away Marshal Tianjiao at the last moment, the martial duke would surely have been slain, required as a sacrifice to appease Nie Wuxuang. The once mighty Dragon Sword Kingdom plummeted into disarray, besieged from all sides. It is difficult to fathom that such consequences stemmed solely from the Dragon Emperor's slight against Nie Wuxuang. A single erroneous decision shattered a lineage that had endured for centuries. Chapter 84. The Mark of the Divine Emperor. The Eagle Emperor soared high, flying above the clouds at an altitude of 1,000 meters. In the upper atmosphere, the fierce winds threatened to cast one from the eagle's back. Meanwhile, Nie Linglong remained hidden within the confines of the room, fearful of being swept away by the gale. Nie Wuxuang sat steadfastly upon the eagle's back, consuming an exotic fruit as he immersed himself in his cultivation. According to Nie Jiantong, this extraordinary fruit does not originate from the land of Liangzhou, but rather was acquired from a mysterious underground palace. It has the potential to enable an individual to transcend into the realm of kings. Nie Wuxuang, now at the 9th layer of the spirit martial realm, consumed this fruit with the hope of shattering his bottleneck and ascending to the rank of martial king. Within a single day, he completely refined the fruit, and a surging tide of true energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Logically, given his strength, entering the profound martial realm should have been effortless. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his progress remained halted at the 10th layer of the spirit martial realm. He was always just a step away from breaking through and achieving the status of martial king. It was perplexing. Why was he unable to advance in a realm that was not particularly profound? Nie Wuxuang was astonished. In his recollection, transcending to the martial king realm was not meant to be difficult. So why was he encountering this obstacle? With a formidable mental focus, he scrutinized his own body and eventually identified the anomaly. The martial king realm necessitated the true energy to enter the mind, allowing for the mastery of spiritual power. However, each time his true energy approached his consciousness, it was thwarted by an invisible chain. This chain resembled a shackle, impeding his true energy from seamlessly entering his mind, thereby preventing the fusion of true energy and spirit necessary to ascend to the martial king level. This is my divine emperor's spiritual imprint, Nie Wuxuang exclaimed with excitement. The chain that manifested outside his mind was none other than his divine emperor imprint. He was the reincarnation of the divine emperor, possessing a powerful divine soul that a mere mortal vessel could not withstand. Consequently, during the amalgamation of his soul and body, a significant portion of the divine emperor's spirit was sealed away. Now, these divine energies resembled chains, confining his mind, and it would only be by unshackling this divine emperor imprint that he could break through the martial king realm. Simultaneously, he would also release a fragment of the divine emperor's spirit. Once this spirit was unsealed, even a minuscule part would be terrifyingly formidable. Though this divine emperor imprint hindered his cultivation, it also conferred advantages. Once he broke through, his power would surge dramatically. His eyes shimmered with a glint of realization as he mused. If each subsequent breakthrough were to be accompanied by the divine emperor imprint, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for me. This would allow his strength to become more refined, with a deeper accumulation at every level. A day later, Nie Wuxuang concluded his training. His true energy was now exceedingly robust, comparable to that of certain novice martial kings, yet he remained unable to dismantle the divine emperor imprint. His realm still stood at the 10th layer of the spirit martial realm. Strange, why are you still at the spirit martial realm? Nie Jiantong remarked in astonishment. Observing Nie Wuxuang, the energy from that extraordinary fruit was astonishing. Logically, it should have propelled Nie Wuxuang to the rank of martial king. However, upon investigation, he found nothing amiss. He could not even sense the divine emperor imprint encasing Nie Wuxuang's mind. Perhaps it's a matter of insufficient accumulation. Regardless, I am not in a hurry. I will hone my skills at the innate level, Nie Wuxuang nonchalantly replied. The innate stage was considered the first level of cultivation. a foundational realm of great importance that required diligent refinement. A slow and steady accumulation would yield substantial benefits in the future. Nia Jiantong sighed and nodded, saying, "Do not be anxious. Once we return to the imperial city, I will seek out other treasures that will undoubtedly aid your breakthrough." In truth, Nia Jiantong eagerly anticipates witnessing Nia Wushuang's breakthrough. After all, at merely 16 years of age, should he ascend to the rank of martial king, even the most gifted talents from the imperial capital would pale in comparison before him. "Grandfather, are we headed to the imperial capital of the Tianlong dynasty?" Nia Wushuang inquired with curiosity. Liangzhou is vast and expansive, a territory so immense that even the mightiest of royal warriors may not traverse its entirety in their lifetime. Within this 100 realms of Liangzhou, sects wield considerable power, while the royal families remain rather insignificant. However, this merely reflects an ordinary nation. The true 8 great dynasties are each more formidable than the grand sects, rendering the latter unnecessary for worship. Even esteemed sects such as the sword worship sect must abide by decorum within the boundaries of the dynasty. The Tianlong dynasty is indeed one of the 8 great dynasties. Precisely, Nia Jiantong remarked with a smile. "During my years away, I have encountered certain opportunities. I am currently affiliated with the Longyuan Pavilion, serving the Tianlong dynasty." As they journeyed towards the imperial capital, Nia Jiantong shared insights regarding the powers within the capital, with the Longyuan Pavilion being paramount. The Longyuan Pavilion, in essence, is an institution established by the imperial family of the Tianlong dynasty, specifically designed to gather martial powerhouses. Those who gain entry into the Longyuan Pavilion must undergo rigorous selection. Once admitted, they are considered part of the Tianlong dynasty, holding a distinguished status within the imperial capital, along with certain special privileges. The current head of the Longyuan Pavilion is the esteemed ancestor of the Tianlong royal family, a figure of astonishing prowess, a formidable presence at the martial emperor level, and one of the supreme existences within Liangzhou's 100 realms. Aside from the Longyuan Pavilion, the imperial capital is home to 4 prominent clans. These clans possess staggering wealth, each boasting a lineage exceeding a millennium. Flourishing clans produce exceptional talents in abundance. Although the 4 great clans cannot be compared to the Longyuan Pavilion, which has a dynastic background, they are nonetheless among the elite within the Tianlong dynasty. It can be said that none of these clans approach the stature of the sword worship sect, a major sect, the Longyuan Pavilion, and the 4 great clans. In addition to various other, lesser-known noble families, create a complex web of influence within the imperial capital and the Tianlong dynasty, permeating every industry and sphere. Naturally, major sects like the sword worship sect also maintain a presence in the imperial capital. The capital is a melting pot of diverse elements, yet it attracts the most extraordinary prodigies and the mightiest warriors within the realm of the Tianlong dynasty. This journey that Nia Jiantong undertakes with Nia Wushuang to the imperial capital has long been meticulously planned. Upon their arrival, he intends to enroll Nia Wushuang in the Tianlong Academy for further studies. The Tianlong Academy is the most prestigious institution within the Tianlong dynasty, admitting only the most exceptional talents, with entry being as challenging, if not more so, than becoming an inner disciple of the sword worship sect. Each year, the Tianlong Academy conducts admissions throughout the Tianlong dynasty, allowing those who pass the examinations to become its students and cultivate their skills. A month later, the Eagle Emperor descends, and a magnificent city emerges in the distance, perched atop a mountain. They have now entered the territory of the Tianlong dynasty, traversing through this Tianyang city. They will soon reach the domain of the Tianlong dynasty. In another half-month, they shall arrive at the imperial capital. Nia Jiantong stood atop the back of the eagle monarch, pointing towards the grand city suspended in midair, exclaiming with great fervor, "The Tianlong dynasty boasts vast territories and abundant resources, possessing an array of martial arts techniques. Here, you shall undoubtedly shine brightly." Along their journey, Nia Wushuang had heard numerous tales concerning the Tianlong dynasty, and these accounts had deeply imprinted themselves upon her mind. A millennium ago, the first Tianlong emperor emerged, conquering the realms and unifying countless vassal states to establish the great and unified Tianlong dynasty. He implemented academies across the nation, enlightening his subjects in literature while also imparting the sacred martial arts to the common folk, allowing many ordinary citizens to engage in cultivation. His actions were pioneering, creating a precedent that stirred considerable controversy, facing vehement opposition from numerous cultivators. The Tianlong emperor, unwavering in his resolve, dealt harshly with dissenters, executing them without hesitation. Within a mere decade, he successfully enacted new policies, establishing academies nationwide, and founding the Tianlong Academy in the imperial capital, a supreme sanctuary for martial practitioners and scholars alike. The achievements of the successive Tianlong emperors are as numerous as the stars in the sky, beyond counting. For instance, the magnificent Tianyang city, floating in the air, stands as a testament to the endeavors of the second Tianlong emperor. The Tianlong emperor dispatched troops to the vast wilderness, where he constructed 4 grand cities, resembling colossal mountains that suppressed the ancient forbidden land while monitoring the movements of the soul beasts therein. Tianyang City is one of these 4 great cities, built by summoning mountain-moving titans to transport dozens of mountains from afar to this location. Perched 1,000 meters above the ground and spanning 100 miles, it is anchored by 100,000 enormous ice chains, deeply embedded in the earth, resembling a colossal beast lying in the sky. As one of the grand cities tasked with subduing the soul beasts of the wilderness, Tianyang City holds a unique and significant position, often attracting powerful soul beasts that transform into human form, seeking to infiltrate. Thus, the city's defenses are exceedingly stringent, with sentinels stationed every 3 steps and guards every 5. At the center of the 16 grand gates leading into Tianyang City hangs a soul reflection mirror. Should a soul beast attempt to pass through the gates, the mirror reveals its true form. The mirror conceals the soul-refining divine fire, capable of incinerating any soul beast that is exposed. Only those possessing the proper credentials may enter Tianyang City. Upon arriving at the gates of Tianyang City, Nie Jiantong concealed his aura, and the eagle monarch descended, transforming into its true form, greatly diminished in size, and following closely behind Nie Jiantong. Even a regal soul beast like the eagle monarch dared not act recklessly before the soul reflection mirror, for a moment's carelessness could lead to its true form being revealed. Only those who have achieved the emperor level among the demon emperors remain unafraid of such mirrors. However, the soul reflection mirrors were crafted by the Tianlong emperor himself a millennium ago, and no one has since been able to replicate them. Otherwise, the Tianlong dynasty could conquer the wilderness and subdue countless soul beasts merely through the prowess of the soul reflection mirrors. Nie Jiantong produced the Dragon Abyss Pavilion token, and the city guards showed the utmost respect, escorting him and his companions far beyond the gates. In the prosperous city of Tianyang, a plethora of goods abound, with numerous martial artists emerging from the vast wilderness to sell various items, most of which are relics obtained from the ruins of the great wilderness. Nie Jiantong intends to linger in Tianyang for several days, claiming he is visiting a friend. His friend in the city holds a distinguished position, being a general and one of the prominent figures in Tianyang. It is said that a year ago, Nie Jiantong saved this general's life deep within the wilderness, bestowing upon him a great favor. A few of them took residence at the general's home, planning to stay for a spell. As evening descended, the general's daughter approached, inviting Nie Wushuang to accompany her to a night banquet. Initially disinterested, Nie Wushuang was unceremoniously pushed out by Nie Jiantong. Just before departing, he forcefully stuffed a pouch containing around 100 low-grade spirit crystals into Nie Wushuang's hands. The general's daughter, named Lan Inger, was of a similar age to Nie Wushuang, possessing a lively disposition and above-average beauty. That evening, she donned a flowing water-blue gown, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. Her hair cascading over her shoulders, secured by a sky-blue silk scarf, emanating a delicate fragrance as she walked beside Nie Wushuang, who towered over her by half a head. Nie Wushuang had only encountered her during the day, yet Lan Inger was quite vivacious, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they walked, sharing amusing anecdotes about Tianyang, which elicited giggles from her. From Lan Inger, he learned that the night banquet was extraordinary. Although it was a gathering for the youth, notable figures would be in attendance. She feigned mystery, reluctant to reveal the identities of these eminent guests. Indifferent to the intrigue, Nie Wushuang showed little interest in pursuing the matter further. Recognizing his lack of curiosity, Lan Inger eagerly divulged in a conspiratorial whisper, "The 9th princess will be attending tonight." The mention of the 9th princess caught Nie Wushuang off guard. Could it be the same princess who had purchased the divine replenishing liquid from him? During his time at the temple, he had surmised that the princess seeking the divine liquid was none other than the 9th princess of the Tianlong dynasty, Princess Qingling. She was the favorite daughter of the Tianlong emperor, yet tragically, her soul had been inherently damaged, and despite the emperor's extensive searches, no remedy had been found. "Do you know the 9th princess?" Lan Inger inquired, a look of skepticism crossing her face as she noticed Nie Wushuang's peculiar demeanor. "Not personally," Nie Wushuang replied, shaking his head. "I have merely heard of her esteemed name. You nearly frightened me. I thought you truly knew her." Lan Inger placed a hand dramatically over her heart, her bosom rising and falling. Noticing Nie Wushuang's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily changed the subject. "Tonight, All the esteemed individuals of Tianyang will be present. I shall introduce you to many of them. By the way, I have a dear friend of exquisite beauty. If you are amenable, I could facilitate an introduction. Nia Wushuang could only manage a wry smile, unable to engage further. The banquet venue was situated in the grandest entertainment establishment in Tianyang, the Bale Building. Towering 5 stories high, each level demanded an extraordinary expenditure, accessible only to those of considerable means. This night, the entire Bale Building was closed to the public, solely dedicated to hosting the 9th princess and the notable young men and women of Tianyang. Only those bearing an invitation could gain entry. It can be regarded as an absolute gala of the elite. Lan Ying'er, ever considerate, had prepared an invitation for Nia Wushuang and ascended directly to the 5th floor with him. Here, a gathering of young men and women had already formed, all offspring of prominent families from Tianyang City. As the daughter of the city's general, Lan Ying'er held an exceptional status, coupled with her striking beauty. She drew attention akin to a celestial body surrounded by its orbiting stars, prompting the young attendees to approach her with greetings upon her arrival. Some young men, upon noticing Nia Wushuang beside Lan Ying'er, were consumed by jealousy, their gazes filled with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Who is this fellow? How could he possibly be seen with Lan Ying'er? Could he be the object of her affections? One young heir, his eyes brimming with envy, commanded his attendant. Go find out who this person is and what relationship he has with Lan Ying'er. Alongside him, several other youths, all suitors of Lan Ying'er who had previously offered treasures only to be rejected, shared the same indignation. Witnessing their beloved dream girl in such close proximity to another man ignited their jealousy, compelling them to swiftly investigate Nia Wushuang's background. Before long, news arrived. I've learned that this lad just arrived in Tianyang City today. It is said that his grandfather once saved General Lan's life. Perhaps this is why Lan Ying'er regards him with such favor. This revelation swiftly circulated, causing the young men who admired Lan Ying'er to smirk maliciously, their resolve hardening to teach Nia Wushuang a lesson. The first to instigate the inquiry, a young man named Xiao Qingfeng, lifted a cup of dragon tongue wine and approached Nia Wushuang. Upon seeing him advance, Lan Ying'er furrowed her brow and instinctively pulled Nia Wushuang away. However, Xiao Qingfeng deliberately obstructed their path, his gaze greedily sweeping over Lan Ying'er before he raised his drink towards Nia Wushuang. Speaking with an air of arrogance, I've heard your grandfather once saved General Lan. However, if you think you can rely on such a favor to win over Ying'er, you are sorely mistaken. Nia Wushuang, somewhat perplexed, began to question the sanity of this individual. Yet Lan Ying'er comprehended the implication immediately, her face paling as she glared at Xiao Qingfeng, rebuking him. Xiao Qingfeng, show some respect. Young Master Nia is my esteemed guest. Witnessing Lan Ying'er defend Nia Wushuang only fueled Xiao Qingfeng's anger further. He directly challenged Nia Wushuang. If you are a man, step outside and fight me. Should you lose, keep your distance from Ying'er. A toad cannot hope to eat swan meat. Xiao Qingfeng's intentions were made abundantly clear. He sought to battle Nia Wushuang for the sake of Lan Ying'er. In response, Nia Wushuang merely chuckled coldly, feeling no inclination to engage with such a mindless adversary. Unbeknownst to Xiao Qingfeng, his bravado was precisely what would evoke Lan Ying'er's disdain. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, Lan Ying'er exclaimed in anger, Xiao Qingfeng, get away from me. I have made my feelings for you abundantly clear. I harbor no interest whatsoever. If you dare to trouble young Master Nia again, do not blame me for being unkind. Although Lan Ying'er is a woman, her demeanor is quite domineering as she boldly steps forward, eager to challenge Xiao Qingfeng to a duel. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qingfeng's frustration manifests in a twisted expression as he angrily glares at Nia Wushuang, shouting, do you still consider yourself a man, hiding behind a woman? As his words resonate, the surrounding youths burst into laughter. Among them, several young men who, like Xiao Qingfeng, are vying for Lan Ying'er's affection, join in. Indeed, if you are a man, step forward and fight, hiding behind a woman. Do you aspire to be a pretty boy? One of them, Huang Tianxing, a scion of the prominent Huang family of Tianyang City, taunts. If you were truly a man, you would have emerged by now instead of cowering behind a woman. Another youth, Lin Xuanyi from the illustrious Lin family, steps forward to mock him. Brother, a man should possess courage. If I were in your position, I would confront them head on. Even if I lost, at least I would have fought like a man. A third youth, Li Tianlin, sneers, also a disciple from a distinguished family. In a brief span, 3 young men deliberately come forth to provoke Nia Wushuang. Observing them, Lan Ying'er trembles with indignation, drawing her soul sword and positioning it protectively before Nia Wushuang, exclaiming, anyone wishing to lay a hand on young master, Nia must first contend with me. Each of these four young men harbors feelings for Lan Inger, and seeing her, the object of their affection, defend another man ignites their fury. How pathetic. Coward. Not a man at all. Step forward and fight. The four unite in their taunts directed at Nie Wuxiang. Are you seeking death? Lan Inger's voice turns icy with her rising anger. Nie Wuxiang casts a glance over the four youths, dismissing them entirely. Yet, they mistakenly interpret his silence as weakness, daring to push further. Especially when they observe the seemingly fragile Lan Inger standing resolutely with her sword in defense of him. Nie Wuxiang feels a twinge of guilt. He gently pulls Lan Inger behind him, his gaze filled with disdain as he slowly speaks. Have you all shouted enough? Do you truly believe you are worthy of my attention? It is amusing to him that the formidable absolute heaven-defying emperor finds himself squabbling with a group of mere children. However, remaining silent any longer would indeed render him a coward. Upon seeing Nie Wuxiang step forward, the faces of the four youths flicker with cold amusement. Convinced that they have successfully provoked him, the first to speak, Xiao Qingfeng, sneers and bellows at Nie Wuxiang. Kid, I reiterate my challenge. Let us duel. And the loser must keep their distance from Miss Inger forever. Nie Wuxiang turns to Lan Inger, feigning innocence as he inquires, is he your boyfriend? No. I have no connection with him. Lan Inger's face flushes crimson with embarrassment, uncertain of the implications of Nie Wuxiang's question. Then that settles it. Nie Wuxiang replies nonchalantly. Xiao Qingfeng was infuriated to the brink of madness, particularly upon hearing Lan Inger declare that she had no connection to him, which nearly drove him to the point of bloodshed. His gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Nie Wuxiang, certain that this individual was deliberately provoking him. You brat, step forward for a duel. Xiao Qingfeng bellowed, his voice laced with murderous intent. Hold your horses. Nie Wuxiang waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Xiao Qingfeng, and instead turned to Lan Inger, continuing to inquire, and what about these individuals? What is your relationship with them? I have no association with them. Lan Inger stomped her foot in anger, exasperated that anyone would pose such questions to a woman in public. Very well then, Nie Wuxiang replied nonchalantly. The crowd was left bewildered, uncertain of his true intentions. You are deliberately humiliating us, aren't you? Li Tianlin glared at Nie Wuxiang, his voice boiling with rage. Step forward for a duel, and I will ensure your demise is a gruesome one. I too wish to battle you. Huang Tianqing shouted angrily, incensed by Lan Inger's public disavowal of them. To the death, Lin Xuanyi roared, his face a mask of fury, as they all harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Nie Wuxiang. The four young warriors stood together, the elite of the younger generation from Tianyang City, drawing the attention of many. However, at that moment, most gazes were fixed on Nie Wuxiang, with many speculating about his origins. Upon discovering that he had no notable background, merely relying on the fact that his grandfather had once saved Lan Inger's father, earning her favor, many shook their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, Nie Wuxiang was undoubtedly a country bumpkin, incomparable to the four prominent young masters before him. Young Master Nie, you need not pay them any mind. Should anyone dare to overstep, they must first contend with my sword. Lan Ing, unaware of Nie Wuxiang's true capabilities and fearing he might not be able to hold his own, took a stance to intervene once more. That won't be necessary. Nie Wuxiang replied with a faint smile, gently pushing Lan Inger's half-drawn sword back into its sheath. He added with a grin, a woman's sword is meant for admiration. As for dealing with rabid dogs, allow me to take care of that. Lan Inger's heart raced, her entire face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Nie Wuxiang's words bore a teasing undertone, leaving her to ponder deeply. Surrounding young women were moved by his declaration, wishing fervently that it had been directed at them. A woman is inherently to be protected, they mused. Although women in this world were not weak, they still yearned for a Prince Charming to emerge during critical moments, to stand up for them and shield them from harm. All of you should learn from him. A true man knows how to cherish a woman. If someone spoke to me like that, I would undoubtedly marry him. That is a real man. Numerous young ladies cried out, utterly captivated by Nie Wuxiang's charm. Why do I suddenly find this fellow so dashing? Even Lan Inger cast furtive glances at Nie Wuxiang, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. What's this? Is our Inger smitten? At that moment, a melodious voice, like silver bells, whispered softly in Lan Inger's ear, causing her to tremble and her neck to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 87, Feeble and Annoying. Lan Inger, blushing, stamped her foot and cast a fierce glance at the woman behind her. This woman, of a similar age to Lan Inger, surpassed her in beauty, with skin like sheep fat and eyes resembling autumn waters. Her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, elegantly gathered with a jade green phoenix hairpin. This hairpin was extraordinary, radiating a luminous glow, The phoenix atop it appeared almost alive, with light visibly flowing within, casting a soft milky aura that enveloped her, bestowing upon her an ethereal presence, akin to a celestial being, pure and resplendent. The daughter of the city lord has arrived. Upon her appearance, numerous young men and women nodded in greeting. This lady was Feng Shui, the sole daughter of the lord of Tianyang City, possessing exceptional talent and admired by many youths. She and Lan Inger were known as the twin talents, the two shining jewels of Tianyang City. Inger, who is this fellow? I can't help but notice that you seem genuinely smitten, Feng Shui teased with a sly smile. Sister Shui, you're mocking me, Lan Inger replied. Her fingers entwined as she nervously twisted her garment. With a quick glance, she suddenly took the initiative, asking, Sister Shui, what do you think of him? What do I think? Feng Shui replied, her gaze sweeping over Niao Wushuang with an indifferent expression. Average, I suppose. When Feng Shui referred to average, it was, in fact, a high compliment. Lan Inger chuckled, then I can rest easy. I may have already boasted about introducing you to. Little girl, are you looking for a beating? Feng Shui's charming face flushed as she playfully struck Lan Inger, as the two exchanged playful banter. Xiao Qingfeng and his companions had already stepped onto a combat stage ahead. The Ba Lu, a place of utmost joy, offered an array of entertaining services that far exceeded a mere 100. Among the greatest pleasures was the spectacle of duels, with each floor featuring its own designated combat arena. These arenas were unlike any other. They were spatial formations. Though they appeared small from the outside, measuring only 3 to 5 square meters, once one stepped inside, the space expanded 100-fold, creating a vast arena suitable for complete exertion. Furthermore, within this spatial formation, arrays maintained stability, allowing even martial emperors to engage without concern. Xiao Qingfeng was the first to ascend the combat stage, coldly challenging Niao Wushuang. Come up for a duel. He was brimming with confidence, certain he could defeat Niao Wushuang in one blow, thereby humiliating him. The other youths eagerly stepped forward, clamoring, fight me. They believed Niao Wushuang to be an easy target, eager to demonstrate their prowess and garner attention. Niao Wushuang smiled faintly as he approached the arena. Young Master Nia, Lan Inger called out, attempting to grasp him. But she merely grasped air, whispering instead, be careful. When did our Inger become so tender-hearted? Feng Shui teased beside her. You can't possibly have taken a liking to him, can you? Nonsense. Lan Inger, feeling bashful, stamped her foot, her gaze shifting to avoid confrontation. At this moment, Niao Wushuang had already ascended the combat stage, his eyes directed towards the opposing side, where Xiao Qingfeng and his companions were embroiled in a heated debate over who would be the first to engage. Each sought to outshine the other, yet their quarrel remained unresolved. With a faint smile, Niao Wushuang expressed his impatience, urging, let us commence. For I have no desire to squander time with you. You're exceedingly arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Xiao Qingfeng, trembling with rage, leapt onto the combat stage. Niao Wushuang, however, did not even deign to glance at him. Instead, he beckoned the 3 youths lingering outside the stage, boldly proclaiming, you should join in as well. What did you say? The trio was almost convinced they had misheard. Not only them, but nearly all the young men and women on this floor believed they had misunderstood. You intend to challenge us all at once? Xiao Qingfeng's voice quavered, his anger palpable. He had assumed he could single-handedly deal with Niao Wushuang, only to find that the latter regarded him with utter disdain. To challenge 4 at once. This was an outright dismissal of their worth. The humiliation was unbearable. With 3 resounding thuds, Li Tianlin and his companions, incensed, ascended the stage. Witnessing their boldness, Xiao Qingfeng's fury erupted as he pointed at them, exclaiming, you overestimate him. I alone can handle this. Enough of your idle chatter. Niao Wushuang replied coolly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. This is rather dull. You might as well concede and withdraw. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators, many nearly choking in disbelief. Was this fellow not excessively confident? Such arrogance was boundless. Inger, who exactly is he? Feng Shui furrowed her brow. He is the grandson of Elder Nia. Did I not mention this to you? Lan Inger whispered, equally taken aback by Niao Wushuang's audacity. Xiao Qingfeng and his 3 companions were regarded as the elite of their generation, each a pinnacle martial artist striving for the martial king realm. Even with her own strength, she could not guarantee victory over any of them. Yet Niao Wushuang brazenly sought to take them all on at once. Was he courting disaster? Nia, could it be that he is not capable? How could that be? Feng Shui murmured, seemingly struck by a realization before shaking her head. Despite their anger, Xiao Qingfeng's group hesitated to act in unison, convinced that Niao Wushuang was unworthy of their combined efforts. Observing their indecision, Niao Wushuang grew impatient, stating calmly, very well, if you refuse to make a move, I have no time to waste with you. With those words, his figure vanished from sight. An explosive sound resonated through the air. What was that? So swift. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Niao Wushuang's body abruptly disappear, his speed astonishing, surpassing even that of a martial king. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled thuds echoed, causing the crowd to collectively inhale sharply. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qingfeng and his companions had simultaneously been sent hurtling backward, barely touching the ground as they fell. Four exceptional youths were simultaneously vanquished, and most crucially, no one witnessed how Niao Wushuang executed his moves. He swept through like a gust of wind, leaving behind only the sound of an explosive shockwave, thus concluding the battle. The four prodigies of Tianyang City were defeated in an instant. Observing the four of them sprawled on the dueling stage, nearly all the young men and women felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. After all, these were the celebrated prodigies of Tianyang City. Yet they were effortlessly subdued by their opponent. What made the situation even more staggering was that it was a 1 against 4. At this moment, it became apparent that Niao Wushuang had elegantly descended from the stage, shaking his head as he walked away, declaring, "You are simply pitifully weak." Chapter 88. The remark that shook the heavenly network, pitifully weak? At that instant, nearly everyone felt an intense urge to rush forward and confront Niao Wushuang. Those were their four illustrious prodigies, and he had the audacity to label them as weak. Niao Wushuang had not only trampled upon the dignity of the four prodigies, but had also insulted the pride of all the geniuses from Tianyang City. They were enraged. They felt indignant, yet they were powerless. If even Xiao Qingfeng and his companions could not stand against him, who among them could possibly challenge Niao Wushuang? Weak, pitifully weak. Feng Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving with indignation. She too felt the impulse to charge forward and give Niao Wushuang a piece of her mind. Although she viewed Xiao Qingfeng and his companions as deserving of their humiliation, they were still the finest representatives of Tianyang City, embodying its pride and honor. Now, their city's dignity lay in tatters, and as the daughter of the city lord, she could no longer bear to witness such disgrace. She yearned to step forward and fight, but was firmly restrained by Lan Inger, who teasingly remarked, "Sister Shui, are you perhaps smitten with him? No need to be so proactive. I can introduce you." That mischievous girl. Feng Shui chuckled, her battle spirit dissipating. On the dueling stage, Xiao Qingfeng and his companions lay prostrate, utterly dazed. Niao Wushuang's strike was not fierce. It merely served as a minor lesson, yet they appeared as if they had sustained grave injuries, unable to rise. It was not that they couldn't, but rather that they refused to. The humiliation was too great. For individuals, felled by a single blow. Most importantly, they had not even glimpsed how Niao Wushuang had executed his move. This alone sufficed to illustrate the vast chasm between them and Niao Wushuang. At that moment, each of the four felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Previously, they had boasted, compelling Niao Wushuang to engage in battle. Their spirits high, but what was the outcome? They were utterly incapable of facing him, not even as a single opponent. This was an unbearable blow to their pride. The four remained on the ground, unwilling to rise, until their kin approached to lift them away, at which point they sprang back to life. Oh, how tragically humiliating. What a disgrace. I cannot believe I participated in such foolishness with you all. I wish to find a tofu to crash into. The four of them wept and wailed, consumed by despair. In this battle, a formidable warrior of the martial kings was live-streaming. The Celestial Network showcased the unfolding combat. Initially, the audience was sparse, but soon someone recognized Niao Wushuang. My goodness, it's the Emperor Nya. Truly, my invincible Emperor Nya. Who is this insignificant brat, blind enough to challenge my Emperor Nya? The defeat is utterly tragic. As the name Emperor Nya surfaced, attention surged dramatically. The martial king who had shared the video merely found it amusing and had not anticipated inadvertently capturing a battle involving Emperor Nya. Over the past month, the name of Emperor Nya had gained traction across the network in Liangzhou, drawing increasing attention. Anything associated with the name Emperor Nya would swiftly garner interest. What place is this? Has Emperor Nya begun to fight? Is it the Imperial City? I look forward to Emperor Nya's conquest of the Imperial City, vanquishing those arrogant talents of the capital, leaving them utterly humiliated. Such were the sentiments of the warriors extolling Niao Wushuang, eager for him to teach a lesson to the conceited talents of the Imperial City. Conversely, some of the capital's talents scoffed, dismissing the notion. This is certainly not the Imperial City. There are no dilapidated places like this in the capital. It must be some small nation where this rubbish can only flounder. If he dares to come to the Imperial City, I'll teach him a lesson on humility. Our talents from the Imperial City will make him call us father. Recognizing that the battleground was not the Imperial City, some talents from the capital made haughty declarations. Should he dare to come to the imperial city, he shall be slain. Gao Peng, a talented individual from the Gao family, re-emerged, leaving behind a domineering message. Soon, the video uploader revealed that the duel would take place in Tianyang City, causing an uproar. Upon hearing this news, countless warriors erupted with excitement. Huh, I told you, Emperor Nia is formidable. Sooner or later, he will reach the imperial city and obliterate those who presume themselves superior. In the words of our Emperor Nia, you are simply pathetic. Some observed that it was the loquacious martial king who had appeared to cheer for Emperor Nia. Instantly, a phrase became pinned at the top of the celestial network. You are simply pathetic. In a flash, this seemed to transform into the most ostentatious statement in the world. It is rumored that a martial king, after a battle, stood atop a mountain with hands behind his back and slowly uttered, "You are simply pathetic." Even a martial emperor, having ventured deep into the wilderness to slay several beast emperors, stood atop the head of a 100-foot-tall beast emperor, gazing skyward. You are simply pathetic. Even Nia Wushuang could not have anticipated that a casual remark would evolve into a resounding catchphrase of arrogance in the future. Within the ancient mansion of the imperial city, Gao Peng stored away his celestial network pass and shut down the network. He gazed skyward, his eyes bright as stars, with runes flickering in his pupils. A hint of disdain curling his lips as he coldly declared, should anyone dare to come to the capital, they shall be slain. Meanwhile, within the Ba Lu Tower, Nia Wushuang undoubtedly became the most radiant presence. Countless young men and women approached him to greet and ingratiate themselves. It was evident to all that someone capable of defeating the four great prodigies with a single move was anything but ordinary. Originally, they all believed that Nia Wushuang was persistently pursuing Lan Inger, which they regarded with disdain. However, it now appeared that it was Lan Inger who was clinging to Nia Wushuang, refusing to let go wherever they went, resembling a little resentful wife, seemingly fearful of having Nia Wushuang taken away. As the banquet progressed halfway, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd retreated to the sides. Even Feng Shui, the daughter of the city lord, quietly stepped aside. It was evident to all that a distinguished guest was about to arrive. The attendees had gathered for the banquet, partly for leisure and to forge connections, but the primary reason was to behold the unparalleled beauty of the ninth princess. The ninth princess, also known as the Clear Spirit Princess, was born with an extraordinary beauty that seemed to incite jealousy even in the heavens. Thus, it was rumored that she would not live past the age of 12. Yet this year, she had already reached 16, blossoming into a striking young woman. It was said that a powerful martial emperor, upon accidentally catching a glimpse of the Clear Spirit Princess, was so taken aback by her beauty that he willingly became her servant, ready to toil at her command. The mere beauty capable of captivating a martial emperor seemed far-fetched to Nia Wushuang, who merely smiled, aware that such tales were likely exaggerated. Nonetheless, the fact that the ninth princess could inspire such devotion from a martial emperor spoke volumes about her extraordinary capabilities. Nia Wushuang felt a twinge of curiosity about what remarkable qualities the Clear Spirit Princess possessed, having only crossed paths with her once in Yongzhou City. Chapter 89. Unforeseen Calamity. The arrival of the ninth princess draped in a flowing white gown that trailed elegantly behind her. The ninth princess's flawless figure was entirely enveloped. Adorning her hair was a silver phoenix hairpin, intricately carved to resemble a living creature, indicative of a remarkable spiritual artifact. Radiating a soft silver light that enveloped her form, Nia Wushuang's eyes flickered. He discerned that the silver hairpin possessed the ability to nurture the spirit, presumably to aid the Clear Spirit Princess in healing her soul. Her face was veiled by a white gauze, which also served as a spiritual artifact, emanating a faint white glow that not only nurtured her spirit, but also prevented others from perceiving her through mental probing. The Clear Spirit Princess appeared exceptionally pure, lacking any excessive adornments, her steps graceful and light, as if she would be swept away by a gentle breeze. Yet, it was precisely this woman who radiated brilliance, destined to be the most dazzling presence wherever she went. Upon reaching the main seat, the ninth princess took her place, followed at a distance by two young men. These two youths gazed at the Clear Spirit Princess with adoration, yet they dared not openly scrutinize her. It was none other than Xiao Qingyun and Yi Tianyu. Upon seeing them, Lan Inger exclaimed in mild anger, "Haven't those two always pursued you? Why have they suddenly become the ninth princess's shadow?" Feng Shui responded nonchalantly. Their older brother is training at the Heavenly Dragon Academy and is a classmate of the ninth princess. Even so, isn't that unacceptable? Aren't you angry? Lan Inger retorted indignantly. Fuming with indignation, Feng Shui pouted in feigned anger, clearly unaffected by the two individuals. "Ah, I see. Have you forgotten about these mundane beings the moment you laid eyes on young Master Nya? Lan Inger teasingly remarked. Feng Shui, her face flushed with embarrassment, pinched Lan Inger sharply and whispered in a threatening tone, "You mischievous girl, if you continue with your nonsense, I swear I will tear your mouth apart." Nya Wushuang stood nearby, and even their hushed whispers did not escape his ears, prompting a wry smile. The ninth princess sat above, silent yet exuding a gentle demeanor as her gaze casually wandered about. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched. It was him. Princess Qingling was taken aback. Although Nya Wushuang had never laid eyes on the ninth princess, she had seen him before. Each battle of Nya Wushuang in Liangzhou's Tianwang had been witnessed by Princess Qingling. His ability to capture her attention stemmed from the divine elixir he had crafted. That single vial of elixir had greatly benefited her, and in the brief span of 2 months, it had replenished her spirit significantly. However, relying solely on one vial to heal her soul was akin to chasing phantoms. Yet, if there were an abundance of the elixir, perhaps her condition could improve. Thus, throughout their journey, Princess Qingling had remained vigilant of Nya Wushuang. Upon seeing him at the banquet, her gaze lingered a moment longer than usual. This seemingly trivial act did not go unnoticed by the others present. How curious. Why is Princess Qingling paying such special attention to that rustic fellow? Do they know each other? Xiao Qingfeng ground his teeth in jealousy. To be acknowledged by the ninth princess was a mark of supreme honor for them. Alas, the ninth princess's gaze passed over them with serene indifference, devoid of any particular interest. You don't truly know each other, do you? Lan Inger regarded Nya Wushuang with a skeptical expression, her doubts evident. We have never met. Nya Wushuang replied awkwardly, aware that Princess Qingling had indeed recognized him and understood the reason for her lingering glances. I am weary, Princess Qingling stated, rising shortly after. This time, even Xiao Qingyun and Yi Tianyu were barred from following her, unworthy of accompanying the princess. Though her stay was brief, it ignited the atmosphere around them. Many engaged in fervent discussions about the unparalleled grace of Princess Qingling, and even the young maidens spoke of her with admiration and envy, devoid of any trace of jealousy. They felt they lacked the standing to envy her. As for the young men, they were electrified, brimming with excitement at the mere sight of the legendary Princess Qingling, an experience they could boast about for a lifetime. As Princess Qingling departed, the gazes of Xiao Qingyun and Yi Tianyu turned towards Nya Wushuang. Who is this fellow? Xiao Qingyun waved his hand, summoning Xiao Qingfeng to his side, and angrily exclaimed, "How dare you get so close to Shuer? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Qingfeng, recently defeated by Nya Wushuang and seething with frustration, hastily retorted. He was brought here by Lan Inger, who said she wanted to introduce him to Feng Shui. This revelation nearly sent Xiao Qingyun into a fit of rage. His fists clenched, cracking ominously, as he strode purposefully towards Nya Wushuang. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyu, upon learning of the connection between Nya Wushuang and Feng Shui, also felt his countenance darken with fury. He too stepped forward, advancing towards Nya Wushuang. Observing the fury radiating from both men, Lan Inger's expression shifted, and she urgently pulled Nya Wushuang aside, whispering, "We must leave quickly." Feng Shui, noticing the advancing figures, felt her complexion pale and grasped Nya Wushuang's arm, softly urging, "They are coming for me. You should leave first, lest you be dragged into this." Nya Wushuang remained unfazed. As the gaze of the princess of Qingling lingered on him, he noticed the two men glaring at him with a ferocity that seemed almost predatory. Their strength was indeed formidable, having attained the rank of martial king. Yet Nya Wushuang was undeterred. What of a martial king? He had slain them before. With a faint smile, he indicated no intention of retreating. At that moment, Xiao Qingyun and Yi Tianyu approached him, their eyes blazing with fury upon witnessing Feng Shui's hand clasped around Nya Wushuang's arm. "Kid," Xiao Qingyun declared bluntly, "I hear you wish to pursue Feng Shui. Do you not realize that I am also vying for her affection?" Nya Wushuang could only manage a rueful smile. This was, indeed, an undeserved calamity for him. Even if he were to clarify that he had no connection with the two women beside him, no one would believe him. When he fell silent, Xiao Qingyun let out a disdainful huff. His arrogant gaze swept over Nya Wushuang, and upon recognizing him merely as a great martial master, he sneered. "What are you? Do you think you are worthy of Feng Shui? Sever one of your arms, and I shall allow you to leave." His words dripped with malice, demanding that Nya Wushuang sacrifice an arm simply because Feng Shui had dared to hold his arm. "What do you intend to do, Xiao Qingyun?" Feng Shui rebuked angrily. "Get away." Her defense of Nya Wushuang only intensified Xiao Qingyun's fury. Maintaining his composure while Yi Tianyu arrogantly proclaimed, "I demand that you forfeit your cultivation and leave Tianyang City. From this moment forth, should you dare to set foot here again, it will be your demise." His words were more ruthless than those of Xiao Qingyun, insisting that Nie Wushuang relinquish his powers and vacate the city. Nie Wushuang merely scoffed. These two individuals deemed him insignificant, yet, had he ever regarded them with any respect? They were nothing more than two novice martial kings, audaciously speaking such threats before him. Do you find my words amusing? Yi Tianyu's expression turned icy, his anger flaring as he declared, I have always been a man of my word. If you doubt my resolve, I shall take matters into my own hands. But once I do, it will not merely be your cultivation that I destroy. What will you do? Nie Wushuang inquired nonchalantly. I will ensure your death. Yi Tianyu snarled menacingly. Both martial kings issued a simultaneous warning, demanding that Nie Wushuang make a choice. Meanwhile, Feng Shui trembled with fury at the side, attempting to pull Nie Wushuang away, but found him immovable. Not only could she not budge him, but she also witnessed Nie Wushuang steadily advancing toward the combat stage. Young Master Nie, Feng Shui cried out in alarm, striving to hinder his progress. Upon reaching the stage, Nie Wushuang suddenly turned back, offering Feng Shui a faint smile as he asked, by the way, are those two your friends? Not at all. Feng Shui shook her head vigorously. Oh, so they aren't even friends. Nie Wushuang nodded, a glimmer of brightness in his eyes as he remarked, that simplifies matters. Many onlookers felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths, recalling how Nie Wushuang had similarly addressed Xiao Qingfeng and his companions just before swiftly defeating them. Their reputations were tarnished, their dignity trampled. Could that scene be reenacted? No. It was utterly impossible. This time, he faced martial kings, any of whom could easily eliminate him. Xiao Qingfeng seethed. Being bested in a single blow by a country bumpkin is a humiliation and pain I shall never forget. I wish nothing more than for Nie Wushuang to be annihilated. Boy, are you challenging our patience? Xiao Qingyun's face darkened, especially infuriated by Feng Shui's denial. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Yi Tianyu stepped onto the combat stage, followed closely by Xiao Qingyun. Standing opposite them, Nie Wushuang cast a cold gaze over the two, stating indifferently, since you are all here, let us not waste time. Come at me together. He was prepared to take on two opponents. The crowd gasped in shock, the youth left speechless. Was this man truly insane? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. A mere grand martial master dared to challenge two martial kings simultaneously. Such audacity was unprecedented. The martial king who had previously initiated the live broadcast trembled with excitement, resuming his stream as Nie Wushuang ascended the stage once more. Soon, the video went viral, with bold red letters declaring, Emperor Nie invades Tianlong, the second battle. The eye-catching title drew attention, especially the words Emperor Nie, which swiftly captivated the public's interest. A considerable number of individuals flocked to Tianlong to witness the spectacle, and upon seeing that Nie Wushuang faced two junior martial kings, many were filled with exhilaration. 1 against 2, simultaneously battling two martial kings. How magnificent was Emperor Nie! This was destined to be a crushing victory, devoid of suspense. Our Emperor Nie would undoubtedly annihilate them without a trace. Who dared to challenge Emperor Nie? Such audacity from this young fool. Soon, some warriors from the Tianlong dynasty expressed their discontent in the comments below. Nonsense. Our martial kings of the Tianlong dynasty are not to be compared with the martial kings from impoverished regions. Their engagement would surely result in the brutal slaughter of your Emperor Nie. Slay Emperor Nie and proclaim our Tianlong might. The support for the two martial kings from the Tianlong dynasty was palpable. They were indeed correct. The martial kings of the Tianlong dynasty surpassed their counterparts from lesser nations in tenacity. They wielded superior martial arts and possessed more formidable soul weapons, rendering them exponentially stronger than those from smaller nations. It would not be an exaggeration to state that Ling Zhanyun, a mid-level martial king, was merely mediocre in Tianyang City, easily bested by any newly ascended junior martial king. This exemplified the profound heritage of the grand dynasties. They mastered more powerful martial arts and had access to greater cultivation resources, enabling them to cultivate stronger warriors. On the stage, Nie Wushuang regarded them with a hint of pity, while Xiao Qingyun and Yi Tianyu were seething with rage. They were martial kings yet looked down upon by a mere grandmaster. To add insult to injury, Nie Wushuang arrogantly intended to confront them both simultaneously, disregarding their prowess entirely. Young man, you are truly courting death. Xiao Qingyun clenched his fists and stepped forward, his expression frigid, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. As he approached Nie Wushuang, he haughtily proclaimed, do not say, I am not giving you a chance. I shall allow you 3 moves. After that, I will strike and obliterate you. Upon hearing his words, the warriors on Tianlong erupted in disbelief. What manner of warrior is this? Has he lost his senses? He dares to allow Emperor Nie 3 moves? Such folly. Truly absurd, for our Emperor Nia has slain mid-level martial kings and faced martial emperors. A single move from him would suffice to vanquish you. Many spectators believe that Xiao Qingyun had indeed lost his mind. Allowing Emperor Nia 3 moves was tantamount to seeking his own demise. On the duel platform, Nia Wushuang smiled slightly and inquired of Xiao Qingyun, 3 moves? Are you certain? Of course. Xiao Qingyun sneered, arrogantly believing himself to be quite dashing. Even if you were granted 30 moves, the outcome would remain unchanged. Very well, Nia Wushuang replied. Momentarily speechless. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished like a cannonball. What just happened? Xiao Qingyun's eyelids twitched violently. As a martial king, he possessed mental acuity that allowed him to sense impending danger. He had initially regarded Nia Wushuang as insignificant, but in the next moment, he witnessed Nia Wushuang's bizarre disappearance. Suddenly, a thunderous sonic boom erupted by his ear, causing his eardrum to ache, and an overwhelming sense of peril compelled him to react swiftly. Boom. He raised his fist and unleashed a devastating strike forward, the terrifying energy of his punch distorting the surrounding space. The sound of the explosion resonated like firecrackers, crackling thunderously in succession. Chapter 91. Ruthless opponent as his fist surged forth. A piercing voice rang out from the opposite side. Wasn't it agreed that you'd let me have 3 moves? You're going back on your word. Nia Wushuang stood across from him, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm, while accusing Xiao Qingyun with a furious expression. Xiao Qingyun's face turned pale with rage. Realizing he had been toyed with by Nia Wushuang, he had boasted that he would allow Nia Wushuang 3 moves, intending to defeat him in 1 strike after that. Yet now, having barely unleashed his first attack, he found himself the one to attack first. You did this on purpose, kid. Xiao Qingyun was seething with anger, nearly spitting blood. He was a dignified martial king, yet he had been outmaneuvered by a mere grand martial master. With a furious roar, he propelled himself forward like an enraged lion, charging at Nia Wushuang. His body radiated with the brilliance of his true energy, enveloping him and granting him astonishing speed. Boom. He delivered a punch with ferocity, his eyes glinting with malice as he bellowed, "Die!" The punch radiated with lightning, erupting with a thunderous roar, its might unfathomable. Nia Wushuang retaliated with a punch of his own, the collision sounding like cannon fire, as the violent winds whipped their garments wildly. Boom. Nia Wushuang's fist, imbued with divine power, summoned an ancient dragon elephant from behind, ruthlessly trampling toward Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun, taken aback, felt his true energy surge as a majestic lion erupted from his fist. The colossal lion, towering dozens of feet high, collided with the ancient dragon elephant, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. The clash of the lion and the elephant resulted in the lion being shattered, dissipating into countless rays of light. Nia Wushuang's fist glimmered with brilliance, its formidable force crashing forth like a tempest, shattering Xiao Qingyun's fist. Ah! Xiao Qingyun cried out in agony. Nia Wushuang's punch surged forward, striking his chest with a sound akin to bones fracturing. Bang! Xiao Qingyun was sent hurtling backward, his chest caving in significantly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. With a single punch, Xiao Qingyun, a martial king, was sent flying, blood spraying forth. The youths surrounding them stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Xiao Qingyun, the pride of Tianyang City at just 18 years old, shone even brighter than figures like Xiao Qingfeng. Yet now, he had been defeated in 1 move, gravely injured and bleeding. These young talents felt their dignity trampled upon once more, bringing shame upon the prodigies of Tianyang City. Is this your true strength? Such disappointment. Nia Wushuang remarked disdainfully, a hint of scorn playing at the corner of his mouth. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why the silence now? Xiao Qingyun was nearly driven to the brink of fury. What could he say in his defeat? Gritting his teeth, he rose, glaring at Nia Wushuang and roaring, "You're courting death, kid." Nia Wushuang merely dug at his ears, shaking his head as he replied, "I'm growing weary of hearing that. I vow I shall not be human if I do not slay you." Xiao Qingyun roared, nearly exploding with rage. Boom. He unleashed his energy. A formidable force surged forth from the crown of his head, transforming into a majestic lion. This was the manifestation of spiritual martial arts. He intended to wield this power to vanquish Nia Wushuang. It was universally acknowledged that for a grand martial artist, spiritual martial arts were their nemesis. Once a martial king employed spiritual suppression, a grand martial artist would find themselves utterly defenseless. Thus, upon witnessing Xiao Qingyun invoke spiritual martial arts, many youths around wore smiles of anticipation, fully aware that Nia Wushuang would surely meet his demise. Xiao Qingyun was the most exuberant, dancing and laughing heartily, exclaiming, "You are finished, doomed to die." This is spiritual martial arts, suffocating you completely. Confidence and arrogance reappeared on Xiao Qingyun's face as he glared menacingly at Niao Wushuang, bellowing, "Die!" Boom. The lion, imbued with his spiritual energy, charged through the air towards Niao Wushuang. Simultaneously, Xiao Qingyun expelled a surge of true energy, morphing it into a humanoid form, both strikes converging upon Niao Wushuang. Humanoid true energy. Upon witnessing Xiao Qingyun unleash this form, Niao Wushuang's eyes flickered. In the Dragon Sword Kingdom, only mid-level martial kings could cultivate humanoid true energy. Yet Xiao Qingyun, merely at the first level of martial king, had managed to condense such a form, indicating the extraordinary nature of the martial arts of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. The warriors here were indeed several times more formidable than those of the Dragon Sword Kingdom. Xiao Qingyun, concurrently employing spiritual martial arts and humanoid true energy against Niao Wushuang, believed victory was assured. However, the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. Heaven above. What was this? His spiritual martial arts, manifesting as a lion, was aimed directly at Niao Wushuang's soul, intent on annihilating it. Yet, Niao Wushuang did not flinch or evade, allowing the lion to crash into him, even wearing a delighted expression, revealing a cold smile. The spiritual martial arts were utterly ineffective against him. Xiao Qingyun felt as if his heart might cease to beat. At that moment, he witnessed an even more shocking scene. His humanoid true energy struck before Niao Wushuang, who, with a swirling motion of his palm, conjured a vortex that effortlessly absorbed Xiao Qingyun's humanoid true energy. Then, Niao Wushuang moved. With a sonic boom, his speed surpassed that of sound, instantly appearing before Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun raised his hand to defend, but his arm was shattered by a single punch. "Ah!" He screamed in agony, overwhelmed by pain, desperate to flee. But Niao Wushuang was relentless, striking blow after blow. His shoulder was hit, bones fracturing, collapsing in a large area. "Ah!" Xiao Qingyun cried out in torment. The onlookers were astonished, their hearts trembling at the sound of his pitiful wails. Bang! Ultimately, Niao Wushuang delivered a powerful kick, crushing him beneath his foot, like a sovereign surveying his realm, invincible. The crowd gazed in shock at Xiao Qingyun, now subdued underfoot, gasping in horror. In mere moments, his body bore numerous injuries, bones broken, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his legs mercilessly shattered by Niao Wushuang's kicks, lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Resembling a bloodied figure, his face so battered it was barely recognizable. It was truly a tragic SI. Even those martial artists watching from the heavens were left gasping in horror. Xiao Qingyun's defeat was utterly tragic. He had been beaten beyond recognition. Surrounding youths were frozen in shock, some even covering their eyes in terror. They were sheltered flowers, unaccustomed to such brutal scenes. The more timid among them were reduced to tears. On the combat stage, Yi Tianyu stood opposite, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Fear gripped him. He was petrified. How could Xiao Qingyun, his equal in strength, suffer such a humiliating defeat? The entire encounter had been a one-sided thrashing. Reflecting on the preceding events, his heart raced. His limbs turned icy. At that moment, he dared not utter another word about wanting Niao Wushuang to abandon her cultivation. His trembling legs yearned only to flee the stage. Yet, before he could escape, Niao Wushuang's icy gaze pierced through him, nearly bringing him to his knees. She lazily flexed her fists and grinned at him, saying, "Didn't you just say you wanted me dead? Let us begin. I am ready." Chapter 92. Who else? What are you preparing for? Yi Tianyu's voice quivered. His body shook incessantly. The sight of the bloodied and mangled Xiao Qingyun beneath Niao Wushuang's foot sent chills down his spine. "No, I want to fight you." Yi Tianyu turned and fled. He was actually scared away. This scene astonished everyone present. The youths surrounding the combat stage were left dumbfounded, as were the martial artists watching from above, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. A martial king, terrified into retreat by a mere great martial master. This news was explosive. Niao Huang was formidable. What were those so-called dragon martial artists? Mere worthless trash, lacking the courage to face my Niao Huang. How embarrassing. Is this truly a martial king? Utterly disgraceful. Numerous martial artists commented, mocking the Dragon Empire's warriors. The talented individuals from the imperial capital were furious, their anger reaching a boiling point. They had believed these two martial kings could easily overpower Niao Wushuang and had boasted about it. But the outcome left them unable to hold their heads high. Even in the face of humiliation, they found no courage to show themselves. Ultimately, it was the talented Gao Peng from the Gao family who resurfaced, domineeringly commenting, "Dare to come to the imperial capital, and you shall be slain." Meanwhile, on the combat stage, the battle was far from over. As Yi Tianyu sought to escape, Niao Wushuang would not allow him to leave so easily. With a thunderous crash, her body shot forward like a dazzling star, colliding fiercely with Yi Tianyu. Realizing it was too late to flee the stage, Yi Tianyu gritted his teeth and resolved to fight back. He roared loudly, channeling his true energy, which transformed into a human-shaped manifestation, charging at Niao Wushuang. Simultaneously, his martial soul emerged, a ferocious beast, akin to a wolf or leopard. It was a speed-oriented martial soul that granted him extraordinary swiftness. With a whoosh, his body surged forward, surpassing the speed of sound, executing a punch aimed directly at Niao Wushuang. He is, after all, a formidable martial king. At this moment, he steadies his mind, unleashing his full combat prowess, fierce and terrifying, akin to a wild beast radiating an aura of menace. Excellent. Niao Wushuang chuckled coldly, unleashing a punch imbued with his true energy towards his adversary. Bang! With a single strike, the humanoid true energy was shattered, and he activated the 9-turn sky-soaring technique to absorb this energy. Simultaneously, his body surged forward at astonishing speed, racing towards Yi Tianyu. The two engaged in a fierce clash, each impact resonating with explosive sounds that nearly caused the entire combat platform to collapse. The onlooking youths were left in a daze. Such visceral, brutal combat was a rarity for them, striking their senses with extreme intensity, leaving them in a state of shock. Each explosive sound, accompanied by the cracking of bones, sent shivers down their spines. Bang, bang, bang. After countless collisions, Yi Tianyu found himself beneath Niao Wushuang's foot. With each step, Niao Wushuang stomped on two martial kings, turning around imperiously to bellow towards the outside of the combat arena. Who else dares? His invincible demeanor and commanding presence left the onlookers awestruck. Witnessing Niao Wushuang employ such violent means to subdue a martial king, those observing from the heavenly network gasped in astonishment, especially when he stood, 1 foot on a martial king, boldly proclaiming, "Who else dares?" Countless spectators revered him. It was exhilarating, truly deserving of the title of the invincible Nia Emperor. The might of the Nia Emperor resonated, and numerous martial artists began to emulate Niao Wushuang's final stance, flooding the comments below. Who else? This phrase was destined to become a new benchmark of bravado. The echoes of Niao Wushuang's words reverberated throughout the entire Bailu building, utterly overwhelming the youths present. This night would undoubtedly be momentous. The name of the Nia Emperor spread throughout the heavenly network, particularly among the martial artists of the Dragon Empire. They realized that the Nia Emperor had arrived, now in Tianyang City, suppressing the local prodigies of his age. Soon, he would march upon the imperial capital, treading upon all talents beneath his feet. For before him, no one possessed the qualifications to be called a genius. In the end, Niao Wushuang descended from the combat platform without taking any lives. It was not out of fear, but disdain. As they beheld the triumphant return of Niao Wushuang, Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er were left speechless, utterly stunned by the overwhelming reality that Niao Wushuang had indeed reduced two martial kings to submission. After a moment, the two women regained their composure, their gazes towards Niao Wushuang tinged with a hint of trepidation. After all, Niao Wushuang's ferocity on the combat platform was too wild, too terrifying, resembling a demon king, instilling fear upon reflection. This grand banquet of elite families concluded, sending ripples throughout Tianyang City. The humiliation of the Shao and Yi families' two martial kings being trampled was a grave affront to their dignity. However, with the banquet's conclusion, matters were far from resolved. Soon, young disciples from both the Shao and Yi families emerged, intercepting him midway, intent on detaining Niao Wushuang. A total of 17 or 18 elite youths from the Shao and Yi families, all at the martial king level, appeared, with several having even broken through to the intermediate martial king stage, their combat power formidable. They appeared, intercepting Niao Wushuang, intent on restoring the honor of the Shao and Yi families. Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er turned pale, wishing to intervene but finding themselves powerless against these disciples of the martial kings, who regarded them with indifference. However, they were acutely aware of Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er's identities, daring not to offend them too severely, nor to inflict any harm. Boy, are you not formidable? If so, do not hide behind women. Step forth and engage in battle. A mid-tier martial king from the Shao family, Shao Qinglin, stepped forward, glaring at Niao Wushuang. He was older than Shao Qingyun, a prominent figure among the youth, unable to tolerate the humiliation, and had brought the Shao family disciples with him. Is it your audacity that tramples upon my Yi family's martial king at the Bailu building? Step forward and face me. Today, I shall slay you. This was Yi Tianlin, a mid-tier martial king from the Yi family, whose younger brother Yi Tianyu had been humiliated by Niao Wushuang. The sight of his brother's defeat infuriated him, prompting him to rally a group of Yi family disciples to seek retribution against the perpetrator. Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er were alarmed. They were truly intent on murder. Do you dare act recklessly? Do you not fear my report upon returning? Feng Shui exclaimed in anger, positioning herself firmly before Nie Wuxuang, unwavering. Whoever dares to harm him must step over my dead body. Lan Ying'er, fiercely resolute, vowed to protect Nie Wuxuang at all costs. This scene elicited laughter from the martial kings, who regarded them with increasing disdain. I once believed you to be a notable figure, but it appears you are merely a leech. They mocked. The illustrious Nie Emperor is such a coward? They intended to broadcast the events live, eager to shatter the myth surrounding Nie Emperor and bring his reputation crashing down at their hands. The Nie Emperor battles the Dragon of Heaven, only to fall in Tianyang City. Our Tianyang City's pride shall annihilate him, Xiao Qinglin proclaimed with arrogance, pointing at Nie Wuxuang and further taunting. If you wish to live, kneel and apologize, publicly admitting that you are a coward, a useless wretch. Chapter 93. Confronting the martial kings. What? You are truly the Nie Emperor? Feng Shui gasped, disbelief etched across her face. Initially, she had suspected Nie Wuxuang to be the renowned Nie Emperor mentioned in recent rumors, but lacked certainty. Now, confirmation surged through her, her heart racing with excitement as she gazed at Nie Wuxuang, her demeanor turning bashful. Is it true? You are the Nie Emperor? Lan Ying'er was equally astonished, re-evaluating Nie Wuxuang. Though neither she nor Feng Shui possessed a Sky Network pass to access the Sky Network, they had heard tales of the Nie Emperor's exploits. Aware of his legendary feats in slaying mid-tier martial kings and battling martial emperors, they knew he had set forth to challenge the prodigies of the imperial capital. Are you truly here to conquer? To vanquish the talents of the imperial capital? Lan Ying'er inquired, her large eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Nie Wuxuang forced a smile, having learned about the widespread commotion surrounding the Tianwang from Nie Jiantong and the Eagle Emperor. He was aware of his title as Nie Huang, and rumors circulated that he intended to conquer the talents of the imperial capital. Such claims were utterly preposterous. Shaking his head, Nie Wuxuang remarked, why were these two young ladies more intrigued by his title than the imminent dangers before them? Deception. Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er simultaneously cast him dubious glances, expressing their disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinglin and the others were nearly seething with fury. They had boasted of torturing Nie Wuxuang, intending to shatter the myth of Nie Huang right here. Yet, what was the situation now? Did he truly disregard them so easily? Someone, escort the two young ladies aside. Xiao Qinglin bellowed, gritting his teeth. Stand back, lest you be splattered with blood. He could hardly contain himself. He was eager to teach Nie Wuxuang a lesson. Even with the knowledge that Nie Wuxuang had once slain a mid-level martial king, he remained unafraid. The mid-level martial king from a remote mountain valley was far beneath his consideration, unworthy even to carry his shoes. Several martial kings advanced, intent on forcing Lan Ying'er and Feng Shui to retreat. Aware of their noble status, they dared not offend or harm them in the slightest. You two step aside. Upon seeing the martial kings approach, the two young ladies were reluctant to leave, but Nie Wuxuang took the initiative, signaling for them to move aside. Initially, Xiao Qinglin had been troubled about how to proceed, but upon witnessing Nie Wuxuang voluntarily asking Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er to withdraw, a cruel smile crept across his face as he hissed, "You're courting death." He stood his ground, pointing at Nie Wuxuang and barking, "So, have you thought this through?" "I have indeed," Nie Wuxuang replied with a calm demeanor, an air of resignation about him. "I had no desire to kill, but if you seek death, I shall oblige you." His tone was unremarkable, yet the words he spoke were laced with an overwhelming authority. Even surrounded by a dozen martial kings, he remained defiantly fearless. Uttering such bold proclamations, Xiao Qinglin trembled with rage, roaring, "You are asking for death. You are utterly deluded." With a mocking laugh, he waved his hand and commanded, "Attack. Give him a good beating first. Be mindful of your strength. Do not kill him." Let in the city of Tianyang, the warriors displayed their might, ruthlessly slaying Emperor Nie, proclaiming the divine authority of the heavenly dragon. Numerous imperial warriors erupted in cheers, even commencing celebrations at the impending demise of Emperor Nie. Conversely, many warriors from beyond the empires seethed with indignation, perceiving this confrontation as profoundly unjust. A dozen martial kings besieging a singular grand martial master was nothing short of disgraceful. What a farce, this so-called genius of the imperial dynasties, relying on sheer numbers to overpower the few. To witness a dozen martial kings assaulting Emperor Nie was utterly shameful. The so-called imperial prodigies resorting to group violence. How grotesque. Many were incensed, aghast at the audacity of broadcasting such a disgraceful act. As Xiao Qinglin read the comments, His expression darkened. Strike hard, teach him a lesson. He bellowed in fury, urging the martial kings to unleash their full might. The dozen martial kings closed in on Niao Wushuang, each bearing a menacing expression, sneering coldly. Boom. One martial king unleashed his attack, an aura of true energy surging forth. His fist radiating a solar brilliance as it hurtled toward Niao Wushuang's head. Seeking death, Niao Wushuang scoffed. As his words echoed, he erupted into blinding speed, vanishing from sight with a thunderous sonic boom. In the next instant, the martial king who had struck was seized and hoisted aloft as if he were a chick in the talons of an eagle, effortlessly subdued. A martial king had attempted to attack, only to be quelled in an instant, and no one witnessed how it transpired. How is this possible? The other martial kings were paralyzed with shock, staring at their comrade dangling helplessly in Niao Wushuang's grip, unable to fathom that a third-tier martial king could be so easily subdued. This was utterly inconceivable. The dozen martial kings, now stricken with fear, began to retreat. Is this all the courage you possess? Niao Wushuang sneered, casually tossing the martial king aside. The true energy of that warrior was devoured, his dantian obliterated, rendering him a mere husk. A bolt of electric light surged from Niao Wushuang's eyes as an ancient dragon elephant materialized behind him, exuding an imposing presence as he commanded. If you do not come forth, I shall take action. Boom. He unleashed a devastating punch, the imprint crackling with intertwining lightning, the air reverberating with a terrifying sonic explosion. He resembled a ferocious tiger unleashed, a predator among sheep. With each strike, a martial king was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, true energy illuminating the sky, as the ancient dragon elephant accompanied Niao Wushuang's fists, trampling down with relentless ferocity, creating a domain of overwhelming might. Seeking death, one martial king roared, his fist technique akin to a mountain, with the visage of a fierce beast, like a lion, challenging Niao Wushuang. This was a second-tier martial king, endowed with divine strength, who had previously subdued intermediate martial kings with sheer force. He was confident he could obliterate Niao Wushuang with a single blow. The fists collided with a thunderous roar, sending him careening backward, his arm shattered, blood pouring from his mouth. The terror was palpable. He found himself utterly defenseless. Niao Wushuang's power was too formidable, instilling fear beyond measure. Such strength was insurmountable, save for those of intermediate martial king status. Chapter 94, Ruthless Conquest of the Kings. Such power. Niao Wushuang's eyelids twitched. The might of this martial king was astonishing. Had he encountered anyone else, he would undoubtedly have wreaked havoc on mid-tier martial kings. This individual posed a significant threat, necessitating a severe suppression. He surged forward like a flash of lightning, resembling a ferocious beast unleashed. With no one able to impede his path, boom, in an instant, he reached the formidable martial king, once again delivering a crushing blow. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each fist radiating brilliance akin to the sun, severing the limbs of the divine power martial king and utterly extinguishing his combat prowess. Then, in a display of brutal ferocity, he stomped down like a rampaging elephant, the wretched cries echoing incessantly. The divine power martial king, now subdued and mangled, lay in a state of utter disarray. The onlookers were horrified, nearly paralyzed with fear. Such a level of terrifying combat was a rare experience for these sheltered flowers. With some reduced to tears, the sight of a martial king weeping in fear was a testament to Niao Wushuang's terrifying power. Finish him, Xiao Qinglin bellowed, nearly spitting blood in his rage. The divine power martial king was the pride of the Xiao family, and now rendered powerless, filled him with unbridled hatred. I shall suppress him. Another martial king roared as he stepped forward, undaunted. Even upon witnessing Niao Wushuang's terrifying might, he pressed ahead, armed with a soul sword. Its brilliance dazzling, he executed an invincible sword technique, cleaving through the air and conjuring boundless flames that scorched the heavens and devoured the earth. The flames enveloped him, making him appear as though he stood within a great sun, his eyes flashing with electric intensity. This sword technique was domineering, capable of easily dispatching kings. The other martial kings momentarily retreated, fearful of being caught in its overwhelming wake, an unjust fate indeed. Boom. The sword energy cleaved through the void, enveloping the surroundings and transforming into a sword domain aimed at annihilating Niao Wushuang. Is this truly swordsmanship? Niao Wushuang sneered, his eyes crackling with lightning. He could hardly be bothered to employ his own sword skills, opting instead to unleash a single, tyrannical punch. Boundless divine power erupted from his fist, radiating fiery brilliance, as though a sun had manifested in his palm. That was the true fire of the dragon's breath, terrifyingly potent, rivaling royal-level extraordinary flames, scorching and fearsome. Bang! The collision of the fist imprint and sword energy was explosive. The fist imprint shot forth like a meteor, its terrifying divine power erupting without doubt, shattering the sword energy. Even the mysterious great soul sword in the martial king's grasp was seized by Nie Wuxiang. Such a treasure could be utilized to cultivate the invincible sword body. With a swift motion, he suppressed the martial king, sending him hurtling away, bones fracturing and shoulder collapsing, as if ravaged by a savage beast. The violent suppression of two powerful martial kings left the spectators in a state of shock. Do not hesitate. Let us strike together. We shall jointly vanquish him. The martial kings roared, simultaneously launching their assault. In a brief span, the majority of the 16 martial kings were subdued, making it abundantly clear the terror and might of Emperor Nie. This was beyond their capacity to manage individually. The fates of the divine power martial king and the soul sword martial king spoke volumes. Emperor Nie was too fearsome. To challenge him one-on-one was tantamount to seeking death. 7 or 8 martial kings surrounded Nie Wuxiang, attacking in unison. Even with Nie Wuxiang's astonishing might, he could not withstand the onslaught of all. Boom! As his fist appeared to manifest a great sun, he unleashed a powerful blow that sent 2 martial kings hurtling away. Yet, he was ambushed from behind. Enduring a strike that was formidable, the full-force attack from the martial king was terrifying, its power capable of annihilating even the mightiest of warriors. However, Nie Wuxiang remained undeterred, suffering only superficial wounds. His physical form was extraordinarily robust, endowed with the unrivaled sword body and the dragon elephant dominance body. The unrivaled sword body refined his internal organs and bones, rendering his entire being akin to a blade, impervious to divine weaponry. The dragon elephant dominance body fortified his flesh to an ironclad state, rendering him immune to blades and spears. These 2 martial arts, one internal and one external, synergized to create an awe-inspiring physique. The assault from a novice martial king barely grazed his skin. He stumbled momentarily but quickly regained his balance. With a thunderous roar, he whirled around like a lion, his eyes flashing with electric intensity, unleashing a mental assault that rendered the martial king, who had ambushed him, momentarily dazed. In an instant, he pivoted, delivering a punch that struck with the force of a dragon elephant colliding with a mountain, collapsing the chest of this martial king and creating a gaping crater. In a single move, a novice martial king was vanquished, his life extinguished. This scene was utterly shocking, instilling dread in the hearts of the surrounding kings, who recoiled in terror. They finally grasped the truth. Nie Huang was invincible, at least beyond their capacity as novice martial kings. Fear gripped them, and they began to retreat, contemplating escape. Have you all turned coward? Nie Wuxiang sneered, resembling an unparalleled devil emperor, sending tremors through the bodies of the kings. With a thunderous charge, he pursued them, scattering them like frightened birds. Yet, their speed was woefully inadequate. Nie Wuxiang moved with spectral swiftness, effortlessly capturing 2 martial kings, rendering them incapacitated and casting them aside. He then continued his relentless pursuit, seizing another martial king, shattering his dantian in a brutal display of force, before discarding him to the ground. Oh no! One martial king gasped in terror, his face ashen, as he fled with all his might. He had managed to escape 100 meters, seemingly on the verge of freedom. But then, the sound of sonic booms erupted behind him, causing his hair to stand on end. With a resounding crash, his body was struck, contorted into an unrecognizable shape. His bones shattered, reducing him to a mere shell of his former self. The cacophony of sonic booms continued, accompanied by astonishing roars that captivated the onlookers. Everyone was left in awe as they witnessed Nie Huang relentlessly pursuing the martial kings. It was a scene of unparalleled brutality. The warriors across the heavens were left flabbergasted, their mouths agape at the sight of Nie Huang single-handedly hunting down the kings. This was unfathomable, utterly defying the natural order. The relentless sound of sonic booms and thunderous roars echoed continuously. With each reverberation, another fleeing martial king was caught and ruthlessly subdued. In a matter of moments, the scattered martial kings were all rounded up, discarded like lifeless dogs, each emitting pained cries. This tableau was harrowing, and it marked merely the beginning of their suffering. Nie Huang stood firm, entering a mode of ruthless havoc. Behind him, the ancient dragon elephant materialized, its 4 hooves like mountains, imbued with divine power, trampling down upon the bodies of the martial kings. With each thunderous stomp of the dragon elephant, a chorus of anguished wails erupted, sending shivers down one's spine. The kings, subjected to brutality, resembled lifeless dogs. This scene was utterly horrifying, leaving onlookers in shock and terror. The Emperor Nya unleashed his fury upon these martial kings, single-handedly defeating them and then subjecting them to further torment. What an extraordinary feat! As they witnessed the agonized cries of over a dozen martial kings sprawled upon the ground, the warriors observing from the heavens were rendered speechless by the terror of the spectacle. The imagery was unfathomable, inducing a profound sense of dread. The entire ordeal lasted less than a few breaths, yet for those martial kings, it felt infinitely prolonged. They seemed to have descended into hell, enduring an unbearable onslaught that nearly shattered their bodies and brought them to the brink of death, gasping for survival. Their dignity was mercilessly trampled, stripped bare without reservation. One martial king was relentlessly pursued and brutalized by a grand martial master, nearly slain in the process. The news of such humiliation would leave them utterly mortified, wishing for self-annihilation. As the explosive sounds faded and the brilliance of true energy dissipated, the crowd gazed in shock at the horrifying scene before them. The martial kings lay scattered on the ground, their wails echoing through the air. Each one bore the marks of a fierce battle, their faces unrecognizable. Flesh and blood mingled in a grotesque display, with bones shattered and unable to rise. It is difficult to fathom what they endured in that fleeting moment. In Chapter 95, A Sword to Decapitate, each martial king resembled a victim of savage beasts, their bloodied bodies, broken bones, and cries of despair painting a harrowing picture. The audience was left in utter disbelief. Even those observing from the skies were stunned into silence by the overwhelming impact of the scene. The Emperor Nya stood alone against the assembly of martial kings, emerging victorious in a display of unparalleled might and grace. Witnessing the defeated martial kings sprawled on the ground, everyone gasped in astonishment. This moment was terrifying, instilling a sense of dread. 17 or 18 martial kings had conspired to attack Nya Wushuang, vowing to see him bleed. Yet it was they who faced the brunt of the assault. With the rest of the martial kings defeated, only Xiao Qinglin and Yi Tianlin, the two mid-level martial kings, remained. Even they, upon witnessing their wailing comrades, were left trembling in fear. The atmosphere in the heavens erupted. The battle waged by Emperor Nya was destined to reverberate throughout the realm. Standing amidst the cacophony of cries from the fallen kings, he embodied the image of an invincible ruler, a scene that spread like wildfire. Some even added a voiceover to this footage, declaring, "You are simply pathetic." One man alone dominated the assembly of martial kings, a record that would undoubtedly be chronicled throughout history. The might of Emperor Nya, the majesty of Emperor Nya, the invincibility of Emperor Nya. Many left messages in support of Nya Wushuang. This battle exhilarated them, igniting a fervor akin to a shot of adrenaline, prompting them to ridicule the talents of the imperial city, who now dared not show their faces. Xiao Qinglin and Yi Tianlin stood across from one another, quaking in fear. They longed to flee but found themselves paralyzed, unable to escape. With numerous disciples from various families lost in this conflict, even if they returned, explanations would be impossible. Moreover, this was a live broadcast, visible to all martial artists. They had previously boasted of their intent to slay Nya Wushuang, but now, if they were to depart in disgrace, how could they ever face others again? Feng Shui had long been petrified by Nya Wushuang's terrifying prowess. In contrast, Lan Inger exhibited no fear whatsoever. Rather, she was filled with excitement, shaking her fists and exclaiming, "Nya Huang is magnificent." Nya Wushuang found himself at a loss for words. This young lady seemed to possess a peculiar fondness for violence. Xiao Qinglin and Yi Tianlin were filled with trepidation, yet escape was not an option. They exchanged glances and, in unison, surged towards Nya Wushuang with blinding speed. They dared not display any contempt. Their initial strikes were lethal, aiming to dispatch Nya Huang in a single blow. For the consequences of failure were dire. They did not wish to share the fate of their bloodied and mangled comrades on the ground. Boom! Xiao Qinglin, a master of boxing, wielded an ancient fist technique of extraordinary might. As he struck, a silver celestial figure emerged, emanating radiant light and chanting divine phrases with an aura of sanctity. Oh, a divine descendant? Nya Wushuang mused, slightly taken aback. He discerned that this was a top-tier boxing technique that could only be mastered by those of divine lineage. Although the celestial being was of a lower echelon, it remained the strongest presence in the eyes of mortals. With the blood of divine ancestry, Xiao Qinglin unleashed his ancient boxing technique, materializing the silver celestial being. This punch, infused with the power of light, sought to dominate all directions, capable of suppressing even martial kings of the same level. Yet, this momentum was ineffective against Nya Wushuang, who was the supreme divine emperor. No celestial being could subdue him. With a single stride, he traversed 100 paces, appearing before Xiao Qinglin like a specter. Boom. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch, invoking the dragon elephant suppression technique. An ancient dragon elephant materialized, colliding with the silver celestial figure, producing a thunderous roar as the light was violently shattered. The silver celestial being, too, could not withstand the onslaught of the ancient dragon elephant, experiencing a brutal pounding, letting out a cry of defiance before dissipating. Xiao Qinglin, injured, spewed blood and hastily retreated, seeking to escape. Nie Wuxuang chuckled coldly, sweeping his hand as his true energy surged forth, transforming into chains intended to ensnare Xiao Qinglin's body. Seeking death. At that moment, Yi Tianlin charged in. His lethal move was swordsmanship. Endless sword light erupted, shrouding the heavens and the earth in a radiant glow. With a broadsword in hand, Yi Tianlin emanated crimson sword light, igniting the void as he slashed towards Nie Wuxuang's arm. This strike was terrifyingly powerful. Even Nie Wuxuang was moved by the might of a mid-level martial king. He could sense that both Xiao Qinglin and Yi Tianlin possessed strengths many times greater than that of Ling Zhanyun, whom he had previously vanquished. Nevertheless, he remained unafraid. Swordsmanship, you say? How intriguing. Nie Wuxuang withdrew his arm. Otherwise, it would have been cleaved by the sword energy. He recognized that the soul sword wielded by Yi Tianlin was extraordinary, a terrestrial-grade soul sword, and in his current physical state, he could not withstand it. Should he be struck, he would certainly bleed. In a moment of prudence, he temporarily held back, allowing Xiao Qinglin to flee. Your words are grand, but this sword shall claim your life. Yi Tianlin bellowed, feeling a surge of confidence as he pushed Nie Wuxuang back. Boom. In his hand, the soul sword swept through the air, relentlessly pursuing Nie Wuxuang. His eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with confidence, as he believed he was destined to slay the invincible Nie Emperor and etch his name into legend. His swordsmanship reached its zenith, unleashing an astonishing display of power. The fiery sword aura enveloped an area of several dozen meters. Grasping the earthly-grade soul sword, he resembled a peerless sword deity, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Nie Emperor. Be careful! Feng Shui and Lan Ying'er shouted in alarm, fearing that Nie Wuxuang might falter. Despite the Nie Emperor's unmatched prowess, he was still merely a grand martial master, and even though he had once terrorized all the kings, he could not withstand a mid-level martial king. They worried that Nie Wuxuang might be injured, or worse, perish. Yi Tianlin was nearly beside himself with excitement, laughing maniacally. What nonsense! The Nie Emperor, the myth of invincibility. This will all end by my hand. Boom. The soul sword descended, aiming for the Nie Emperor. Yet, Nie Wuxuang remained steadfast, refusing to evade or retreat. A surge of true energy erupted from his hand, radiating sword light that spun around him like a grand sun. With a mighty roar, he leaped into the air, pressing down with the sword light, akin to the sun blazing across the sky. The clash of sword energies reverberated, shaking the earth and splitting the air with explosive force. The boundless fiery sword aura was instantaneously severed beneath the brilliance of the radiant sword light. How is this possible? Yi Tianlin exclaimed, his complexion paling in disbelief. He could not fathom that Nie Wuxuang could withstand his strike. Yet, in reality, the Nie Emperor's palm had already reached above his head. A strike, as swift as sunlight, surged downwards, severing his head in a single blow. Confident in his belief that he would slay the Nie Emperor and create a myth, Yi Tianlin's body fell apart. Xiao Qinglin was left in shock, his previously aggressive fists slowing down. In that fleeting moment, the dazzling sword light in Nie Wuxuang's hand enveloped Xiao Qinglin's body. The sword energy, like thunder, pierced through his skull. Another mid-level martial king fell, decapitated by a single stroke. Silence enveloped the surroundings, an eerie stillness permeating the air. Even those martial kings who had been oppressed fell silent in disbelief. Everyone stood in shock, unable to comprehend that two mid-level martial kings had perished so abruptly. After a long pause, the atmosphere erupted. The Nie Emperor's battle stirred the heavens and reverberated throughout the entire Tianlong martial arts realm. 17 or 18 martial kings had pursued the Nie Emperor, only to be utterly annihilated. This achievement was astounding, unparalleled, leaving all in disbelief, particularly as they gazed upon the severed heads of the two mid-level martial kings lying on the ground. The crowd was left in utter stupor. Chapter 96. The wealth-bringing boy. In this battle, Nie Wuxuang reaped bountiful rewards. The disciples of the prominent families were laden with treasures, all of which he plundered without mercy. Witnessing the Nie Emperor's rampage against the defeated kings, and then seeing him on the ground ransacking the fallen, both Lan Ying'er and Feng Shui were rendered speechless. The martial artists online were equally astonished. especially as they observed the Nya Emperor strip the fallen warriors of their possessions. He nonchalantly retrieved the soul sword from the lifeless Yi Tianlin, effortlessly stowing it away, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, is the esteemed Nya Emperor engaged in plunder? What extraordinary talent! A commendable feat, indeed. If it were I would strip them of their very undergarments. These fellows, who were once so belligerent, threatening to slay the Nya Emperor, I had believed them to be sincere. Yet now it appears I was mistaken. In truth, these dragon warriors are quite amicable, each one a veritable bringer of fortune. Ah, what a delightful moniker. It leaves me quite envious. The heavens above are ablaze with cheers for the Nya Emperor, while the imperial warriors wear grim expressions, nearly bleeding from their rage. They had anticipated that this battle would see the Nya Emperor spill blood and allow the dragon warriors to revel in glory. The outcome, however, has left them speechless. Dozens of martial kings were trampled, their leader slain and ridiculed as a bringer of wealth. This is an immense humiliation for the dragon warriors. Many are seething with anger, their teeth clenched in fury. Soon, someone leaps forth, declaring an expedition from the imperial city to eliminate the Nya Emperor. The leader among the talented youths of the imperial city, the prodigious Gao Peng of the Gao family, re-emerges, issuing the same boastful proclamation: dare to approach the imperial capital, and you shall be slain. This night, Tianyang City is destined for unrest. Nya Wushuang single-handedly suppresses 17 or 18 martial kings, causing a sensation throughout the city. As the news spreads, many elders, who had already succumbed to slumber, are jolted awake. The Shao and Yi families are particularly agitated, their lamps burning brightly. The younger generation of their clans has suffered near total annihilation, an outcome they find intolerable. Ultimately, they resolve to retaliate, summoning martial emperors to eliminate Nya Wushuang. The elders of their clans begin to mobilize, intent on locating Nya Wushuang to demand an explanation. Should negotiations fail, they intend to strike him down. They dispatch powerful martial emperors to avenge their offspring and restore their family's dignity and honor. A group of elders from the Shao family, comprising 4 martial emperors, arrives at the residence of General Lan. They demand the surrender of Nya Wushuang, insisting that he sever his own arms as an act of contrition. The atmosphere grows tense, the situation escalating beyond control, even for General Lan. The Shao family arrives with a fierce determination, proclaiming they will not depart without Nya Wushuang. Shortly thereafter, the Yi family's martial emperors make their entrance, equally prepared with 4 martial emperors. Their arrival is even more domineering, as they demand that Nya Wushuang emerge, bow an apology, and then take his own life in public. With 8 martial emperors from the Shao and Yi families present, including 2 high-level martial emperors, their formidable presence envelopes the entire residence of General Lan, cutting off all avenues of escape. Faced with the pressure from these 2 powerful families, General Lan finds himself powerless. Soon, the Lord of Tianyang City arrives, accompanied by Feng Shui. The Lord attempts to mediate, but his efforts prove futile. The young generation of the Shao and Yi families has suffered devastating losses, a blow so severe that it has driven these elders to madness. They show no respect for the Lord, declaring that if Nya Wushuang is not surrendered, they will raze the general's residence to the ground. Standing alone against the 8 martial emperors, General Lan feels as though he is a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, yet he remains undaunted, standing resolutely at the door, vowing to never surrender Nya Wushuang. Enraged, an elder from the Shao family waves his hand and bellows, "Kill!" Behind him, 3 martial emperors sprang into action. The elders of the Yi family also changed their expressions, letting out a fierce roar, "Kill!" The martial emperor of the Yi family joined the fray. With the combined might of 8 martial emperors, it was sufficient to level a mountain, effortlessly obliterating the humble general's mansion. If you wish to enter the general's mansion, you must first step over my corpse. General Lan surged into the air, his fury palpable. He and his daughter shared a fierce resolve. They would repay any kindness shown, and even in death, they would not relinquish Nya Wushuang. He hovered in the air, determined to withstand the onslaught of 8 martial emperors. Even knowing he could not hold them back, he did not retreat an inch. The 8 martial emperors were enraged, their eyes bloodshot. They sought vengeance for their kin. To restore their family's honor, they would slay any god that stood in their way and vanquish any demon. Kill! They charged towards General Lan, intent on subduing a dragon general. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from within the general's mansion. The 8 martial emperors halted, turning to see an elderly figure in gray emerge from the depths of the mansion. They roared, "Who are you? What does this matter concern you?" The elder stood firm in the air, exuding an aura that surpassed that of the 8 martial emperors. Radiating true energy, a great sun appeared above his head. while a lunar disk manifested beneath his feet, the sun and moon glaring down upon the assembly, defying all emperors. It was Nie Jiantong. While Nie Wushuang was vanquishing the kings, he had been observing the spectacle from Tianwang, thoroughly entertained. Now, with the elders seeking retribution, Nie Jiantong stepped forward, unafraid. He pointed at the 8 martial emperors, taking the offensive, and sternly questioned, "Are you the ones who have allowed your progeny to bully my grandson? Who is your grandson?" The martial emperor of the Shao family inquired with a frown. As a fellow martial emperor, he discerned Nie Jiantong's formidable presence and wished to avoid another adversary. "You do not even know who my grandson is, yet you dare to come demanding him?" Nie Jiantong bellowed with authority. "What? That Nie emperor is your grandson?" The 8 martial emperors were taken aback. They were aware of the martial emperor elder behind Nie Wushuang, yet they never expected him to appear before them. The elder of the Shao family, despite realizing the challenge posed by Nie Jiantong, shouted furiously, "So it is your grandson. Old man, your grandson has slaughtered our family's disciples. How shall we settle this score? Naturally, we must settle it thoroughly." Nie Jiantong thundered with dignity. "Your family's youth, numbering in the dozens, sought to ambush my grandson. If this score is not settled, is there any justice left in the world?" The 8 martial emperors stood frozen. They had come seeking retribution, after all. Foul reasoning. The elder of the Yi family stepped forward, his voice sharp. "Your grandson killed disciples from both our families. Bring him out, and let him pay for their lives." No sooner had he spoken than Nie Jiantong's gaze swept over him, and he declared with authority, "You?" This was a mid-level martial emperor, yet he trembled under Nie Jiantong's mere glance. However, he was undeterred, for they were well prepared this time, boasting 8 martial emperors. He stepped forward, shouting, "Just me. Very well." Nie Jiantong's tone suddenly turned frigid. Boom. His figure vanished, surpassing the speed of sound. In the next instant, that martial emperor was sent flying, letting out a wail of despair. He was struck in the chest, his bones shattered significantly, causing his chest to collapse like a vast pit, gushing forth blood in torrents. The mid-level martial sovereign plummeted from the sky, his vital energy nearly dissipated, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. A martial sovereign, without even having made a move, was already spilling blood. The royal blood rained down from above, resembling a radiant arc of crimson light, strikingly vivid.